Chapter 1. Dragon Kingdom, Liao University Dormitory. I've been reborn for several years. Startled awake by his roommate's sudden outburst, Chu Yuyi rubbed the sleep from his eyes. What stuck? Then go wash up, just shout for a gathering, he mumbled, still bleary-eyed as he glanced out the window. The time read, 12:30 p.m. For this hour to rise, Chu Yuyi felt no surprise. Isn't it routine for university students to wake up in the afternoon to have a late breakfast when there are no classes? Moreover, Chu Yuyi was now in the internship phase of university, and those who ought to have left the dormitory already had. Last night had been a farewell gathering of sorts. Others were thoroughly intoxicated. Yet, although he had consumed more, Chu Yuyi's constitution was robust to the extent that it rivaled the readership of this particular narrative. Downing 6 bottles of beer was merely a prelude, leaving him with a slight buzz. After relieving himself, the alcohol was swiftly expelled, and he was wide awake once more. Indeed, he had emerged from last night with a slight hangover, feeling only a touch dizzy as he rose. Casting a glance at his dazed roommate, he thought to himself that the bus home would soon arrive, and surprisingly, he refrained from throwing a few jabs. His temperament was not particularly amiable. Concepts of righteousness, civility, and politeness had no bearing on him. Those familiar with him called him the Greek god presiding over abstractions. And now, as the internship period at university commenced, every student needed to devise a means to procure an internship certificate for the school to issue their graduation credentials. Yet Chu Yuyi remained unperturbed. He was essentially a full-time writer with a part-time student identity, making it easy for his editor to stamp a certificate when time permitted. Throughout these years in university, he had not attended a single class, yet miraculously, he had not failed a single subject. 40% luck, 50% relationship with the professors, and the remaining 10% reliant on his own abilities. Buzz, buzz, buzz as the ringtone echoed. Chu Yuyi answered the call twice. It was the bus he had booked, from Liaohai City to Xiahe City, then connecting to his residence in Heitu Town, a straight distance of 114.514 kilometers. The journey would take approximately 5 hours. Considering the driver was waiting, Chu Yuyi shouldered his backpack and departed without delay. There was little to pack his laptop for writing, along with a power bank and headphones. Clothes, bedding, and shoes were left behind, not worth the effort to carry. They had served him for years and were long overdue for replacement. Just as he reached the doorway, his roommate suddenly called out to him. This individual was typically reticent, possessing an air of introversion. Yet he would assist with attendance and remind others of exam schedules. Having cohabited for several years, they had at least become acquaintances. Hey, Chu Yuyi, just forget it, you can go now. Noticing his roommate's awkward demeanor, Chu Yuyi retorted, speak up if you have something to say. Their gazes locked, and seeing the hesitation in his roommate's eyes, he continued, you might not believe what I'm about to say. I had a dream that lasted for several years, in which an apocalypse occurred and several unique viruses emerged. The first was called the veracity virus, and those afflicted were termed voracious patients. They were not zombies, they were far more terrifying. And, wait, what am I even saying? Chu Yuyi, just consider this a dream. An apocalypse? How could that possibly happen? In any case, be cautious on the road. Observing his roommate's nonsensical ramblings, Chu Yuyi merely scoffed, muttering, nonsense. He dismissed his roommate's apocalyptic visions as mere delirium, attributing them to the remnants of sleep. When he thought of the apocalypse, his mind instantly conjured images of a zombie outbreak. Yet from the perspective of a seasoned writer, such notions were laughable. Zombies? What a joke. The human body undergoes autolysis within 12 hours post-mortem, and muscle decomposition begins after 24 hours. Would zombies then move solely by will? Moreover, even if one were to consider the living dead in a state between life and death, they would still be carbon-based life forms, wouldn't they? Ultimately, what carbon-based organism could withstand a single shot from a 7.62 caliber, even if a zombie outbreak were to occur? With the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, containment could be achieved within a week, eradication in 2 weeks, and within 3 weeks, they could be reared as a new form of clean energy. Wouldn't you agree? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu Yuyi reached the ground floor. He reported the last 4 digits of his phone number to the driver and boarded the bus. Unless, as a writer, Chu Yuyi's mind was particularly agile, and he quickly formulated several necessary conditions for a zombie outbreak. First, it would require airborne transmission, specifically a type capable of surviving in the air for several hours. Second, the zombies must retain their vitality, at least to the point of evolving otherwise. They wouldn't withstand firearms. Third, a long incubation period coupled with a collective outbreak would provide a modicum of opportunity for surprise. If any of these three conditions were lacking, the apocalypse would be swiftly quelled. As he pondered, he would jot down any flashes of inspiration. Chu Yuyi opened his phone and noted his thoughts in a memo. However, such a clicked zombie apocalypse scenario was likely scarcely written about in novels anymore. At the very least, it would not exist in his world. The driver, noticing Chu Yuyi had finished his task, inquired, "Headed home, young man?" "Yeah." At the mention of home, a shadow crossed Chu Yuyi's gaze. He longed to express that he had no home to return to, yet he wished to avoid eliciting pity or sympathy from the driver. 12 years ago, his father had journeyed overseas and had yet to return. 3 years prior, his mother had suddenly been diagnosed with cancer. Cancer, insidious in its early stages, often presents no pain or distinctive symptoms. When symptoms do become apparent, it is typically in the mid to late stages. After several rounds of chemotherapy, she had not endured and ultimately passed away. While sorrow was expected, Chu Yuyi did not mourn excessively. He had shed a few tears initially, yet gradually came to terms with it. However, returning home and encountering the sofa where his mother often rested, or the kitchen where she frequently cooked, still stirred discomfort within him. Throughout the journey, he exchanged a few words with the driver, but soon felt carsick, closing his eyes and drifting into a hazy slumber. In the dream of a dream, the world was a uniform bright white. Being a dream, it was not overly blinding. Chu Yuyi stirred in awareness, exclaiming, "TSK, why am I dreaming of that wretched billiard table again? Is it never ending?" At the focal point of the dream scene, there was a dark green round table, resembling the billiard table he lamented. At the center lay a black ball, surrounded by 8 pockets. Regrettably, in this dream, Chu Yuyi possessed no corporeal form. Otherwise, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies would compel him to pot that solitary black ball. "Hey, Town, kid, we've arrived." The driver gently shook Chu Yuyi, rousing him from his slumber. The driver circled to the passenger side, lighting a cigarette. He simultaneously opened the door for Chu Yuyi. "Oh!" Chu Yuyi grabbed his backpack and exited. The driver had transported him several times before, and they had exchanged WeChat contacts. The fare had been settled in advance. Gazing at the sky, tinged with the approach of dusk, Chu Yuyi felt a pang of hunger. Though he had slept nearly 12.5 hours, he was still somewhat famished. "Let's go to that place I used to eat there all the time as a child." He entered a dog meat restaurant, ordering a bowl of lamb soup and lamb shao mai. Indeed, with a sign advertising dog meat, they served lamb. Town was a land of remarkable people, and Chu Yuyi had always found the townsfolk amusing in his youth. Only upon growing up did he realize this was a form of abstraction. Compared to the United States Florida, in contrast to Town, it was as insignificant as a mayfly before the vast sky. Hey, here comes the lamb soup." The shopkeeper set down a bowl of soup sprinkled with pepper and chopped cilantro before retreating to the kitchen for the shao mai. Chu Yuyi lifted the bowl and took a sip. It felt somewhat gritty, and upon inspection, he discovered a human fingernail. Son of a Chu Yuyi's expression shifted dramatically, and he slammed his hand on the table. In an instant, Chu Yuyi recalled his roommate's words about the apocalypse and the veracity virus. Damn it, this click plot was unfolding in his own life. What to do? Should he seize a table leg and confront the shopkeeper? Or perhaps flee down the back alley toward home? In that fleeting moment, Chu Yuyi contemplated numerous options, but before he could act, the shopkeeper made his move first. In a flash, the shopkeeper closed the distance, standing before Chu Yuyi in mere strides. The shopkeeper abruptly raised his hand and exclaimed, "For $4, you expect gourmet lamb soup? You don't want to find a fingernail, do you?" Hey, clicks tongue. Taken aback by the shopkeeper's jest, Chu Yuyi froze. With those words, the proprietress emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a pair of nail clippers, and apologetically stated, "I'm sorry, dear child, but you shall not be charged for this meal. I shall also treat you to an additional half leg of roasted lamb." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi silently resumed his seat. What a false alarm it had been. His mood resembled that of Chow Chow after finishing his meal, only to find remnants scraped back into his bowl. Frustration had no outlet. Black Earth Town was precisely this way. Abstract. Chu Yuyi's level of abstraction could only be considered mediocre in Black Earth Town. Why had this dog meat restaurant transformed into a lamb meat establishment? Was it not because the owner of the dog meat restaurant had once committed murder, meticulously chopping the victim into pieces to feed to the dogs? In the end, he was apprehended. This was owing to an old man in Black Earth Town who relished feeding his dog in front of others' pets. When this old man fed at the dog meat restaurant, he observed a large black dog frequently producing substantial yellow droppings, and suddenly, the dog had diarrhea. Within the excrement were fragments of bones and strands of hair, prompting the old man to immediately call the authorities. If Chu Yuyi were to speak, it was indeed the dog that ought to have reported the incident. Daily gnawing on human bones had rendered the dog's stomach unwell after suffering from diarrhea. It was to be slaughtered for meat. Where was the justice in that? Lamb soup accompanied by lamb meat shaomai, savoring roasted lamb legs. Extra cilantro, a generous drizzle of fiery chili oil. After a day of hunger, Chu Yuyi devoured the meal in mere mouthfuls, just as he prepared to settle the bill. Suddenly, another individual entered the establishment. This person's cheeks were somewhat swollen, and their overall demeanor suggested poor health. It was evident they were accustomed to late nights, often lingering until 2 or 3 in the morning, and had neglected physical exercise for years. As soon as the individual sat down, they exclaimed, "Bring me one of everything on the menu. I'm starving." Absolutely famished. The restaurant owner, unfazed, promptly presented a steamer basket filled with lamb meat shaomai. The proprietress, having finished her manicure, remained busy in the kitchen. Chu Yuyi observed a moment longer while waiting to pay. However, the individual soon captivated the attention of both Chu Yuyi and the owner. Without so much as a pair of chopsticks, the person seized the steaming lamb meat shaomai and directly consumed it. It is worth noting that here, the shaomai differed from that in the south that contained lamb rather than glutinous rice, with succulent juices and a significant size that even a young man like Chu Yuyi would require 3 bites to finish. Yet this individual devoured it, as if they were a starving ghost reborn. Like slurping jelly, they inhaled it in one swift motion, requiring no chewing as it vanished into their stomach. Their hands danced in a frenzy, each capable of grasping 3 lamb meat shaomai, which they promptly tossed into their mouth. Both the restaurant owner and Chu Yuyi were momentarily dumbfounded, entirely forgetting to settle their bill. "Goodness, I've seen people eat, but never like this." "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Take your time, dip it in vinegar, and don't burn your throat," the owner said, swallowing hard and offering a kind warning. The individual seemed oblivious, greedily grabbing lamb meat shaomai until an entire steamer basket was emptied. "More! I'm still hungry," they shouted loudly. Chu Yuyi, observing this person, noted that their hands and mouth were slick with grease, yet they appeared utterly unconcerned. Subsequently, the owner brought forth 4 large bowls of lamb offal soup, 3 stacks of oil cakes, and 3 baskets of shaomai. Without exception, everything was consumed at a remarkable speed. These items, if placed in a basin, would surely swell the container. However, Chu Yuyi noted that despite the copious amounts consumed, the individual's stomach only appeared to stabilize after a few breaths. Were it not for the increasingly filthy grease coating their hands and mouth, Chu Yuyi would scarcely believe that this person had consumed such a quantity. "Goodness gracious," the owner remarked in astonishment. At this moment, Chu Yuyi regained his senses and inquired about the bill from the proprietor. After scanning the QR code, he settled the payment and departed, having lost interest in lingering any longer. Initially, he perceived the individual as a competitive eater, yet upon further observation, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The person incessantly proclaimed hunger, yet the glint of insatiable appetite in their eyes remained undiminished. It was not the gaze of a predator like a cheetah or a tiger. Rather, it resembled that of a goat, with rectangular pupils, solely fixated on grazing, indifferent even to the fate of their companions being hunted. Upon returning home, Chu Yuyi promptly locked the door behind him. It wasn't that he was particularly cautious, but rather the door was quite aged. It had always emitted creaks, opening and closing with an unsettling groan. Eventually, he procured a can of W40, a multifunctional rust remover, and sprayed half of it into the door's crevices. Subsequently, the door ceased its groaning, gliding smoothly instead. However, the slightest gust of wind could easily cause it to swing open on its own. Charging his phone, Chu Yuyi reclined on his bed, attempting to collect his thoughts. The habits of a professional writer had once again taken hold of him. If an apocalypse were to truly unfold, what would he do? Firstly, the typical narrative arc in novels generally involves taking out loans, stockpiling supplies, and gaining an advantage in a rebirth. However, as Chu Yuyi opened his financial app, he was met with the staggering revelation of a substantial credit limit of 400 yuan, an amount that could sustain him for the latter half of his life. If he were to perish tomorrow, would that suffice? Additionally, he had 12 packs of black pepper-flavored chicken breast tucked away in his drawer. Could that count as stockpiling? Those chicken breasts had been purchased a year prior for his fitness regime. Although he had managed to maintain some level of exercise, the chicken breasts had long since been neglected, being little more than a less than appetizing option to AS for the notion of rebirth. Just then, Chu Yuyi heard a commotion from above. "Dad, Mom, thank you for believing in me." In his previous life, his kindness had led to his demise at the hands of a neighbor he had helped in this life. He vowed to make Lu Ruyan, that manipulative vixen, regret her actions. He would ensure that they survived until the very end. Listening to the raucous shouts from above, Chu Yuyi furrowed his brow, swallowing hard, his expression twisted in disbelief. What a predicament! It appeared that everyone had been reborn, while he remained isolated. Suddenly, perhaps due to the uproar above or drawn by the momentum of what goes around comes around, a loud banging erupted on the door, becoming increasingly violent. Was there a demolition taking place? The neighbor upstairs cursed loudly, but his invectives were quickly drowned out by a chorus of screams. What is happening? Soon followed a cacophony reminiscent of crunching bones. Crack, crack. A faint scent of rust permeated the entire building. In that moment, Chu Yuyi realized that the so-called apocalypse had indeed descended upon them. Chu Yuyi acted swiftly, shutting all the windows and drawing the curtains. Finally barricading the door with the refrigerator. Although he was quick in his actions, he inevitably stirred some noise. The clamor from above escalated, presumably as the source of the disturbance began to batter down doors one after another. Piecing together the earlier information he had gathered, it became clear to him. This was the infamous hyperphagic affliction, a presence far more terrifying than mere zombies. That on the fourth floor, there were 3 households. One belonged to a reborn individual, unlikely to answer the door. Another was a solitary man's residence, now cold, though technically it could still be described as warm, given that his body was still within. The haunting sound from above were still faintly audible, like the gurgling of fish being gutted. Using his phone as a flashlight, Chu Yuyi surveyed his meager arsenal of weapons: a pair of scissors, a kitchen knife, a cleaver, and a fruit knife. None of these were particularly effective, so he affixed the cleaver to his waist. Ultimately, he retrieved a decorative Tang sword from his home. He had their phase of being a bit melodramatic. He had insisted on purchasing it, and his mother had obliged. However, it had seen little use in the kitchen, even fewer dramatic moments. This time, however, it might prove useful. Yet, being merely a decorative piece, the blade was blunt. Chu Yuyi had no choice but to pull out his whetstone and began to grind it down bit by bit. At this moment, the entire building echoed with the sounds of banging, crunching bones, and gnawing. And it wasn't just this building. When he pulled aside the curtains, he noticed that several neighboring buildings were also exhibiting signs of distress. Is there a shortage of law enforcement? Chu Yuyi muttered in disbelief. For what he knew, even without an apocalypse, Black Soil Town had its fair share of oddities, with people occasionally meeting untimely ends. The last time he returned during summer, there had been a report of a decapitated body found, the head discarded in the river. Chu Yuyi had gone to see it, and while the police had prohibited photographs, he had dutifully recorded a video instead. The image of that headless corpse still resided on his phone, a grim reminder. Rumor had it that the victim and the murderer had been enamored with the same woman. The murderer, feeling betrayed, had lured the victim to the park under the cover of darkness and struck It was said that he intended to kill the woman next, but she had gone to play mahjong instead. Leaving her home empty. One could only say, as experts claim, playing mahjong is beneficial for the mind and body, and they were not wrong. In summary, Black Soil Town was known for its simplicity. There were 3 police stations, each equipped with a Type 64 pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition. Chu Yuyi felt that if he could just hold out until dawn, these hyperphagic afflictions would likely be dealt with. After all, no matter how formidable one might be, a bullet to the chest would ultimately determine their fate. Nonetheless, Chu Yuyi had no intention of entrusting his life to others. He continued to meticulously sharpen the Tang sword. Perhaps there would come a moment when it would be necessary. The blade remained dull and unrefined, and he expended considerable effort to achieve even a modicum of sharpness. Not daring to continue further, he refrained from grinding too much, as the noise alone could attract unwanted attention, and he feared that his arms would tire before he could finish. Casting one last glance outside and listening to the commotion, Chu Yuyi reclined on his bed, the sword sheathed beside him, remaining vigilant. The sounds of pounding and screams echoed around him. With each passing moment, another life was extinguished. Chu Yuyi's eyes, these ordinary people resembled sardines in a can. Once the hyperphagic afflictions breached the door, they would be consumed without mercy. As the night wore on, the first light of dawn began to filter through. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and a dull ache settled in his head. He often dreamt, needing a solid 10 hours of sleep to feel somewhat rejuvenated. The tension only made him more susceptible to drowsiness. Just as he was about to drift off, a shattering sound pierced the stillness. Crash! The thin glass shattered under the force of a fist. Chu Yuyi's eyes flew open. The sound emanated from the living room. After all, his apartment was on the 3rd floor. Could someone really climb up here? He had never considered that they might come through a window. Quietly, he peered outside, spotting a grotesque figure with a bulbous head and oversized ears, utterly unrecognizable as human. Slowly climbing up, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a balloon. Swollen and grotesque, its head was as large as a barrel, with teeth jutting outward, each the size of a finger. Its hands could easily crush a pot, and its nails were razor-sharp. What the hell? Chu Yuyi found it hard to believe. How could someone transform from an ordinary individual into a creature so monstrous in just one night? But there was no time for contemplation. The hyperphagic affliction sniffed the air, akin to a pedestrian savoring the aroma of a neighbor's cooking. Yet what it craved was none other than Chu Yuyi himself. Delicious. I can smell you. Stop hiding. I'm so hungry. So hungry. A scent reminiscent of Chu Yuyi wafted through the air. As the gluttonous patient dragged their corpulent body, hastening towards Chu Yuyi's bedroom. Upon reaching the door, the patient exerted force to burrow inside. Though their body had yet to enter, their head protruded first. Where is everyone? The gluttonous patient looked around, but failed to spot any figures. Suddenly, it seemed they had caught the scent again. The source of that delectable aroma was above. Your grandfather is here, with his right hand gripping the hilt of a knife and his left hand striking the blade. Chu Yuyi descended directly from a corner of the ceiling. His physique had been honed through training. In his youth, he could ascend and descend like a monkey, so there was no reason he couldn't scale the corner as an adult. Now, Chu Yuyi aimed to cleave the creature's head in two. However, the gluttonous patient was not foolish. They swiftly tilted their head aside, causing Chu Yuyi's blade to strike their shoulder instead. He attempted to withdraw the knife, but found it lodged firmly. TSK, is it caught on the scapula? Chu Yuyi felt a pang of disappointment. In the next moment, the patient's left hand reached through the door's crack and seized Chu Yuyi by the waist. Their voice, strained by layers of fat, quivered. Brother, you smell divine. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi's body trembled. I smell what? He swiftly drew the bone-chopping knife from his waist and thrust it towards the patient's eye socket. Squelch. The eyelid ruptured, releasing a sound of pressure relief. Ah! The gluttonous patient cried out in pain, instantly loosening their grip. Chu Yuyi, now free, showed no inclination to flee. Instead, he gripped his weapon tightly and struck downwards, before the patient could shield their eyes. Chu Yuyi delivered another fierce blow. The bone-chopping knife plunged into the eye socket, directly penetrating the brain at but 2 breaths. The monstrous entity lay still, The gluttonous patient was dead. Suddenly, Chu Yuyi felt a haze before his eyes. The world around him fading into a blinding white. Have I fallen asleep at this moment? He pondered in astonishment, that instant. The round table in his dream began to transform. More precisely, the solitary black billiard ball upon it underwent a change. In this monotonous dreamscape, there was finally a shift he observed as the black ball rolled on its own, heading towards the nearest pocket. Thump. The black ball sank into the pocket, departing from the center of the dream table. Suddenly, Chu Yuyi composed himself. He realized he could freely control this black billiard ball. With an invisible force, the entirely black ball, devoid of any markings, was lifted before him. Approaching it, a stream of information appeared in Chu Yuyi's mind. In 0.001, the void door level, black description. With this ability, you may turn any door handle to open a special passage to the void door, which connects to myriad realms and all doors of this world. Note, the void door comprehends your intentions, express your needs, and it will endeavor to fulfill them. Caution, remember to close the door. Upon receiving this information, clarity washed over Chu Yuyi, instilling within him a sense of imminent awakening. Chu Yuyi abruptly opened his eyes, observing the scene before him. Upon first glance, he beheld the corpulent corpse of the gluttonous patient, still obstructing the doorway. The view outside the window remained unchanged, indicating that Chu Yuyi had merely fainted for a few seconds. However, he no longer regarded the round table space as a mere dream. Now, as the apocalypse had erupted, even if a blue raccoon were to appear before him, claiming to be from the future and imploring him to save the world, Chu Yuyi would entertain the notion, let alone the entirety of that round table dream. With this thought, Chu Yuyi pushed and kicked, finally maneuvering the gluttonous patient's corpse outside the door. Bang. The door quietly closed behind him. Grasping the doorknob, a long-lost thrill reignited within him. It had been ages since he felt this way. In his childhood, he believed he was the sole protagonist of the world. If he perished, the world would cease to exist. In his youth, he envisioned a day when he would awaken superpowers to save the world. A young man, he thought merely being able to have 3 meals a day was sufficient. Yet now, waves of former aspirations surged within him. With a gulp, Chu Yuyi slowly opened the door. Upon seeing the first sight beyond it, a glimmer ignited in his eyes. What peculiar spectacle lay outside? The sky was a shade of azure blue, and beneath his feet stretched an endless and tranquil expanse of water. Countless doors lined the sides, each showcasing its own unique characteristics. Chu Yuyi found himself momentarily entranced, his feet unwittingly stepping into this realm. Upon entering this extraordinary space known as the void door, bang, the door behind him slowly closed. Chu Yuyi glanced back at the faded crimson wooden door. Turning his gaze to the right, he was drawn to a grotesque doorway constructed of machinery and flesh. Upon a second glance, he noticed a door entwined with green vines that was equally striking. Chu Yuyi surveyed his surroundings. White stone doors, azure, semi-transparent doors, doors fashioned from arcs of yellow electricity, doors composed of moving eyeballs. There were simply too many to comprehend, far too many. Moreover, these doors seemed infinite. Whenever Chu Yuyi took a few steps, new doors materialized at the edge of his vision. He comprehended that these doors appeared within his field of view. Otherwise, if all the doors manifested simultaneously, no matter where he looked, he would only see overlapping shadows of doors, obscuring everything else present. Chu Yuyi dared not approach the more bizarre doors, and instead selected one that appeared relatively ordinary. It was a brown wooden door, adorned with a carved wooden cross at its center. How pedestrian. Surely the other side would be normal too. With this thought, Chu Yuyi slowly opened it. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of ruin. Walls collapsed, rubble scattered, and in the distance, skyscrapers lay toppled. Listening closely, he could hear the howling of beasts, akin to the heart-wrenching cries of the elderly. Looking again, he spotted a figure, gaunt and bloodied, staggering towards him. Accompanying this individual were dozens of others, resembling sharks scenting blood, all heading towards the doorway where Chu Yuyi had just arrived. Chu Yuyi intended to greet them, but upon closer inspection, he was horrified to find their faces devoid of color. Some even had eyeballs half exposed, their mouths stained with blood and decay. Curse be it, true zombies. Chu Yuyi swiftly slammed the brown cross door shut. He was certain this door led to a world teeming with the undead. He had previously dismissed the dangers of zombies. Was this not slapping himself in the face? In that moment, Chu Yuyi still found it hard to believe in his newfound power, feeling as if he were in a dream. Caught in a surreal reverie that he had merely slain a gluttonous patient, and now his round-table dream had transformed, granting him this astonishing ability known as the Void Door. This sensation was akin to winning a lottery worth 70 million after taxes. It felt too fantastical. Chu Yuyi needed a moment to gather himself. Yet, as the old saying goes, now that you are here, you must proceed. Chu Yuyi hurried a few steps towards the grotesque doorway fashioned of machinery and flesh. Contemplating, if an ordinary door leads to a world of zombies, perhaps this terrifying door leads to a mundane world. With this thought, he opened the door. The instant he did, he swiftly closed it again. Just a glimpse, a single glance, felt like an eternity. Outside the door, a colossal blood-and-flesh sphere hovered in the sky, while the ground was awash in a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood staining the earth. The instant Chu Yuyi opened the door, the massive sphere sprang into action. Thousands of kilometers of flesh parted in an instant, revealing a terrifying eye that opened wide. This dreadful bloodshot eye, unfathomably larger than the moon, fixed its gaze directly upon Chu Yuyi, who stood in the doorway. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively slammed the door shut. Now, with a thud, Chu Yuyi's heart raced as if belatedly aware of the danger. What in the world was that? He marveled, glancing at the myriad doors surrounding him. His curiosity evaporated, leaving him utterly reluctant to open even one more door. It had grown quite terrifying. The most ordinary door concealed a world teeming with zombies. The recently opened mechanical flesh door revealed a sky adorned with an eerie eye far larger than the moon. As for the other doors, Chu Yuyi had no desire to explore them further at that moment. He returned to the red-painted wooden door, preparing to open it slowly. Suddenly, he refrained from turning the doorknob, that he recalled that this empty door seemed to connect to all the doors of the world. In other words, I could access the national treasury of the United States. The next moment, he turned the doorknob, akin to the anywhere door from Doraemon. The door swung open that I in the United States, in the renowned underground vault of the Federal Reserve. The largest treasury in the nation was nestled amidst the bustling streets. Daily, billions of dollars in gold circulated through this establishment. It was constructed upon a massive rock, for without a solid foundation, it could not withstand the pressure of 8,000 tons of gold. The security here was formidable, with 2 checkpoints for inspections, where no gold bar could differ in weight by more than 1/3 of a gram. The walls were so thick that they could withstand the impact of a small hydrogen bomb. And now, within the mechanical gate of the Federal Reserve, a door inexplicably appeared, painted in a striking red. The next moment, under the watchful gaze of numerous cameras, an adult human, clad in a shirt wrapped around their head and exposing their midriff, peeked out. They casually picked up a gold bar, muttering, "It's so damn heavy. Why make it this big?" Cursing as they went, the individual carried the gold bar through the door. As the door closed, it was as if everything had never occurred. It wasn't until a month later, on the day of inspection, that someone noticed the sudden disappearance of a gold bar from that area. But by then, it was too late to in Haida Town at the Dawn community within a home. The door to the room swung open as Chu Yuyi tossed the gold bar onto the ground, casually unbinding the shirt from his face. The floor bore a slight dent from the weight. The gold bar, about the size of 2 palms, didn't seem excessively large, but it was undeniably heavy, weighing as much as 2 cases of soda. It wasn't that Chu Yuyi lacked physical strength. Lifting such a bar with one hand was indeed a strain. However, the allure of wealth propelled him to bring it home, after surveying his surroundings once more. A nagging feeling gripped Chu Yuyi that his room might be invaded by a binge-eating patient. Contemplating his options, he gathered his bedding and pillow, twisted the doorknob, and opened the door to the empty realm. He tossed everything inside. When it came to safety, nothing could surpass the empty realm. Although each door might conceal countless monsters, Chu Yuyi understood that only those possessing the ability of the empty realm could turn the doorknob to access this space. A feat those monsters could not achieve. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuyi patted the tranquil surface of the sea beneath him, sending ripples across it. He buried his head in the blanket. creating an ideal environment for a deep, uninterrupted sleep. Though he spoke not a word throughout the night, he still dreamt. Initially, it was a mundane dream where he traversed into the world of Journey to the West, awakening a nickname system that he named Neza, the first male in, acquiring the darkened version of the Chinquan Circle and the multicolored silk that he dubbed Chana, the first person to land on the moon. Obtaining a manned rocket, this dream concluded. His consciousness shifted to the round table space. It was only upon entering the round table dream that he realized how absurd his previous dream had been, an extent of absurdity that no one would dare to pen into a novel. However, this time, Chu Yuyi paid particular attention to the round table, for it had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon the dark green surface of the round table, all the balls had been entirely redeployed. New balls. Counting them carefully, he found a total of 25. This signified that if he could pocket them all, he would gain 25 entirely new abilities, if each ability were as wondrous as the empty realm. This was a level of fortune that was beyond imagination. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a black ball at the center of the round table, which no longer represented the empty realm, but a brand new ability. Surrounding the black ball were more vividly colored balls, appearing quite dazzling. Finally, the round table had acquired a new hue. Chu Yuyi felt a surge of excitement. He wished to rub his hands together, only to find that he could only remain as a consciousness in this space. The colors of the balls consisted of 1 black ball, 3 red balls, 5 purple balls, 7 yellow balls, and 9 white balls, totaling 25. However, as Chu Yuyi focused his consciousness on one of the white balls, he was astounded to find several pieces of information flooding into his mind. Photographic memory description. With this ability, you will be able to recall any scene or object you have ever encountered at will. Shifting his gaze to the other 2 white balls. Shadow clone description. You can detach your shadow, which will transform into a physical entity. This entity can understand simple commands. Note, the entity's strength is equivalent to 50% of your physical prowess. Caution, the entity will dissipate upon encountering strong attacks and revert to your ordinary shadow. No. Sixth sense perception description. You can switch between first-person and third-person perspectives at will to gain a broader view. Observing these 9 white balls, Chu Yuyi realized that none of these abilities were useless. Or rather, while these abilities might not be as extraordinary as the empty realm, each possessed substantial practical value. Quite impressive indeed. Yet, Chu Yuyi found himself unable to pocket any of them, not even a single white ball. He contemplated that perhaps he needed to eliminate a binge-eating patient to once again shake the round table that moment. Perhaps having lingered too long, the sensation of awakening washed over Chu Yuyi once more. Indeed, in a fleeting daze, he gradually awoke from his slumber in the empty realm. Checking his phone, he discovered it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. He had slept for quite a while, and he wished to normalize his circadian rhythm, sleeping by 10 at night and rising at 6 in the morning. Alas, circumstances did not permit that. As soon as he got up, Chu Yuyi set himself a small goal, to slay 100 binge-eating patients. However, the issue of weaponry posed a dilemma if he attempted to use a Tanghung knife or a bone-cutting knife to kill a binge-eating patient. It would be purely a matter of surprise. In an open space, the one likely to perish would be him. Yet, Chu Yuyi quickly devised a solution. After all, the empty realm was akin to Doraemon's anywhere door. By merely expressing his desired location, he could arrive in an instant. With such a treasure at hand, why would he fear a lack of weapons? A knife is the courage of 100 soldiers, while a gun is the king of all weapons. But do not misunderstand. He meant the kind that could fire rapidly. Taking out his phone, Chu Yuyi promptly downloaded an offline translator. The items he sought could only be procured in places where gunfights occurred daily. Off he went, to the land of the free. Chu Yuyi's intention was to find someone to purchase firearms from, rather than indiscriminately grabbing a couple from an armory, although the latter would be more convenient. Chu Yuyi was not a military enthusiast. He knew nothing about firearms, not even the basics like how to chamber a round or where the safety was located. While most tutorials were available online, the internet was not omnipotent. Specific models of firearms, their pros and cons, and the best accessories to pair with them are not easily searchable. Thus, he contemplated the idea of buying a gun. Naturally, in the land of the free, where gunfights were a daily occurrence, he aimed to visit a relatively safe location. Turning the doorknob of the empty door, Chu Yuyi thought, I need to go to a shop that specializes in selling firearms. The shopkeeper should be amiable, welcoming, and not prone to violence. He should not care about my identity and be willing to accept gold, ideally speaking a bit of Mandarin as well. Chu Yuyi articulated his requirements in a continuous stream, then slowly twisted the doorknob. If that empty door had consciousness and could speak, it might have remarked, You have quite the demands, my friend. Why not let me take you to a divine place instead? With that, Chu Yuyi turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The tinkling of a wind chime above signaled that this door connected directly to the shop. A man of mixed descent, appearing to be in his 30s, was polishing his glasses. Initially, he paid little attention to the newcomer, but upon seeing Chu Yuyi's face, the shopkeeper's interest was evidently piqued. He then spoke, Are you not tired? Realizing the shopkeeper was inquiring whether he was well off, Chu Yuyi shook his head. The shopkeeper continued, Korea? Chu Yuyi did not comprehend this question, but shook his head once more. Suddenly, the shopkeeper asked again, Chinese? Finally, Chu Yuyi nodded. With that single nod, the shopkeeper's expression transformed from neutrality to one of exuberance. He exclaimed, Come in. I can speak a little Mandarin. Just a little. Surprised to hear the shopkeeper speak Mandarin, Chu Yuyi noted that although it was indeed Mandarin, the shopkeeper's accent resembled that of translator, with a tone reminiscent of I'm going to kick your butt. It was unclear where he had learned such a dialect. However, it was evident from the shopkeeper's demeanor that he seemed quite interested in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. As expected, the shopkeeper stepped out from behind the counter and performed 2 sets of calisthenics right in front of Chu Yuyi, wiping his nose afterward with a proud expression. Noticing Chu Yuyi's somewhat perplexed look, the shopkeeper quickly added, Please come in. Would you like something to drink? Orange juice, green tea, black coffee? Waving his hand dismissively, Chu Yuyi stated, I need heavy firepower, preferably something simple yet highly destructive. Tea should also allow for easy magazine changes and be user-friendly. Listening to this string of requests, even the enthusiastic shopkeeper seemed momentarily taken aback. Assuming the firearms were expensive, Chu Yuyi pulled out a piece of gold from his pocket. This was not a bar from a vault, but rather a small piece he had cut off with a knife, the markings on it having been ground away. Although Chu Yuyi was not well-versed in gold, this piece appeared to hold considerable value by market standards. If it were worthless, the shopkeeper wouldn't be gazing at it with such gleaming eyes. Wow, my friend, you truly are, the shopkeeper exclaimed as he accepted the gold, biting into it to verify its authenticity before gleefully stashing it in his pocket. Almost immediately, he ushered Chu Yuyi into the back room, pointing at several displayed firearms while enthusiastically introducing them. First, allow me to proudly present my personal modified model, the ultimate weapon, M180, a short, black, modified version with a 360-round dual drum. Oh my goodness, this piece is typically used to suppress riots in prisons, capable of firing 1,200 rounds per minute. When it fires, it sounds like a swarm of bees buzzing about. Thus, I affectionately refer to these 2 guns as little bees. After this enthusiastic pitch, the shopkeeper paused for breath before adding, This gun has virtually no drawbacks and is easy to operate. The only downside, it takes 2 hours to reload after 5 minutes of shooting. Seeing Chu Yuyi's lack of laughter, the shopkeeper sighed. Sensing the feeling of being misunderstood, he then turned to showcase another pistol, a large caliber pistol, jam-free, easy to reload, Walther P22. This firearm has a rather striking design that immediately caught Chu Yuyi's eye. The shopkeeper grinned as he fired 2 shots at a distant concrete wall, boasting, This little fellow uses standard rifle ammunition, my friend. It's accurate and high precision, making it perfect for beginners. Listening to the shopkeeper's enthusiastic introduction, Chu Yuyi felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he had no intention of wasting too much time here. Sensing this, the shopkeeper quickly retrieved a cardboard box and placed 2 little bees and 2 Walther P22s inside. In a rather amusing manner, he added, Today, I will also throw in 12 additional magazines for free. The magazines for the little bees were quite bulky and disc-shaped, quickly filling the entire box. The shopkeeper demonstrated the magazine change process with one of the little bees, producing 2 crisp sounds, which made it clear to Chu Yuyi. The same operation with the Walther P22 was even more straightforward. Subsequently, the shopkeeper placed 12 empty magazines for the Walther into the cardboard box before handing it over to Chu Yuyi, who found it quite hefty. Next time, I'll only choose friends who speak concisely, he remarked, waving goodbye as he exited the shop. As he stepped outside, the golden sunlight fell upon his face, accompanied by a foul odor invading his nostrils. Ugh, who said that the air abroad was sweet? If this were sweet, then durians and stinky tofu would have to be classified as desserts. Embracing the box of firearms, Chu Yuyi quietly walked into a narrow alley. There, a homeless man lay, hoping for a morsel. However, upon seeing the exposed gun barrels from the cardboard box, he swiftly recoiled. But to the end of the alley was the back door of a boiler room. Perpetually locked, the homeless man made no attempt to alert anyone, simply wanting to see Chu Yuyi, the foreigner, be made a fool of. Yet, an unexpected event unfolded before his astonished gaze. Chu Yuyi not only managed to open the door that had remained shut for years, but also stepped into a peculiar space. The homeless man rubbed his eyes and glanced at the needle marks on his left arm, muttering, "Is the heist still not gone?" In the bathroom of his home in Haida Town, the sound of rushing water echoed as Chu Yuyi relieved himself of his bodily burdens. For him, such acts were a daily necessity, occurring 1 or 2 times a day. Otherwise, he would feel quite uncomfortable. However, if his life were a novel, this detail would likely remain unmentioned. After all, how many normal novels delve into the mundane aspects of eating, drinking, and relieving oneself, right? Stepping out of the restroom, Chu Yuyi kicked a cardboard box at the door, and upon seeing the pile of corpses of the binge eaters in the living room, he felt a slight headache. Though he contemplated asking online what to do about the blood splattered from the pig slaughter at home, he dismissed it, considering he had the empty door at his disposal. With great effort, he dragged the corpses inside and allowed the empty door to lead him to a desolate place where he could dispose of them. And thus Chu Yuyi opened the door in a certain location on Blue Star. As soon as he opened the door, Chu Yuyi spotted a hyena lazily pretending to sleep in the distance. Seeing the hyena, he couldn't help but ponder, is this really still my homeland? What on earth am I doing here? However, he paid little mind to such thoughts and directly dragged the corpse of the binge eater outside. Glancing at the hyena not far away, Chu Yuyi instinctively made a couple of sounds. Suddenly, the distant hyena, as if responding to an ancient and mysterious summons, opened its eyes and turned its gaze towards Chu Yuyi. In the midst of a desolate landscape, an unexpected door appeared, with a figure dragging out a massive corpse. At the first sight of this creature, the hyena's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He wagged its tail, but hesitated to approach, instead glancing around nervously and occasionally howling softly, "I won't disturb you, I'm leaving now." With that, Chu Yuyi quickly withdrew into the empty door, shutting it behind him. Back in Black Soil Town, upon returning home, Chu Yuyi nonchalantly picked up 2 Walther pistols and slung them at his waist. While holding a small bee in his hand, he was not concerned about exposure. In Longwa, even if one walked down the street with a real gun, passers-by would merely assume it to be a toy. Of course, if it were a couple of shabby steel pipes wrapped in cloth, people would certainly believe it to be genuine. In fact, the firearms wielded by the police would also generally be taken as authentic. As he stepped outside, Chu Yuyi locked the door behind him. The smell of blood in the corridor seemed to have faded considerably, likely having dried up long ago. He wondered if the reincarnated individual upstairs had survived. After all, in the span of a single night, these binge eaters could scale the stairs with their bare hands. It would be entirely normal for them to break in after shattering a window and devour someone. The weather today was overcast, slightly chilly. Exiting his home, Chu Yuyi surveyed the dim and desolate town, surprised by how much had changed in just one night. The people were in dire straits. He harbored no intentions of acting as a vigilante. He merely aimed to eliminate a few binge eaters to acquire some ability point from the round table. However, after a night had passed, the town had grown eerily quiet, starkly contrasting with the previous evening when the sounds of binge eaters feasting could be heard. It was far too troublesome to search for them one by one. Chu Yuyi raised the small bee and fired 2 shots into the sky. The explosive sound of the bees resonated, causing his ears some discomfort. Observing the small bee, he raised an eyebrow, surprised to find it truly resembled the gunfire described by the shopkeeper. The commotion seemed to awaken several dormant entities, feeling a gaze upon him. Chu Yuyi turned to look at it was a person, a familiar one from behind a window secured with burglar bars. A curtain slowly pulled back to reveal a plump face that was a middle-aged woman. Her expression somewhat amiable. Chu Yuyi recognized her as the owner of a tofu shop in town, known affectionately by the townsfolk as Aunt Fat. With her children working elsewhere, she spent her days selling tofu. Enjoying a leisurely life, seeing Aunt Fat peek out, Chu Yuyi greeted her cheerfully. "Oh, Aunt Fat. Have you seen any of those monsters? You know, the big ones, much larger than you?" Upon hearing his loud inquiry, Aunt Fat immediately waved her hands, her expression turning tense. Yet, sensing she had misspoken, she covered her mouth with one hand and pointed upwards with the other. "Oh, I understand." Chu Yuyi nodded and made his way toward the corridor, witnessing his reckless demeanor. Aunt Fat appeared even more anxious. Her intention was clear. There was a binge eater in the corridor. However, seeing Chu Yuyi's determination to confront the binge eater, Aunt Fat pondered over the toy he was holding. As Chu Yuyi entered the corridor, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he surveyed the blind spots first, but after a moment's thought, he deemed it unnecessary. Though the corridor had corners where someone could hide, it was unlikely a binge eater of such massive size could conceal itself behind a roller shutter. On the first floor, several doors bore signs of violent forced entry, yet none had been completely broken down. Ascending to the second floor, the faint scent of rust became more pronounced, prompting Chu Yuyi to draw the small bee closer to himself. He had no desire for it to be snatched away by a binge eater at a critical moment. Reaching the third floor, he found one door violently torn open, the lock slightly deformed. It appeared that someone had unwittingly opened the door, only to be yanked away by a binge eater. Stepping inside, the mingling odors of blood and age assaulted his senses. This, perhaps, was the home of an elderly recluse. Chu Yuyi glanced around the room, which was completely empty, even the bloodstains seemingly scrubbed away. Noticing the refrigerator wide open yet devoid of food, his suspicions deepened. The bloodstains were likely not cleaned, but rather licked away by a binge eater. "Tiske." Chu Yuyi clicked his tongue softly and ascended the stairs with his gun in hand. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he heard a faint snoring sound. The doors to all three apartments on this floor had been destroyed, and the sound originated from Unit 402. Chu Yuyi leaned in to take a look, only to find a massive figure occupying a significant portion of the living room that resembled an inflated Snorlax, albeit more anthropomorphic and somewhat shrouded in a terrifying aura. The binge eater lay on its side, and upon entering the room, Chu Yuyi noticed the creature's head was nowhere in sight. The binge eater appeared to be asleep, snoring loudly and completely oblivious to its surroundings. Chu Yuyi cautiously approached its side, raised the small bee, and gently pulled the trigger towards the grotesque creature's head. In the next moment, a cacophony of buzzing erupted. Blood and flesh exploded, splattering the floor and walls, turning them into a gruesome scene in an instant. The snoring ceased, and even its breathing faded away. As Chu Yuyi had anticipated, this binge eater was still a carbon-based organism, and how could such a being withstand bullets, especially a rapid succession of them? Seeing the binge eater motionless, Chu Yuyi approached and kicked it lightly. Its massive body swayed slightly. He could only wonder how many lives it had consumed. Casting a glance back, he turned to leave. Just as he descended the stairs, Chu Yuyi caught sight of a police car in the distance, one of the few stationed in the town that he recognized it from the previous decapitation incident in Black Soil Town. The police vehicle was parked beside the corridor, and 3 officers emerged, their expressions grave and splattered with blood, likely fresh from dispatching a binge eater. With the arrival of these officers, it seemed the binge eaters in the town would soon be eradicated. However, it was likely that the entire police department in Black Soil Town had no more than 30 rounds of ammunition. While 1 bullet per binge eater might be feasible, such a scenario was far too optimistic. Hitting the torso would inflict minimal damage on these creatures, due to the fact that the law enforcement in Haida Town is equipped solely with the 64 pistol. Chu Yuyi, who is unfamiliar with firearms, recalls an incident from a few years prior when a rampaging bull was shot at twice in the head by an officer wielding this very sidearm. Yet the beast remained unscathed. It was only after 3 additional shots that the bull finally succumbed. Upon spotting several officers, Chu Yuyi swiftly circumnavigated the building to evade their gaze, feeling the urgency to quicken his pace. He casually sought out a door, turned the handle to activate his ability, and stepped into the space of the empty door. Once inside, Chu Yuyi twisted the doorknob again and declared, "Take me to the location of the gluttonous patients in Haidatown." Without hesitation, he discharged a volley upon opening the door, summoning a swarm of bees once more. After firing, he promptly closed the door and reopened it to reveal an entirely new scene. Engaging in this repetitive action, Chu Yuyi showed no signs of pause. The small bees were equipped with double magazines, totaling over 100 rounds. In an instant, he unleashed them with abandon, effortlessly replacing them with 2 fresh magazines and continuing his assault. However, this time, the doorknob resisted his attempts to turn it. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuyi seemed to grasp the implication. Have all the gluttonous patients in Haidatown been eliminated by me? Subsequently, he decided against further hesitation and reclined on the ground of the empty door. The temperature here was pleasantly stable, seemingly perpetually set at 23°C within a few minutes. Chu Yuyi found himself dozing off. In a surreal dreamscape of a round table, Chu Yuyi's consciousness arrived, only to immediately sense a change. Historically, he had been unable to stir the round table even a fraction, yet after vanquishing an unknown number of gluttonous patients, he felt a newfound ability to influence it. Without delay, he aimed directly at the black ball. Not for any other reason, but because each table boasted only one black ball. Its rarity signified excellence, and it was the first target Chu Yuyi wished to claim. However, regardless of his efforts, he found himself unable to budge the black ball. Relinquishing this pursuit, he turned his attention to the red ball, then the purple and yellow, only to be met with failure at every turn. Tsk. Was he left with no choice but to strike the white ball? A hint of dissatisfaction crossed his mind as he approached the table and seized the black ball, only to find himself capable of moving the white ball, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet he was not one to dwell in discontent. Resolutely, he selected a white ball to claim. This one represented the shadow doppelganger. Having an additional, absolutely loyal aide proved far more advantageous than other auxiliary abilities. With that thought, Chu Yuyi's consciousness enveloped the white ball completely. However, despite his comprehensive control, he found himself unable to move it even slightly. No, more accurately, all directional forces seemed to counteract, causing the white ball to remain stationary, akin to the futility of pushing a cart where one person pushes forward while another pulls back, resulting in no movement at all. As he endeavored to shake the white ball, Chu Yuyi also noticed his influence over the round table gradually diminishing. It was time for a change in strategy. Deep in thought, he concentrated, and in the next moment, all his control over the round table coalesced into a cue stick. Surely, this would allow him to make an impact. He chuckled lightly at the absurdity of the situation as he wielded the cue with his mind. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the white ball was struck, rolling across the round table. Unfortunately, it encountered the edge and rolled at an angle, failing to sink into a pocket. Damn it! Chu Yuyi muttered in irritation that he swiftly took another shot, sending the white ball careening into a pocket with success. As the white ball rolled out from the pocket, it became part of Chu Yuyi's consciousness that he now possessed this white ball. Dragging the white ball along, a surge of information flooded his mind. An 0.002 shadow doppelganger level. White description. You can detach your shadow, which will transform into a tangible entity capable of understanding simple commands. Note: the tangible shadow possesses 50 of your physical attributes. Caution: the tangible shadow will disperse upon encountering a strong attack, reverting back to an ordinary shadow. Afterward, Chu Yuyi once again directed his consciousness towards the round table, targeting the other white balls. Several encounters with the edge of the round table resulted in 2 more balls sinking into pockets. Once his control over the round table completely waned, he had acquired a total of 5 white balls. Each of these 5 white balls corresponded to a unique new ability. Number 003, Blood Manipulation NO. 004, Omnivision. Number 005, Photographic Memory. Number 006. Universal Language. Notably, only Blood Manipulation and Universal Language appeared particularly significant. Blood Manipulation sounded formidable. However, its effects were limited to oneself. Chu Yuyi had no desire to inflict harm upon himself, merely to bleed out in battle. Setting aside concerns of potential infection, even losing a few hundred cc would be untenable. The primary intention behind acquiring this ability was to prevent excessive blood loss and, no matter the severity of future conflicts. He could instantly staunch any bleeding, which would prove quite convenient that AS for universal language. Its utility was substantial. Number 006. Universal language level. White description. You can communicate through consciousness, but cannot use it on creatures with an intelligence and behavioral logic lower than 30. Upon awakening from the round table dream, Chu Yuyi gradually rose, palms together. With his newfound abilities, his resolve to eliminate the gluttonous patience solidified. Now that the entire town had been purged, his focus shifted to other cities. However, he realized he had not eaten all day. The notion of saving the world seemed to pale in comparison to his immediate need for sustenance. Chu Yuyi was not a paragon of virtue. In fact, he could be deemed quite flawed in some respects. Unlike superheroes like Superman or Spider-Man, he harbored no illusions of heroism. Would he save those who vilified him, or adhere to some unwavering code of secrecy? He had no such principles. In fact, he would not starve himself to combat the gluttonous patience. Even if it meant delaying his actions, many would perish at the hands of these gluttonous individuals. With this in mind, Chu Yuyi twisted the doorknob, requesting of the empty door, "I wish to go to a nice restaurant, ideally one where I can encounter several gluttonous patients after my meal." Having spoken, he turned the doorknob. Click. At that moment, he realized this endeavor had come to fruition, that he was experimenting to see if the empty door could serve as a form of prophecy. While the empty door could fulfill geographical requests, it remained unclear if it could also impose requirements on the future, a crucial point. With matters as they were, he prioritized dining. In the next moment, Chu Yuyi stepped through, entering the restaurant chosen for him by the empty door. In Longhua, Jingnan City, with just a step, he had traversed hundreds of kilometers. The empty door had selected a local eatery, one that, while not on the level of a state banquet, was certainly a must-try according to local recommendations. Upon entering, Chu Yuyi opted for a private room and took his seat. Observing the waiter beside him, he promptly stated, "I don't want this, nor do I want that pickled vegetable. Just bring me everything else." Chu Yuyi had been eagerly selecting items from the entire menu, as it was indeed a rarity for a restaurant to remain operational in these apocalyptic times. But he thought it prudent to indulge in a more extravagant order this time. For who knew if he would have the opportunity to savor such delights again in the future? However, his writer's imagination conjured up various scenarios, particularly scenes reminiscent of mindless, sensationalist narratives, like a disdainful waiter questioning his ability to afford the meal, or whether he could even settle the bill. After a series of incredulous remarks, perhaps he would utter something shocking like, "Even if I cannot afford it, I could still eat leftovers." This would prompt him to summon the manager, clear the payment right then and there, and demand the dismissal of the waiter. Yet, the unfolding of events was far removed from his fanciful thoughts, as the restaurant prided itself on quality and service. Regardless of a customer's financial standing, such matters were not the waiter's concern. Earning several thousand yuan a month, why should he be bothered? The waiter simply turned away to fetch the menu. Where, then, was the anticipated moment of dramatic confrontation? Chu Yuyi felt an unaccountable sense of disappointment. But soon enough, a table laden with dishes appeared before him, reflecting Chu Yuyi's emotions, an array of cold and hot dishes, along with steaming soup, all exuding mouth-watering aromas that he immediately dove in, targeting the roasted duck. Wrapping the duck in a spring pancake, he added sweet bean sauce and a sprinkling of green onion. With a single bite, the succulent fat seeped from the crispy skin, delighting his palate. A bite of cucumber followed, refreshing his taste buds. Marking a satisfying pause, he sampled each dish in turn, sipping the fragrant mushroom chicken soup, savoring a morsel of braised meat, and enjoying a sip of finjiao, complemented by the duck feet. After indulging to his heart's content and observing that the restaurant had not succumbed to any disorderly feasting, Chu Yuyi casually perused his phone. It was then that he noticed a peculiar shift in online discourse. A trending topic titled "Rebirth is a sensationalist hoax. The virus lacks scientific basis" occupied the third position. The top two spots were claimed by some young celebrities' antics. Chu Yuyi felt no desire to click on them. It made sense. After all, the authorities would surely seek to clarify and manage such negative narratives. Yet, as he scrolled through the videos, he found them rather entertaining. Point one video caught his attention. A dimly lit backdrop featured a man with bloodshot eyes passionately recounting his previous life. Beware, stay away from them. The binge-eating virus has a long incubation period. You never know when it might strike. Once it manifests, those afflicted no longer resemble humans. No, perhaps they can no longer be called human from my past life's memories. This is not the most terrifying aspect. The crucial point is that merely witnessing them eat, even in video form, can lead to infection. I refer to them as binge-eating patients. Chu Yuyi raised an eyebrow. Continuing to scroll through the comments. Fire Mars. Do you all understand the containment characteristics? It feels somewhat like a meme concept. Just a glance could lead to infection. Absurd. Sunny Rainbow Little Black Horse. Well played. So many influencers are riding the hype. I almost believed it. Haha. Just goes to show, it's a great start of the year. AAA professional hardware wholesale. You're all joking, but I genuinely am a reborn individual. I still remember the feeling of having my heart ripped out. The binge-eating virus is real. Stock up on supplies and minimize movement. Tiger Zhuang's mom. Seriously, stop joking that if this continues, I might actually believe it. Jasmine tea is the best. Am I the only one wondering when this so-called apocalypse will occur? I feel so uncertain. Lingering in the mortal realm. Who cares? If it's real, I'd be the first to willingly get infected. I've even been displeased with my boss for a while. When the time comes, I'll pin him down and feast on him. I'm gonna eat. The online sentiment was divided into three factions, one that believed, another that dismissed it entirely, and a small portion consisting of those who had first-hand experiences or had witnessed the binge-eating patients, including a few reborn individuals mixed in. However, according to the logic of the average person, without personal experience, such matters would naturally be dismissed as jokes. Yet, Chu Yuyi had lived through it. TSK, just a glance could lead to infection. How repulsive. Piecing together the information, the binge-eating virus was likely highly contagious. With a conceptual mode of transmission, witnessing binge-eating patients consume food could result in infection. Initial symptoms included an uncontrollable hunger and incessant eating, in the mid-stage. One's physique would expand several-fold. Bodily functions would be enhanced, and one could even chew through steel rebar as if it were a mere spicy snack. Notably, during the binge-eating patient's relentless consumption, humans were similarly prioritized in the menu list. Wiping his mouth, Chu Yuyi pressed the call button at the table, and soon a server entered the room. However, it was not the original female waiter, but rather a young man who appeared somewhat affluent. "Please pack everything for me." "Certainly, sir." "Right this way, please," the young man said, glancing at the remnants of Chu Yuyi's meal with a hint of astonishment. Chu Yuyi had barely touched each dish, sampling just a few bites. Yet the table looked as if it had barely been disturbed. Observing these leftovers, the male server felt an unbidden rush of saliva. He usually sampled some of the customers' leftovers, which typically bore little difference from freshly served dishes, save for temperature. However, upon seeing the spread before Chu Yuyi, he inexplicably found himself salivating profusely. Yet, he restrained himself, sensing something amiss. Chu Yuyi was about to speak when the male server turned to him, eyeing him intently. Had Chu Yuyi not possessed a strong constitution, he might have felt a twinge of unease. Fortunately, the male server did not make any abrupt moves. He simply asked, "Sir, if you're packing up?" "It might not be appropriate for me to ask, but may I have a taste?" The male server seemed to retain some semblance of rationality, yet his gaze was increasingly fixated on the array of dishes. In a moment of daze, Chu Yuyi instinctively replied, "Oh, sure." That single response seemed to trigger some signal, reminiscent of the clucking of pigs outside a pen, the clanging of dog bowls, or the clatter of dishes in a school cafeteria. The server, initially seated and using chopsticks, soon stood up. Resorting to his hands, he grasped a plate of braised pork, tearing it apart with fervor, stuffing his mouth with it, even swallowing the bones whole, all the while murmuring, delicious, so hungry, so tasty." Watching the increasingly frenzied server, Chu Yuyi raised an eyebrow, pondering, is this the initial stage of the binge-eating virus? Perhaps I should wait until he reaches the mid-stage before taking action. As it stands, he seems just like a normal person. I wonder if killing him would have any effect. In the corridor, another server entered, and Chu Yuyi kindly cautioned, "Call the police that do not enter this private room." The server felt utterly bewildered. even casting a suspicious glance at Chu Yuyi. Which sane individual would heed such advice and casually report to the police? Embracing an inherent rebellious psychology, the server thought. Why shouldn't I go in? The more you say no, the more I want to go in. Otherwise, how would I know what you're up to? With that thought, the server opened the door and stepped inside. Upon first glance, he was taken aback by the sight of the male server devouring food with wild abandon. Chu Yuyi, witnessing the scene, refrained from further comment. He had said all that was necessary. And if the individual chose not to heed his warning, there was little he could do to, as the saying goes, let go of the urge to help others and respect their fate. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Chu Yuyi discreetly stepped back and closed the door behind him. Inside the private room, the male server exclaimed, "What is happening to you? I'm so hungry, I want to eat. What are you doing? The food is all gone. You need to act normally. Brother, you smell so good. Don't come over." In Longwood, Jingnan City, a great turmoil erupted within a restaurant. The surrounding roads have been sealed off, prohibiting passage. Police cars are tightly encircling the establishment, resembling a steel barricade. A large contingent of law enforcement personnel stands ready, awaiting orders. Some individuals remain unevacuated, on standby, received in neat row, ensuring no escape for any potential threats. Unfortunately, the restaurant's perimeter is typically adorned with LED billboards for promotional purposes, screening films for patrons during busy times, and advertising for the establishment when it is less crowded. However, at this moment, the LED billboard displays not a film, nor an advertisement, but the entire grotesque feast of a bulimic patient. Ugh! One officer could not hold back and immediately vomited. Just as he relaxed, a companion to his right, seemingly possessed, lunged at his neck to bite. Permission to open fire. Repeat, permission to open fire. Neutralize the bulimic patient immediately. Received. The streets outside have descended into chaos, but fortunately, personnel and vehicles have been evacuated, preventing widespread panic. Inside the restaurant, the door to a private room swung open, and Chu Yuyi stepped out. In his hands, he held 2 Walther pistols. After disengaging the safety and chambering rounds, he felt as though he were the protagonist of a video game, wielding a firearm in each hand. However, Chu Yuyi seemed to overlook one crucial detail. He was not particularly familiar with the layout. The restaurant was rather large, and with all patrons evacuated, he could not even ask someone for directions. With no other option, he decided to rely on his unique ability, the empty door. Finding an accessible door, Chu Yuyi stepped through and instantly arrived in a different room. The restaurant surveillance room served primarily to monitor and prevent patrons from losing belongings or causing disturbances. Additionally, it had the capability to control the LED billboards outside that moment. A filthy man, his visage a grotesque blend of grease and congealed blood, sat in an odd posture in front of a screen displaying his gluttonous feast. So hungry, I need to find something to eat. If I gather companions, those police outside won't be able to stop me. I must be a genius. Yet before he could ponder further, a bullet suddenly pierced through the back of his head, exiting through his forehead. The filthy bulimic's vacant gaze met the floor as he collapsed. Remarkably, even with his brain obliterated, he managed to utter a final word, a true medical marvel. The surveillance room door was tightly shut, but moments ago it had been opened from a different space, revealing Chu Yuyi stepping through. He was immediately struck by the metallic scent of rust and felt a headache at the sight of the bloody scene. Brain matter splattered across the walls, and the monitor was stained as well. The bulimic's head leaked blood like a faulty faucet, a disturbing sight. What to do with the body? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Chu Yuyi dismissed the thought. Moreover, this was the surveillance room. Aside from certain private areas, the camera coverage allowed a clear view of the restaurant situation. Glancing around, he noted the general layout of several rooms, each harboring a few bulimic patients. After taking a couple of steps, he cut the power to the surveillance system. Chu Yuyi had not only witnessed the restaurant's interior, but also the bulimic's broadcast to the outside, which created a significant impact. He casually disabled the main power, ensuring the LED billboard outside would display a no connection message. Shaking the blood from his shoes, Chu Yuyi twisted the doorknob once more, utilizing the convenience of the empty door. He moved like a phantom, capable of instantaneously traversing between various rooms, in open fields, grassy plains, or deserts, areas devoid of doors. He was merely an ordinary man with a gun, yet within this confined space, he transformed into an elegant butcher. Each shot fired erupted in a bloom of blood and flesh. In the blink of an eye, these suspended blossoms of gore either splattered against the walls or fell to the ground. Before long, with Chu Yuyi alone, every bulimic patient within the restaurant had been thoroughly eliminated. Returning to the empty door, he took a moment to rest before arriving at the round table dreamscape. Having just dispatched such a multitude of bulimic patients, his control over the table had reached an unfathomable level. Next, Chu Yuyi directly pocketed all the remaining white balls, expending about 40% of his control power. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the yellow ball, that he realized that his control had finally begun to influence balls of other colors, but it was limited exclusively to the yellow ability ball. Was it a gradual progression? The first wave was the white balls, this time it was the yellow. Was the final wave to be the least numerous black balls? Chu Yuyi pondered, but his thoughts raced as he selected a ball to strike. Bang! The yellow ball was instantaneously sent flying, landing directly in the pocket. Awesome! Chu Yuyi exclaimed. However, in an instant he noticed something amiss. This swing had consumed a staggering 55% of his control power. Put it into perspective. Previously, pocketing the remaining 4 white balls had only cost him 40% of his control. This yellow ball had consumed 5 to 6 times that amount. This revelation compelled Chu Yuyi to reflect deeply. With a thought, the 4 white balls appeared beside him. Number 7 orderly, in 0.8 effortlessly, in 0.9 calm in the storm. In 0.10 dimensions of skill, balls 7, 8, and 10 were passive skills. In 0.7 orderly granted Chu Yuyi a constant state of rationality, regardless of feelings of anger, confusion, or sadness. In 0.8 effortlessly accelerated the accumulation of proficiency, making the learning of any skill significantly easier. Number 10 dimensions of skill provided a slight enhancement to physical attributes. However, it was number 9 calm in the storm that piqued Chu Yuyi's interest in 0.9 calm in the storm quality. White description, upon acquiring this ability. You can release an invisible wave barrier at any time to block flying objects. Cost. The wave barrier lasts for 2.5 seconds, and each release consumes a certain amount of stamina. This skill reminded Chu Yuyi of a certain joyful windman. The simplicity of the description belied its potential. If no definitive criteria for flying objects existed, then anything that came flying could be obstructed, right? Chu Yuyi mused as he gazed at the yellow ball before him. In 0.11 environmental adaptation quality. Yellow description. Upon acquiring this ability, you can quickly adapt to various environments. Caution. This ability is limited to environments that will not immediately kill you, such as high pressure, high oxygen environments, mildly toxic atmospheres, strong gravitational conditions, and so forth. Upon reading the cautionary note, Chu Yuyi understood. Although this ability had its limitations, it remained powerful, AS stated, unless one were to suddenly plunge into the deep sea or molten lava. They could adapt to such environments. Truly, as expected of a yellow ability ball, it was formidable. Subsequently, Chu Yuyi placed all his abilities, represented as a billiard ball, upon the ethereal round table of his dreamscape. He began to awaken slowly in his home in Haida Town. Upon regaining consciousness, Chu Yuyi picked up a cup of warm water and, while sipping, scrolled through short videos. This moment, he found himself somewhat exhilarated by the act of vanquishing those afflicted with binge eating disorder, akin to the thrill of leveling up in a game. Moreover, the rewards he reaped were directly beneficial to himself, bestowing upon him a considerable array of abilities. Although most of these abilities were passive skills, it mattered little. While casually browsing short videos, he willed forth an 0.9 gale of tranquility. Swish! A wall of wind materialized before Chu Yuyi, lifting fine dust and revealing a vague outline of the barrier, approximately 2 meters wide and fluctuating around 2 meters in length. Chu Yuyi nonchalantly grabbed a pair of scissors from the table and hurled them at the wind wall. In an instant, the scissors struck the barrier, unable to penetrate, as if suspended in mid-air. Clang. The next moment, the scissors clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Amused, Chu Yuyi conjured another wind wall and drew his Walther from behind his waist, raising it to take a shot. Bang. The resounding gunshot echoed. Following the sound, Chu Yuyi gazed skyward, a smile involuntarily curling at his lips. There, suspended in the air, was a bullet, seemingly frozen in time. That it was not until the wind wall dissipated that the bullet finally plummeted. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Chu Yuyi set down his cup, marveling at how the white ability, an 0.9 gale of tranquility, could withstand a bullet, an extraordinarily miraculous phenomenon. Or perhaps, he pondered, does color not signify everything, or are active skills inherently extraordinary? Attempting to calm his racing thoughts, he found his lips unable to suppress a grin. Yet, inexplicably, his heart raced and his breath quickened, akin to having sprinted several hundred meters. Was this the cost? It was entirely within an acceptable range. If my physical prowess were to enhance in the future, wouldn't I be able to create an absolute domain targeting aerial objects with this ability? The notion filled his heart with delight, given his current physical condition. If he stood still to rest while unleashing number 9 gale of tranquility, releasing it dozens of times consecutively would pose no challenge, and even taking a couple of breaths to use it 100 times would not be out of the question. However, employing it while engaged in close combat presented a different scenario. Nonetheless, Chu Yuyi would strive to keep others at bay. After all, if one could wield a gun, why resort to a blade? If ranged weaponry was an option, why engage in close quarters? There were numerous foes, yet only one life to live. Why risk it? This was Chu Yuyi's principle. After experimenting with his abilities, Chu Yuyi recalled another active skill, number 2 shadow clone. He realized he had forgotten to utilize it. With a focused thought, the ability activated. In the next moment, Chu Yuyi's shadow, as if snipped away, fell to the ground like a piece of paper. It then expanded, filling with substance in the blink of an eye. The shadow transformed from a mere silhouette into an incredibly dark humanoid figure. It was not entirely devoid of light, for at least Chu Yuyi could discern its outline. He recalled having seen a paint called Vanablack that, once applied, rendered three-dimensional objects two-dimensional due to its extreme darkness. Fortunately, the shadow was not nearly as black, allowing for some visibility. Can you understand me? Nod for yes. Shake your head for no. Chu Yuyi inquired of the shadow. It nodded in response. Can you use a gun? He asked again. The shadow nodded once more. Chu Yuyi kicked a cardboard box beside him and instructed, grab a little bee and follow me to hunt monsters. The shadow promptly obeyed, squatting to pick up a gun, looking quite the part. Although according to the skill's description, the shadow's physical prowess was merely half of Chu Yuyi's own. He had no need for the shadow to engage in close combat. Could it not wield a gun? After all, it was said that a gun was the king of all weapons. What era was this? Still relying on traditional arms? As he scrolled through short videos, Chu Yuyi suddenly paused. A notification read, Orange alert for Yunzhou City. Emergency response initiated alongside 8 defensive guidelines reminiscent of urban legends. What was amiss in this place? It matters not, he thought. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. He tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped toward the nearest door, waving for the shadow to follow. Observing the shadow, armed with a little bee and looking somewhat competent, Chu Yuyi found it amusing. From now on, I'll call you Shadow, as you are, after all, a shadow. The shadow remained silent. Noticing the lack of response, Chu Yuyi paid it no mind as they both entered through the door. With a thought, Chu Yuyi declared, I shall travel to the city with the highest number of patients in Longhua. Click. The doorknob turned halfway. Glancing at the shadow beside him, he recalled the skill's description and deduced that the shadow likely would not move unless commanded. He then issued a series of directives. First, remain within a radius of 30 meters from me. Second, attack whatever I attack with your gun. Third, any commands I give after this take precedence over the first 2. Nod if you understand. The shadow nodded in affirmation. Regardless of whether the shadow truly comprehended, Chu Yuyi twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Instantly, a burnt odor wafted into his nostrils, causing a slight irritation. Yet, within a breath, that sensation dissipated. In that moment, Chu Yuyi recalled that this was the effect of number 11 environmental adaptation activating. While active skills were formidable, these passive abilities were no less impressive. Chu Yuyi felt a surge of emotion, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of pride. Stepping through the threshold, he held his Walther and surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in an office building. The burnt smell likely emanated from a nearby fire. With smoke drifting through the air, approaching a large floor-to-ceiling window, Chu Yuyi's lips twitched as he emitted a curious sound. What if the building was ensnared by thorny plants, transformed into an odd green structure? Vehicles below were piled upon one another, creating an immense traffic jam. Streetlights lay twisted and bent. Puddles of blood marked the ground, as if licked clean, yet not entirely. So Tio's right was a construction site, its steel framework interrupted midway by these events. Undoubtedly a source of considerable frustration, Chu Yuyi navigated the chaos, leaping over vehicles and strolling through the disorderly cityscape. Suddenly, a squad of police officers appeared at the edge of his vision, methodically organizing the crowd as they funneled into an underground parking garage. It seemed they were aiding those who had not managed to escape in time. After all, with the roads congested, it was nearly impossible to drive out of the city. Traffic jams were unpredictable. One never knew what had caused the blockage at the front, and if one vehicle was stuck, the entire line was rendered immobile. The larger the city, the more pronounced this phenomenon became that a police officer in the distance spotted Chu Yuyi and jogged over, calling out, "Hey, young comrade, this way. Please move swiftly." Upon hearing the words of the officer, Chu Yuyi cast his gaze in that direction. Suddenly, the construction site fence to his right was toppled over with a loud crash. Bang. As a writer, Chu Yuyi possessed a modicum of knowledge about various subjects, including architecture. He recognized this contraption as a foundation pit side fence, also known as a construction safety fence. However, in this moment, such details were of no consequence. For after the safety fence was knocked down, a grotesque creature emerged from behind, a patient afflicted with bulimia. Hungry, so hungry, it bellowed, pushing against the nearby vehicles, intent on devouring the police officer standing in the middle of the street. Without hesitation, Chu Yuyi raised his hand and fired a shot. 2 bullets were discharged in total, with the second fired by the figure that followed him. Regrettably, his aim faltered, striking a nearby vehicle instead, leaving 2 bullet holes in its side. No. How could you miss? I was aiming for that bulimia patient. Chu Yuyi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. Bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, fired by the officer. This handgun, evidently of a larger caliber, effortlessly penetrated the bulimia patient's skull, scattering brain matter and spinal fluid across the ground. At this moment, Chu Yuyi moved closer, and the officer, noticing him holding a firearm, exhibited a hint of wariness. After all, in Longwa, encountering an armed individual who was not a police officer was rather unusual. Oh, not be alarmed. I am here to eliminate these monsters. Is there any useful information you can share with me? Chu Yuyi stated casually, outlining his intentions. Upon hearing this, the officer glanced incredulously at the shadow beside Chu Yuyi, momentarily taken aback. Who is this foreign friend? There aren't even people as dark as this in Heizhou. Even a chieftain from Heizhou could be considered white. But wait, where are this person's eyes? No, to be precise, he lacks even facial features, not even fingernails or anything of the sort. He is practically not human, merely a shadow come to life. In the next moment, the officer's understanding dawned upon him. He comprehended it all. I knew it. Longwa must have special departments, something like the Dragon Group or the Special Investigations Bureau. He is one of those awakened individuals. The novels do not deceive me. The officer immediately saluted and introduced himself. I am Zhou Pingan, badge number Yin020927. Currently, the entire Yinzhou city is overrun with a multitude of patients, and we're in the process of evacuating the populace. As he spoke, Zhou Pingan gestured toward a peculiar building entwined with verdant plants, giving it an eerie appearance. That building had been infested by lazy patients and was our lowest priority target. Our primary objective is to address the scattered bulimia patients in the urban area, followed by the anger patients in the Western District and the jealous patients in the Northern District. If you could assist us, that would be splendid. Observing the officer's expression, Chu Yuyi felt a twinge of surprise, pondering, is there more than just one bulimia virus? Laziness, anger, jealousy. Are they attempting to create a manifestation of the 7 deadly sins? If that is the case, could there also be lust, greed, and pride? Seemingly struck by inspiration, Chu Yuyi contemplated. Lust? He suddenly thought of succubi. However, upon glancing at the building infested by lazy patients, he noted the entire structure was covered in ominous green, spiky plants. It appeared quite terrifying. I suppose lust must be distorted as well. Chu Yuyi shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such matters. Refocusing, he inquired of the officer named Zhou Pingan, which is the most dangerous. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Pingan answered without hesitation, the anger patient, there is only one, and it is extremely hazardous. It resembles the Hulk, practically impervious to weapons. Ahem. Chu Yuyi pretended to cough twice, then asked, and what else? Impervious to weapons. What nonsense! You mean the kind that hangs the red tassel. Right? If firearms can be thwarted, then it should be left to the elite officers. Grenades, missiles, and the like should surely breach it. When asked about the second, most formidable, the officer replied, just as swiftly. The jealous patients in the Northern District, they act in groups, and it seems the more there are, the more unique they become. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi did not inquire further about their specific abilities, but immediately sprang into action. He exerted force through his legs, leaping down from the vehicle to its side. The car door was merely a door. Open! Chu Yuyi commanded, twisting the handle and instantly revealing a portal that led not to the back seat, but to a bizarre landscape. He swiftly dove through, followed closely by his shadow. Bang! The car door shut behind them, and the two vanished from sight. Is he truly an awakened individual? Zhou Pingan's lips twitched. However, he reconsidered, with the apocalypse brought on by the 7 deadly sins virus. There was little that could not be accepted regarding certain awakened beings. Yet, witnessing one for the first time was indeed somewhat shocking. He wondered how one awakens their powers, through experiences of life and death. Or perhaps through a bloodline awakening. If only I were also an awakened individual. What would my stage name be? Super Officer. No, just Super Police, simple yet grand. Zhou Pingan stood rooted in place, already lost in his fantasies. Suddenly, a companion behind him called out, pulling him back to reality. Their current task was to escort the ordinary citizens of the Southern District to a nearby refuge at Yanzhou City, in the Northern District. A squad of elite officers awaited their moment to strike behind temporary cover. The leader of the elite officers, donned in protective goggles and a black helmet, was clad in a pristine black combat uniform. It appeared that this individual held the rank of captain within this elite squad. Their body was tightly wrapped in a stab-resistant suit, obscuring any discernible physique, making it impossible to identify gender. The captain extended their arm downward, forming a fist and swinging it back. Upon receiving the signal, 150 elite officers instantly dispersed, ultimately forming a V-shape that encircled the entire building. Subsequently, the captain made a gesture, cupping their hand over their mouth. Several canisters of tear gas were launched into the air, crashing into the besieged building. In mere moments, piercing screams erupted, the sounds grating like knives scraping against glass. Cough, cough, cough. Why are you all unharmed? I can't cough, 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 gag. Jealousy. We are so jealous. Strangely, after only a few cries of anguish, silence fell once more. It was hard to fathom how any creature could remain inside the building filled with tear gas. It is worth noting that although tear gas is named as such, its effects extend far beyond merely inducing tears. It inflicts burning irritation on the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract, and can even lead to asphyxiation. Yet, within that building, the monsters merely let out a few cries before lapsing into silence. While asphyxiation was a possibility, it warranted further investigation. The captain continued to issue commands. However, this time, they opted against using gestures, instead speaking directly into the radio. 3-3 formation, proceed in succession, engage freely. Over. Upon hearing her voice, it became evident that it was a melodious female voice. That it is worth noting that aside from fantasies, in situations where individuals possess comparable physique and fitness, female strength is significantly inferior to that of males, owing to the influence of testosterone and genetics. To be appointed as the captain of a squad comprising 150 elite officers suggests that she must excel in certain areas. After the 5 groups of personnel had entered, the female captain continued to inquire. Report. However, the situation is far from optimistic. Little information has been relayed back, and only sporadic sounds of gunfire and chaotic shouting can be discerned. The female captain furrows her brow and continues to signal with her hands. She contemplates a direct demolition of the building, but the potential repercussions could be substantial, affecting a considerable surrounding area. The rapid fall of Yin City is alarming, with no time for preparation, and information remains unaccounted for, leaving her unaware of how many individuals have yet to evacuate. The prospect of further casualties resulting from this situation is something she desperately wishes to avoid. The captain leads her team of 11, advancing in a staggered formation. As they proceed, the lingering scent of tear gas still permeates the air. Shortly thereafter, she encounters the body of a fallen comrade. The bullet holes glaringly evident. How is this possible? She muses, her brow knitted in confusion. The team is clad in stab-resistant vests due to the absence of firearms in their mission objectives, donning lighter alternatives for agility. Yet, the irregularity of the bullet wounds is perplexing. Their standard-issue rifles do not produce such erratic marks. The more she observes, the more bizarre it appears. Suddenly, a short figure bursts from the staircase, standing at approximately 1 meter tall. Seemingly ordinary in appearance, save for the eerie azure glow emanating from its eyes. "Why do you have guns while I do not?" "Why?" The diminutive figure shouts, vehemently point one of the elite officers, observing the scene. Finds it comical. Trained professionals, they're conditioned to suppress laughter, unless they can no longer contain themselves. Huffed. An elite officer inadvertently chuckles. Upon hearing the laughter, the azure-eyed figure's expression shifts to one of hostility. Brandishing hands as if holding an invisible firearm, aiming directly at the amused officer. "Why do you dare to laugh?" "Why?" "For reasons unknown." A strange smile suddenly curls upon the lips of the azure-eyed figure. In the next instant, the void where a gun should be begins to shimmer with a faint azure hue echoes from its mouth. Almost simultaneously, 3 bloodied holes erupt on the elite officer's body, causing him to stagger backward. In the following moment, several elite officers react, swiftly firing their weapons and promptly eliminating the azure-eyed individual. The decision to limit their initial gunfire was a precaution against ricochets and collateral damage. However, given the current circumstances, coordinated fire is entirely justified. The female captain approaches her injured comrade, examining the wounds, which, while not deep, thankfully do not appear to have inflicted any critical damage. Emergency medical assistance. Return to the armored vehicle. She commands, "Everyone, don your bulletproof vests." Over. She relays over the intercom, retreating to the rear of the front line to regroup before launching another assault. They have a full set of bulletproof vests in the armored vehicle, and the changeover is swift. Inside the armored vehicle, the captain discards her snug stab-resistant vest, revealing a fitted black shirt. Though not a hint of skin is exposed, her figure's contours are subtly discernible. Wow, Captain Su's physique is impressive. Those pectorals are something I could never achieve in years of training. "Captain Su, how about I marry you once I earn a first-class merit?" A teammate, while changing into a bulletproof vest, jestingly teases. These elite officers live on the edge of life and death daily. Occasional banter is quite common. Were it not for the unique circumstances today, Captain Su, as the elite officer's squad leader, would likely send him out alone to experience the full extent of combat. However, today is different. Yet, Captain Su has no intention of letting him off the hook, retorting, "Are you making a joke at my expense?" In movies, the first to die is often someone like you, Xiao Wang. The officer named Xiao Wang shrinks back, silenced by her words. Subsequently, the entire team prepares for action. Out of the 150 personnel, 70 remain outside to prevent any envious patients from escaping. Captain Su then leads the charge. With fewer than 80 officers, they split into groups and advance towards the building. After clearing several floors, they arrive at a large, open area, a firebreak unique to high-rises, currently devoid of any occupants. Perhaps a few unwilling tenants or homeless individuals might find their way in through unconventional means. But at this moment, it has become a refuge for a multitude of envious patients. These individuals, diminutive in stature, are well suited to the dark, confined spaces. Upon spotting them, Captain Su opens fire, swiftly clearing a section of the area. Numerous envious patients retaliate, but under the glare of police flashlights, they are momentarily blinded before being swiftly executed. However, the sheer number of envious patients is overwhelming. Many, upon witnessing the elite officer's weaponry, begin to chant, their hands soon glowing with azure light as they prepare to counterattack. Yet, they quickly discover that most of their assaults fail to inflict fatal harm. In the darkness, a chorus of whispers arises. Why are you not afraid of bullets? Why? As the final words leave their lips, Captain Su's rifle unleashes a rapid series of shots. Layers of azure light materialize, deflecting 3 bullets, yet 2 still graze the chest, obliterating one envious patient's arm. Oh, why are you not injured? Why? The envious patient wails, their left arm gradually manifesting azure light, reconstructing into a complete limb. Witnessing this, not only Captain Su but all elite officers feel a chill run down their spines. They are no strangers to combat or life-and-death scenarios, yet such an eerie sight is unprecedented. Regardless, the strangeness is undeniable. Fire at will, Captain Su commands, snapping the elite officers back to attention. However, the sheer number of envious patients surrounding them is overwhelming. In a moment of distraction, they find themselves encircled. Why are you still alive? Why? A shrill, piercing voice echoes, and in unison, the azure-eyed envious patients chant, Why are you still alive? Why? The cacophony rises in intensity, drowning out even the gunfire. Damn it, fall back, Captain Su orders as the team begins to retreat towards a hallway. Just then, a series of rapid gunshots erupts, resembling a swarm of buzzing bees. Alongside the gunfire, a flurry of muzzle flashes pierces the air, striking the envious patients from behind. Observing the light from the opposite direction, Captain Su queries, Is there a squad at the F position? Over. No, Captain Su. Hearing the incoming gunfire, she disregards further inquiries and quickly organizes a counteroffensive. The envious patient's attention is drawn away, significantly alleviating the pressure on Captain Su's team, allowing them to regain the upper hand against the envious patients. The gunfire continues to echo. Soon, the number of envious patients in the expansive area dwindles, and the two sides finally come face to face. However, upon initial sight, the elite officers do not hold back. Believing them to be mutated envious patients, they open fire without hesitation. The flames flickered continuously. Yet what unfolded before them was nothing short of astonishing. It appeared as though the bullets had been suspended mid-air, showing no intention of advancing. In the blink of an eye, the bullets cascaded to the ground, striking the concrete with a series of sharp, resonant clinks. Captain, don't shoot. It's me. I am an upstanding citizen. A voice emerged, crisp and radiant, clearly belonging to a spirited youth, starkly contrasting the envious, sharp tones of those around him. The firebreak was devoid of light, and the shadow beside Chu Yuyi went unnoticed. Nonetheless, Captain Su remained vigilant. Regardless of ally or foe, anyone outside the organization with the capacity to resist warranted caution. Suddenly, a special police officer produced a tear gas canister and hurled it directly at Chu Yuyi's feet. The canister hissed as it leaked gas, rolling slowly to rest at his side. True to form, the tear gas settled beside Chu Yuyi, who displayed no signs of fear. Instead, breaking into a smile, he casually picked it up, bringing the tear gas canister to his lips without a second thought. Even as the noxious fumes reached his eyes, subsequently, Chu Yuyi did something that would leave all the special police officers present utterly speechless. He inhaled deeply, drawing in a substantial amount of the gas. Inhale. In that instant, the gas released from the tear gas canister was entirely consumed by Chu Yuyi's lungs, rendering the canister effectively inert, as if it had lost its potency. With a single exhale, an abundance of tear gas erupted from his nostrils and mouth, reminiscent of a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, the special police officers were rendered speechless. It was well known that this type of tear gas was potent. Even a mere whiff could induce asphyxiation. Yet here was this individual treating it as if it were mere smoke. Even cigarettes could be harmful when inhaled. How could one be so dismissive of tear gas? The officer who had thrown the canister was equally taken aback. Had he accidentally tossed an expired one? No, expired gas should be even more potent, so why did it seem ineffective? The entire group wore expressions of bewilderment. However, Captain Su, the female leader, was the first to regain her composure, her mind racing with possibilities. She understood it all. The only explanation for the current situation was that this individual was akin to them, but possessed some extraordinary attributes. He was undoubtedly dispatched from a higher authority. Which department? Captain Su was unsure and asked directly. Without hesitation, Chu Yuyi replied, Dawn. Upon hearing this, Captain Su's expression turned contemplative. She was aware that Long Nation housed special departments, but she felt a twinge of disappointment when it was not the anticipated dragon group. Nevertheless, the name Dawn carried a certain gravitas, evoking a sense of hope amidst impending doom. As she pondered, Captain Su nodded to herself. Yet, Chu Yuyi found himself in a peculiar position. When Captain Su had posed her question, he had barely registered it, and, upon realizing he hadn't fully comprehended, had unwittingly revealed the name of his residential community. He chastised the delivery personnel for conditioning him to respond reflexively. However, noticing that the special police officer merely nodded in acknowledgement, he felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. I'm heading to the west side of the city. Will you accompany me? Chu Yuyi attempted to dissipate the awkwardness, feeling uncomfortable amidst the group of special police officers. Almost simultaneously, Captain Su seemed to receive directives from higher-ups, quickly tallying the situation on the ground. Area A complete, 3 casualties. Area E complete, 1 casualty. As she continued to receive reports from all sectors, Captain Su breathed a sigh of relief. The envious afflicted in this area had finally been eradicated. The new directive from above was to collaborate with reinforcements to eliminate the gluttonous afflicted. Although the gluttonous afflicted were not particularly formidable, their infectiousness was appalling, should one infiltrate a crowd to feed. The gluttony virus would spread rapidly, creating chaos. Thus, their primary target was not the highly lethal wrathful afflicted, but rather the highly contagious gluttonous afflicted. Captain Su intended to respond, but found that Chu Yuyi had already vanished from sight. Truly, he was from Dawn, a special individual. Disappearing with remarkable swiftness, she mused that on the other side. Chu Yuyi cursed under his breath, perplexed by a misstep in navigating the barriers. He had inadvertently fallen from the 5th floor partition to the regular 12th floor. The experience was more harrowing than the backroom. Had it not been for his enhanced physical capabilities, a mere sprained ankle would have been the least of his concerns. Damn it, let me find out who cut corners. I'll smash their head in. Chu Yuyi muttered angrily as he located an accessible door. Upon twisting the doorknob, he entered this peculiar space. After catching his breath, Chu Yuyi contemplated directly confronting the wrathful afflicted. However, he reconsidered and decided it prudent to first acquire some abilities from the round table, a precautionary measure. After all, why not grow stronger through combat if he could enhance his powers? With that thought, Chu Yuyi closed his eyes, allowing himself to drift into slumber as he entered the dreamscape of the round table. In the round table dreamscape, observing the familiar surroundings, Chu Yuyi felt increasingly adept. One day, he would enter with mere closed eyes. Gazing at the oscillating yellow spheres, he realized that by overextending some of his control, he could glean information from the yellow spheres, just as he did with the white ones. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. He trusted his control and estimated that consuming the information from the remaining 6 yellow spheres would suffice to eliminate one of them. An unworthy trade-off. Besides, the enigmatic allure of this experience was delightful. He might as well treat it as a blind box. Here goes. Chu Yuyi transformed his control into a cue, striking out. Swish! The cue ball sank effortlessly into the pocket. The yellow sphere instantly appeared, becoming Chu Yuyi's new ability. He checked. Number 12. Holy Body of Battle. Quality. Yellow. Description. Each time you fight to the brink of death and recover, you will far surpass your previous self. Upon reading this ability, Chu Yuyi felt an indescribable sensation that it was strong, yet he genuinely hoped he wouldn't have to endure severe injuries. Conversely, it was undeniably useful. But he mused, why is it yet another passive skill? Will I end up with a majority of passive skills after one round? What will that make me? An embodiment of passivity. With a sigh, he employed his control once more. He still had enough control left for 4 more strikes. One shot veered off, but he corrected it with the next. Expending 2 attempts, Chu Yuyi checked. Number 13. Wall passing technique. Quality. Yellow. Description. You can pass through walls, and your clothing will follow suit. Note. This wall is defined as within a thickness of 240 cm and density of 19.5 GCM. Upon seeing this skill, Chu Yuyi's spirits lifted, passing through walls. However, upon noticing the stipulation, he felt a wave of disappointment, only to realize it was a delightful surprise. Such limitations were nearly negligible. Who among the good citizens would build walls thicker than 2 meters? Moreover, in his recollection, even titanium alloy would meet these criteria. In essence, the limitations of this ability are designed to prevent it from perceiving the surface of Blue Star as a mere wall, thus avoiding the absurdity of passing through walls from the Dragon Country to the American Empire. Furthermore, it is not simply a matter of crossing at will. The enraged patient, the Crimson Giant, did not once lament the No. 13 wall-passing technique. What followed was a brand new cue. With this thought, Chu Yuyi once again employed his control over the round table, manifesting it anew. Drawing upon past experiences, he no longer relied on the miraculous one-shot approach, but instead focused on a more gradual method using 2 cues. Immediately, one cue was swung. The yellow ball grazed the purple one, but the purple ball showed no signs of movement. Instead, the yellow ball seemed to collide with the hard edge of the round table, abruptly altering its trajectory. Ultimately, the force dissipated, leaving the ball perfectly positioned to sink into the pocket. Retaining his control, Chu Yuyi divided this force into several smaller streams, each time nudging the yellow ball into the pocket. In an instant, a new yellow billiard ability emerged. Chu Yuyi promptly examined it. Number 14, welcome and farewell quality. Yellow description. You may exchange positions with any entity you can see. Note. This entity is a common unit of matter, such as a car, a stone, or a person. Caution. Cannot be used on entities that differ in size by 400 times or more. Upon reading this description, Chu Yuyi couldn't help but exclaim, these abilities are becoming increasingly specific. They are now defining and limiting them. One wonders if future ability information will resemble a short essay. Chu Yuyi clicked his tongue and then exited the round table dreamscape. As he opened his eyes slowly, he felt increasingly adept at entering and exiting the round table. The next moment, he glanced for a nearby shadow and activated number 14. Welcome and farewell. In an instant, their positions swapped. As he felt the scenery whirl. His location transformed dramatically, inducing a sensation akin to dizziness, albeit more serene. Strangely, Chu Yuyi recalled Sasuke from Naruto. In the later stages, Sasuke possessed a skill called Heavenly Hand Power, which also allowed him to exchange places with whatever he could see. Moreover, there was a popular meme, Heavenly Hand Power Swap Head. Unfortunately, Chu Yuyi found little opportunity to enact such a thing. After all, these abilities had become so specific, unless the enemy was somewhat extraordinary, like a skeletal creature capable of dismemberment or a headless knight. It was merely a fleeting thought. However, Chu Yuyi considered that in reality, the situation might prove to be rather complex. With that in mind, he stretched his back, preparing to embark on the next battle. In Yinzhou City, west side, a furious crash resounded, each wave of sound louder than the last, as cheap glass shattered instantly. Beep, beep, beep. The alarms of vehicles echoed. Yes, a door swung open. Chu Yuyi stepped into the west side. This area, somewhat suburban, featured few towering buildings, giving it a sense of spaciousness and sparsity that a park established along a large river resembled a riverside park. However, at this moment, every scene was being incessantly destroyed. The sounds of smashing reverberating, sending shivers down one's spine. As Chu Yuyi exited the building, he immediately spotted a large figure nearby. Goodness, a green giant, just as described by the officer, named Zhou Pingyan. Observing the situation not far off, Chu Yuyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Indeed, there stood a remarkably robust figure, akin to the green giant from the movies, in a fit of rage. Yet unlike the green giant, this one was crimson, with a row of bony spikes protruding from its spine. Its grotesque visage bore little resemblance to humanity. In Chu Yuyi's assessment, this enraged patient was more akin to the antagonist abomination from the Hulk series. Nevertheless, in terms of its perpetually angry demeanor, it bore a striking resemblance. Chu Yuyi, somewhat at a loss for words, instructed the shadow beside him. You, go feign an attack. Regardless of whether the shadow comprehended the term feign, the intent was clearly conveyed. After all, with his number 6 universal tongue, commands transformed into mental communication to I in the next moment. The shadow dashed into the fray, executing a slide and easily vaulting over the barrier, brandishing a small firearm, and swiftly opened fire on the enraged giant. The rapid gunfire erupted. However, the hastily fired bullets merely grazed the enraged patient's body, leaving faint traces of blood. Not only did they fail to breach the giant's defenses, but they also provoked it further. Huh! The crimson giant let out a roar, its body swelling as if engorged with blood. Subsequently, the bullets lodged within its body were expelled inch by the muscle, dropping onto the ground with a series of crisp sounds. Yet this had no impact on the shadow's actions. With a finger squeeze, it continued firing, but a series of buzzing sounds ensued. Yet the bullets striking the enraged patient only left faint marks, akin to scratches made with a small knife on tin or abrasions on human skin. In summary, the firearms inflicted increasingly negligible damage on the enraged patient, becoming as insubstantial as a mosquito bite. That I'm furious. Aya! The enraged patient bellowed, veins bulging on its forehead. In the blink of an eye. It yanked a street lamp from the pavement, gripping it as though it were a simple stick. With a swish, the lamp was hurled toward the shadow, a gust of wind following in its wake as the steel lamp flew through the air. In an instant, the steel lamp collided with the shadow, shattering it into countless pieces. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyi felt a peculiar shift within himself. Turning to look back, he noticed that the shadow, which had previously vanished under the light, had reemerged. Surely it wasn't a one-time occurrence? With a hint of uncertainty, Chu Yuyi nonetheless activated his ability, number 2 shadow clone. The next moment, a miracle unfolded as the shadow reformed, gradually taking on a solid form. Observing the shadow's return, Chu Yuyi couldn't help but smirk. Change the method of attack. This time, aim for its eye sockets, Chu Yuyi declared, skeptical. Even if its skin could withstand bullets, surely its eyes could not. If they were truly that resilient, how could one see clearly? If penetration were possible, then the enraged patient would be on the brink of death. After all, behind the eye sockets lay the brain. Yet, matters were not as simple as Chu Yuyi envisioned. After all, in this world, everything could deviate from expectations. Now, Chu Yuyi commanded the shadow to act independently. After all, number 2 shadow clone bore no stated consumption. This meant the shadow clone could potentially be summoned indefinitely, serving as a disposable pawn. After issuing his command, the shadow charged toward the enraged patient. Yet, just as it picked up a discarded firearm and charged forward a few steps, it was immediately attacked by the enraged patient. Bang! A massive hand descended, obliterating the shadow into fragments. The enraged patient raised its hand, only to find nothing but emptiness. The irate patient murmured a few words in bewilderment, and the veins on his body visibly receded. It was as if a single slap had extinguished the shadow of his fury, rendering him somewhat less enraged from a distance. Chu Yuyi observed this scene and seemed to grasp its significance. He pondered, could it be that the source of the irate patient's power is indeed his anger? Has he truly become a green giant? The angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows. While regaining composure would revert him to an ordinary state? Chu Yuyi speculated. Though the former seemed plausible, the latter was far less achievable. After all, this irate patient would become infuriated at the slightest disturbance. However, unbeknownst to Chu Yuyi, a sniper rifle was aimed in their direction, but a special police captain, witnessing the scene, wore an expression of surprise. Tinged with impatience, he seized the radio and shouted, "Who acted without authorization? Did I not instruct everyone to await armed bombardment?" Yet, the reports from the team indicated that no one had taken any action. The captain was further confounded, as this was a situation he had never anticipated. Strange, he thought. Surely, it cannot be that an ordinary person has intervened. Is the irate patient attacking other patients? The captain considered various scenarios, even the possibility of patients clashing among themselves. Yet one undeniable fact remained. Their own special police unit, comprising 150 members, had no intention of engaging. They had previously acted, yet conventional firearms were utterly ineffective. Even stun grenades and hand grenades merely succeeded in maiming the irate patient. As long as the irate patient was granted a moment's respite, he would recover in an instant, perhaps even growing stronger. In gaming terms, he was undoubtedly a supermodel boss. However, in this world, there were not merely one but several irate patients of this caliber. And now, Chu Yuyi had no intention of holding back. He sought to test the depths of the irate patient's strength. Large. He mused, this must significantly enhance the control at the round table. A smile crept upon his lips as he began to make his move. Chu Yuyi remained remarkably calm. Despite witnessing the terrifying power of the irate patient, he felt no concern. Armed with the newly acquired No. 13 wall penetration technique and number 14 arrival and departure, he believed he could safeguard his life. Combining wall penetration with teleportation, a slight miscalculation would not spell death for him. Possessing 14 abilities, Chu Yuyi was imbued with confidence. In the next moment, he cast his gaze toward the window of a distant building and activated number 14 arrival and departure. Whoosh! The glass window shattered with a resounding crash. Chu Yuyi reappeared at a vantage point from which he could launch an attack. Not far from the irate patient, he drew his Walther from behind and, with a single hand, fired. Bang! Despite the Walther's high accuracy, without any sights, Chu Yuyi's shot went awry. Nevertheless, it did indeed strike the irate patient's forehead. The bullet penetrated, creating a significant dent as if it had collided with solid concrete. It was time to upgrade the equipment. The density and kinetic energy of the bullets were insufficient. Why must such monsters exist? It defied all logic. Chu Yuyi recalled a symposium he had attended, a gathering of authors. Though he was merely a mid-tier full-time writer, he participated. The leader spoke excessively, prompting Chu Yuyi to engage in conversation with a nearby individual. To his surprise, he discovered that his neighbor was the renowned science fiction author and vice president of the Shaanxi Writers Association, Lu Jiangong. They exchanged ideas, discussing strategies for dealing with such monsters. Lu Jiangong did not deny the existence of such creatures, for the universe is vast and full of wonders. However, he remarked, firearms will never fall behind, but knives are far more practical. It sounded amusing. How could knives be superior to firearms? Yet, the underlying meaning was profound. Simply put, a gun equipped with antimatter bullets powered by nuclear explosions could eliminate carbon-based life forms in an instant. Yet crafting a knife from the same materials would be even more convenient. After all, once the bullets are expended, they are gone. Conversely, a knife made from the same materials, maintaining a sharpness below 20 bes, could still slice with ease. Moreover, compared to guns, it conserved materials and was easier to wield. Chu Yuyi was greatly astonished by this revelation that it was a perspective he had never considered. Truly, Lu Jiangong was remarkable. Now, Chu Yuyi found himself reflecting on that casual conversation. Perhaps it was indeed time to upgrade his gear. However, due to the limitations of this world, the best and most accessible weapon he could acquire was merely this Walther. Perhaps a rocket launcher or a man-portable missile launcher would be more effective. But he wondered, would those truly possess the lethality needed against the irate patient before him? As Chu Yuyi pondered, the irate patient seemed to take notice of him, roaring in fury before seizing a park bench and hurling it directly toward Chu Yuyi. Quickly, he reacted, extending his hand. Utilizing number 9 calm, amidst turmoil, whoosh, an invisible wall of wind materialized before him, successfully intercepting the assault. Witnessing this, the irate patient appeared even more enraged, gathering strength for a mighty leap toward Chu Yuyi. The ground trembled beneath the force of his jump. Though the creature appeared diminutive from afar, Chu Yuyi soon realized just how terrifyingly massive it truly was upon its approach. Unlike the green giant, who despite his size donned an indestructible pair of shorts, this irate patient was completely unclothed. Chu Yuyi found himself confronted with an alarming sight as a colossal appendage lunged toward his face. What the hell? Chu Yuyi cursed, swiftly raising 2 wind walls that he then turned and fled, vanishing into the wall. Boom! The irate patient crashed into the building, causing the entire neighborhood to tremble. Yet, to the irate patient's astonishment, he scanned the area and found no trace of Chu Yuyi. The tiny ant that had just provoked him had vanished beneath his very nose. I am enraged. He bellowed, I am furious. the irate patient screamed, frantically tearing at the building. The structure disintegrated as if it were made of mere building blocks, demolished by the irate patient's bare hands. The dilapidated buildings of the suburban area offered little resistance. And with the irate patient's onslaught, much of it crumbled into fragments that a cloud of dust billowed outward. This colossal irate patient found himself at a loss. A mocking voice pierced through his rage. "Hey, big dumbass." Though the voice was soft, it dripped with sarcasm that to an ordinary person, it might seem inconsequential, but to the irate patient, it was as painful as losing a loved one. He immediately turned, leaping down with a resounding crash. Boom. Upon discerning the source of the taunt, the irate patient fixated on the humans below. Was this not the very individual who had assaulted him earlier? "I am furious," he roared again, unleashing a cacophony of noise. In the next moment, before he could react, bang, a gunshot rang out, shattering his defenses. This time, it was a physical breach of his defenses. Although the shadow had not trained in marksmanship, Chu Yuyi commanded him telepathically to aim for the irate patient's eyes, and he complied. Consequently, the bullet struck the irate patient's eye. A dull pop resonated, akin to a deflating balloon. The furious patient's left eye was instantly rendered useless at that moment. The enraged individual appeared momentarily stunned. An expression of disbelief crossing his face as he clutched his left eye socket, crimson blood oozing forth, reeking of decay. Blood trickled down his palm, leaving him in a state of incredulity. The furious patient, momentarily dazed, was quickly enveloped by an overwhelming silence, not merely at a loss for words, but consumed by an extreme fury. Anger, a primal expression of human emotion, manifests in various ways. Yet when it reaches its zenith, the outward appearance transforms. Some may shed tears, while others might wear a sinister grin. In the case of this irate individual, after reaching the pinnacle of rage, he fell into a profound silence, an eerie tranquility enveloping him. He wiped away the blood from his eye, and his entire countenance darkened ominously. In the span of just a couple of breaths, the furious patient's body began to swell visibly. Was this muscle composed of sponge? It was expanding directly before one's eyes. Chu Yuyi, observing from a distance, could witness the irate patient growing larger by the second. Before Chu Yuyi could react, the enraged individual clenched his fists and charged forward, taking enormous strides towards him. In that instant, Chu Yuyi recalled the terror of being dominated by giants. In cinematic portrayals, colossal creatures often move at a sluggish pace, especially those towering hundreds or thousands of meters, akin to the crawl of a tortoise. However, from a personal experience, Chu Yuyi saw that the furious patient, consumed by rage, covered vast distances with just a few steps, in the blink of an eye. He was right before him. Who said that size equated to clumsiness? This creature was undeniably agile. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuyi activated his ability. In 0.14, arrival and departure. Swish! His figure vanished, while the furious patient's fist came crashing down, only to obliterate a green sedan beneath it. The car emitted no alarm. It was instantly reduced to scrap metal. Realizing that his punch had landed on a vehicle rather than the taunting human, the furious patient surprisingly refrained from roaring in anger, instead scanning his surroundings with urgency. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a playful dog echoed in his ears. The furious patient whipped around, and in an instant, he spotted Chu Yuyi propelling himself towards that direction. Chu Yuyi, unfazed, swiftly melded into the walls of the building. Witnessing the furious patient nearing a state of exasperation, he even took refuge behind 2 additional layers. However, unexpectedly, the patient's abilities seemed to have reached their apex. The poorly constructed walls crumbled under his assault. Before Chu Yuyi could traverse another wall, he observed the furious patient had already shattered through one. Crash, crash again. I wonder when you'll break through a load-bearing wall. A smirk creased Chu Yuyi's lips, completely dismissing the furious individual, treating him as if he were a fool to be toyed with. The patient, inherently foolish, became even more so under the provocation. Humph. The furious patient exhaled heavily, his gaze fixated on the direction where Chu Yuyi had vanished. He had been overtaken by fury, although appearing calm on the surface. His intellect had evaporated. All that resided in his mind was an overwhelming rage and an insatiable desire to eliminate Chu Yuyi. Yet despite his murderous intent, he could not even grasp the hem of Chu Yuyi's garment. Not even the slightest fraction. Thus, Chu Yuyi, akin to guiding a dog, led him to obliterate wall after wall. Initially, even as the furious patient shattered walls and incurred injuries, he would quickly recover. But now, a piece of rebar protruded from his body, an injury sustained during his rampage. His form was marred with bruises, and the skin on his upper body had been significantly abraded. Although he still healed, the pace of recovery had drastically slowed. No longer visible to the naked EYT that moment, it seemed the entire building could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to collapse. The structure was on the verge of crumbling. With swift reflexes, Chu Yuyi grasped a doorknob, flung it open, and swiftly entered. Boom! Crash! Countless stones and debris erupted, burying the foolishly massive, furious patient beneath that on the rooftop of the front building. Chu Yuyi emerged, surveying the scene below. Well, he seemed to have been buried, didn't he? Suddenly, the realization struck Chu Yuyi, and he exclaimed, "Oh no!" Had he inadvertently jinxed himself? According to typical narrative conventions, uttering such words would elicit an immediate response. Before he could finish his thought, the ruins ahead underwent a tremendous shift. From the center of the rubble, debris trembled violently, and a gigantic hand emerged. The furious patient. He was not dead. In fact, he was climbing up from beneath. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuyi rubbed his forehead in contemplation, just as I thought. However, the furious patient had not emerged unscathed. His form appeared somewhat battered, and his strength seemed diminished. The furious individual had expended considerable effort to claw his way up from the debris. Such a large physique necessitated significant energy expenditure. Though this patient resembled an unconventional monster, he ultimately adhered to the laws of science. He could not be an endless source of vitality, perpetually regenerating without limit. At this moment, as the furious patient emerged, surveying his surroundings, Chu Yuyi greeted him from the rooftop. A smile adorned his face as he waved, exuding an air of delight. If one were to overlook the battle they had just endured, it would appear as if two old friends were reminiscing. Yet, in the furious patient's eyes, Chu Yuyi was the enemy. Conversely, to Chu Yuyi, the irate individual represented a living embodiment of control. This indicated an array of entirely new abilities. The mere thought was exhilarating. Despite the excitement in Chu Yuyi's gaze, the furious patient yearned to crush him into oblivion. Upon laying eyes on Chu Yuyi, the furious patient lunged forward, scaling the building akin to a colossal ape. Reaching the rooftop in mere moments, in the blink of an eye, he towered over Chu Yuyi, his massive frame casting a shadow as he reached out to grasp him. In the next instant, Chu Yuyi's figure morphed, seamlessly merging into the ground beneath him. Who said rooftops were not walls? As long as they were constructed from materials, they constituted walls. Chu Yuyi lay flat on the ground, his perspective shifting vertically, the earth before him suddenly forming a wall. In 0.13, wall penetration technique activated. The furious patient watched in disbelief as Chu Yuyi melded into the concrete surface, vanishing as effortlessly as a fish diving into water or an earthworm burrowing into soil. The furious patient screamed in frustration, his body and mind tortured within a short span. His strength was truly formidable. Even when his stamina waned, he still managed to claw through layers of debris. Not finding Chu Yuyi, the furious patient, driven to madness, resumed his excavation, burrowing downward from the top floor. Occasionally, Chu Yuyi would emerge to taunt him, ensuring he remained motivated and persistent. In no time, the furious patient's fingernails resembled shovels, bloodied and mangled. After digging through several layers, the building remained stubbornly upright. Although the upper structure had caved in slightly, the debris piled atop did not result in a complete collapse of the overall framework. Bang! With a casual flick of his wrist, Chu Yuyi fired a shot, not intending to hit anything, not even aiming. Yet by some twist of fate, he struck the enraged patient squarely in the left eye, which had already been wounded. The patient let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling the excruciating pain of the injury, and then fixed his furious gaze upon Chu Yuyi. In a fit of rage, He seized a leather sofa from a nearby family's home and hurled it at Chu Yuyi. Whoosh! A wall of wind materialized to intercept the projectile, causing the sofa to hover in midair. As it fell, Chu Yuyi swiftly fired again, the bullet striking the enraged patient. The man's skin ruptured, the bullet embedding itself within him, yet it failed to pierce through completely, remaining lodged in his flesh. The patient remained silent, his eyes glinting with a terrifying malevolence, as if wishing for Chu Yuyi to perish 1,000,000 times over. Boom! A sound of collision erupted right before Chu Yuyi. Time to go, he leaped backward, breaking through the wall behind him and emerging outside. The furious patient followed suit, his injuries now more pronounced. However, Chu Yuyi had no intention of using such methods to eliminate the enraged patient. Despite the visible wounds, he understood that even if he expended all his bullets, he could never kill the injured man before him. Boom! The enraged patient crashed to the ground, generating a deafening roar. His gaze was fixated solely on Chu Yuyi, devoid of any other thoughts beyond the desire to kill him. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, Chu Yuyi began to lead the enraged patient backward. Retreating step by step, before long, he arrived at the western edge of the city, where a wide river flowed. The western part of the city relied upon this river for its foundation. While it could be considered a picturesque scene, the humidity was overwhelming, prompting many long-time residents to complain about the dampness. Gradually, with the expansion of the city center, the western area fell into disrepair. Many residences were either abandoned or occupied by the elderly seeking a place to retire. Yet, Chu Yuyi's focus was not on this. His target was the Great River. Whoosh! He activated his ability, number 2 Shadow Clone, pulling down his shadow to solidify it. With a swift command from number 6 Universal Words, he plunged into the river. The enraged patient relentlessly pursued him, attempting to capture the culprit responsible for his anguish. Little did he realize that the human before him had submerged into the nearby river. His eyes filled with fury, the enraged patient, blinded by rage, attempted to dive in after him. However, Chu Yuyi denied him that opportunity. With a mere glance, he activated number 14, welcoming and sending. Whoosh! The two exchanged positions in an instant. Caught off guard, the enraged patient found himself flailing in the water, his limbs thrashing as he looked up at Chu Yuyi on the bank, his eyes still filled with hatred. Chu Yuyi, on the shore, remained unfazed by the scene. In the water, no matter how much strength the enraged patient possessed, there was nowhere for him to exert it. Chu Yuyi had calculated the river's depth, which was 2 to 3 times deeper than the patient's height, forcing him to swim. Yet, the patient continued to struggle stubbornly, desperately thrashing toward Chu Yuyi's direction. Moments later, Chu Yuyi stepped calmly to the center of the bridge, observing the shadow that had sunk beneath the water. This shadow was the one he had previously dispatched. As the enraged patient swam, he suddenly realized that he had unwittingly found himself submerged once more. Just as he reached the surface, instinctively gasping for air, he inhaled a mouthful of water instead. What followed was akin to an endless cycle. The enraged patient swam upward, determined to find and kill Chu Yuyi, only to be dragged back down into the depths of the river. Each time he neared the surface, he would catch a glimpse of Chu Yuyi above, sometimes as a shadow, other times as his true form. And then, once more, he would sink to the riverbed. This cycle repeated itself. In less than 10 minutes, the enraged patient could rise no longer, his body filled with water. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not reach the elusive Chu Yuyi, who appeared so close yet felt worlds away. The patient's body swelled, his eyes glazed over. Overwhelmed by rage, he ultimately succumbed to it, that he was dead. Achieving this outcome was facilitated by Chu Yuyi's abilities, number 2 Shadow Clone and number 14 Welcoming and Sending. With the aid of these powers, he first sent his shadow to the riverbed, then used Welcoming and Sending to switch places with it on the bridge. Afterward, he once again exchanged positions with the enraged patient, finding himself on the river's surface. Finally, the Chu Yuyi on the surface completed the cycle by swapping places with the shadow on the bridge. This was a cycle of inevitability, as long as there were no external disruptions. The fate of the enraged patient was sealed, with no means of escape. Naturally, this was only possible after Chu Yuyi had exhausted the patient's strength, had the enraged patient been in peak condition. Unclouded by rage and possessing a significant physical advantage, it would have been simple for him to propel himself from the depths of the river and leap out to the surface. Furthermore, even a single breath would have provided him with the means to continue the struggle against Chu Yuyi. Under those circumstances, it would not have been easy to eliminate him. Now, as Chu Yuyi surveyed his surroundings, he found no doors in sight. This posed a significant dilemma. Without a doorknob, he could not utilize number 1 empty door. In the distance, he noticed 2 fighter jets soaring rapidly, occasionally breaking the sound barrier. Appearing quite urgent. Did they have a mission? After a brief glance, Chu Yuyi considered leaving. Once again, he activated number 14, welcoming and sending. His vision was exceptionally keen, often allowing him to read even the smallest print with clarity during vision tests. With such extraordinary eyesight, using number 14 became even more convenient. If he were nearsighted, would this ability be rendered nearly useless? Chu Yuyi pondered, yet his thoughts remained focused on finding a door to return home. After all, he had just vanquished a formidable enraged patient, and he anticipated a significant boost in his control. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a tension throughout his body, as if danger were approaching. It wasn't from the distant fighter jets, which were heading elsewhere in the city and not toward him. What is going on? This inexplicable sense of unease struck Chu Yuyi as profoundly wrong. His instincts were usually quite accurate. In fact, his intuition was so refined that it could almost be considered a power in its own right. This sixth sense, which everyone possesses to varying degrees, was extraordinarily pronounced in Chu Yuyi. During intense survival games, he could sense the presence of others even without hearing footsteps or gunfire, allowing him to prepare in advance. So much so that his teammates sometimes accused him of cheating. Yet now, this was no simple game. It was a genuine battle. Chu Yuyi's alarm bells rang loudly, sensing something amiss. Something off that he needed to find a door quickly. This was a rare moment of uncertainty for Chu Yuyi. He had remained composed in the face of the formidable gluttonous patient. In encounters with groups of jealous patients, he had remained unflappable. Even when facing the seemingly insurmountable enraged patient, he had displayed calmness, even finding the leisure to exchange quips. But now, Chu Yuyi felt an ominous foreboding. As expected, the situation took a dramatic turn. A languid voice emerged, sounding somewhat lazy, yet was imbued with a profound arrogance, an overwhelming arrogance. Chu Yuyi, oh Chu Yuyi, what is the hurry? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuyi felt as though he had been pricked by a needle. Abruptly turning to look, boom! A massive hand descended, enveloping Chu Yuyi entirely. Number 14 welcomed the arrival. Glancing at a nearby streetlight, Chu Yuyi swiftly dodged. When he looked again, he was met with the sight of another enraged patient. But this time there were not one, but 3 enormous furious patients surrounding him, transforming his field of vision into a wall of flesh. The source of the voice was above one of the raging patients, and Chu Yuyi turned sharply to see. It was a human. Moreover, a seemingly ordinary youth, around 16 years of age, the prime of youthful exuberance. The very words that called out his name came from this boy's lips. Confusion and bewilderment filled Chu Yuyi's eyes. Sensing this, the young man spoke directly. Are you confused? Very well then, he continued. Let me elucidate for you, at least to allow you to die with clarity. As he spoke, the boy began to ramble, his gaze radiating self-assurance, a classic villain monologue. My name is seldom uttered, but could it be that? Chu Yuyi thought, already concocting an elaborate narrative in his mind. However, the boy began again, recounting his tale in narrative form. My name is Xiatian, and I lived in an orphanage. My name is not peculiar, for the headmaster took me in during the summer, hence I am called Xiatian. Had I been taken in during winter, perhaps I would have been named Dong Tian. But do not look at me with pity. The treatment for orphans nowadays is better than that of most wage slaves. A monthly stipend of 2,100 yuan, with a rent subsidy that reimburses 600 yuan. I even have a life teacher, akin to a maid. Perhaps feeling he had spoken too much, Xiatian shifted his tone. Do you wish to know how I am aware of you? It is because you, Chu Yuyi, were the one who personally killed me. Xiatian gazed at Chu Yuyi, his face contorted with madness, saliva dripping unconsciously from his lips. Thanks to Lord 7-Day Demon, I was able to smoothly infiltrate the self-rescue program of Blue Star. This is how I was reborn. Moreover, thanks to the gifts bestowed by Lord Amo, Sun, I now possess all 7 kinds of viruses, the 7 deadly sins virus. As he spoke, Xiatian leaned down, peering at Chu Yuyi from a lofty position. If you are capable of exterminating this world, then I am the one who can annihilate you. Now, perish. Xiatian, feeling parched, had yet to fully express his thoughts. But Chu Yuyi seemed unimpressed. He casually picked at his earwax, displaying impatience as he said, "Are you done? I detest these cliché narratives, the themes of rebirth and revenge. How tiresome." Xiatian was momentarily taken aback. He, the very embodiment of the arrogance virus, now felt that Chu Yuyi exuded even greater arrogance. To be honest, Chu Yuyi felt no fear. He was terrified of the unknown. Not a mere Xiatian, he was afraid of unforeseen encounters. Not of Xiatian, who had already emerged to deliver a lengthy monologue. However, among human senses, hearing is the most peculiar. One can choose not to see, not to smell, and not to touch, yet the more one wishes not to listen, the clearer the sounds become. Chu Yuyi had absorbed Xiatian's classic villainous self-narrative, grasping the essence of his tale. So, he asked impatiently, "When I kill you in the future, will you be an ordinary person or a patient?" Upon hearing this question, Xiatian's expression turned to one of surprise. Yet almost instantaneously, it was replaced by pride and rage as he gritted his teeth. "What do you think?" In contrast, Chu Yuyi exhibited little emotion. However, from Xiatian's demeanor, he had already drawn a conclusion. Patients to be killed? That left him with no burden at all. Chu Yuyi's face displayed no discernible expression, appearing quite dismissive. Yet, this very nonchalance incensed Xiatian further. "What do you mean? Are the lives of patients not lives? Must patients die just for consuming a bit of flesh?" Listening to Xiatian's anguished screams, Chu Yuyi merely scoffed, revealing a look of incredulity as he replied, "Well, what else should happen?" This single statement, though sparse, struck at the very core of Xiatian's soul. It resonated like an echo from hell, penetrating deep into his being. "Chu Yuyi, die!" Xiatian, in a frenzy, commanded the 3 enraged patients to attack. The colossal fists of those 3 furious patients, akin to the size of small cars, came crashing down upon Chu Yuyi. Yet, in the next moment, as 2 of the furious patients' fists descended, they struck solidly, but upon realizing, they discovered they had not struck Chu Yuyi, but rather another enraged patient. "Eh!" The affected patient cried out, driven by fury, instinctively began to shove the other 2 enraged patients. Unable to tolerate this, the other 2 furious patients retaliated. "How dare you bully me, such a large figure?" Soon, the 3 enraged patients began to shove one another, escalating from mere pushing to outright brawling. "Enough!" Xiatian shouted, as the more potent rage virus within him surged forth. The 3 furious patients regained a semblance of clarity, and upon hearing Xiatian's command, they ceased their actions. In the next moment, Xiatian scanned for Chu Yuyi, quickly locating him. "There!" he yelled, "Kill him!" Xiatian's eyes turned crimson as he commanded the 2 enraged patients to encircle and attack. He stood atop one furious patient, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. Chu Yuyi, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. However, Xiatian's somewhat astonished expression indicated he was unaware that he could switch places. Is this what they call a reborn being? Everything within expectations, all under control. A true reborn individual should foresee and grasp all things. Chu Yuyi wore a look of disdain, feeling that Xiatian was utterly unworthy of the title. Yet, it seemed that reborn individuals in this world did not have it easy. Even if they were reborn, they could not remember lottery numbers, reborn to apply for loans, yet lacking eligibility. The only slight advantage they might have was the impending apocalypse, the one heralded by the spread of the 7 deadly sins virus. Furthermore, even speaking of it, who would believe them? Observing Xiatian's increasingly agitated expression, Chu Yuyi remained unruffled. Since he wished to play, he said, "Then let us play." Chu Yuyi drew the Walther from behind him and hurled it backward. Then he activated N0.6, the word of all spirits, summoning the lurking shadow nearby. In the next moment, as the 2 enraged patients charged, raising their fists to strike, swish! In 0.14, welcoming arrival was activated once more, yet this time, the target was not the shadow, but the seated Xia Tian. In the blink of an eye, to Xia Tian's astonishment, he found himself directly swapped with Chu Yuyi. Boom. The heavy fists of the two enraged patients struck down, landing solidly on Xia Tian. After the exchange of positions, Chu Yuyi found himself towering over the enraged patient, surveying the distant scenery. Tsk, how tragic. Chu Yuyi clicked his tongue twice, seemingly lamenting the fate of Xia Tian. The body of Xia Tian had been utterly smashed into a pulp. The bones were shattered beyond recognition. Clearly, he was as dead as one could be. This time, Chu Yuyi refrained from making any bold declarations, fearing that Xia Tian might miraculously revive and seek vengeance upon him. However, the unfolding events were not contingent on his abstention from proclamations. That very Xia Tian, now reduced to a mass of flesh, began to emanate a faint violet glow, and then, with remarkable vigor, his form swiftly restored itself. Everything seemed to rewind, returning to its prime state. Witnessing this spectacle, the two furious patients were poised to strike once more. Yet, the resurrected Xia Tian's gaze transformed, revealing a flash of red, as he deflected their wrathful assault. Bellowing, "Fools, do you not recognize who I am?" The two enraged individuals hesitated, scratching their heads in confusion. Utterly baffled, they could not comprehend how a seemingly defeated enemy had suddenly regained his composure. In the following moment, Xia Tian's vengeful glare shifted to a piercing blue. "And no matter what tricks you employ, you shall perish," he proclaimed, as his entire being morphed into a verdant plant-like hue. Boom! A shadowy figure retrieved a nearby Walter and aimed it at the increasingly green Xia Tian. A shot pierced through. Xia Tian's head was blown open, revealing the inner workings of his brain. Yet conspicuously absent was blood and flesh. Instead, it appeared more akin to fibrous plant material. Puffed, countless flesh buds erupted from Xia Tian's body, piercing through the shadow's form and causing it to dissipate into nothingness. In swift succession, these flesh buds spread rapidly, becoming an even deeper shade of green in mere breaths. They extended over 100 meters. Instantly, the park in the western suburbs and the riverbanks transformed into a veritable green inferno. The now vegetative Xia Tian proclaimed, with the power of the 7 deadly sins virus, "I am invincible. 7 days from now. It shall be your 7th day." Chu Yuyi, he thundered, delivering a lethal threat that seemed to elicit no concern from Chu Yuyi. Is that so? Look at the sky." Chu Yuyi gestured upward, attempting to draw Xia Tian's attention. "A mere trick. You think I would fall for that?" Xia Tian scoffed, but soon a sonic boom erupted, cutting through the azure sky as a fighter jet broke through the horizon. This aircraft sliced through the atmosphere. Soaring above, aptly categorized as a fighter jet, this moment, two voices emerged from the aircraft. "Dingyo, I've spotted the red rage and green lethargy, requesting coordination." "Dingyu, weapon systems are fully loaded." On board the fighter jet, 2 pilots were present. The one in front was the pilot, while the one in the rear was the weapon systems operator WSO. The fighter jet moved with remarkable swiftness, as any delay in the sky, even for a second, would mean significant distance covered, not to mention fuel consumption. After a final verification, the fighter jet commenced its bombardment, deploying missiles aimed directly at the verdant hell below and the 3 towering enraged patients. Seemingly aware of the whistling sound above, Xia Tian was not foolish. He refrained from further spreading the green flesh buds to attack Chu Yuyi. Instead, he controlled these buds to climb the building. Using them as a base to ascend, in no time, he had woven a colossal net in the sky, attempting to ensnare the incoming missiles and mitigate the explosion's force. Yet, Chu Yuyi would not allow this to succeed. He slowly raised his gaze toward the trailing missile. In the next instant. In 0.14, commence. Swoosh. Chu Yuyi vanished, reappearing in the sky above. There, feeling the cold wind rush past, he gazed downwards. Boom. A violent explosion erupted below, the intense heat wave nearly reaching Chu Yuyi in the sky. However, he dared not linger. Instead, He turned his attention to a nearby dilapidated building, its rooftop solar water heater catching his EY in an instant. He exchanged positions with it. Swoosh! The aged water heater appeared in midair, plummeting alongside the undetonated missile. Chu Yuyi observed this scene from a distance. As the colossal clouds of dust settled, several figures re-emerged, prompting Chu Yuyi to exclaim in disbelief. TSK, the law of smoke and injury has not proven true. Below him, Xiatian and the three enraged patients, struck by a rapid missile, were astonishingly still alive. Yet those three furious patients were in tatters, their spines exposed, yet they continued to shout defiantly that I'm still breathing. They roared, their flesh slowly regenerating. In stark contrast, Xiatian, having utilized the lethargy virus and transformed into a plant state, should have been obliterated. Yet he began to radiate three hues, cyan, violet, and red, as the tricolor illumination swirled, enabling him to resurrect from the ashes. I told you, he bellowed, with the power of the 7 deadly sins virus. I am invincible. Xiatian's voice rang out, echoing with fury as he eyed the incoming missiles, contemplating deeply. But this was merely a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he reached a resolution. Chu Yuyi, your eyesight is quite keen, is it not? Then behold, Xiatian shouted, regardless of whether Chu Yuyi comprehended his words, raising his left arm and sinking his teeth into it. What? Chu Yuyi indeed struggled to hear, given the distance. However, he discerned that Xiatian was gnawing at his own left arm. Simultaneously, Chu Yuyi noticed a flicker of orange in Xiatian's gaze. Suddenly, he recalled a saying, each of the 7 deadly sins is represented by a specific color. Pride violet, greed gold, lust pink, envy cyan, sloth blue, wrath red, and orange signifies gluttony. This is bad. Chu Yuyi realized something and ceased to observe the self-cannibalizing Xiatian. Yet the Xiatian on the ground continued his monologue. The patients deserve to die, do they not? Then let us see you become a patient, Xiatian shouted vehemently, his eyes filled with madness. An insatiable thirst for vengeance consuming him. In the next instant, the missiles descended from the sky. The green flesh buds, now devoid of Xiatian's control, began to wither slightly, briefly supporting the missile, but failing to intercept it. Boom! The missile struck, unleashing a cataclysmic fire and explosion, engulfing the entire area in searing flames. As Chu Yuyi contemplated retreating, he spotted a figure emerging from the inferno. Amidst the billowing ashes, a spine gradually formed, followed by the brainstem. Muscle and flesh, the skin and features coalesced, slowly stepping forth from the blaze. And that figure was none other than Xiatian. Do not think you can escape, as long as you exist in this world. I will hunt you down and kill you. Xiatian's voice, still raspy and terrifying, resonated with a 4-colored glow in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyi could only hear a muffled cry. You. Chu Yuyi's mouth twitched in response. What is this old fellow mumbling about? With such a cacophony of explosions, how can I hear anything clearly? Suddenly, upon recalling the words of NO.6, Chu Yuyi decisively applied them to Xiatian that moment, enveloped by an overwhelming tide of hatred. Chu Yuyi began to comprehend the implications of his words. That he then realized the source of Xiatian's audacity. He possessed the viruses of arrogance, envy, and rage, all of which exhibited regenerative capabilities. Together, these 4 viruses complemented each other, rendering him nearly immortal. It was at this juncture that Chu Yuyi, in communication with his own thoughts, grasped the full extent of the abilities bestowed by the 7 deadly sins virus, the foremost among them. Arrogance allowed one to distort reality based on their inner convictions. Essentially, if one believes they cannot die, then indeed they shall not perish. Envy, on the other hand, fueled the desire for others to remain alive, thereby enabling one to alter their own fate toward survival. Rage provided a continuous healing of wounds as long as one harbored anger, simultaneously amplifying their strength. Thus, it could be said that possessing these 3 viruses rendered one truly invincible. Even Chu Yuyi, who wielded the round table, could not help but harbor a twinge of envy, watching Xiatian draw ever closer, murmuring that as long as Chu Yuyi existed, he would relentlessly pursue him. Chu Yuyi regarded him with disdain. Pursue me, he scoffed. Very well, I shall take a vacation in other realms for a few days to go ahead and chase it. In a fleeting moment, Chu Yuyi vanished from that location, fearing that lingering might result in being caught in an aerial bombardment. The next instant, he turned and departed, the number 13 wall-passing technique allowing him to meld into the ground, directly entering a building. Utilizing the number 1 empty gate, he opened a door and exited. Once within the empty gate, an acute hunger surged within him, accompanied by an inexplicable burning sensation. What is this? Chu Yuyi recalled the moment he had seen Xia Tian earlier. In that instant, Xia Tian raised his left arm, incessantly devouring, consuming himself. The method of transmission for the gluttony virus involved others witnessing this grotesque act of consumption. Xia Tian, Chu Yuyi committed the name to memory. Unexpectedly, Xia Tian had not inflicted a single scratch upon him, yet had resorted to such underhanded tactics. As of now, Chu Yuyi had no effective countermeasure. His only hope lay in drawing a potent ability from the round table and subsequently controlling this gluttony virus. Sitting within the empty gate, he reclined and entered the dreamscape of the round table. In the dreamscape of the round table, Chu Yuyi's consciousness entered, and he beheld the familiar green table. However, to his surprise, he noticed an additional ball. Upon probing, he discovered that within his abilities, the original 14 balls had inexplicably increased to 15. The extra ball appeared white, but was tainted with a murky aura. Chu Yuyi picked it up, revealing the information. Gluttony virus quality. White, murky, description. Possessing this ability will transform you into a terrifying man-eater. Moreover, the more you consume, the stronger you become, but your form will uncontrollably distort. Cost. You will be unable to restrain your appetite, which will only grow more voracious. Upon reading this, Chu Yuyi felt his veins throb with rage. Xia Tian, unable to harm me, you resort to such vile tactics. Do you? Just wait. I shall see you perish. Although Chu Yuyi was seething with fury, in an instant, the number 7 methodical ability activated, allowing him to retain rational thought despite his anger. No, he claimed to be immortal. Did he? Then I shall encase him in cement and sink him into the sea. Alternatively, I could cast him into outer space, forcing him to gaze at the stars in silence, with a plan forming in his mind. Chu Yuyi felt his mood lift considerably. Immortal, is he? Not utterly invincible. What will he do if I submerge him in the ocean? What if I cast him into outer space? He would surely perish. Yet, the gluttony virus still clung to Chu Yuyi, proving difficult to eradicate. Unbeknownst to him, as his thoughts surged with fury, his control over the round table instinctively transferred to the ball, representing the gluttony virus. A sharp cracking sound echoed, startling Chu Yuyi. It was well known that sounds were nearly non-existent in the dreamscape of the round table. Scanning his consciousness, he observed a transformation in the gluttony virus ball. To his astonishment, fine cracks appeared upon its surface. Contemplating deeply, he once again exerted his control, directly applying it to the gluttony virus ball. Crack. Bang. The ball shattered violently, instantly reducing to a fine powder. Some larger fragments gradually coalesced into smaller balls. While the remaining dust scattered across the ground, the murky essence attempted to disperse, but was instantaneously condensed into a small tainted ball by the invisible force of the dreamscape. Upon inspection, Chu Yuyi realized he had crushed the ball representing the gluttony virus, yielding a mound of white powder, 2 small white balls, and 1 small tainted ball. Chu Yuyi, taken aback, lifted the 2 white balls. Scrutinizing them in turn, information revealed, no. Gluttonous trait quality. White, description, you possess an insatiable appetite, which will intensify as your physical prowess grows. Healing trait quality. White, description, you can gradually strengthen your body through continuous consumption. No. Transmission trait quality. White, description, you can bestow the abilities of to other living beings through. Chu Yuyi, upon reading, finally understood that by crushing the ball representing the gluttony virus, these smaller balls were manifestations of the ability's fragmented traits. A peculiar phenomenon. This one is Chu Yuyi lifted the tainted small ball and examined it. Virus trait quality. Murky description. Your body will undergo distortion due to and will be subservient to an absolute exaltation of the demonic entity. For your virus is a gift from him. Gazing at the small, tainted ball, Chu Yuyi contemplated crushing it again, yet feared unforeseen consequences, such as the murky essence dispersing throughout the dreamscape. Therefore, he set his sights on the gluttonous trait. Although his abilities were of some use, enhancing his appetite was not particularly advantageous. Subsequently, Chu Yuyi employed his power to crush the gluttonous trait. The shattered trait transformed into white powder, scattering across the ground. It was only then that Chu Yuyi noticed these powders. Unlike the balls, they still existed within the dreamscape and likely held some utility. Observing closely, he indeed received information. No. Primordial powder quality, colorless description, an entity generated from the fragmentation of abilities, which you can merge with other abilities to enhance their potency. Chu Yuyi's eyes brightened. Although he existed solely as a consciousness in the dreamscape, he once again glanced at the virus trait, exclaiming with a wry smile, "It seems you shall not be spared." Randomly, the characteristics of the virus were crushed to dust, along with a wisp of murky aura, which dissipated into powder. However, what left Chu Yuyi somewhat regretful was that this operation had consumed a considerable amount of his operational strength. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yuyi realized that since the billiard ball shattered, it resulted in smaller balls. It stood to reason that he could reverse the process and merge them back together. With this thought in mind, he combined the properties of nutritional therapy with the number 10 size, both of which were enhancements for the body and should be quite compatible. As expected, the two began to merge continuously, forming a billiard ball that was a size larger than the original. Observing this slightly oversized white billiard ball, Chu Yuyi examined it closely, and the information appeared. Number 10 nutritional therapy quality. White plus description. The body possessing this ability becomes robust and can continuously strengthen through consumption. Satisfied with this outcome, Chu Yuyi recognized that what he lacked was bodily enhancement, for the body remains within the realm of humanity. With this in mind, he wasted no time and directly fused all the powder into the NO. 10 nutritional therapy. In the next moment, the number 10 visibly expanded several sizes. It transformed into a significantly larger sphere. Chu Yuyi looked again. Number 10 food is paramount quality. White plus description. Your body is powerful and can absorb 100 of the nutrients from food to enhance itself, even breaking through human limits through consumption. Witnessing this completely transformed ability, Chu Yuyi was an AWIT was no longer the same. The initial size enhancement merely improved his health, but now, with food, is paramount. He had subtly brushed against the threshold of the extraordinary. Who knew what the limits of humanity truly were? If he were to become a certain bald-headed overlord named Saitama, wouldn't he, Chu Yuyi, be able to defeat small demons with a single punch? Meanwhile, within the round table dream, only that ball with the transmission characteristic remained in a state of, if Chu Yuyi's conjecture was correct. As long as the serial number was, the billiard balls should be incapable of activating their abilities, much like those balls resting on the round table, not yet pocketed and belonging to Chu Yuyi. All bore the serial number. Chu Yuyi pondered extensively. If this transmission characteristic could merge with other abilities, it might allow him to replicate his powers onto others. However, he had no intention of engaging in such matters. While it posed no loss to him, the thought of others possessing his abilities left him somewhat uncomfortable, akin to being NTR'd from an awkward angle. Nevertheless, if the other party were to obey him, it might be worth a try. Yet, this transmission characteristic could only merge with one ability, and Chu Yuyi felt uncertain about which to choose. Thus, he decided to let this transmission characteristic gather dust among his abilities for the time being. Chu Yuyi had a bit of operational strength left, obtained from defeating the furious patient. After crushing the gluttony virus and continuously merging billiard balls, only 40% remained. This amount of operational strength would suffice to propel the yellow ball once. Any more would be impossible. Soon, Chu Yuyi aimed at a target, believing that by striking the edge directly, he might manage to pocket it. Without hesitation, he acted immediately. Bang! The yellow billiard ball followed Chu Yuyi's intended trajectory, narrowly brushing past a purple ball before striking the edge. It then changed direction, hurtling straight towards the top pocket. It was pocketed. Chu Yuyi retrieved the ball and checked the information. Number 15, personal space quality. Yellow description. You can open a spatial entrance within 3 meters of your body to enter a personal space, which contains 100 cubic meters. Note, the spatial entrance cannot be closed if there are obstructions, and the gas, pressure, and gravity within the personal space synchronize with the surroundings. Staring at this ability, Chu Yuyi was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this just a stripped-down version of the empty gate? And it had additional spatial limitations. However, upon further reflection, this ability allowed him to directly open a spatial entrance leading to his personal space within 3 meters. This aspect was certainly worth exploring. With that thought, Chu Yuyi exited the round table dream. Within the empty gate, Chu Yuyi slowly awoke, feeling significantly lighter all over. Whether it was due to the eradication of the gluttony virus or the newfound ability. Food is paramount, he couldn't tell. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to these thoughts and immediately turned the doorknob to leave the empty gate. Inyan City, at a certain building materials market, Chu Yuyi stepped out from the door and found himself in this bustling place. Glancing to the side, he saw a myriad of doors. Security doors, carved doors, and various styles of plenty. He casually selected a sturdy-looking security door and lifted it with ease. In the next moment, an 0.15 personal space activated, and a palm-sized white spatial entrance appeared. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yuyi realized that it wasn't the entrance that was white, but rather the personal space itself. The entrance appeared white because it was connected to the personal space. Chu Yuyi genuinely desired this item. After all, as a professional writer, he had often seen protagonists in novels possessing such abilities. Yet, now that it was in his hands, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy. Although it lacked the storage capacity of the empty gate and did not possess the ability to traverse realms, it was still commendable that the number 15 personal space could be opened at will. Observing the palm-sized spatial entrance before him, Chu Yuyi felt somewhat dissatisfied. With a mere thought, the entrance began to expand until it reached several meters in length and width. Subsequently, he tossed the heavy security door inside. Clang! A loud noise reverberated from within the personal space. Close, with a wave of his hand, the spatial entrance abruptly shut. Chu Yuyi turned and moved to another spot, calling out, "Open." In the next moment, the spatial entrance opened, revealing the security door once more. Yet even with this, Chu Yuyi still felt a sense of incompleteness as he grasped the doorknob and employed the number 1 empty gate ability to turn it. The scene behind the door transformed into the peculiar space known as the empty gate. However, this time, Chu Yuyi did not enter, nor did he close the door. Instead, he slowly released the doorknob. Close that he shut the spatial entrance. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yuyi confidently turned around and took 2 steps back, extending his hand once more to summon the spatial entrance. This time, behind the entrance, it was no longer the pure white personal space, but the empty gate. It worked, Chu Yuyi exclaimed with delight. He had not anticipated that although the number 15 personal space itself was of little use, the ability to open it at will held some significance. Yet by combining it with the characteristics of the No.1 empty gate, he had indeed achieved the effect of being able to enter the empty gate from his personal space. This was a significant improvement, with the shortcomings of the number 1 empty gate addressed. Chu Yuyi felt immense satisfaction. Moreover, he grew even fonder of the number 15 personal space. Although the number 1 empty gate possessed infinite storage, it could not accommodate everything. Now, the number 15 personal space effectively compensated for one of its shortcomings. Nonetheless, relying solely on the number 15 personal space to fill the gap of the number 1 empty gate felt somewhat inadequate. Indeed, he mused, when it comes to personal space, it's best to stock up on resources. Chu Yuyi thought, realizing that he was about to engage in a rather clever endeavor. Empty gate. With a casual gesture, Chu Yuyi conjured a spatial entrance before him, leading directly to an empty realm. This turn of events proved exceedingly convenient. In Longang City, within a certain warehouse, lay a vast storage hub in the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Yuyi boldly stepped inside, disregarding the several surveillance cameras that monitored the area. In this post-apocalyptic world, his appearance mattered little. He hardly believed anyone would dare to pursue him, save for an individual surnamed Xia. However, he was quite reluctant to engage personally. Shadow, Chu Yuyi called out, prompting his No.2 shadow clone to activate, materializing beneath him. The number 6 Wanling Jian was instantly invoked, transmitting his commands into the shadow's mind in a mere heartbeat. In the next moment, the shadow sprang into action, swiftly descending upon the shelves and liberating a substantial quantity of food and supplies in just half an hour. These provisions filled a volume of 60 cubic meters. While this may not seem vast, 1 cubic meter could accommodate numerous 24-inch suitcases, resulting in a considerable stash. Employing the number 4 Yanguan Lulu, he glanced around, discovering that this area was indeed a blind spot for the cameras. This was to be expected. The storage center was simply too expansive for cameras to be installed in every nook and cranny, with surveillance concentrated in key thoroughfares. Shrugging, Chu Yuyi commanded the shadow to revert to its original state before sealing the spatial entrance in his personal realm. He then turned to step through the empty portal. Within the portal, Chu Yuyi contemplated his next move, deciding against returning to the Blue Star world just yet, given the current combat strength of Blue Star. It was evident that even a fighter jet's firepower would not suffice to obliterate Xia. Although he harbored no fear of Xia, silencing him would indeed require considerable effort. Not for any other reason, but to ensure that during his time in the Blue Star world, no one would desire his demise. Additionally, there was a lingering suspicion in Chu Yuyi's mind that Xia and this post-apocalyptic era were interconnected to some degree. Should he manage to eliminate Xia, the 7 deadly since virus-induced apocalypse might not be entirely extinguished, but could potentially be subdued. With Xia's presence, the grand city of Yunqing had already succumbed. Given this individual more time, one could only dread the chaos he might unleash. Chu Yuyi had previously underestimated the situation, thinking that conventional weaponry would suffice against these afflicted beings, while it might be adequate for the gluttonous and envious patients. The wrathful ones necessitated heavier firepower, at least missile-level ordnance. And what of the unseen patients, like the pride virus-afflicting Xia, a purely idealistic force that manifested based on belief? If one believed they were invincible, they indeed became so. This concept was utterly flawed, transcending the boundaries of science and bordering on the extraordinary. Chu Yuyi dared to envision the potential chaos of a patient entirely consumed by the pride virus. The first requirement would be a steadfast belief in their own immortality, followed by an unwavering conviction of invulnerability. These two traits combined would undoubtedly render them a formidable opponent, akin to a super Deadpool or Wolverine. How could one possibly contend with such an adversary? Yet, Chu Yuyi quickly devised a strategy. Anesthesia, electric shocks, fishing nets, and harpoons could all be employed to capture them. However, what if a prideful patient could evolve like others afflicted by various viruses? In later stages, one could not dismiss the emergence of concepts like invulnerability to proximity or immunity to attacks. At that juncture, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Chu Yuyi feared the day a fully realized prideful patient would ascend and proclaim, "Above heaven and earth, I alone am supreme." I end such an event. He would have no choice but to summon spatial slashes. Thus, Chu Yuyi resolved to venture into other realms, to acquire more potent and wondrous supernatural powers. The pride virus? If I were to obtain a power that surpasses it, existing above your level, how would you respond? As he strolled through the empty portal, he gradually formulated his request. "Empty portal, I know you can hear me. I wish to enter a realm where I can effortlessly acquire extraordinary powers. Ideally, this world should also possess weaponry capable of countering Xia. That is all." Upon concluding his request, the portal exhibited no immediate changes. Surprised, Chu Yuyi exclaimed, "No changes? That cannot be right. Did I not state that the empty portal would endeavor to fulfill my request?" Before he could finish speaking, the surroundings dimmed considerably. Gazing ahead, he could only discern an expanse of doorways forming an endless wall, stretching for miles. What on earth? Chu Yuyi gasped. Had he perhaps set his conditions too modestly? How could so many doors materialize from a single request? Realizing this, he spoke again. "I would like to add another requirement. Upon entering this world, I must not perish easily." Countless doorways diminished by more than half, yet a vast multitude remained. It would be preferable if I could swiftly enhance my strength. The doors reduced yet again, but still numbered in the hundreds. Pausing, Chu Yuyi found himself at a loss for words, sensing he might have been overly demanding. However, a plethora of worlds remained available. Overwhelmed by choice, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Then, in the next moment, he spotted a door he had encountered before. This door was forged from machinery and flesh. Wasn't this the world of the Eye planet? Given the empty portal's assurance of survival, it seemed prudent to investigate. After all, he was curious about what that enormous eye truly represented. With that thought, he focused his intention, and the door approached him. He twisted the doorknob and murmured, "This time, let us avoid remote locations. I seek a place with people to facilitate my understanding of the situation." As he stepped slowly into the new world, he was immediately struck by the dazzling spectacle before him. The grandeur was overwhelming. Countless bridges adorned the sky, while neon signs illuminated the entire cityscape. The pedestrians, adorned in eclectic attire, appeared to stand at the forefront of fashioned in that moment. Chu Yuyi felt like a lost soul in a jungle. Sealing the spatial entrance behind him, he ventured further into this vibrant world. Initially, the surrounding passers-by regarded him with curiosity, but within mere seconds, they resumed their own affairs, indifferent to his presence. Observing his surroundings, Chu Yuyi noted that even the bystanders exuded a distinctly technological aura. One elderly man had no eyes. Instead, 8 red prosthetic eyes were embedded in his head. Nearby, a woman sported a steel spine protruding from her back. Even the casual youth donned garments that resembled dynamic ink wash paintings, exuding an explosive sense of style that made Chu Yuyi feel quite out of place. As he walked through this bustling environment, he garnered glances from the people around him, akin to how he viewed them, somewhat bewildered, some perplexed, as if witnessing a piece of surreal body art. After a few moments of scrutiny, he shrugged off their gazes and continued to survey his surroundings, pondering the request he had made to the empty portal, the ability to rapidly enhance his strength. Surely, it wouldn't involve having his arms removed in exchange for mechanical prosthetics, would it? He gazed upon a world brimming with cyberpunk aesthetics, dystopian allure, neon hues, and futuristic technology, lost in thought. Yet, Chu Yuyi had not forgotten that this world was the very same he had previously glimpsed, the realm of the Great Eye, a flesh-and-blood planet. This world was destined to be far more complex than it appeared. As he walked, 2 passers-by caught his attention. They were 2 ruffians, their expressions dripping with disdain as they regarded Chu Yuyi. A peculiar object clamped between their lips. "What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll gouge out your eyes. Don't be so timid. Come here, native human. Let me show you a fine treasure." The 2 interdimensional brutes surveyed Chu Yuyi with arrogant smiles, incessantly jabbering in the language of this world. The only reason Chu Yuyi could comprehend them was due to the ability he had previously acquired. No. 6, the tongue of all spirits. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost. Without the benefit of number 6, could he truly hope that the myriad worlds had all adopted Mandarin? Observing these bizarre figures, Chu Yuyi felt no fear. He boldly approached them and entered their dimly lit alley. The shadows loomed thickly, sparse of any other soul. As he drew near, one of the ruffians, known as Shaoa, suddenly revealed a dagger-like weapon that sprang forth from his wrist. Unlike the hidden blades of Assassin's Creed, it resembled a grotesque version of Wolverine's claws, leaving Chu Yuyi feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet this small blade was the ruffian's source of bravado. Well, you really dare to approach. We're short on credits. Lend us some, and we'll repay you 5-fold next month. The 2 miscreants grinned wickedly, convinced that Chu Yuyi was an easy target. With a sigh, Chu Yuyi drew forth the only remaining Walther from behind him. He had lost the other 2 small bees during his confrontation with the enraged patient, and the remaining Walther had been given to Shadow for an ambush against Xiatan, albeit with little success. Up to this moment, this was all he had left, yet it sufficed for his needs. Initially, he had considered brandishing the firearm to intimidate the 2 ruffians into retreat, but evidently, the situation was not so simple. "What the hell is that? A child's toy. Ever seen one before, brother? Never seen anything so bizarre. Real men wield knives? Who would bother with such a ridiculous contraption?" The 2 ruffians exchanged banter as though performing a comedic skit, nearly eliciting a laugh from Chu Yuyi. "Is this a toy?" Chu Yuyi raised the gun, aiming it directly at the more arrogant ruffian, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening report echoed through the alley, swiftly replaced by a gruesome scene, the air thick with the scent of blood. The self-proclaimed master ruffian's head snapped back, his body frozen in shock. They were merely toying around. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly primitive individual would actually kill one of them? The ruffian, rendered speechless, felt his strength drain away, as though his bones had been removed, collapsing helplessly. Without warning, a fluid seeped forth from his body. Chu Yuyi made no further move, allowing the ruffian a few moments to adjust to the reality of the situation. 3 minutes later, Chu Yuyi broke the silence that, "I'll be straightforward. I come from another world." Upon hearing this, the ruffian appeared momentarily disoriented. Was this a jest? Yet, witnessing the power of the Walther, he began to harbor a flicker of belief. Aliens. The peculiar term struck Chu Yuyi momentarily dumb, but he quickly regained his composure. That's not entirely inaccurate. Now, I'll ask questions, and you will answer. If you refuse or lie, that will be your end. Fine. What is the name of this world, or this planet? The Star of Night. What is that great eye in the sky? How has your world been affected? We refer to it as Flesh Mountain, a planet composed of countless aberrations, periodically sending down distorted entities, forcing every citizen of our city to implant combat chips. Last question. Where do you procure these body modifications? We, the inhabitants of the lower city, go to old Gene's shop. He is quite decent. At least he won't sell us out for our organs. It is located at the corner of Zone 73. Turn right after exiting the alley. Left at the Inhibitor Pharmacy, and it's the third unit on the 23rd floor of the Wing Coin building. That what you call being decent. Forget it, this is no longer your concern. Chu Yuyi waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. However, after a few breaths, the ruffian seemed to come to a realization, yelling, "What the hell? Alien! Damn upper city dwellers, do you think you're superior to us? Claiming that we are from different worlds. You lofty upper city folk, experience the blood and fury of us commoners. Die." With that, the ruffian raised his weapon and charged at him, but Chu Yuyi did not turn back. He aimed at the ruffian's direction and fired again. Bang! He had stated that refusing to speak or lying would lead to death, but if one spoke, they would live. The ruffian had sealed his own fate, and Chu Yuyi would show no mercy. For those who sought to harm him, a swift death was all that was necessary. There was no need to allow for any follow-up if it were to play out like a glitch. With lesser foes leading to greater ones, it would be a true headache. Following the directions provided by the ruffian, Chu Yuyi made his way to old Gene's shop. He sought to ascertain whether there were weaponry available that did not require body modifications. Since this world lacked firearms, it would be reasonable to assume that bladed weapons had developed significantly. Although Chu Yuyi was perplexed as to why this world had not advanced to create firearms despite its technological prowess, he felt little desire to ponder the historical intricacies of this realm. He was no historian. What truly mattered to Chu Yuyi was the utility of the items he could acquire here. Before long, he arrived at old Gene's shop, the layout starkly different from that of Blue Star. An amusing incident occurred when he discovered that the elevator buttons operated on a binary system, leaving him puzzled for quite some time. Ultimately, an elderly lady approached, connecting her personal terminal to the elevator to send Chu Yuyi to the appropriate floor. What perplexed him further was the pitying look in her eyes. As though she were gazing upon a child with a developmental disability, he contemplated voicing a retort, but ultimately fell silent, stifled by the cultural chasm that rendered him bewildered by this world's peculiar reliance on binary systems. Isn't it troublesome? As Chu Yuyi arrived at old Jin's shop, a storefront converted from an ordinary building, the facade was notably large, making it easily noticeable. He knocked on the door and heard an unintelligible language. Fortunate that Chu Yuyi had been using number 6 universal language. "Come in," a voice beckoned from within. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yuyi pushed the door open and stepped inside. He glanced at the door, pondering that this world also had doors. Or rather, the doors that could be opened were gateways to different worlds. Those capable of crafting doors, which could only accommodate beings under 2 meters tall, were predominantly carbon-based humans. Chu Yuyi entered without further ado, surveying his surroundings. The walls were lined with steel mesh shelves resembling perforated boards, but instead of tools, they displayed various cybernetic enhancements. Was there an enhancement that didn't require surgery and could rapidly enhance his abilities? And perhaps a couple of weapons as well. Chu Yuyi spoke plainly, eager to expedite the matter and return a deal with that person surnamed Xia. However, this encounter seemed to diverge from his expectations. Previously, at the gun shop on Blue Star, the proprietor had readily provided him with an M180 and a Walther P22, yet here, at Night Star, the local customs appeared rather different. The shopkeeper, named Old Jean, seemed disinterested in Chu Yuyi, his eyes half-lidded, occasionally chuckling to himself. When Old Jean glanced at Chu Yuyi, there was a flicker of interest, but it was fleeting. He spoke. No surgery. Then we have nanoskin. It could be applied directly. Given your physique, you would require Model 2.4 weapons. Opt for high-polymer nanoknives. Those are top-tier .18, 700 credit points. Transfer me the amount, and I'll prepare them for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi felt a pang of anxiety. He truly had no credit points. Coming from another world, it was indeed peculiar to possess the currency of this place. Contemplating, Chu Yuyi reached into his pocket, activating number 15 portable space, and retrieved a gold ingot. He tossed the gold onto the counter, conveying his intent. Use this for payment. Old Jean glanced at it and then broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth that sparkled in Chu Yuyi's eyes. With a swift gesture, Old Jean directed his gaze toward a nearby machine, and a stream of information flowed forth. Buzz. The mechanical arms on the workbench exchanged their printing materials, swiftly crafting a gold ingot identical in shape and size to the one Chu Yuyi had tossed. Old Jean extended his hands, gesturing toward the newly formed ingot. He seemed to say nothing yet conveyed everything. Chu Yuyi was profoundly astonished. Good heavens, the technological landscape of this world is utterly bizarre. No firearms, yet capable of instantaneously printing gold. What principle underlies this? Is there a magical dwarf hidden within? Despite his overwhelming urge to voice his incredulity, Chu Yuyi managed to suppress it. Yet Old Jean took the initiative to speak. 18. 700 credit points. I don't have any, Chu Yuyi replied. His demeanor resembled that of a reckless tough guy. The next moment, contemplating, he raised his Walther, aiming it at Old Jean, and said, if I lack credit points, can I at least have the goods? Unperturbed by the ominous muzzle of the gun, Old Jean raised his arm, and a blade akin to a mantis's arm sprang forth from his forearm. Directly targeting Chu Yuyi, it seemed that with a mere step forward, he could strike at Chu Yuyi's neck. Observing this, Chu Yuyi decided to holster his weapon. It was unnecessary to engage in conflict. He would simply procure a set from another warehouse. Just as he thought this, Old Jean interjected, you need credit points to activate the equipment. It's a rule set by the upper city. Even if you were to kill me and take the items, you wouldn't be able to use them. Taken aback by this revelation, Chu Yuyi wondered if the equipment required activation. This Night Star, he could only think to himself that he truly did not wish to return. Next time, he would impose additional conditions on the gateway. He had no desire to visit a world rife with peculiar regulations. Just then, Old Jean tossed him something resembling a wristwatch, though it was considerably larger. Akin to a shackle for native humans, this is a mobile personal terminal that IT contains a registered account. Head to Lion Tavern on the outskirts of Zone 74, and you will acquire credit points. Old Jean seemed disinclined to elaborate further, but his final gaze at Chu Yuyi bore a hint of pity. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, Chu Yuyi accepted the personal terminal. Unbeknownst to him, both Old Jean and the woman who had previously assisted him with the elevator regarded him with sympathy because he was a native human. What does it mean to be a native human? In the upper city, such individuals represented absolute nobility, as they possessed enough wealth to live without needing cybernetic enhancements. However, in the lower city, native humans symbolized orphans, those neglected without the means to acquire enhancements. Forced to grow up in a state of oblivion, this fact held little significance for Chu Yuyi. Others' opinions of him would not genuinely affect him. It was merely idle chatter, not lingering any longer. He turned and left. Observing this scene, Old Jean let out a quiet sigh, muttering to himself, it's tough to be a good person. As Chu Yuyi walked away, he glanced back at the personal shop adorned with the sign Old Jean's General Store before making his way to Lion Tavern. As Old Jean had suggested, as he walked, Chu Yuyi felt as though he were immersed in a game, akin to completing a side quest. However, this side quest was no ordinary task. It resembled a long and tedious errand. Nonetheless, he could overcome these challenges. After all, he had come this FAR.TO turn back now would be akin to never having come to this world at all. Since he was here, he might as well experience the local culture and the unique apocalypse of this world, hoping to gain some control over it. Was this world's apocalypse truly like that? Chu Yuyi gazed up at the sky. Despite the towering skyscrapers resembling a metallic tropical rainforest, glimpses of the sky were still visible. Above, a massive fleshy planet continued to orbit, serving as the unnatural satellite of Nightstar. What is that? As Chu Yuyi observed the fleshy planet, he could vaguely see meteor-like objects falling from it. They were numerous, and although they were difficult to discern, they were undeniably unsettling. Were those the so-called aberrations? Chu Yuyi gasped, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Would he need to confront such entities in this world? On the Blue Star, those apocalyptic monsters still retain a semblance of humanity. However, on the Night Star, these creatures are nothing short of the purest forms of monstrosity. Yet, Chu Yuyi remains uncertain whether his round table only increases his control power when he slays the 7 deadly sins of Blue Star's afflicted, or if it also applies to any monsters he vanquishes across different worlds. If it is the former, he muses, he might just establish a breeding ground for the afflicted, nurturing them to continually enhance his control power. Although this notion is rather dark, he is certainly capable of such an endeavor. Nonetheless, the key lies in whether killing monsters on the Night Star will indeed augment his control power. Lost in thought, Chu Yuyi gradually made his way to the Liyun Tavern. Despite the establishment not being particularly well marked, he managed to locate it. With a creaking sound, he slowly pushed open the aged metallic door. Drawing the attention of several patrons, it felt reminiscent of a classic scene from a Western cowboy film, where the protagonist, a newcomer in unfamiliar territory, enters a tavern and becomes the center of attention, only to be met with the predictable confrontation that leads to a few being shot down, thereby intimidating the rest. However, much to Chu Yuyi's disappointment, such theatrics did not unfold. After a cursory glance, the others returned to their own affairs, too preoccupied to pay heed to a mere native human, but he found a seat and did not place an order. Choosing instead to observe, he was wary of losing his temper and harming someone due to the world's differences, which would certainly be a headache. Noticing his lack of intention to order, no one approached him. Before long, a commotion caught his attention. The usual bellowed a burly man. Chu Yuyi turned his gaze to see a figure with a metallic spine supporting his back and exaggerated cybernetic limbs, resembling a living exoskeleton. The bartender lifted his head, evidently having received a credit point. Chu Yuyi, intrigued, pondered, what could this so-called usual be? Strong liquor? Or perhaps women? He was curious about what could prompt this seemingly seasoned individual to call for the usual. After a brief wait, the server emerged from the kitchen with a round platter, covered by a silver cloche, exuding an air of mystery. Upon seeing it, the surrounding patrons couldn't help but swallow audibly, their expressions filled with yearning. So, what is it? Chu Yuyi's curiosity deepened as he regarded the solemn presentation. The server placed the platter down and lifted the cloche, revealing a meticulously arranged plate of red velvet cake. Chu Yuyi blinked in disbelief, questioning his own vision as he wondered if he had been tainted by the sight of that bloody, celestial body. What on earth was this garish spectacle? Good heavens, was that red velvet cake the size of his palm? Was he truly going to consume such a thing? No, the issue wasn't the size. This delicacy seemed utterly incongruous with his persona. How could such a scene possibly exist? After a moment of contemplation, he sensed something amiss. Certain things were undoubtedly not as simple as they appeared. Indeed, the server retrieved a small packet of sealed white powder from his pocket and inquired softly, "This substance is addictive. How much would you like, sir?" Of course, a cybernetic behemoth could hardly be ordering a delicately feminine red velvet cake. The secret lay here. Chu Yuyi's eyes widened as he witnessed the burly man request a full dose, pouring an entire bag of the powder onto the cake. Surely, that quantity could be lethal. Yet, he reasoned, with such extensive cybernetic modifications, his endocrine system should be robust enough. Chu Yuyi muttered softly, unbothered by the possibility of being overheard, as the natives of Nightstar could not comprehend his words unless he activated his number 6 universal tongue. Observing the cake, now generously dusted with white powder, the cybernetic giant scooped a spoonful with a metallic utensil and placed it in his mouth. Savoring it, Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "So sweet." Indeed, the euphoria induced by sugary treats is ineffable. That 14 credit point expenditure was certainly worth it. Hearing this, Chu Yuyi questioned whether he had misheard or if his N.O.6 universal tongue had malfunctioned. It seemed the man was not indulging in some addictive substance, but was genuinely relishing a dessert. No, how could such a thing be addictive? Chu Yuyi stared incredulously. Perplexed, yet soon, he recalled snippets from short videos he had previously watched. Sugar, it appeared, could indeed be addictive. While the addictive qualities of caffeine, tobacco, and alcohol manifest immediately, sugar's dependency builds gradually over time. One can abstain from coffee, alcohol, or cigarettes, but entirely avoiding sugar for a lifetime proves exceedingly difficult. In a sense, its addictive nature is not to be underestimated. After all, once sweetness is perceived, it can immediately trigger neural pathways, bringing pleasure and stimulating the brain's release of dopamine, fostering cravings and dependence on sweet confections that a person may never have tasted sugar. But once they do, it becomes an inescapable temptation. What a bizarre revelation. Chu Yuyi found himself lamenting this truth, even at this moment. Even if it were merely the passive effect of the white billiard ball, it would still be an effect. With number 5 photographic memory and number 7 impeccable organization, in an instant, he recalled the earlier encounter with the two ruffians. One of them had something in his mouth, only for it to be blown out when a bullet shattered his skull. If his assumption was correct, that was not tobacco, but rather a lollipop. What the hell? Chu Yuyi pondered the absurdity of this world, feeling an inexplicable twinge of guilt. He bore no psychological burden in dispatching a roadblock thug, yet if it were a mere child with a lollipop, his instinct would categorize the foe as a child, and the thought of slaying a child was inherently discomforting. Chu Yuyi was indeed peculiar in this regard. For the two brothers, he offered a brief moment of silence. Closing his eyes and lamenting the state of this wretched world, he watched the burly man indulge. The surrounding patrons swallowed in unison, each requesting an order of their own. "Boss, I'll have a red velvet cake too. With extra frosting." "Me too." Amidst the cacophony, yet harmoniously unified atmosphere, Chu Yuyi felt utterly exasperated. Wait a minute, didn't T. Lao Jean mention this was a bar? Whereas the alcohol? With a sudden realization, he grasped the situation. His number 6 universal tongue automatically matched meanings. Lao Jin's reference to a bar likely encompassed a place for leisure and entertainment, along with other offerings that was akin to his understanding of the term. Thus his mind had seamlessly accepted this interpretation. This establishment, teeming with burly men and cybernetic enhancements, in such a noisy setting. Even if termed a dessert shop, Chu Yuyi would instinctively reject that notion. Contemplating this strange ambience, he decided he did not wish to remain any longer. A bar devoid of smoke and alcohol, where only red velvet cake was ordered, was simply too peculiar. Just as he prepared to leave, a voice nearby caught his ear. "I hunted 12 aberrations yesterday. Are they becoming more numerous? I see you're just flaunting your credits, huh?" "No kidding. There certainly seem to be quite a few lately. It's rather strange. Whatever, when they come, I'll take them down one by one." Listening to the recent conversation, Chu Yuyi perked up. Credit points? Aberrant entities? Aren't these precisely the two things I wish to delve into? However, not long after, the table around him shifted back to other topics, causing Chu Yuyi to lose interest. Contemplating, he approached the table, pulled up a stool, and began to inquire. He had initially anticipated remarks such as, "Hey kid, are you looking for trouble? Or you think you deserve to sit here?" Followed by a physical reprimand. To his surprise, the group was quite accommodating towards this outsider. "I just heard you mention that hunting aberrant entities can earn credit points." Upon hearing this, the burly men at the table paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, as if they had encountered a notion utterly devoid of common sense. It was akin to someone asking, "Is a cucumber green? Or is rice only considered rice when it is cooked?" Such statements struck their ears as utterly absurd. Yet soon, one of the hefty men scanned the room with his gaze, only to find that Chu Yuyi lacked a personal terminal. "Wait, why don't you have a personal terminal?" "Goodness, he truly doesn't." They mused. A young master who ran away from home in the upper city? Or perhaps a poor orphan without registration? The mention of the latter caused the surrounding men to fall silent, their gazes towards Chu Yuyi tinged with pity. The leader of the group slammed the table in frustration and exclaimed, "What a wretched world! Child, feel free to ask. Uncles here will help as much as we can." The man's eyes were sincere, leaving Chu Yuyi somewhat embarrassed. "I come from another world, so if I slay aberrant entities, I can earn credit points, correct? Where might these aberrant entities be located? Outside the city?" Upon hearing this question, several burly men glanced around before responding. "You must possess a personal terminal. Oh, you do have a mobile version, albeit an old model, not outside the city, but rather beyond the realm. There are numerous aberrant entities beyond the realm. Aberrant entities come in various types. The most troublesome are the tumors that can proliferate infinitely. The others vary in combat prowess. If fortune favors you, killing a few of the weakest skeleton aberrant entities could make your journey worthwhile. If you're set on going, heed this uncle's advice. Find a team. At this point, doubt arose in Chu Yuyi's heart. A team? Indeed, such endeavors necessitate a group to embark with. If you find yourself lacking in companions, considering the time, the Wild Dog Den should be arriving soon. They particularly enjoy bringing newcomers along, and their members are decent. Having heard this, Chu Yuyi took their advice to heart and patiently awaited the arrival of the Wild Dog Den. Suddenly, the heavy metallic door of the tavern swung open with a loud clatter. Hey, bring me a serving of syrup toast. I can no longer bear liquid nutrient meals. Quiet down. Keep it down. 0.1 bablia. 8 parts sugared. I want caramel. Putting 0.5 individuals entered, each adorned in distinct attire. The leading man was tall, his entire body primarily clad in black cybernetics, though his mechanical arms stood out, towering over him by a considerable margin. One of them, with curly hair, was the loudest of the group. He appeared otherwise normal, but the cybernetic structure on his hand was highly conspicuous, resembling an articulate amalgamation. Another was a diminutive and frail man, yet he was the most striking. His legs were entirely mechanical, and a mechanical spine connected them to his back, creating a rather fearsome appearance. Lastly, there was a stout man with a naive demeanor and a girl. The stout man had relatively simple cybernetics, yet he bore some modifications, carrying a large backpack akin to that of a moose. The girl, at first glance, seemed unremarkable, but her skin bore metallic lines at her joints, indicating that her entire body had undergone cybernetic transformation. Observing this ensemble, Chu Yuyi pondered, is this the so-called Wild Dog Den? I wonder how much these so-called cybernetics can surpass human capabilities. However, he understood that since he had made a request to the Void Sect, his opportunities for enhancement might not lie in cybernetics, but rather in the virtually endless aberrant entities beyond the city. As long as he continued to slay them, he would acquire new abilities. At that moment, if Chu Yuyi could obtain the ability to perform spatial slashes, would he need to worry about summer? He could simply send his mind to outer space, his torso into magma, and his lower half into water to feed the fish. Moreover, the more abilities he amassed, the better. Even a plethora of passive skills would directly touch the realm of the extraordinary. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yuyi approached the members of the Wild Dog Den to express his intentions. Surprisingly, there were no unexpected reactions. The tavern's patrons seemed exceptionally amiable, almost overly warm. Such a scenario might have been acceptable in a peaceful world, but in a realm teeming with aberrant entities and where everyone possessed combat prowess, it felt rather unbelievable. After lingering in the tavern for a while, Chu Yuyi realized that the underlying conflicts and barriers here were not absent, but rather obstructed by a certain societal stratum. The lower city harbored a profound disdain for the upper city, often cursing it multiple times a day. Yet, when it came to their own kind from the lower city, they transformed into helpers, especially for someone like Chu Yuyi, a native human. Although understandable, it still felt somewhat peculiar. It even led Chu Yuyi to momentarily feel as if he had become one of the few villains in this world. After articulating his intentions, the Wild Dog Den quickly accepted him, as if it were a routine occurrence, and some even expressed delight at seeing a little fellow like him participate in the hunt. But you are unarmed, and that does not please me. The leader, Dubin, waved his hand, instructing a blonde to retrieve a long knife from their belongings and directly lend it to Chu Yuyi as Chu Yuyi drew the blade from its sheath. He beheld the azure blade, its edge exceedingly sharp, likely ranking below 7 best in terms of standard sharpness. Best denotes the sharpness of the blade, with smaller numbers representing greater sharpness that a typical kitchen knife measures around 150 bes. While a brand new surgical knife stands at 5 bes, but a blade with a best rating of 0 would sever objects upon mere proximity. However, that was merely theoretical. Everything is relative to achieve a 0 bes knife. One could heat the blade until it glows red and cut through fragile strands of hair, thus approaching 0 bes in relativity. Observing Dubin, the leader of the wild dog den, as he bestowed the weapon, Chu Yuyi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Dubin is still not quite accustomed to such warmth from others, while he finds it easier to accept those who are fierce and intimidating. He feels somewhat uncomfortable around this overly amiable individual that it is what it is. After all, he resides in a place that is on the verge of being dubbed the Valley of Villains, the town of Haidu. The local customs are indeed quite rugged, and occurrences of death are not uncommon. Strangely, since the onset of the apocalypse, the area has become noticeably quieter. Growing up in such an environment, Chu Yuyi is more accustomed to those around him who embody self-interest, are shrewd in their calculations, and occasionally stab their companions in the back, rather than the people from this world that Chu Yuyi. The individuals in the tavern appear far less menacing than the old Gene from his previous establishment. As he surveyed the leader named Dubin, he learned that the Wild Dog Den comprises 5 members: Dubin, Teddy, Shigo, Jin Mao, and Bomai. Dubin is the leader. Teddy possesses a prosthetic arm. Shigo is the one with a missing leg. Jin Mao handles the luggage, and Bomai is the sole female. However, these details hold little significance for Chu Yuyi. Once he becomes familiar with the tactics of the aberrations from beyond the realm, he will be able to hunt them himself. At that point, he can don a suit of nanofiber skin, wield a fine blade, and simply depart. These individuals are but fleeting shadows in his eyes. After a brief respite, the entire Wild Dog Den team prepared to set forth. With a commanding call from Dubin, the group sprang into action. However, to Chu Yuyi's astonishment, they were on foot. Is there no vehicle? He instinctively inquired. Vehicle? A rather unfamiliar term. Jin Mao scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. Chu Yuyi frowned. It was indeed strange that the Night Star lacked vehicles. Given its advanced level of technology, it should have been capable of producing them. This moment, Dubin spoke up. Vehicles? Before the New Star era, there were some. However, once that colossal mass from the sky drifted over and became the Night Star satellite, no one has driven one since. Intrigued, Chu Yuyi pressed further. Why? There exists a type of aberration known as an elect brain. They are small yet remarkably intelligent. They manage to infiltrate the underside or interior of vehicles, evading all detection. Once they enter the city, they start with small creatures like field mice and cockroaches, eventually progressing to children and adults. By the later stages of their development, even a team of 15 cannot contend with them. Shaking his head, Dubin seemed reluctant to elaborate further. As he spoke, he glanced at his left arm, which he had lost due to an encounter with the intellect brain. His gaze grew distant, steeped in reminiscence. Though he chose not to delve into the past, how much longer until we reach the outer domain? Chu Yuyi inquired. Approximately 20 minutes, Jin Mao replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi fell into a momentary daze. Pondering 20 minutes? Surely that equates to a mere 1 or 2 kilometers. So, you mean he thought that just a kilometer outside the city, we are entirely surrounded by aberrations? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had assumed this world was relatively safe, that the city could sustain its own ecosystem. But upon this reflection, it seemed they were utterly besieged by aberrations. Chu Yuyi contemplated before finally speaking. Is it possible to survive while surrounded by these aberrations? The others exchanged glances, surprised by his words. Shigo was the first to respond. Hey, what kind of phrasing is that? It sounds as if you're not from the Night Star. I am indeed from another world, a place called Blue Star. Chu Yuyi replied candidly, unafraid of revealing his identity. By disclosing who he was, he could naturally wield his abilities. Even if the entirety of the Night Star were to pursue him, he could simply escape to another world. After all, Chu Yuyi was not lacking in options. If this world proved unsuitable, he had an abundance of others to choose from. Upon hearing such an extraordinary declaration from Chu Yuyi, Shigo could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Puffed. Are you joking? If you hail from another world, Then I must be an F-22B from Kepler. He chuckled, seemingly unable to believe Chu Yuyi's claim. However, Jean Mao appeared somewhat dazed, as if he was beginning to accept it, muttering, "No wonder he's a native from the lower district, as he's an extraterrestrial." Nodding thoughtfully, Jean Mao seemed increasingly convinced like a tea that moment. Bomai exhibited a change in demeanor. She pressed her hand against her temple, her gaze lacking luster, as if her personal terminal had interfaced with another device. As her breathing steadied, her expression regained clarity, and she spoke in a low voice. "Behind the western hill, there's one skeleton, one intellect brain, one brute, and one tumor. It appears the intellect brain is leading the ambush against us, that if we don't act, they're likely to charge at us." Upon hearing the names of the first three aberrations, the others showed little reaction. However, at the mention of tumor, even Dubin's lips twitched in discomfort. "What should we do, boss? Should we run? We can't outrun the skeleton. Getting caught would be even worse," Dubin pondered before turning to Chu Yuyi and saying, "Newcomer, assess the situation that if it's beyond your capabilities, make your escape. With your presence, the Night Star has the potential to resist the apocalypse. You are still young. Do not throw your life away." Chu Yuyi smirked slightly. It sounded as if they were discussing life and death. With him around, there would be no unexpected outcomes. Observing the scene where everyone was setting up a proverbial flag, Chu Yuyi was at a loss for words. Those aberrations are formidable. As he contemplated this, several small spheres flew in from the distance, their four wings flapping as they approached. Initially, Chu Yuyi assumed they were the so-called aberrations, but seeing the lack of tension among the others, he realized these little objects were not aberrations at all. As the small spheres drew closer, Bomai, the only female member of the Wild Dog Den, removed her top. Chu Yuyi's eyes widened. "Wait, are the people of the Night Star this liberated?" he thought to himself. Yet, what transpired next completely altered his perspective. The small spheres continued to approach, and as Bomai shed her neon jacket, her fair skin was revealed, devoid of any sensitive areas. Flat? Chu Yuyi thought. Feeling a bit bewildered, there were no peaks to speak of, not even a dome atop a mountain. It dawned on him that the Night Star bore resemblance to the cyberpunk world he envisioned. With such advanced technology, surely leading to the creation of bulletproof skin. However, the sacrifices seemed considerable. Why not at least get a decent fake? He mused. It looks rather strange, not even as impressive as Dubin's. After casting a few more glances, he reluctantly averted his gaze. The small flying spheres approached and seamlessly folded into flat surfaces, adhering to Bomai's chest. If these drones could be classified as aircraft, then Bomai's chest had indeed transformed into a veritable airport. Shaking his head, Chu Yuyi reined in his scattered thoughts as he noticed that the entire Wild Dog Den had entered a state of alert. Given their reaction, Chu Yuyi feigned a casual survey of his surroundings. In his line of sight, he spotted a humanoid red figure swiftly approaching. Judging by its speed, it rivaled that of a cheetah. What puzzled Chu Yuyi was that if aberrations could move this quickly, why didn't they simply infiltrate the city and commence their slaughter? Why resort to hunting humans outside? Yet, to Chu Yuyi, these aberrations seemed less intelligent than humans. However, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts, as the aberration was upon them in mere moments. At this juncture, Dubin remarked, "This is a skeleton aberration, generally considered the most balanced among them. With no particularly remarkable skills, he was rather easy to eliminate." Upon finishing his statement, Dubin raised his colossal mechanical arms, and as his fists came together, a plume of white steam emerged. Subtly wafting through the air, a resonant hum filled the atmosphere as Dubin unleashed a powerful punch, striking the skeletal aberration with force. True to its name, the skeletal aberration revealed a clear outline of the skeleton, enshrouded in a layer of what appeared to be a viscous, flesh-like substance. Forming a thin veneer of skinned teeth appeared formidable, yet Dubin asserted that this skeletal aberration was quite feeble. Chu Yuyi observed quietly. Refraining from intervening in a swift motion, a shadow flitted past as the agile hound activated its neural response spine, instantly positioning itself beside the skeleton. With a resounding crash, Dubin's fist struck again, causing the skeletal figure to stumble backward. The hound seized the opportunity delivering a powerful kick to its hind leg, resulting in a sickening crunch. This rendered the skeletal aberration unable to move swiftly any longer. Subsequently, Teddy waved his hands, which instantly unfurled into 10 elongated blades. With a swift motion, he sliced off the skeletal aberration's head and arms. Dubin advanced once more, raising his arms to smash down repeatedly until the bones within were utterly obliterated, leaving the skeletal aberration immobile. Is this truly so troublesome? Chu Yuyi mused, involuntarily commenting on the scene. Although the skeleton was the weakest of aberrations, its vitality surpassed that of an ordinary person, as the golden retriever beside him concurred. Casting a glance at the golden retriever and the Pomeranian, who had yet to engage, Chu Yuyi discerned their roles. One was tasked with carrying luggage, while the other assumed the role of a scout. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the enormous package behind the golden retriever. Is it truly necessary to carry luggage with only a few steps remaining to the city? Unless it contains something other than mere luggage. At that moment, the personal terminal in Chu Yuyi's hand lit up, displaying unfamiliar characters he presumed to be unique to this world. Despite the utility of number 6, the language of all beings, it was unfortunately only effective against living entities. This cold machine, however, did not fall within the realm of living beings. He tapped the surface of the terminal, pondering whether it was calculating credit points. Could slaying aberrations yield credit points? Was this a redistribution of contributions? Before he could ponder further, 2 aberrations slowly approached from a distance. Didn't they say there would be 3? The Pomeranian, now dressed, pointed toward the larger aberration ahead, stating, "That bulge on its head is the intellect brain." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi turned his gaze forward. Before him, 2 massive aberrations advanced. Point 1 towered nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant, its form composed of grotesque, decaying flesh, barely discernible as humanoid. The other aberration resembled a puddle, indeed. A pool that appeared akin to red gelatin, yet was far more repugnant, resembling a mass of crushed meat and entrails. These 2 must be the brute force and the tumor. The brute force bore a prominent bulge atop its head, reminiscent of something comically exaggerated in an animated feature, round and smooth. According to the Pomeranian, this bulge was the so-called intellect brain. Chu Yuyi shrugged, feeling remarkably at ease. This was not mere bravado. He had just vanquished a raging patient. A monster vastly more formidable than this so-called brute force. Gazing at the 2 aberrations, he felt no significant concern, aside from slight revulsion. "You are truly audacious," the Pomeranian remarked, frowning as she took 2 steps back. Positioning herself behind the golden retriever, Chu Yuyi glanced over, bemused. Was this the infamous act of shielding others in times of peril? "Golden retriever, use that thing against the tumor. Stall for time," Dubin commanded, his eyes sharp. Before adding, "Pomeranian, find a way to remove the intellect brain." "Agile hound, Teddy, come assist me." After swiftly issuing his directives, Dubin entered a combat-ready stance. With a hum, white steam began to rise, and a fierce battle was imminent. Chu Yuyi was unaware of the specifics of Dubin's commands. He only understood that conflict was unavoidable. At this moment, the monstrous figure loomed before him, while the creature known as the tumor lingered nearby. The brute force aberration charged forward first. Dubin raised his mechanical arms and struck down. Yet unlike the previous skeleton, the brute force showed no sign of being shaken. It was as if an ant had attempted to move a mountain, utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, the agile hound moved with remarkable speed, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as it darted behind the brute force. A small knife appeared in the hound's grasp, aiming to strike at the creature's hind leg. However, the monster's formidable defenses and swift reaction thwarted the attempt as it lifted its right leg and kicked towards the hound. The hound narrowly evaded the blow, repositioning itself just in time. With another barrage of punches, Dubin struck the brute force, causing it to stagger slightly, but inflicting little significant damage. But on the other hand, the tumor aberration resembled a grotesque slime creature from a dark fantasy anime. Repulsively unappealing, causing Chu Yuyi to grimace. The golden retriever, meanwhile, set down the heavy backpack it had been carrying, rummaging through it incessantly. In this tense moment, Teddy stood guard in front of the golden retriever, raising his slender blade-like hands as if to block the tumor for a brief moment. Yet his expression conveyed a sense of dread, as if the creature before them were an insurmountable threat. Chu Yuyi remarked, "As long as it is a living entity, it should be killable, right?" This statement, however, reached Teddy's ears as a foolish declaration born from ignorance. "You don't understand. Of course you'd say that. This creature is exceedingly troublesome. If it continuously regenerates, our entire team could be doomed." Teddy gritted his teeth, appearing as if facing an overwhelming adversary, intent on predicting every movement of the creature before him. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuyi felt no inclination to interject. He merely observed quietly to him. The situation was inconsequential. He could always open a spatial portal and either fight or flee. His primary concern revolved around earning credit points. He discovered that the items in this world could not be simply utilized. They required activation through credit points. If only he could procure a counterfeit system or activation codes, there would be no need to engage in combat against aberrations. Unfortunately, these concepts eluded his understanding. As he pondered these thoughts, Dubin had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the brute force. However, it could hardly be described as a mere brawl, for Dubin's body was comprised of approximately 30 to 40% mechanical prosthetics. Meanwhile, the agile hound was entangled in combat, and the tumor did not remain idle either. Spotting the golden retriever rummaging and the oblivious Pomeranian, the tumor lunged forward. With a great leap, the aberration aimed to vault over Teddy and directly assault the golden retriever and Pomeranian. Whoosh! The tumor descended from the air, its massive form threatening to crush them. Yet, Chu Yuyi, quick-witted and swift, smirked slightly. "You just left the ground with both feet, didn't you? As long as it is airborne. Regardless of its true nature, it is classified as a flying object. Activate abilities." In an instant, Chu Yuyi raised his hand high. With a motion of his arm, a colossal wall of wind materialized abruptly. There was no forewarning, nor any scientific explanation. This invisible wall of wind appeared with an unwavering presence. Had it not been for the surrounding dust being whipped into the air, no one would have noticed this ethereal barrier. The aberration, known as a tumor, leaped into the air, but was abruptly suspended, unable to advance an inch. It was as if an unseen hand held it firmly aloft, rendering it utterly immobile. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire team was momentarily stunned, gazing in awe at this miraculous scene, akin to witnessing a divine phenomenon. However, they were also somewhat slow to comprehend. The golden-haired individual rummaged through his belongings while occasionally glancing at Chu Yuyi. "He truly did not deceive me. This the extraterrestrial superpower. It defies the laws of science," he mused, his expression momentarily dazed before returning to his search. Meanwhile, the Pomeranian beside him exhibited an unusual demeanor, a hint of astonishment breaking through his stern facade. What is happening? Had this aberration evolved the capability of flight? At that moment, the tumor suspended in midair had reached Teddy's head. Teddy hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly wielding his blade-like hands. Delivering 2 swift slashes, with his fingers interlaced, he executed 10 strikes in total. The aberration, caught in the air, was instantaneously severed into 10 pieces. As the remnants fell to the ground, they gradually began to coalesce, forming a singular entity rather than perishing. Chu Yuyi observed closely, recalling Teddy's earlier words that, in the next moment, 8 fragments of the tumor began to merge, regaining a significant portion of their former mass. The remaining 2 pieces darted to the sides, intent on completing their prior objective, to attack the defenseless Pomeranian and golden-haired individual. Just then, "I found it." The golden-haired individual felt a bit sheepish, realizing his search had been rather slow. Yet he had not considered that those around him were entirely unconcerned. Given the critical situation at hand, he slowly extracted a square metallic box from his backpack, which gleamed with a silvery luster. It appeared less like a technological artifact and more like a finely crafted piece of art. The personal terminal within his mind established a direct connection to the box. In the next moment, the box began to vibrate autonomously. "Get down," he shouted, urging Teddy to take cover. Upon hearing the call, Teddy, instead of panicking, exhaled in relief that he merely shifted to the right as the box tumbled through the air, quaking incessantly. Subsequently, the box expanded at a visible rate, rapidly enlarging several times over, resembling an iron cage. With a swift opening and closing, it ensnared the tumor aberration within. Observing this maneuver, Chu Yuyi maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly at ease, yet he felt that the situation was too simplistic, utterly belittling the prior tension of the team. "Come help," Dubin shouted amidst the chaos. Upon hearing the call, everyone raced over with grave expressions. They saw that Dubin, engaged in a fierce struggle, was already panting. However, the brute force had also sustained some injuries, its body dented from the blows, yet it remained fundamentally unharmed. Dubin, catching his breath, remarked, "Having a brain makes a difference." "Truly," he continued, "it has become exceedingly troublesome." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, it was evident that they were not handling this brute aberration with ease. Fortunately, the tumor was temporarily restrained, allowing the group to escape. However, due to the continued presence of the brute, they could not simply flee. Yet this aligned perfectly with Chu Yuyi's strategy. After all, eliminating aberrations could earn them credit points, and the more they could take down here, the better. This moment, Chu Yuyi's passive abilities were in effect. Number 5, photographic memory, and 0.7, meticulous organization, and number 8, effortless mastery were all activated. Before long, he entered a state of immersion, observing keenly and committing the combat techniques of the others to memory. Chu Yuyi transitioned from a novice to someone who had begun to grasp the fundamentals. The battle styles of the Wild Dog Shelter team members varied greatly. Dubin, the leader, employed a bold and aggressive approach, while the agile dog excelled in speed and maneuverability, and Teddy relied on fierce offensive tactics. The golden-haired individual occasionally provided support. Additionally, both the golden-haired individual and the Pomeranian managed to fend off 2 smaller tumors, which had split off from the larger one. That despite their excellent teamwork, none bore even a semblance of a smile. With a resounding crash, the brute finally collapsed, its body utterly shattered, devoid of any unscathed flesh. Yet, the sight elicited no sense of triumph among the group. Suddenly, as the brute fell, the large lump atop its head plummeted, transforming into countless tendrils that slithered across the ground. "This is bad. Stop it!" Dubin cried out, his gaze darting to the ground. However, the once small mass had morphed into innumerable threads of flesh, making it nearly impossible to track. Even the sharpest eyes would take time to locate them. There! Chu Yuyi spotted the threads attaching themselves to the metallic box. The very container that had previously held the tumor. It was not merely that his vision was exceptionally keen. The threads became starkly visible against the shallow grass after making contact with the metal. With a swift motion, the threads coalesced into a mass and burrowed into the metallic box. The next moment, Dubin's arriving figure halted, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "It is too late now. You all should leave." "Let me see if I can hold it off." That Dubin's expression was grave, akin to delivering a final farewell. With a slick sound, the metallic box containing the tumor underwent a transformation. The noise resonated. The previously soft tumor morphed into a jelly-like substance, slipping out through the narrow crevice of the metallic container in the blink of an eye. "Damn it," Teddy muttered, with its repulsive characteristics and newfound intelligence. "How are we supposed to fight it?" Hearing this, Dubin's face hardened. "Did I not tell you to leave?" Upon hearing their usually calm leader's furious command, the rest fell silent, a shared sense of impending doom enveloping them. Except for Chu, as the others focused intently, their expressions grave, a massive tumor swiftly latched onto the golden-haired individual's thigh, igniting a searing pain akin to fire. With a piercing cry, the golden retriever immediately began to clear the tumors from its legs. However, once these things latched on, they were not easily removed. Much like a severed lotus root still tethered by strands, even if one managed to extract them entirely, countless fine filaments would remain embedded. In an instant, that small tumor, continuously siphoning blood and flesh, grew increasingly formidable. Before long, the tumor that had assaulted the golden retriever had swelled to the size of a human head, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Meanwhile, another cluster of tumors lay in wait amidst the grass, seemingly biding its time. With a slurp, the metal box lay completely empty, as all the tumors within had emerged. This time, the tumors had undergone a transformation. Within them were countless filamentous masses resembling the brain of an animal. Swish! The gigantic tumor charged directly at the Doberman, seemingly fixated on this creature as the strongest adversary. Anyone who lingers here had better watch out. I might just kick you out of the wild dog shelter. I've said it before. Leave. The Doberman issued a final ultimatum and charged toward the tumor within the wild dog shelter. The only entities capable of posing a threat to the tumor appear to be the Doberman and the Golden Retriever. Both utilize mechanical arms, making their attacks blunt force that, in contrast, the likes of the poodle and the slender dog could only cause the tumor to split repeatedly, making it even more troublesome. Upon hearing the Doberman's fierce words, the others hesitated. While fleeing was certainly appealing, the prospect of returning together was far more desirable. Perhaps one could hold off for a while, allowing the others to retreat slowly into the city. At this moment, the Pomeranian spoke up, suggesting that the group consider the feasibility of this plan. Meanwhile, the slender dog was assisting the Golden Retriever in removing the tumors and had no time to respond. The poodle remarked, "Ordinary tumors are already difficult enough to deal with, but this one is fused with a brain. It will undoubtedly try to kill one of us. Even if we delay, we'll likely lose at least one." Upon hearing the poodle's thoughts, a heavy silence fell over the group. They understood that, at this juncture, fleeing seemed to be the sole option. Boom! The Doberman struck, forcing the tumor back an inch, yet the tumor pressed forward with relentless determination. A mass of tumors attempted to engulf the Doberman entirely. Fortunately, the Doberman was quick, managing to withdraw just in time, though the artificial skin was corroded, revealing glimpses of muscle beneath. Even the prosthetics that had been ensnared showed signs of decay. "Can't you understand human speech? I'm telling you to leave," the Doberman shouted, his voice strained. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased to linger, swiftly excising the Golden Retriever's tumors before preparing to retreat. Suddenly, Chu Yuyi interjected with a seemingly random question. "Does this thing consume ordinary food?" The group was momentarily taken aback. What was he getting at? Even at such a critical moment, he was spouting off nonsensical remarks. Yet only the Golden Retriever grasped the significance of the question. Uncertain of Chu Yuyi's rationale, he nonetheless believed that he possessed some undisclosed means. Battling the searing pain in his shins, the Golden Retriever replied, "It doesn't eat. The tumor is only interested in living creatures." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi smiled and said, "That's good." In the next moment, he extended his hand and activated his ability. In 0.15, personal space. The entrance to the space opened. What? The Doberman was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Even after years of hunting aberrant entities in the outer realms, he had never witnessed such an astonishing sight. With a mere wave from Chu Yuyi, a peculiar spatial entrance that clashed with the surrounding scenery materialized before them. However, that brief distraction allowed the majority of his body to be ensnared by the tumor. Rapidly engulfed in corrosive agony, the others were slow to react, but the Golden Retriever sprang into action, colliding with the tumor in a desperate attempt to pull the Doberman free. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Not only did the Doberman remain trapped, but the Golden Retriever's mechanical arm sustained significant corrosion as well. His metallic appendage, of inferior material compared to the Doberman's, showed visible signs of decay. This moment, Chu Yuyi took a glance before activating his ability. In 0.14, exchange. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yuyi and the Golden Retriever swapped places. In the next instant, Chu Yuyi, with reflexes far surpassing those of an ordinary person, swiftly drew his blade, unleashing several arcs of light. The entire tumor was instantaneously cleaved into fragments, and then, as if tearing through reality, his shadow transformed into a tangible form, without the need for communication. Number 6. Universal tongue conveyed everything in an instant. The shadow swiftly dove into the spatial entrance. Chu Yuyi continued to observe, activating number 14. Exchange once more. Thud! Chu Yuyi kicked over a box, causing its contents to spill into the personal space. Among the items were apples, bananas, and other fruits, as well as cured meats and pickled vegetables. Chu Yuyi glared at the items before his figure rapidly exchanged positions among the goods and tumor fragments. In just a couple of breaths, he had relocated everything, demonstrating an extraordinary efficacy from an otherwise ordinary ability. With a swift stride, he declared, "The spatial entrance is closed," as he effortlessly sealed number 15. Personal space. Swish. One of the smaller tumors attempted to leap out, but bang! Chu Yuyi kicked it back. Prior to this, he had already sealed the exit, alleviating any concerns that these entities might wreak havoc within. The slender dog, utterly astonished, finally synthesized the overwhelming information in his mind into a single thought. Is this really the end? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi's expression soured, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, don't jinx it. Don't you know that uttering such words invites calamity?" Before Chu Yuyi could finish, two clusters of tumors surged forth, the very first ones that had split off. One was the large one that had attacked the golden retriever, while the other, much smaller and the size of a fist, had been lurking in the shadows. The smaller mass climbed up his pant leg, trying to burrow inside. Bang! Chu Yuyi raised his left hand and fired a shot, but instead of the anticipated explosion, the tumor unexpectedly expanded in size upon impact. In that instant, a memory from a movie flashed through Chu Yuyi's mind: Evolution Crisis. In that film, the monsters were nitrogen-based life forms, and fire served as nourishment for their evolution. Not only could they not be harmed by flames, but they also grew larger. It became evident that the aberrant entities were not carbon-based life forms, but something entirely different. If that were not the case, how could they grow larger after being shot? It all clicked into place. No wonder the technological advancements in this world were so skewed, with such a multitude of unknown life forms. It was a miracle that humanity had not been extinguished long ago. However, realizing this came too late. The large cluster of tumors instantly enveloped Chu Yuyi's head. "Damn it," he muttered, just as he was shrouded completely. His entire head was encased, resembling a suffocating oxygen mask. Yet this layer did not supply oxygen. Rather, it siphoned it away. "Help me! Hurry!" The esteemed leader Dubin, undeterred by the wounds he bore, commanded all members to assist Chu Yuyi. After all, he was acutely aware of the sensation of his skin being gradually eroded and digested. Had it not been for Chu Yuyi's timely intervention, employing his miraculous abilities to eradicate the tumor's essence, Dubin might have already succumbed to the tumor's grasp. Upon hearing Dubin's directive, everyone hurried over, eager to remove the tumor affixed to Chu Yuyi's face. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyi contemplated utilizing number 14 to facilitate an exchange. However, another passive ability, NO.7, was methodically activating. Though slightly flustered, he refrained from making any rash decisions. NO.14's ability allowed for a positional exchange with any entity within his line of sight. Yet, as Chu Yuyi opened his eyes, all he could perceive was the tumor. The potential exchanges presented themselves as follows. First, an exchange with the tumor itself, which would result in him becoming external while the tumor burrowed into his brain. Second, a successful exchange with an entity outside his view, leaving the tumor to gnaw on stones. However, Chu Yuyi was unwilling to gamble on such uncertain outcomes. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, potentially costing him his life. As the corrosive skin continued its relentless expansion, Chu Yuyi's thoughts raced. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he noticed that the tumor had seemingly lost its corrosive effect. Transitioning from shock to calm, he reached into the tumor atop his head. Scratching at the skin, he discovered that while the outer layer had been eroded, a new layer of skin beneath was remarkably smooth, akin to that of an infant. "Wait!" Chu Yuyi wished to express something, yet his mouth moved soundlessly. Fortunately, NO.6, the voice of all, was ever vigilant, ensuring his intent was communicated to every member of the wild dog shelter. Upon hearing this, everyone paused, unsure if the sound had originated from Chu Yuyi. Teddy appeared bewildered. "What is this situation?" A smaller dog marveled in disbelief. Dubin maintained a stoic facade. Despite the turmoil within, he had to project an image of composure, for he was still the leader of the wild dog shelter. He gestured for the others to hold back, stating, "Not yet. Let's observe." That moment, the crowd had gathered before Chu Yuyi, astonished by the tumor's presence on his face, which seemed impervious to any further harm. Chu Yuyi pondered deeply. In 0.5, the photographic memory was actively at work, allowing him to mentally traverse his abilities. Yes, it was this one. Chu Yuyi realized which ability was in effect. In 0.11, environmental adaptation. This was the first yellow quality ability he had acquired, and it appeared to be operational. It claimed that any environment incapable of instantly ending his life would enable him to adapt swiftly. Presently, it seemed he had acclimated to the tumor's corrosive nature. With a wave of his hand, he directed the others to step back. After surveying his abilities, he resolved to employ one specific skill against the tumor on his head, once a white-tier skill known as the art of size. Now, enhanced 4 times, it had evolved into the number 10 ability. Food is heaven. You wish to consume me? Then I shall devour you instead. I shall feast without hesitation. Chu Yuyi opened his mouth wide and began to suck vigorously. Surprisingly, although the tumor appeared grotesque and slime-like, it possessed a jelly-like texture upon consumption. As Chu Yuyi executed this counterattack, the tumor attempted to retaliate by consuming his flesh. However, it found itself unable to penetrate even a single hair. Upon realizing that Chu Yuyi had commenced its consumption, the tumor endeavored one last desperate strike, attempting to invade his eyes, ears, and nostrils. Ultimately, it only succeeded in entering his nostrils. Initially, Chu Yuyi was caught off guard, momentarily disrupting his actions. The tumor, driven by primal instincts devoid of intelligence, could only offer a nearly instinctual response. Yet in the next moment, it discovered that the passageway behind the nasal cavity was akin to the esophagus. Suck! Chu Yuyi inhaled deeply, accelerating his consumption. Moreover, once the tumor entered his abdomen, it was instantaneously digested and transformed into extraordinary nourishment, enriching Chu Yuyi's body. The sensation was invigorating, each bite fueling his strength. Delicious, Chu Yuyi wished to exclaim. Yet there was no room for sound. His vocal cords vibrated slightly, but he did not cease his actions. After several breaths, the tumor atop Chu Yuyi's head completely vanished, entirely digested. Seemingly unsatisfied, he tugged at his pant leg and extracted the smaller tumor, clinging to him, sucking it into oblivion. Witnessing this spectacle, the entire wild dog shelter stood in astonished silence, unsure of what to say, with several individuals instinctively recoiling in fear. They had witnessed aberrant creatures devouring humans before. But a human consuming an aberration was an unprecedented occurrence. It was akin to an elephant riding a small cow. Utterly astonishing, observing the astonishment on their faces, Chu Yuyi wished to offer an explanation, yet felt it unnecessary. Suddenly, a notification sounded from his portable personal terminal, displaying peculiar symbols that resembled a string of incomprehensible glyphs to him. The Night Star's information was perplexing, devoid of any discernible logic, leaving Chu Yuyi at a loss. Could someone translate this for me? I just arrived in this world and cannot read, he stated, prompting a complex expression among those who heard him that I'll do it. Pomeranian stepped forward, pointing at Chu Yuyi's portable terminal, and began to elucidate. Whether it was Chu Yuyi's innate intelligence or the simultaneous activation of his passive abilities. In 0.5, photographic memory, in 0.7, orderliness, and in 0.8, mastery, he absorbed the information while grasping the device's operation seamlessly. After a brief manipulation, Chu Yuyi, who had kept the device in his pocket for fear of triggering any concealed mechanisms, finally understood its functionality thanks to Pomeranian's explanation. So, you're saying, after the recent team hunt, contributions were calculated, and suddenly, 780 credit points appeared in his account, correct? Chu Yuyi inquired. Upon hearing this, Pomeranian nodded, her expression difficult to articulate. The onlookers regarded Chu Yuyi, a veritable extraterrestrial, with a mix of emotions, unsure how to respond. They had invested considerable time in accepting aberrations, and now, the sudden emergence of Chu Yuyi was profoundly shocking, leaving their minds in disarray. Let us head back to my golden retriever, and I require medical attention. Dubin made the decisive choice first. His mechanical prosthetics required maintenance, and the artificial skin on his body needed to be replaced. The same went for the golden retriever. Both had been attacked by tumors. However, Dubin was injured all over, while the golden retriever had only sustained injuries to its legs. Therefore, lingering in this place was not advisable. If other aberrations were to arrive, it would spell trouble. After uttering this thought, Dubin turned his gaze towards Chu Yuyi, intending to speak once more. Yet, before he could voice his words, a thought directly entered his mind. No need. You all may return now that I am grateful for your guidance. But I shall hunt on my own from here on out. Noticing that Chu Yuyi remained silent, a voice resonated in his mind, leaving Dubin momentarily stunned that he realized that Chu Yuyi had not been speaking in the conventional sense, but rather communicating through thought. The words spoken by Chu Yuyi were merely a motion of his lips, articulating Mandarin. But fundamentally, their languages were not mutually intelligible. It was all an illusion crafted by the No. 6 universal tongue. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuyi bid them farewell. The group responded with their right arms extended and left arms straightened. Subsequently, all 5 moved in unison, sweeping their right hands down across their left arms, then resting their hands upon their left arms. This, it seemed, was the farewell gesture of a night star. Quite peculiar, indeed. The members of the Wild Dog Shelter shared a mutual thought with Chu Yuyi. After their brief collaboration, Chu Yuyi set forth on the path of solitary hunting that he needed to gather enough credit points to purchase Night Star equipment within a few hours in the process. He could also hunt numerous aberrations, thereby increasing his control over the round table, that a twofold benefit, a dual accomplishment. Elated, Chu Yuyi swiftly took off, soaring into the distance. Along the way, he instinctively employed number 14 to welcome and send off, achieving speeds that allowed him to cover 100 meters at a glance and nearly 1,000 meters in mere breaths. As for the group from the Wild Dog Shelter, they were left reflecting on the day's events. Initially facing the tumor threat, they assumed their entire team would perish here, destined to meet the same fate as those wild warriors. To their surprise, the newcomer they had first brought along turned out to be a mysterious extraterrestrial. Such a revelation, if spoken aloud, would likely lead others to regard them as fools or deranged individuals. The two groups subsequently parted ways, each attending to their own matters. The Wild Dog Shelter would undertake a moderately extensive prosthetic repair, while Chu Yuyi was just beginning. He was determined to hunt with fervor. Within his spatial compartment, Chu Yuyi squatted atop a cargo box, devouring aberrant tumor entities with the ease of consuming jelly, swiftly reducing several large masses of aberrations to nothing. Among them was also an intelligent brain aberration. The intelligent brain aberration was bewildered, having always been the predator, but now witnessing a human consume its kind for the first time. Some of the more sentient brain aberrations contemplated begging for mercy, but before they could make a move, Chu Yuyi opened his mouth wide, swallowing every aberration in his spatial compartment without leaving a trace. Under the influence of number 10, which prioritized sustenance, they were instantaneously converted into nutrients, replenishing his energy. After acquiring this ability, Chu Yuyi discovered a slight downside. No matter how much he consumed, he neither felt full nor truly hungry. While not necessarily a bad thing, he pondered that perhaps he would never experience the sensation of being satiated again, forever remaining at a 6/10 fullness. One could hardly call it odd. It was simply unremarkable. Chu Yuyi promptly lay down and fell asleep. As the saying goes, a lie down after a meal can extend one's life by 1,000 years. Before long, he succumbed to a brief slumber. In the round table dreamscape, Chu Yuyi's consciousness descended, directly honing in on 2 yellow balls. Initially, there had been 7 yellow balls, of which 5 had already been pocketed. His current control was just sufficient to secure the remaining 2 without needing to check the information for a decision. Being adults, Chu Yuyi naturally opted to take them all. 2 shots to the soul, dual dragons emerging from a sea. The 2 yellow billiard balls on the table were swiftly pocketed, becoming part of Chu Yuyi's new abilities. He picked them up to examine. Number 16, Hushuelu meat quality. Yellow description. You can convert defeated entities into food. Their taste and appearance will change, but the nutritional value remains unchanged. Number 17, rapid recovery quality. Yellow description. Your injuries can recover swiftly, even allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. Recovery speed can be accelerated based on food intake. Chu Yuyi focused intently, despite lacking eyes in the round table dreamscape. Only possessing a consciousness, he mused, what a remarkable turn of events. All abilities related to sustenance. He was momentarily at a loss for words, scanning once more to he evaluated. This number 16 Hushuelu meat is akin to the dish of Majin Bu, isn't it? However, with number 17 rapid recovery now at his disposal, it might be time to test out number 12 Battle's same body. Chu Yuyi contemplated that previously he had refrained from utilizing number 12 due to his desire to avoid serious injuries and undesirable states. But now, with number 17 rapid recovery, the situation was different. This greatly enhanced his recovery from severe injuries that, if possible, he thought about using these 2 skills to create a cycle of injury, -healing, -injury, -healing. while leveraging the passive grind. He might instantly break through his limits, achieving a superhuman physique. Although the process would likely be quite painful, Chu Yuyi had not prepared himself mentally for such an ordeal. Nevertheless, overcoming fear was the first step. If he could not even manage this, he might as well find a safe world to linger in and lead a relatively mundane life. While that seemed quite pleasant, Chu Yuyi's aspirations lay elsewhere. His current existence felt akin to playing an exhilarating game. He was thoroughly immersed and could not bear to stop. Defeating monsters yielded super abilities. Who could remain idle in such a scenario? Without further contemplation, Chu Yuyi prepared to awaken, gradually fading from the round-table dreamscape. Outside the Night Star, Chu Yuyi opened the spatial entrance and stepped out. After surveying his surroundings, he indeed spotted several aberrations, all of which were skeletal in form. Such aberrations were the easiest to deal with. With a mere glance, he activated number 14 and swiftly approached, delivering several lethal strikes. Characters flickered on the mobile terminal. Upon checking, he noted an increase of 120 credit points. The previous credit points had solely come from the tumors. He remained perplexed as to why tumors could yield such a substantial amount of credit points. Perhaps no one could truly tackle such entities. Hypothetically, confining a tumor in a completely sealed container for 49 days might starve it to death, but such a notion was hardly practical. After all, tumors existed in a semi-liquid state, capable of escaping even the tiniest of gaps. While creating a seamless structure was manageable, fashioning a portable, expandable, and closable seamless container proved challenging. Even though Night Star boasted many technological advancements, such items were not widely available. Furthermore, Chu Yuyi felt a lingering suspicion that Night Star was not as it appeared, as the world was rife with inconsistencies. Firstly, although the city of Night Star was vast, it was not impervious to attack. Secondly, aberrations could be encountered merely a few hundred meters outside the city. Why did they not band together to assault it? Logically, humanity in this world should have long since faced extinction. Shouldn't they? Thirdly, given the astonishing advancements in technology, why not create purely mechanical warriors that could be remotely controlled, rather than relying on cybernetic enhancements to hunt down aberrations? In summary, Chu Yuyi believes that all the secrets may lie within the upper city. However, what relation does that hold for him? He merely wishes to earn some credit points, activate a set of nanoskin, and acquire a fine blade that can slice through anything as effortlessly as clay. Then, he intends to withdraw and return to Blue Star. He is not a savior. He simply wishes to take care of himself. While great responsibilities may be bestowed upon certain individuals, he does not consider himself one of them. Wandering through countless worlds, gradually growing stronger and acquiring extraordinary powers, even transcending that of the divine, is truly Chu Yuyi's aspiration. I could see this moment. Chu Yuyi meticulously arranged the remains of the skeletal aberration. Stacking them together, he casually picked up a bloodied rib. In 0.16 Hu Shiwalu meat, activate. Without so much as a blink, the bizarre rib in his hand instantaneously transformed into a steaming, barbecued rib, exuding the tantalizing aromas of black pepper and lemon. For the first time, Chu Yuyi was somewhat taken aback. This ability felt particularly suited to him. Thus, he produced a small stool from his spatial inventory and began to indulge heartily. However, most of the food derived from these aberrations consisted of roasted meat, which quickly became overly rich. For the first time, Chu Yuyi regretted crushing his gluttonous trait. If only he possessed this ability, he could perhaps eat more swiftly, rather than gnawing on the meat with a dazed expression. He was not satiated. After reluctantly finishing off the meager portions, Chu Yuyi found himself utterly fatigued by the repetitive taste and greasiness. He even contemplated the absurdity of gnawing on the greenery to alleviate the heaviness. Following this, he repeated the cycle of hunting and feasting for a duration of 3 hours. After 3 hours, he retrieved his portable personal terminal, discovering that his credit points had risen to an impressive 23,950. These points were more than sufficient for his needs. Squeezing his own flesh, he realized how terrifyingly robust he had become, akin to a body forged through countless trials. Were it not for his own grip, it would be hard for an ordinary person to even budge him. Not only had his strength increased, but the density of his muscles and overall body weight had significantly augmented as well. Chu Yuyi pondered whether, Should his physique develop to its utmost potential, he would resemble a certain legendary figure rather than a superhero. Although their abilities were strikingly similar, the distinctions were profound that a superhero could lift an airplane, even soaring through the skies with it, while the legendary figure could only pierce through an airplane as one might with a toothpick and tofu, given the disparity in power and density. Superheroes exist within the realm of cinematic imagination, often supported by a multitude of non-scientific elements, such as biological stances. Conversely, if Chu Yuyi were to excessively develop, he might end up resembling that legendary figure. To lift a car single-handedly, he might merely crush a corner of the vehicle or find himself hoisted instead. Nevertheless, it matters not. After all, he would soon awaken new abilities, perhaps even acquiring a biological stance of sorts. Shrugging off these thoughts, Chu Yuyi turned to leave. With a flick of his wrist, an 0.15 spatial storage opened, twisting the doorknob within, utilizing number 1 empty door. In an instant, he arrived at Old Jin's shop, without a moment's hesitation. He approached the languid Old Jin. Smack. The portable personal terminal was unceremoniously placed upon the table. What? You've given up so soon. I truly overestimated you. Old Jin sighed, his gaze sweeping over the terminal. Suddenly, he froze, instinctively glancing again at the scan characters. More than 20,000 points? What on earth did you do? Did you go and rob the hypernetwork? Old Jin exclaimed, astonished, yet his artificial skin made it difficult to convey complex emotions. Hearing Old Jin's words, Chu Yuyi understood through number 6 universal tongue that the hypernetwork referred to the overarching network server of Nightstar, divided into 36 sectors. Each city's virtual currency circulated within its corresponding sector. The implication of robbing the hypernetwork was akin to bank heists on Blue Star. I still need a set of skin and a knife, he replied, his expression unchanged. Old Jin's demeanor shifted again, fearful that these credit points were tainted, potentially attracting the scrutiny of network inspectors. However, after Old Jin meticulously reviewed the terminal records, he was left dumbfounded. How is this even possible? You hunted that many aberrations in just a few hours. How did you accomplish this? Even if you were to stand still and let me kill, it would be impossible to achieve. Old Jin's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets. Observing this, he pushed them back in. It was quite straightforward. Really, they were rather dull and posed no challenge. Chu Yuyi waved his hand dismissively, signaling Old Jin to cease his prattle and hasten the procurement of his desired items. While it sounded simple, Chu Yuyi had indeed sustained injuries during the battles, nearly losing his intestines on one occasion, but managed to stuff them back just in time. Later, with the assistance of an 17 rapid recovery, and some of the aberration meat turned into barbecued ribs, his wounds healed completely. Moreover, it seemed that due to number 12 battle's Saint Body, the damage inflicted by the aberrations diminished with each encounter. Eventually, he descended into a frenzy of slaughter. After all, both his reflexes and strength had surged immensely. Chu Yuyi even began to suspect that his current body might be bulletproof. Did he still require that nanoskin? As he contemplated this, Old Jin emerged with 2 boxes, one small and one long. He first produced the small box, retrieving a blue crystal core from within, and spoke, Model 3 nanoskin. Most individuals would opt for artificial skin, which costs a mere fifth of the price of nanoskin. However, since you refuse cybernetic modifications, this is your only option. Holding the crystal core, Old Jin pressed it against the back of Chu Yuyi's wrist, activating it temporarily. This is a temporary activation, lasting approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. You may test it out and then decide. Listening to Old Jin, Chu Yuyi observed the translucent blue crystal core transform into a brilliant blue, instantly flattening into a tattoo-like surface. A chilling sensation emanated from his wrist, spreading throughout his entire body with each breath. As it reached his scalp, Chu Yuyi felt a connection to his consciousness, granting him control over this almost imperceptible nanoskin. Scientifically speaking, it could be described as brainwave manipulation. Chu Yuyi reached into his spatial inventory, retrieving a Walther pistol, and aimed it directly at his exposed left arm. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, sending ripples across his arm before settling into stillness. After firing several rounds, the nanoskin at the impact site disintegrated completely, allowing the bullet to penetrate through. The bullet embedded shallowly within his skin, and with a flex of his muscles, he expelled it effortlessly. Remarkably, no blood flowed out, thanks to number 3 blood control. The completely shattered section of nanoskin revealed a small breach, emitting a soft blue glow. Indicating that this area had been compromised, it was evident that the nanoskin at this point was gradually repairing itself, expected to return to its original state in a few minutes. Thus, Chu Yuyi aimed his weapon once more at the exposed area of his left arm. Bang! The warhead penetrated flesh and blood, becoming lodged before reaching the bone, unable to advance even a fraction further. The pain sensors in Chu Yuyi's brain detected the agony and reported frantically, after experiencing an overwhelming surge of pain. The sensors abruptly malfunctioned, triggering a substantial release of adrenaline. This physiological response rendered Chu Yuyi unable to perceive the intense pain, replaced instead by a tingling numbness that sent chills down his spine. Through experimentation on his own body, Chu Yuyi concluded that the nanoskin was indeed necessary. He needed this technology to gauge the knife's sharpness. Lao Jin, observing Chu Yuyi's reckless self-mutilation, grimaced. He had witnessed cruelty before, but never to such an extent directed at oneself. After a moment of pause, he swiped his personal mobile terminal on the table, and the characters displayed instantly diminished by 80%. Lao Jin retrieved a long wooden box and extracted a knife from within. It was adorned in a sleek black and gold hue, exuding an air of sophistication. The blade was exceptionally sharp, crafted from a remarkably tough material, capable of high molecular vibration cutting, rendering it nearly impossible for anything to withstand a single cut. Lao Jin handed the knife to Chu Yuyi, who, upon grasping the hilt, found it almost impossibly adhered to his hand, making it difficult to release his grip. Witnessing this, Lao Jin explained, "This is a super-electrostatic adsorption technology, designed to prevent the weapon from slipping from your grasp during combat. To be frank, with the prevalence of mechanical prosthetics nowadays, such items have become obsolete, though there are still prosthetic support slots available." In his capacity as a shopkeeper, Lao Jin felt compelled to elaborate further. Chu Yuyi swung the knife a couple of times, activating the cutting mode, and felt a tingle in his arm, just as he aimed to test its sharpness on his own flesh. Lao Jin hurriedly interjected, No. The knife was indeed extraordinarily sharp. When a vibration function was activated, it could sever virtually anything. Lao Jin's expression shifted multiple times, at a loss for what to say next. Curiosity piqued. Chu Yuyi wondered about the energy source for the nanoskin and the knife. Could they sustain their operation indefinitely? This concern weighed heavily on him, as he certainly did not wish to find himself incapacitated mid-battle due to a power failure. After a moment of silence, Lao Jin responded, "The nanoskin employs hydrogen energy metabolic hybrid technology, allowing it to absorb air for recharging. That it can also assimilate metabolic byproduct from your skin, maintaining kinetic energy while keeping you clean. As for the knife, it operates on a rubidium block, capable of functioning for approximately 30,000 hours. Typically, before the energy is exhausted, the blade wears down and becomes unusable." Taken aback by this technological marvel, Chu Yuyi marveled at the chaotic advancements of the Night Star's technology tree. With such capabilities, why not apply some aerospace technology to obliterate the flesh mountains? Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts, paid Lao Jin, and prepared to depart in the next instant. As if struck by a sudden realization, Chu Yuyi turned and asked, "By the way, do you still have those restraining devices? The ones capable of containing tumor aberrations?" "I need several." Without further ado, Lao Jin, eager to rid himself of this peculiar individual, produced 3 sets of restraining devices and handed them to Chu Yuyi. "That I won't charge you for the credit points. Consider it a gift," he said. "Let's go." Lao Jin waved, hoping that Chu Yuyi would refrain from returning. That he had seen all sorts in the lower district, but someone like Chu Yuyi was truly a rarity. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yuyi thought to himself that perhaps Lao Jin was indeed a good person. With the items in hand, he departed, opening a spatial portal to enter his personal space. Upon reaching the empty door, Chu Yuyi found himself back on Blue Star. In the summer, Xiao Tian was leisurely sipping tea in a grand manner. Curiously, his room bore no doors, save for a skylight seamlessly integrated with the ceiling. In the center of the room, a massive glass partition separated 2 spaces, the other half housing a solitary door. "Still no leads?" Xiao Tian inquired, His demeanor relaxed, legs casually draped over the desk before him. He was engaged in a video call with a chat group, comprising himself and 7 others, all advanced-stage patients that know, "Boss, we've scoured over 200 countries globally, and there's no trace," reported a middle-aged man sporting a beard and greenish eyes. "We've also checked the underground facilities, and there's no sign of the fat man," another added, mouth full of roasted piglet. Listening to these reports, Xiaotian's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. After a few seconds of contemplation, he relaxed and addressed the device. Desire continued to manipulate the higher echelons of various nations. The power of human society is wielded solely by a mere 20 individuals. Among those 20, only a few hundred truly dictate the course of the entire world. As he spoke, Xiaotian extended his hand, clenching it tightly. Mission accomplished, the entity known as Desire responded in an ethereal voice. With fair skin exposed, its gender somewhat ambiguous, like tea that moment. Xiaotian paused his tea drinking, his gaze fixated intently on the shadowy figure across the glass. "The one I seek has arrived," he declared, abruptly ending the video call without any farewell. Unbeknownst to him, the figure he sought was indeed Chu Yuyi. As Chu Yuyi traversed the spatial barrier, he found himself separated by a glass wall. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the room was rigged with various traps. Before he could make a move, the door behind him emitted mechanical sounds, slowly compressing shut. Alongside him, the walls were lined with an array of firearms, coupled with a series of flamethrowers that "Did you anticipate this?" Chu Yuyi chuckled, appearing completely unfazed. Seeing Chu Yuyi's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaotian's sinister expression faltered. He inhaled deeply, finally breaking the silence, still defiant even at death's door. "Surely, once I unleash my firewall, your bravado will crumble." With clenched teeth, Xiaotian swiftly pressed a button on the table. Bang! Bang! A barrage of flames descended, and countless bullets sprang forth from the walls, targeting Chu Yuyi directly. The other half of the room was engulfed in flames, obscuring visibility. Naturally, Xiaotian erupted into laughter. "Huh! Chu Yuyi, you deserve this. Shouldn't the patients be exterminated? Once I assimilate the entire world into patients, the ordinary will be hunted." In the midst of the inferno, Xiaotian reveled like a meticulously crafted villain, intent on delivering a monologue. "Your demise is merely the first step of my grand design, summoning the Lord of the 7 deadly sins from beyond. That is my true objective. By then, Dante just say a small blue star. The entire galaxy will fall under the dominion of the sin virus." Suddenly, a voice resonated. "I haven't heard of that. Is the villain doomed by his verbosity? How was that possible?" Chu Yuyi emerged unscathed from the glass wall, his attire pristine. The nanoskin not only shielded his body, but also preserved his clothing from damage. In an instant, Xiaotian's eyes widened, his tongue nearly protruding as he gasped, "How is that possible?" Realizing this critical juncture, Xiaotian halted, drawing a sharp breath as he abruptly recoiled 2 steps back, along with the chair beneath him. He continued to retreat. It is crucial to note that everything should have been within his calculations. He had merged the memories of his past life with the current intelligence gathered from military satellite footage. Meticulously analyzing Chu Yuyi's capabilities, was this meticulous preparation that had granted him such confidence. According to his intelligence, Chu Yuyi excelled in opening portals for effortless traversal. Additionally, he could summon a shadow and ultimately exchange positions with any object within his line of sight. It appeared that Chu Yuyi possessed the ability to pass through walls. Though this remained a point of contention, the data was not entirely clear, yet Xiaotian still took it into account. Beyond that, Chu Yuyi's physical prowess should merely be that of an ordinary individual who regularly exercises. Moreover, this glass barrier was bulletproof and one-way transparent. The other side of the room was meticulously prepared with a barrage of gunfire. The moment Chu Yuyi emerged from the door, he would be instantly obliterated, a perfect embodiment of SpongeBob SquarePants. However, now, as Chu Yuyi passed through the glass unscathed, it seemed all control had reverted to him. "Impossible," Xiaotian thought, incredulous. "How could my meticulous planning fail so easily? Aren't you only capable of passing through walls? How can you traverse glass?" He clutched his head, disbelief etched across his face, hearing this doubt. Chu Yuyi couldn't help but chuckle. You are amusingly foolish, Xiao I in this new era. Even a T0 Cthulhu level entity must not be defined, yet you have defined walls. Why should glass not be considered one? Anything that stands in my way is a wall. Chu Yuyi's voice rose steadily. The spatial portal opened directly. With a swift motion of his right hand, he drew the black gold shock blade from his personal space. As the blade was unsheathed, it instantly activated its high molecular cutting mode. What the hell is this? Xiaotian's eyes widened, uncertainty creeping in. I can't be bothered to explain. You are not worthy of hearing it. Chu Yuyi twirled the blade, its brilliance sweeping across the air. He then pointed it directly at the dazed Xiaotian. Chu Yuyi's gaze shifted, directly exchanging positions with the teacup on the table. Swish! With a single stroke, Xiaotian's head was severed, soaring into the air. Immediately following, the blood from his arteries erupted like a fountain newly activated in a morning park. From Xiaotian's perspective, Chu Yuyi had just emerged from the wall, drawn the black gold shock blade, and then decapitated him in one fell swoop. Thud! The head fell to the ground. As he regained his senses, a dazzling array of colors erupted from Xiaotian's eyes. Arrogant purple, greedy gold, lustful pink, envious green, lethargic blue, furious red, gluttonous orange. 7 colors, 7 powers, instantly operating at their peak. Damn! A retro Mary Sue! Chu Yuyi exclaimed with astonishment. He raised the black gold shock blade, delivering several slashes that reduced Xiaotian to mere fragments. Witnessing this, Chu Yuyi felt it was becoming unnecessary. If he continued, Xiaotian's brain would turn to mush. However, contrary to Chu Yuyi's expectations, the dismembered Xiaotian astonishingly remained animated. Though he lacked organs and vocal cords, he somehow managed to emit a sound. He almost had me fooled. What a clever scheme. Chu Yuyi, you wish to shatter my confidence and gradually strip away my invincible arrogance. I shall not be defeated so easily. The dismembered remnants of Xiaotian began to reassemble, forming his head once more. Furthermore, his body was rapidly regenerating, and it seemed he would soon regain his complete form. Yet, upon witnessing the spectacle, Chu Yuyi remained entirely unfazed. He merely observed for a moment longer before beckoning, activating his number 15 personal space. Behind Xiaotian's head, a spatial portal emerged. He, afraid now? I told you. With the power of the 7 deadly sins, I am invincible, Xiaotian proclaimed arrogantly, despite only having his head on the ground. Chu Yuyi remained silent, manipulating the portal to expand. He then twisted the doorknob within his personal space, declaring, outer space. Following this, Chu Yuyi had the mental capacity to address the recovering Xiaotian. 7 abilities? They don't even compare to a fraction of mine. I truly do not understand what you're boasting about. Chu Yuyi remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Xiaotian's regenerating body momentarily stalled, the speed of his recovery suddenly halting. Yet soon after, Xiaotian shouted loudly, What nonsense are you spouting? I possess the power of the 7 deadly sins, granted by the Supreme Demon Lord. Even if you possess multiple abilities, it pales in comparison to mine. Xiaotian's voice echoed defiantly. Chu Yuyi found Xiaotian's incessant noise bothersome and chose to ignore him, promptly opening the door labeled outer space. In the next instant, a silent pressure emerged, generating a force equivalent to nearly 10 tons. Xiaotian could only hear a rush of wind in his ears. Suddenly, his figure was thrust backward, propelled into the void of space. Before him loomed a space station, with a door at the center of a chamber visible in his line of sight. The space station gradually receded from view. As he attempted to utter the last 2 words, Xiaotian's body consumed all available air, leaving him incapable of producing any sound. Following closely, Chu Yuyi lost his balance, his entire form being drawn into the void as well. Observing the surroundings of the space station, Chu Yuyi mused, no wonder one can open a portal in outer space. Which nation does this space station belong to? The nano-skin enveloping Chu Yuyi continued to function, preventing him from losing body heat. Mere seconds passed, and his first yellow ability, number 11 environmental adaptation, activated, allowing him to adapt instantly to the conditions of space. Meanwhile, Xiaotian was already encrusted in frost, his body still gradually recovering from a frozen state. At this moment, he had restored a significant portion of his torso, including his arms. Chu Yuyi glanced over, noticing Xia Tian gaping wide, his mouth opening and closing. Although Chu Yuyi was not proficient in reading lips, he could easily decipher the three-character phrase. However, with the intention of provoking this scatterbrain, he refrained from activating number 6 universal tongue, instead extending a hand to his ear, feigning ignorance. Observing this scene, Xia Tian, in the frigid void of space, felt his temper flare. Enraged by Chu Yuyi's demeanor, Xia Tian's lungs felt as if they would burst. Bang! The newly formed alveoli ruptured. Yet in the silence of space, the sound was only perceptible through bone conduction. Xia Tian could hear the noise that I just you ayo. Though his mouth moved, no sound escaped. Chu Yuyi could discern Xia Tian's mutterings. However, it mattered little as long as he refrained from using number 6 universal tongue on Xia Tian. He would remain unheard. This ability, however, could still be utilized unidirectionally. In other words, Chu Yuyi could ensure that Xia Tian heard his voice while he himself could not hear Xia Tian's retorts that in short. Muted. With a smirk, Chu Yuyi transmitted his thoughts to the other side. Fool, weren't you going to kill me? Oh, getting anxious are we. These two phrases inexplicably appeared in Xia Tian's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he once again erupted into furious curses. Chu Yuyi was equally unyielding, effortlessly provoking the most vicious expletives from Xia Tian with mere words. Logically, amidst the harshness of outer space, no human could survive even a second. Yet at this moment, Xia Tian and Chu Yuyi were engaging in a spectacular exchange of insults across the void. As they hurled abuses, Xia Tian slowly drifted past the rigid solar panels of the space station, putting considerable distance between himself and the Blue Star civilization. Observing his surroundings, Xia Tian realized he was becoming increasingly distant from the Blue Star. At that instant, he halted his tirade and scanned his environment. All he could see was the receding Blue Star and the drifting space station. Oh no. What the hell am I doing here? Is this still my homeland? Xia Tian's eyes widened in shock. He had only known that Chu Yuyi possessed a teleportation portal, but he had no idea that it could transport him directly into outer space. Turning back, he saw Chu Yuyi wearing a knowing smile, as if everything was under his control, and he felt an immediate urge to plead for mercy. However, the moment that thought crossed his mind, the 7-color glow in his eyes began to dim, particularly the hue representing arrogance, that if he were to kneel in submission, that arrogance would cease to exist. Without the idealistic force of arrogance, even with the enhancement of the other 6 viruses, Xia Tian would not be able to survive in the frigid vacuum of outer space, where temperatures plummeted below -100 degrees. The power of arrogance was Xia Tian's only reliance. If he could not even believe in himself, he would be left with no choice but to face death. With this thought, a surge of conviction welled within him, and his hatred for Chu Yuyi soared to new heights. You deserve to die, Xia Tian shouted inwardly, the radiance enveloping him swirling as his body regained much of its vitality. Glancing at Chu Yuyi in the distance, he had already devised a plan in his mind. Exactly. This is it. As long as I have the support of arrogance, I can outlast him. When the time comes, I'll simply evolve a wing and fly back to the Blue Star. If that doesn't work, I'll wait for my 7 deadly sins minions to unify the world and send a spacecraft to rescue me. As his thoughts flowed, Xia Tian solidified his confidence, observing his increasingly restored body. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, completely oblivious to even the slightest chill. He gazed at Chu Yuyi, his eyes filled with disdain. Little Chu Yuyi, how laughable! If I fully recover and evolve the ability for space travel, then did I end the vastness of space, where you cannot survive, won't you be as easy to capture as a turtle in a jar? This is a surefire win? Ha ha! As these thoughts consumed him, a grin spread from ear to ear, transforming his face into a terrifying visage. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuyi twitched his lips in response. What was this guy doing? Why was he suddenly so self-satisfied? However, Chu Yuyi did not activate number 6's universal language and had no idea what he was thinking. But even if he did, it was of no consequence. Just as he intended to take a deep breath, he realized that there was no oxygen in space. So Chu Yuyi had no choice but to abandon the idea. This sensation was not unlike being ensnared by a tumor-like aberration, the inability to breathe feeling quite similar. Now, with his legs slightly bent, Chu Yuyi oriented his body vertically towards Xiatian. Then, with a swift motion, he summoned an 0.15's personal space. A portal to the space unfolded slowly. However, this time, the portal led directly to the wall of his personal space. In an instant, Chu Yuyi found his leverage, propelling himself forward like a shooting star. Without a sound, he arrived before Xiatian, but misjudged his force, zipping past Xiatian. With a swift slash, he severed a significant portion of Xiatian's body. Upon witnessing this, terror was etched across Xiatian's face. A single strike had jolted him from his fantasies back into the harsh reality. As Chu Yuyi brushed past him, he collided with the framework of the space station, and a dull thud resonated. Echoing into the station's interior, this sound reached the sleeping quarters within the space station. Inside, 10 astronauts, each a paragon from various nations, were present at that moment. It happened to be the turn of a Chinese individual, a Frenchman, and a Russian to be on duty. "Hey Joe, check the monitor. It's the last year. We can't afford any mistakes." "OFA, is it really necessary?" "FIDEV, this space station isn't made of paper to..." "LI is right. We must take a look. In this damned environment, even a stone can have the power of a bullet." Several astronauts nudged the Frenchman, known as Avant C. Karates, nicknamed Joe, to take a look. Just as Joe approached, peering into a nearby chamber, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "OFA, FA, F, come and see." Hearing the Frenchman's commotion, Li Ran and a FIDEV quickly floated over, eager to discover what Joe was up to. However, what they saw left them speechless. From their perspective, in the lower left corner, half of a person was floating upside down, organs and a segment of the spine vividly visible. Yet astonishingly, that individual was still moving and even speaking. Li Ran scrutinized closely, increasingly convinced that the person was speaking Mandarin. "Hefeli, that's a dragon descendant. Quick, translate what he is saying," Joe shouted excitedly. This was truly astonishing, if Li and a FIDEV hadn't witnessed it themselves. Joe might have thought he was hallucinating from the oppressive environment that Li Ran, feeling somewhat exasperated, explained Joe, "That's a Chinese person, not a dragon descendant. Dragon descendants are a different concept. Besides, the East isn't just about the Dragon Nation. There are also the Island Nation and Korea at O. Then why does the Dragon Nation insist on their independence? Can't they unify?" Joe asked, bewildered. "Damn," Li Ran thought about explaining, but decided against it. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the void of space. Li Ran fixated his gaze on the half-person, matching the lip movements to decipher the words. Suddenly, it dawned on him. "He's cursing?" Li Ran's mouth fell agape, utterly frozen in the void. "Look! There!" a FIDEV shouted, observing the external situation. Responding to his voice, everyone turned their attention to that direction. They beheld, at the edge of their sight, several particulate objects slowly drifting by in the extreme cold of space. The moisture within them had frozen, rendering them unrecognizable from their original forms. Yet, some details were still discernible. That as Li Ran focused intently, seemingly witnessing yet another astonishing spectacle. Outside the space station, Chu Yuyi contemplated how to precisely control his position. Meanwhile, Xiatian found everything exceedingly strange. What does he think he's doing? Don't come any closer. In the sweltering heat of summer, a weary heart seemed to contemplate something elusive. Yet, all events appeared to have transpired. Chu Yuyi extended a hand and directly opened a spatial portal, probing within for something elusive. In the next moment, a cluster of grapes was retrieved. Indeed, they were grapes, the edible kind, as Chu Yuyi held the bunch. He witnessed it undergo a transformation, reshaped by the environment of outer space. Immediately thereafter, he flung the grapes, sending countless orbs drifting toward summer. Some veered far off course, while a significant number circled closely around summer, creating an encirclement akin to a sandwich that in a silent instant, Chu Yuyi had materialized beside him. It was the manifestation of number 14, facilitating a positional exchange between Chu Yuyi and the scattered grapes. With a swift slice, even in such a setting, Summer's corporeal form did not harden excessively. Just one cut, and his head was severed, with brain matter and blood cascading forth, crystallizing into a solid state. Now, he must be dead, right? Chu Yuyi could not suppress his doubts. However, there was no question that Summer, this humanoid affliction, was indeed the most formidable adversary Chu Yuyi had ever encountered. The other 6 viruses, while repugnant, were ultimately dispatched. Yet the arrogance virus was different. As long as Summer firmly believed he was alive, he truly was, and as long as he lived, the other viruses could restore his form to its original state. One could only say that it was utterly nauseating, sickening to the core. After a few minutes of waiting, Chu Yuyi observed green tendrils sprouting anew from the severed half of Summer's head, quickly reshaping into a semblance of a head once more. Summer was restored to his former self. "You," he remarked, "are even more resilient than a cockroach. From now on, I shall call you Chong." Using No. 6, the universal tongue, he uttered this sole statement to the current iteration of Summer. "You, damn it," Summer's voice faltered, and his lungs erupted once more. Witnessing Summer's tenacity, even Chu Yuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. There's no other choice. "I shall turn you into space debris." Frowning, Chu Yuyi resolved to employ a different method. He raised a black gold shock blade and swiftly cleaved it into several pieces. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. Now, Summer was not only reduced to a meat platter, but had become a filling, perfect for dumplings. Chu Yuyi pressed down on the heap of flesh, contemplating how to thoroughly eradicate it, remembering the tumor aberration that had been swallowed whole, yet remained unyielding. He shook his head. Though he was warped, he was not Uncle Ba. What is most essential in life? Timing. Shaking his head, Chu Yuyi placed his hand upon it and utilized number 16, the bloodthirsty flesh, intending to transform it into a true meat platter. However, the result was a complete lack of effect. Reflecting with number 5, the unforgettable memory, he mused that this ability must be employed against a defeated opponent. Did it mean that if the adversary did not die or surrender, it did not count as a loss? So if the school expels you and you refuse to heed the warning, does that mean the expulsion was ineffective? All right. Chu Yuyi frowned and reached out. He retrieved a takeout box from his personal space and promptly buried the heap of flesh within. Pondering further, he took out several bottles of Ergo 2, pouring them generously inside, only for the liquid to solidify into ice. Wait, is this diluted? Undeterred, Chu Yuyi grabbed a few bottles of the veterinary anesthetic agent Model 846 and poured them in, which also froze instantly. I hope the child sleeps well. Let him be separated by yin and yang. He is in the underworld. After pouring, he sealed the box, and a spatial portal appeared beneath him, opening against the wall of his personal space. With a swift kick, he sent the takeout box flying. Observing the flight path, Chu Yuyi, a professional writer, mused that if he were to take an exam, he would score lower than his height. Yet when it came to various miscellaneous knowledge, he had a modicum of understanding. As I observe this trajectory, let not the blue planet falter under its own weight. Let us give it a little boost. After some contemplation, Chu Yuyi selected a Walther from his personal space. Although there was no oxygen in space for gunpowder to ignite, modern ammunition is equipped with oxidizers, allowing it to fire even underwater. Naturally, the conditions were met in space as well. Chu Yuyi raised the Walther, choosing an angle that ensured it would not return to the blue planet. He then fired 2 shots. The bullets soared, continuing their flight, and Chu Yuyi began to watch intently. Only when the bullets had shrunk to a size nearly invisible did he activate No. 14, the arrival and departure. In an instant, he utilized his abilities twice. As he gazed at the blue planet, it appeared smaller and smaller. Beside him lay the packed box. He then retrieved a restraining device from his personal space, casually tossing it, and it transformed into a large iron box, enveloping the takeout box. Chu Yuyi summoned 2 more. Tossing them, 4.1 set became 2, and 2 became 3, forming a massive block of metal. In the next moment, he conjured a spatial portal, using it as leverage to kick the metal blocks multiple times in his line of sight. The blocks receded further and further until they became invisible space debris. Time to head to Mars. No need to plague the inhabitants of the blue planet any longer. Chu Yuyi waved his hand. A final farewell to the wretched Summer. Subsequently, the spatial portal opened again, and Chu Yuyi stepped into his personal space. He opened another portal, returning to the blue planet on the blue planet in Longwa, Hong Kong City. Chu Yuyi took a deep breath, finally savoring the sensation of inhalation. In the next moment, he readied himself for action, summoning the portal once more, stating, "I seek the most formidable patience of the 7 deadly sins." Chu Yuyi's gaze remained calm. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a profound, killing intent. He wished to disregard other matters. But the blue planet was different. Here, no matter what, it was a place he knew intimately, even if he could traverse countless worlds. The blue planet would forever be his home. Not to mention, should the blue planet fall completely, where else could Chu Yuyi scavenge food and resources? Where could he indulge in anime, movies, and the myriad of visual stories? Chu Yuyi did not wish for the sole form of entertainment in the future to be merely eating, sleeping, and battling monsters. The portal selected was among the most powerful patients within the entirety of the blue planet. Those who played pivotal roles. If these could be dealt with, perhaps the apocalypse brought forth by the 7 deadly sins virus would become like a rootless duckweed, difficult to stir up any further waves. The first adversary Chu Yuyi would confront was, of course, the leader of lust among the 7 deadly sins. Chu Yuyi was genuinely curious as to how lust had become a superpower. Did one merely erect a grand display and obliterate others? With such thoughts, Chu Yuyi opened the portal, heading towards the current strongest patient of lust at the skyscrapers of Peanut Street in the United States. As soon as he opened the door, Chu Yuyi beheld Chong Wei engaging in a game of poker. The United States was merely a FA masquerading as a nation, a conglomerate dressed in the guise of a country. If you assist me in seizing control of this corporate entity, I might permit you to lick the back of my foot. A patient emanating a pink aura with an ethereal voice sat regally at the table. Kneeling before him were a throng of high-ranking officials and politicians, each resembling the early stages of a gluttony affliction, overweight and frail. Yet they bowed in reverence to this patient leader, their eyes brimming with fervor. Yes, yes, we obey your command. A multitude of high-ranking executives and officials clamored. As Chu Yuyi pushed open the door, he fortuitously beheld this scene. In an instant, he was struck with astonishment. The tableau was utterly explosive. The attire worn by the lustful patient was scarcely larger than 3 adhesive bandages. An outrageous sight indeed, truly explosive. Yet, Chu Yuyi stole another glance. Unable to discern any gender, devoid of the characteristics that delineate male from female. "Oh, you've arrived. Where's the boss? The one with the surname Xia. Surely, they haven't been dealt with, have they?" No, no, no. The leader of lust covered their mouth, exclaiming with disbelief. But in the next moment, their expression swiftly morphed into one of disdain. What a bunch of weaklings. The leader of lust chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi reached into the spatial portal and produced the black gold shocking blade, stating, "No matter. It's your turn now." It's the murderous intent emanated from Chu Yuyi. The leader of lust hurriedly activated their abilities, covering their lips with a hand, and a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Accompanied by a flurry of pink particles, it enveloped the entire room. Chu Yuyi felt a sudden heat coursing through him, as if ignited by some peculiar desire. I could see that moment. He glanced at the leader of lust once more, only to find them transformed into a stunning woman in her 20s, with a figure that was nothing short of exquisite. Her ample bosom and voluptuous hips were complemented by a slender waist, and her legs, radiating a faint glow, could only be described as honeyed limbs. Her waist appeared delicate, with a slightly protruding belly that was exceedingly enticing. Furthermore, her shoulders, arms, collarbone, and even her captivating gaze were utterly enchanting, causing Chu Yuyi to struggle to maintain his composure. But in the next heartbeat, 11 environmental adaptation has met the conditions. Surviving for a few seconds in this unique environment will allow for adaptation. What constitutes an environment? It is one that diverges from the ordinary, a unique realm. In an instant, Chu Yuyi's gaze sharpened, as if a unified ideal ignited within him, reminiscent of a sage from ages past. The leader of lust, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves at a loss for words. Their seductive allure was designed to awaken the most primal desires within others. At this juncture, By synergizing their transformative abilities to become the epitome of the opposite sex, they could easily exert mental control. However, upon meeting Chu Yuyi's resolute gaze, the leader of lust recognized their efforts were futile. Do you not fancy this version? The leader of lust morphed once more, transforming into a flat-chested maiden, with the black gold shocking blade in hand. Chu Yuyi advanced step by step. The leader of lust was struck with terror. Wait, do you not have an interest in women? I can change. The leader of lust transformed again, this time becoming a petite, yet alluring, delicate boy. Chu Yuyi pressed forward, his expression unwavering. The leader of lust furrowed their brow, lamenting, I see. You prefer this one, don't you? With that, the leader of lust morphed yet again, becoming a muscular athlete clad in white socks, drenched in sweat. With a swift motion, Chu Yuyi cleaved down, followed by a flurry of blade strokes. The leader of lust was instantly reduced to mere flesh and blood, and the fragrant breeze that once permeated the room dissipated. Observing this, Chu Yuyi turned to leave, muttering softly, neurotic, What on earth has happened to me? Where is this place? Hey, don't go. Did you knock us out? Why am I completely naked? Wait, I'm still wearing socks and tie. The executives and officials from the beautiful empire gradually regained consciousness, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings, that a few attempted to grasp Chu Yuyi's pant leg, seeking clarity. However, Chu Yuyi had no time for such trivialities. He swiftly severed half of one person's hand. With this, no one dared to impede him further. He opened the portal and continued on to hunt the next afflicted leader. In Huoko City, the entire metropolis had transformed into a verdant hell, teeming with branches that cluttered every corner. Whether within homes, on street corners, or atop rooftops, green foliage thrived, all exhibiting a strong propensity for aggression. As a flock of birds soared overhead, they were swiftly ensnared by the thorns below, crushed into a pulpy mass, their blood seeping into the greenery, adding a touch of crimson to this green inferno. Normally, a thorough cleansing would necessitate infiltrating from the outside, gradually investigating until the core was located for destruction. Yet, Chu Yuyi had no intention of proceeding in such a manner. With the portal open, he directly pushed through, entering the most central area. Upon opening the door, he found himself in a subterranean garage. Saturated with greenery, it was dark and damp, lacking ample illumination. Chu Yuyi reached into the spatial portal, retrieving a strong flashlight. As he illuminated the surroundings, numerous thorns coiled around his feet, attempting to ensnare him. Raising the black gold shocking blade, Chu Yuyi cut his way through, clearing a path wherever he walked. With the aid of an 0.8, his swordsmanship became increasingly adept, and he even grasped some techniques for effective slicing and exerting force. Before long, Chu Yuyi pointed towards the core location. A green silhouette, vaguely humanoid, loomed in the center of the garage, surrounded by an array of green plants extending from within. Upon noticing Chu Yuyi, the green figure blinked wearily, seemingly disinterested in engaging. Observing the lethargic patient, Chu Yuyi cautiously approached. The surrounding vines writhed, attempting to thwart his advance. Yet, with a swift motion of the black gold shocking blade, countless vines and thorns were severed, rendered utterly lifeless in just a few strides. Chu Yuyi stood before the languid patient. The lazy patient resembled a humanoid plant cyst, with faint outlines of human form discernible within. It seemed unprepared for such an assault, as if entirely unguarded. Despite its outward defenses being meticulously arranged, essentially impenetrable, Chu Yuyi contemplated from a military perspective. The most efficient method with minimal sacrifice would likely involve deploying a small hydrogen bomb in this city. Unlike a nuclear bomb, a hydrogen bomb causes minimal contamination. One could drop a hydrogen bomb in the morning and visit the area the next afternoon without issue. However, it would inevitably impact the ecosystem. One could surmise that the authorities intended to deal with this lethargic leader last, as it posed no active threat. Now, faced with a lazy leader who had not fortified their interior, they could only watch as their demise unfolded. No, they might not even have the capacity to witness it. Considering this individual could hardly muster the effort to open their eyes, since they were so indolent, perhaps it was best for them to perish. Death would be far easier, wouldn't it? Chu Yuyi raised the black gold shocking blade, gazing at the unresponsive lazy patient, who seemed to concur with this notion. Swish. With a swift strike, dark green liquid cascaded to the ground. Here lies the very heart of the lazy affliction. Once it is damaged, the possibility of survival for the lazy afflicted is extinguished. He is not the arrogant afflicted, possessing no capacity to defy death. Suddenly, Chu Yuyi seemed to recall the troublesome existence of the arrogant afflicted. However, there are countless methods to resolve this issue. Merely evading death does not equate to true invincibility, as long as one is not invincible. There remains a way to contend with them. The last individual endowed with the power of arrogance was Xia Tian, who has now become space debris. This serves as the finest example. Arrogance is the original sin among the 7 deadly sins and embodies the most formidable power. Chu Yuyi has no fondness for conventional strategies and does not intend to reserve the strongest adversary for last. He plans to confront the arrogant leader first. After some contemplation, Chu Yuyi made his way to a warehouse, where he had prepared a few items in advance that in Meiyu, a man with short white hair and an air of arrogance, nonchalantly scoffed at the dog beneath the throne, tossing a severed head from his hand. The dog, seemingly unfazed, picked it up and exited the room to return to its own den. This white-haired man is none other than the most powerful of the arrogant afflicted on Blue Star, the arrogant leader. In his 10 pounds of bones, 9 are filled with pride. His life has been remarkably smooth, as if he were the protagonist of destiny. He is in the tender age of 12. Ehrman assisted his parents in cultivating avocados. Though the avocados were not expensive that year, they allowed the family to live a moderately comfortable life. Even at such a young age, he had awakened to his potential as a drug lord. He uprooted the entire avocado field and planted cannabis instead. Subsequently, he persuaded his parents to assist him in the cultivation. While others attended school, young Ehrman chose to enlist a few friends and scale the wall to sell drugs in the neighboring United States. After 6 years of drug trafficking, he was apprehended twice and expelled once, ultimately receiving a cumulative sentence of 5 years. However, during his time in prison, he acquired various skills and even exhibited good behavior, resulting in a 2-year reduction of his sentence. Upon returning to Meiyu, he did not immediately resume drug trafficking. Instead, he became a law enforcement officer. It is important to note that law enforcement in Meiyu is perilous, with hundreds perishing each year. After 2 years in law enforcement, Ehrman had mastered various tactics and decided to return to Mikazu to resume his original trade, as soon as he made his move. The largest drug trafficking family set their sights on him. Yet Ehrman swiftly married the only daughter of the family's leader, successfully infiltrating and taking over the drug trafficking operation. Within just a few years, he expanded the family business considerably, earning the admiration of his father-in-law. His armed forces could even confront the entire official authority of Meiyu. In his spare time, he indulged in reading novels from the Dragon Kingdom, often reflecting that the male protagonist had nothing on his own experiences. After all, he was the one truly enjoying life. Thus, his heart of invincibility was forged. Consequently, he was selected by Mo Sun to become the arrogant leader, wielding the most potent virus of arrogance and indirectly obeying Xia Tian's commands. Now, as the arrogant leader, Ehrman was engrossed in scrolling through short videos when a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. "Boss, it's bad. It's bad," the subordinate exclaimed breathlessly. "Do not panic. Speak slowly," Ehrman replied, fixing his gaze on the subordinate while leisurely sipping his ice-cold lemonade. Although he was the head of a drug ring, he had never indulged in such vices. Fully aware of their dangers, even with the power of arrogance safeguarding him, he abstained from drugs, smoking, and drinking, maintaining a disciplined lifestyle that surpassed most. Before the subordinate could finish, in the blink of an eye, he had exchanged positions with Chu Yuyi outside the door. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chu Yuyi sealed the iron door with several large iron boxes, rendering it unopenable. "Shadow," he called out, his shadow instantly tearing apart. Chu Yuyi summoned forth a towering space entrance, from which a large iron box, nearly human-sized, emerged, along with several plastic barrels containing bottled water, cement, silica fume, fly ash, water-reducing agents, coarse aggregates, and fine powder, as well as a considerable amount of rebar from an unknown construction site. You wish to challenge me? Airman feigned nonchalance, his tone remarkably calm. Observing this scene, Chu Yuyi felt a tinge of surprise. However, considering his opponent was the arrogant leader, it was hardly unexpected. It seems you possess more courage than Xia Tian. That waste of space? How could he ever be compared to me? Airman shook his cup and took a sip of lemonade. Then, the arrogant leader, Airman, fixed his gaze on Chu Yuyi, continuing in a slow, deliberate manner. Though I possess the entirety of the 7 deadly sins virus, there is a saying in your dragon kingdom. It is not in quantity, but in quality that I focus solely on the ability of arrogance, which far surpasses that of Xia Tian, who is merely half-hearted. With a crash, the glass shattered, and Airman hurled the remnants with force. Countless shards shot forth, aimed directly at Chu Yuyi's face. Yet, Chu Yuyi neither flinched nor dodged. His gaze swept across the room, landing on a vase beside Airman. In 0.14, welcome and farewell, activate, in less than a blink. The two exchanged positions. Clang. The clear sound echoed as the vase shattered violently. Now, Chu Yuyi stood with the black Goldjin knife at Airman's side. At a flash of the blade shimmered, the silvery reflection revealing Airman's impending demise. However, while everyone assumed he would perish, Airman remained unperturbed. After all, as long as his power of arrogance persisted, he firmly believed he could not die. Yet, when others recognized their enemy's invulnerability, they might be astonished or terrified. Chu Yuyi, however, remained unfazed. The last immortal had ascended to the heavens, becoming a star. This time, Chu Yuyi had no intention of sending Airman to join Xia Tian. Instead, he sought to dispose of him elsewhere. Knowing that his opponent would not easily succumb to death, Chu Yuyi raised half of Airman's skull. Then, with a resounding thud, placed it on the table, urging his shadow. "Hey, Shadow," he called. "Hurry up. The number 24 concrete doesn't need to be too wet." Chu Yuyi shouted, prompting the shadow to quicken its pace. Additionally, the silica fume, fly ash, water-reducing agents, coarse aggregates, and fine powder must not be overlooked. Chu Yuyi had specifically consulted with a civil engineering senior about this. The resulting concrete would be incredibly sturdy and durable, ensuring that even if a building collapsed, the quality of the cement could first be ruled out. Furthermore, he needed to incorporate a significant amount of rebar for stabilization. "Do you see this?" Chu Yuyi asked, tapping Airman's skull with the back of his knife. He wondered if Airman, with only half a brain, could still think. Yet the half-brain body twitched and lunged toward Chu Yuyi. Chu Yuyi instinctively sensed danger and deftly evaded, his intuition proving remarkably accurate. Turning back to regard the still-moving majority of Airman's form, Chu Yuyi felt a sense of exasperation. Swish, swish, a few more strikes. And a perfect porcelain vessel emerged. Chu Yuyi glanced over, and the shadow gave an approving thumbs up that he beckoned, and the shadow brought over the mixed concrete in the large iron box, interspersed with ample steel bars. Chu Yuyi seized these limbs and indiscriminately tossed them in, also prompting the shadow to mix them briefly. The body was left with only a mouth, which continued to curse in the local dialect of Mayu. Incessantly, Chu Yuyi opened the spatial entrance, twisted the doorknob, and declared, "To the SEA.IT is best to be on the high seas." The empty door responded to his plea and directly transported him to his intended destination. As Chu Yuyi pushed open the door, a briny sea breeze rushed into his nostrils, accompanied by a pungent, fishy odor. He pondered, "Is this the essence of the ocean?" Turning back, he noticed a figure squatting on the deck, relieving himself over the swaying bow of the ship, a stream of orange-yellow liquid cascading into the sea. "For goodness sake, can't you exhibit a modicum of civility?" Chu Yuyi scolded in anger. The man abruptly turned around. Startled by the sudden appearance of Chu Yuyi, and lost his footing in the process, tumbling straight into the water, not even having the time to pull up his trousers. Splash. The splash was far from graceful. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyi contemplated retrieving the massive cement iron box that sealed the arrogant leader, Airman, only to realize it was larger than the door itself. Despite considering various angles to maneuver it, the box's length and thickness far exceeded that of the door. "TSK, never mind," Chu Yuyi muttered, a plan forming in his mind at the opposite end of the empty door. Within the territory of Mo Yug, Chu Yuyi activated his number 15 portable space, summoning an entrance to the realm. Shadows on that side pushed the box through. Back on the ship, Chu Yuyi summoned the entrance once more, retrieving the iron box without hesitation. With both hands, he hefted the heavy cement box containing Airman's seal and hurled it into the sea with force. Boom! The tremendous impact stirred a flurry of small fish beneath the surface. But upon realizing it was merely a large iron box, they quickly scattered, disappearing from sight. Chu Yuyi surveyed his surroundings, glancing down at the water surface. All around were several substandard vessels, perhaps the makeshift creations of a small nation or the handiwork of pirates. Lacking any semblance of propriety, raising his gaze to the sky, he reminisced about summer. With a stroke of luck, one might be ensnared by the gravitational pull of a distant planet. As for Airman, he mused, perhaps he would be salvaged by a fisherman or an expedition team, or perhaps remain undiscovered until the cement and steel succumbed to the relentless corrosion of the sea. However, during the lonely period of summer and Airman's entrapment, they likely had long since lost their indomitable spirit. For once confidence wanes, the arrogance virus becomes akin to a rootless plant, devoid of a nurturing bed, its potency gradually diminishing. To that point, Summer and Airman would likely confront their true demise. After clapping his hands, Chu Yuyi prepared to depart, casting a glance at the hurried crew attempting to retrieve their fallen comrade, before seamlessly slipping back through the empty door, in the quarters of the jealous leader. Chu Yuyi stepped through the door, drawing forth his black gold tremor blade. "Who do you think you are?" Before the jealous leader could finish his statement, Chu Yuyi employed number 14 to transport himself beside him, swiftly tearing his mouth asunder. Sizzle! In an instant, flesh and blood were mangled, and without delay, Chu Yuyi delivered 2 more strikes, completely eliminating him. Chu Yuyi was all too familiar with the affliction of jealousy. As long as he prevented the individual from speaking, their abilities would be delayed, and that brief window was sufficient for him to dispatch them to this moment. Chu Yuyi recalled Airman's words. It is the essence, not the quantity, that matters. He found some truth in this. With so many abilities bestowed upon him, he had not maximized their potential. However, if those abilities were singularly granted to an individual, that person would undoubtedly treasure them, developing and employing them in unimaginable ways. Take, for instance, an 0.9, a simple white-level ability, yet it grazed the fringes of conceptual nature. If one were to cultivate it to its fullest, the possibilities were beyond reckoning. That is the galaxy merely a river? Shaking his head, Chu Yuyi tucked this thought away, for the time being, as there was no viable ability to merge or propagate its properties. After a brief respite, he once again opened the empty door, setting off for his next destination, Huangshan, 7-star pool. The furious leader sat upon a massive rock, eyes closed, serenely listening to the tranquil flow of the surrounding waters. A figure approached slowly. It was Chu Yuyi. The furious leader, still with eyes shut, spoke softly. "Could you not spare my life?" Taken aback by the calmness of the remark, Chu Yuyi retorted, "What do you think?" As the words left his lips, the furious leader rose slowly, exhaling a deep sigh. Alas, since he was now an enemy, mercy could not be afforded. In the next instant, the furious leader let out a furious roar. Ha! His eyes flew open, a scarlet glow radiating from them. Just then, a droplet of water splashed nearby. Chu Yuyi, quick on the draw, activated number 14 to transport himself, while simultaneously wielding his blade without a moment's hesitation. Swish! The knife vanished mid-swing, along with the one who wielded it. In its place, a mere droplet of water remained. The furious affliction was promptly decapitated. "Do you expect me to wait for your transformation to conclude? This isn't some tokusatsu series." Chu Yuyi casually lifted his blade, tossing away the severed half of the head, and then sheathed the black gold tremor blade into his portable space. Even as the furious affliction transformed, but had yet to complete the change, Chu Yuyi decisively switched positions, channeling significant momentum as he activated the high molecular cutting mode of the black gold tremor blade. This strike was not akin to previous firearm projectiles. It cleaved through the fundamental structure of the furious affliction, obliterating any chance of survival. That, of course, had Chu Yuyi not severed the head and instead allowed it to remain, there might have been a sliver of possibility for recovery. But now, even the divine physician could not save him. After all, the furious affliction was not like the arrogant affliction, possessing no right to reject death. Their sole ability lay in growing stronger with each surge of anger. Chu Yuyi moved on, hunting the next leader. In the Ruetu Kingdom, at the storage center, the glaring lights flickered erratically, all due to a grotesquely corpulent creature swaying about. This entity, resembling a small mountain, was the gluttonous leader, its body exuding an eerie orange hue. It appeared as if a human had overindulged in carrots, its entire form saturated with pigment. Yet, even so, the gluttonous leader continued to feast voraciously, indifferent to whether it was fresh seafood, frozen delicacies, or beverages. He devoured everything. Packaging and all, in fact, it even lifted an entire shelf, shoving it into its mouth, the sound of incessant chewing echoing throughout the storage center. I could see this moment. Chu Yuyi pushed the door open and immediately spotted the gluttonous leader. Yet it was oblivious to his presence. The gluttonous leader was so grotesquely large it occupied an overwhelming amount of space, sufficient to accommodate an entire stadium. This behemoth likely could not even see its own lower half. Its head brushing against the ceiling lights, judging purely by size, it rivaled the furious affliction, if not exceeding it in breadth. Turning around would be a monumental challenge. However, its enormously oversized arms posed a certain threat. Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi casually picked up a fruit can from a nearby shelf, preparing to hurl it at the back of the gluttonous leader's head. Sniff. What does that smell? Humans. The glimmer in the eyes of the gluttonous patient began to shine. As he suddenly twitched his nose, he had not consumed food for an extended period. To him, humanity represented the true sustenance. As for the heap of provisions of the storage center, they were merely his nourishment, at best providing a modicum of flavor. The moment he caught a whiff of that scent, the gluttonous patient became increasingly agitated, relentlessly seeking out the source of the aroma. "I found you," he bellowed, abruptly spinning around. The ground trembled beneath him, rising and falling like the sent that moment. Chu Yuyi had no intention of holding back. He hurled the fruit can he held directly at the gluttonous patient's head. Bang! The gluttonous patient extended his enormous hand, grasping it firmly before tossing it into his mouth. An appetizer, perhaps? Ha-ha. The gluttonous patient chuckled unconsciously, though the sound emerged from his fat-laden throat, raspy and unpleasant, prompting Chu Yuyi to wish to cleanse his ears. Observing the can that had been thrown, swallowed whole, Chu Yuyi found himself at a loss. Desiring to create some distance that a glance around revealed that the nearby shelves had been emptied, yet the items in the distance were clearly visible. The next moment, in 0.14, arrival and departure use. Swish! In an instant, Chu Yuyi seemed to be a gust of wind, appearing in another location. Meanwhile, the gluttonous patient resumed his frantic search. Shadow, called Chu Yuyi, and the shadow materialized into substance. Together, they lifted countless goods and hurled them at the gluttonous patient. The gluttonous patient whirled around, opening his mouth wide to devour everything in sight. Feeding me. I'm so hungry. Let me consume you. I'll eat your head. Devour your spleen, the gluttonous patient shouted, crawling forward. Like an actual tunnel, he could swallow a truck hole. Boom! With a mere roll, the surrounding shelves were toppled as the abyssal maw approached. Chu Yuyi transmitted his thoughts to the shadow, and the two dashed in opposite directions. Hey, come here! Chu Yuyi beckoned with a finger, capturing the gluttonous leader's attention. As he had anticipated, the gluttonous leader charged toward him, not sparing even a glance at the shadow. While Chu Yuyi distracted the gluttonous patient, the shadow had seized several items, directly tossing them onto the gluttonous patient's head. Swish! Chu Yuyi swiftly moved, positioning himself above the gluttonous patient. A slash was made. Yet nothing occurred. Skin broken. Chu Yuyi widened his eyes in astonishment, lamenting the sheer size of the gluttonous patient. It wasn't that the black gold quake blade was ineffective. It was simply that the gluttonous leader's skin was too thick. The blade merely slicing into the fatty layer. Damn, Chu Yuyi thought, glancing elsewhere before teleporting away. However, despite his massive size, the gluttonous leader was surprisingly swift, swiftly grasping Chu Yuyi with his enormous hand and preparing to swallow him whole. Damn! Chu Yuyi braced his legs in midair, pushing against the gluttonous leader's mouth. Subsequently, he unleashed 3 precise slashes, carving a vast triangular-shaped opening. Lowering himself, Chu Yuyi severed one of the gluttonous leader's head-sized teeth and hurled it outward. Taking a moment to glance, he immediately utilized No.14, arrival and departure. Swish! Chu Yuyi found himself atop the gluttonous leader's head, plunging his blade into its forehead as a pivot, with a push of his legs. A fulcrum was established, and Chu Yuyi pulled down, tearing the gluttonous leader's skull apart. Boom! The enormous cranium flew off, crashing down at one end of the storage center. Witnessing this, Chu Yuyi promptly entered the cavity. Brandishing his knife, his astonishment, the gluttonous patient was still fiercely resisting, intent on devouring Chu Yuyi. Boom! The gluttonous leader reached out with a hand as massive as a mountain. Chu Yuyi evaded, but the gluttonous leader seemed to realize too late. Wildly searching for Chu Yuyi, effectively mashing its own brain. The more it searched, the itchier its head became. Eat! The gluttonous leader shouted, dazed, on the verge of collapsing. In response, Chu Yuyi swiftly delivered the final blow. Otherwise, failing to maintain control at the round table would be disastrous. Boom! The gluttonous leader's body collapsed, never to rise again. To ensure it was truly dead and to prevent any feigned death, Chu Yuyi inflicted several additional strikes before departing. Such occurrences had nearly become routine for him that he could not abide the trope of not delivering a finishing blow, resulting in being countered in Longwa at the first high school of Anda City. Within the boys' dormitory, damn, why must I still do homework after being reborn? A boy shouted in frustration, bent over his desk to complete his assignments. Another boy on the bunk merely smiled in silence, a sharp glint of gold flashing in his eyes. There were 4 individuals in the dormitory. 2 had gone out to eat, while 1 was diligently working on his homework. It was Sunday, and the dormitory remained open year-round. In a high school like this, classes typically ran 6 days a week, with evening study sessions on Sundays. Now, a reborn individual, despite less than stellar academic performance in his past life, had managed to secure a 30-year mortgage and a 20-year car loan through sheer effort. Although not ideal, he could at least lay claim to a car, a home, and a lovely wife by his side. Yet now he found himself returned to square one, still toiling over homework. What had gone awry? Shouldn't a reborn person exploit their information advantage, defy fate, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life? The reborn individual's roommate suddenly realized the truth, yet the pen did not cease its relentless movement. The fear of the homeroom teacher was deeply etched into their souls. If the homework was incomplete, contacting parents would be the least of their worries. For some inexplicable reason, this aspect posed a considerable threat to the reborn individual. TSK, are there any recent trends? 1 month from now, stocks at the Upper Great Wall will surge by 17 billion because a little girl made a proclamation and it went viral. And that milk tea jibe about a carefree life? The stock price skyrocketed by 400 times. It hit the ceiling. Previously, he had little concept of stocks, but now it was evident that favorable news led to genuine increases. Not quite if one wishes to earn enough to be free from worry in the next life. A principal amount of at least 3 million is required. 0.3 million. Where on earth could I procure such a sum? The reincarnated roommate was furiously scribbling away, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Observing his roommate's anxiety, he multitasked between completing assignments and pondering deeply. The youth with golden eyes in the upper bunk chuckled softly, then teasingly remarked, "Don't fret. I am, after all, an equivalent exchange sprite. 0.3 million. You can trade 10 years of your lifespan for it. How about that?" Hearing the golden-eyed youth's words, the reincarnated roommate did not even glance up, responding, "Sure, if I can live to 85, losing 10 years means I'd live until 75. That's a decade of suffering avoided." And you see, he continued, this money equates to earning 8,300 a month without having to work. Just play every day. How delightful. Where else can one find a job that pays 8,000 a month without requiring work? Seemingly without much thought, the reincarnated roommate retorted. Upon hearing such a response, the golden-eyed youth smiled, tapping his phone a couple of times. Suddenly, he paused, realizing, but your rural credit union card has a daily limit of 50,000. Ding! The reincarnated roommate, noticing a notification, picked up his phone and widened his eyes in astonishment. He discovered that his bank account had increased by 50,000. "What? Is this for real?" he exclaimed, looking at the golden-eyed youth. Feeling increasingly bewildered, "What's the matter?" the golden-eyed youth replied. "Didn't you say 10 years for 3 million, but your card has a limit that I'll transfer you 50,000 daily until the 2 months are up." The reincarnated roommate, though initially incredulous, quickly came to terms with the reality and promptly knelt in gratitude. "Oh, benevolent Father, this kindness cannot be repaid. In my next life, I shall toil like an ox with that." The reincarnated roommate seized his assignment book from the table and hurled it to the ground, snapping his pen in half. "What a joke! If I had money, who would bother to repeat high school?" "Woo!" The reincarnated roommate, clutching his phone, exited the dormitory without a backward glance, leaving the campus behind, oblivious to the security guard's presence. That moment, a radiant orb of golden light swirled around the golden-eyed youth's hand, gradually being absorbed into his body. Both lifespan and wealth have been doubled. What should I do next? The golden-eyed youth's gaze shifted, a hint of cunning emanating from him. However, just as he was about to speak, a silent door creaked open and a figure emerged. "What are you doing?" the newcomer inquired softly. "Come here to meet your demise." Chu Yuyi glanced at the only other person in the room. The golden-eyed youth was the last of the 7 deadly sins. The leader of greed. Despite the seemingly sudden appearance of Chu Yuyi, the golden-eyed youth exhibited little surprise. He reclined casually on his bed, propping his shin on one hand, and casually remarked, "Hey, stop with the life and death talk. Let's have a chat. Everything revolves around benefit. You Haven Tea spared me, merely because the stakes weren't high enough to name your price." Mr. Chu, observing the golden-eyed youth's air of confidence, Chu Yuyi felt his irritation bubble. Although he couldn't quite label him as a mere child, the fact that this youth, significantly younger than him, acted so arrogantly was quite irksome. Yet considering the youth's likely lack of strength, Chu Yuyi felt somewhat reassured. He calmly stated, "Money, food, people, even power, none of these hold any allure for me. As for you, living or dying is inconsequential." Chu Yuyi shifted his tone, a hint of murderous intent creeping in, "But your death is of great importance to me." With that, Chu Yuyi no longer held back. His black gold shock blade was drawn and aimed directly at the golden-eyed youth in the upper bunk. In response, the golden-eyed youth's expression remained unchanged as he leaped down. Thud. The dull sound echoed as he landed on the floor. The next moment, with resolute eyes, he met Chu Yuyi's gaze. Swish. Just as Chu Yuyi was about to strike, the golden-eyed youth made his move. "Are you trying to attack me from below? Futile. Taste my blade." Chu Yuyi anticipated a swift kill, aiming for a clean decapitation. Yet, the reality deviated from his expectations. Thud. The golden-eyed youth knelt on both knees, delivering 3 resounding blows, exclaiming, "Spare me, grandfather. Though I am the leader of greed, I have never harmed anyone. The ability of the greed affliction evolves based on one's avarice. My power is to fear death. Oh, grandfather." Stunned by this stark contrast, Chu Yuyi found himself momentarily immobilized. If the youth had intended to kill him, or even harbored a shred of ill will, he would have acted immediately. Yet here was the leader of greed, surrendering without a fight. What was going on? Why not resist and become a puppet instead? For a time, Chu Yuyi was at a loss, deciding to listen to the youth's explanation that if you spare my life, I shall offer you my unwavering loyalty. You may not care for money, food, people, or power, but surely you cannot do without them. If you grant me my life, you will reign as the king of this world. I shall help you control everything. You need only issue a command to alter the world's landscape." The golden-eyed youth spoke as if he had just discovered his voice, delivering his plea in one breath. Listening, Chu Yuyi hesitated. Admittedly, he had no need for such things, but the distinction between not needing and lacking is significant that if he had them, they could serve some purpose. Coincidentally, he recalled his earlier plans, which were still in their infancy, lacking any clear direction. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yuyi inquired, "Regardless, you are still a subordinate of that demon. Son, how could you possibly pledge allegiance to me so easily?" At this question, the golden-eyed youth appeared prepared. immediately responding, because my ability evolves from the fear of death, allowing me to filter out unfavorable factors. The viral characteristic that mandated obedience to Mo Sun has been optimized away. And he continued, my ability indicates that following you will bring far greater benefits than aligning with Mo Sun. Listening to the golden-eyed youth's articulate reasoning, Chu Yuyi found himself momentarily uncertain about whether he was being deceived. Should he kill him or spare him? This decision swirled in his mind, weighing heavily on him. Just wait here, Chu Yuyi groaned, turning the handle of the dormitory door and stepping into the empty room. Inside the empty room, Chu Yuyi closed the door, then lay back on the side, drifting into a dream. In a round table dream, the scene appeared somewhat sparse. Only 5 purple balls, 3 red balls, and 1 black ball remained. The table nearly cleared. Chu Yuyi's ability to manipulate could only affect the purple balls, as he had anticipated. Given their scarcity, this progression was reasonable. If he could only move the white ball one moment and the black ball the next, that would have been peculiar. However, unlike when he had blindly pocketed the yellow balls. Regardless of his abilities, this time, Chu Yuyi sought to identify a suitable power among the 5 purple balls, maintaining a sense of purpose. He gasped in astonishment, observing the immense control required to manipulate these purple billiard balls, which was truly extraordinary. Merely glancing at the information expenditure was enough to pocket several yellow billiard balls. However, upon closer inspection, Chu Yuyi discovered an appropriate ability. He examined 3 abilities, which were, Elemental Sovereign, Absolute Blade, and Soul Envoy. The latter was perfectly suited to the current situation. Chu Yuyi fixated on the purple billiard ball, then exerted his control, expending a considerable amount to pocket it. Bang. The billiard ball was pocketed, and the ability information materialized. Number 19 Soul Envoy Quality, purple description. You can place soul fragments into other living beings, thereby gaining a modicum of loyalty and surveillance effect. Soul fragments. With this ability, you will separate 1 soul fragment every hour, a process that will not harm the essence of the soul. Precautions. This ability is suitable for fusion with other abilities, potentially resulting in beneficial mutations. Upon reading the final precaution, Chu Yuyi pondered for a moment, retrieving the previously discarded propagation trait to fuse it with a new ability. Indeed, as indicated in the precautions, a mutation occurred, yet it was advantageous for Chu Yuyi. The Soul Envoy, upon merging with the propagation trait, expanded significantly. Information change. Number 19 Mind Apostle Quality. Purple plus description. You can transform beings who pledge loyalty to you into apostles. Apostles are utterly loyal to you and can be granted your abilities. And they will never be able to act against you without your consent. Precautions. Bestowing abilities will not deplete your original powers, and granted abilities can be reclaimed at any time. Seeing this transformation, Chu Yuyi found himself at a loss for words. His expectations seemed to have taken a giant leap forward, instantly propelling him into a position of great advantage. With number 19 Mind Apostle, he not only gained absolutely loyal subordinates, but also the ability to bestow powers upon them. Moreover, the bestowed abilities would not strip away his own. Such a stroke of fortune left him with no further desires. He exited the round table dreamscape and returned to the empty gateway. Longhua and a city, first high school, male dormitory. Chu Yuyi had returned. Upon his return, Chu Yuyi wielded the number 19 Mind Apostle ability as if it were second nature. One does not consciously learn to breathe. This ability was inherent from birth, ingrained in his instincts. After acquiring number 19 Mind Apostle, he effortlessly employed it on the golden-eyed youth before him. The ability could be utilized. Chu Yuyi blinked, seemingly contemplating something. This number 19 Mind Apostle ability, while undeniably powerful, came with conditions for its use. Without these conditions, if Chu Yuyi were to employ number 19 Mind Apostle on anyone he encountered, the entire world would be under his command. The stipulation for using 19 Mind Apostle was that it could only be employed on living beings who pledged loyalty to him. This was a necessary condition. If the criteria were not met, the ability would be rendered ineffective. At that moment, Chu Yuyi mused that the golden-eyed youth appeared far from ordinary. After all, he had previously mentioned that the control of the Mo Sun virus core had been unraveled by this golden-eyed youth. Such an occurrence was akin to a robot, bound by three fundamental laws, reversing its own programming to eliminate such constraints. An unfathomable feat alternatively. This golden-eyed youth could be deceiving him, or perhaps he was indeed as he claimed, or merely engaging in subterfuge. Each scenario was a possibility. What scheme was this individual concocting? Or was he genuinely fearful for his life and thus chose to pledge loyalty, though no definitive answers existed, nor any substantial evidence? Chu Yuyi's intuition suggested that, as the golden-eyed youth had stated, his fear of death led him to filter Sun's control. Subsequently, out of fear, his greedy instincts foresaw the immense benefits of aligning with Chu Yuyi, prompting him to pledge loyalty. Chu Yuyi held skepticism towards the golden-eyed youth. Yet, he trusted his own instincts. You had better be genuine, Chu Yuyi thought to himself. Even if his infallible intuition were to falter, Number 19 Mind Apostle would serve as a safety net. The ability explicitly stated that employing it would transform the target into an apostle. Apostles are unconditionally loyal, and the bestowed abilities can be retracted instantaneously. This aspect provided a sense of assurance. Until now, Chu Yuyi's abilities had never failed him. It was said that their effects were only potent, never feeble. Now, facing the golden-eyed youth, Chu Yuyi activated number 19 Mind Apostle. In the next moment, he felt a surge of information flooding his mind, encompassing all knowledge acquired through the control of the golden-eyed youth. There were real-time updates, as well as historical data, akin to a compressed file that, if he wished to examine it, he could effortlessly retrieve it as memory or conduct searches. This compressed information lay quietly in Chu Yuyi's mind, occupying minimal cognitive space, akin to a thin card within recollections. Mastered, I pledge my life in loyalty. The golden-eyed youth remained kneeling, yet his tone was imbued with greater reverence. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi couldn't help but chuckle. But weren't you just afraid for your life? But following you, I shall not perish. Hence, I pledge my life in loyalty, the golden-eyed youth replied, his tone still calm. Finding this amusing, Chu Yuyi teased, what if I commanded you to die right now? In the next instant, a burst of golden light erupted from the golden-eyed youth's gaze, yet a force stemming from the Mind Apostle held him firmly in place, indicating that number 19 Mind Apostle was indeed a conceptual-level ability, surpassing all others. Of course, I shall obey, the golden-eyed youth replied in a low voice, and then his body moved. Never mind, it was just a jest. Chu Yuyi waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the golden-eyed youth relaxed once more, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yuyi's mind, prompting immediate action. From now on, you shall be a part of our organization, which is dedicated to eradicating the apocalyptic world. The golden-eyed youth appeared somewhat incredulous, slowly raising his head, though his gaze remained fixed just below Chu Yuyi's waist. Dare I ask, Master, he inquired, what is the name of our organization? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyi smiled, feeling a hint of youthful exuberance resurface. Recalling his previous unintentional reply to the female special inspector, Captain Su, Chu Yuyi grinned and stated, our organization is called Dawn. The moment he uttered this phrase, an involuntary shiver coursed through Chu Yuyi's body, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment. Observing the golden-eyed youth before him, it seemed that the greedy instincts within him were subdued by Chu Yuyi's number 19 Mind Apostle. Chu Yuyi couldn't help but reflect that Sun was no different. He did not need to intervene personally, by bestowing some power upon his subordinates. They could easily turn against him, now that he had dealt with all the leaders of the 7 deadly sins. Chu Yuyi felt it was time to confront the source of the apocalypse in this blue star, the 7 demon kings, Sun. Yet he remained uncertain about the methods employed by Sun. Although he had annihilated all the leaders of the 7 deadly sins virus, he had unleashed the strength of Sun himself. No, the demon's capabilities remained unknown to As for Sun's information. He decided to investigate it himself. As Chu Yuyi pondered, he opened the information card in his mind and searched for memories related to Sun. He discovered that all information concerning Sun was tainted by the greed virus, having been implanted into the mind of the golden-eyed youth. However, this was not surprising. The leaders of the 7 deadly sins in summer, when viewed from another perspective, resembled mere laborers, if they were to be working for someone without even knowing what tasks they were performing or what their wages were. It would indeed be peculiar. Sun resided at the pinnacle of the seven heavens, self-proclaimed as the demon king of the 7 days. He scoured the surrounding galaxies and found a world named Blue Star. Subsequently, he unleashed the 7 deadly sins virus to create chaos. In the end, he could unilaterally open a pathway to Blue Star, liberating himself from the monotonous and unchanging 7 heavens. Sun. The 7 heavens felt like a prison, a cage meticulously crafted for him. The opening of the pathway to the 7 heavens also indicated a method. The conditions for opening the 7 heavens required a blood sacrifice of 8,888 people. How ruthless! Chu Yuyi searched through his memories, his lips twitching involuntarily. But suddenly, a realization struck Chu Yuyi. There must be a door in the 7 heavens, right? As long as there is a door, then his one void gate could lead directly to that world. At that time, he could reach Sun's side and eliminate him, thereby resolving the apocalypse of the 7 deadly sins on Blue Star. I am truly a genius, Chu Yuyi shamelessly praised himself. Then, regaining his composure, he turned to the golden-eyed youth and said, "There's no need to be so reserved. I have a few more questions to ask you." Chu Yuyi's words were akin to a command to the golden-eyed youth, who, after becoming an apostle transformed by abilities, would obey Chu Yuyi, as he was always straightforward. Chu Yuyi directly inquired, "Will the viruses disappear after Sun's demise?" "They will not," the golden-eyed youth responded decisively. The 7 deadly sins viruses would persist, but no new patients would emerge. All patients, except for those afflicted by the gluttony virus, were deliberately selected by Sun before the virus was unleashed. Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi felt that he could not allow the remaining patients to run rampant any longer. Although firepower could suppress a portion, some patients had likely progressed to mid or even late stages. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of heavy firepower. At least one, if not several, hydrogen bombs would be required. That was certainly not what Chu Yuyi wished to witness. Though he could traverse myriad worlds, his true home was solely Blue Star. With this in mind, Chu Yuyi activated his number 19 mind apostle ability, bestowing powers upon the golden-eyed youth. In an instant, streams of information appeared, forming a summary. Chu Yuyi gazed at his 19 abilities, deep in thought, particularly fixated on the number 1 void gate. What if I grant him access limited to the gates within Blue Star? That would be ideal. I certainly do not wish my subordinates to roam through countless worlds. That would be utter chaos. As Chu Yuyi contemplated, the number 1 void gate in the information summary transformed into a gray icon, adorned with a golden lock in the lower right corner. Is this in accordance with my wishes? Chu Yuyi murmured softly. He then meticulously selected several abilities to package together, including number 1 void gate, restricted version, in 0.3 blood manipulation, in 0.46 sense perception, in 0.5 photographic memory, in 0.6 language of all spirits, in 0.7 orderliness, in 0.8 effortlessness, in 0.9 calm and chaos. Number 13 wall penetration technique, in 0.15 personal space, and number 17 rapid recovery. In total, he packaged 11 non-core abilities for the golden-eyed youth. As he felt the sudden influx of power within him, the golden-eyed youth's eyes sparkled with delight, albeit quickly subdued by the influence of number 7 orderliness. "Thank you for your generous gift, my lord." Observing the ever-loyal golden-eyed youth, Chu Yuyi mused, "He truly is timid as a mouse." Yet upon seeing the golden-eyed youth, he was at a loss for how to address him. An idea struck him, and he spoke again. "As is customary, you should be given a code name." Upon hearing this, the golden-eyed youth lowered his head and replied, "Please bestow a name upon me." "My lord," Chu Yuyi, still harboring his youthful exuberance, continued, "In your generation, let us name you after the 12 zodiac animals. You are the first of your kind. Your code name shall also be your name. You shall be called—" Chu Yuyi's gaze sparkled with intrigue as he uttered 2 characters, Zishu. Upon hearing this, Zishu immediately bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuyi waved his hand and said, "Enough. I shall go to eliminate Sun. Your task is to eradicate the remaining patients on Blue Star. Can you accomplish this?" Zishu slowly rose and clasped his fists, stating, "I shall do my utmost, my lord." However, upon hearing Mo Sun's name, Zishu hesitated to execute Chu Yuyi's command and cautiously inquired, "My lord, may I dare to ask, is he not the demon king of the 7 days? Mo Sun, the ruler of the 7 heavens and a true deity. Do you believe you can prevail?" This question reached Chu Yuyi's ears, causing him to smile confidently that "I will prevail." This was not arrogance. Since childhood, he had never faced defeat. At this moment, a feeling of being a one-of-a-kind existence surged within him. He, Chu Yuyi, was undeniably the child of destiny. He was fated to vanquish the apocalypse. Everything had been smooth sailing, as if a path had been meticulously laid out for him. Everything was going too smoothly. In this unusual state, Chu Yuyi felt invigorated, preparing to storm Mo Sun's lair after a day of battle to annihilate him in one fell swoop. Suddenly, in 0.7 orderliness activated, and even as Chu Yuyi was elated, rational thought began to take root in his mind. Since I possess the ability, I must confront Mo Sun. If I can slay him, I might be able to seize the remaining powers of the Round Table in one fell swoop. From Zishu's information, while Mo Sun was a deity, he was not overwhelmingly powerful. Comparable to Thor from Marvel, but possessing certain unique abilities, Chu Yuyi mused to himself, a crooked smile appearing on his lips. He further considered, even if I cannot defeat him, with number 15 personal space combined with number 1 void gate, I can escape without a hint of panic. Having thought this through, Chu Yuyi resolved to set off. He waved his hand, urging Zishu, "Quickly go and eliminate the patients. The more, the better. You have mastered your abilities, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zishu, observing Chu Yuyi's confident demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not articulate why. Nevertheless, he responded, "Yes. Oh, I have mastered them, as if I was born with them. I shall depart now, my lord." Afterward, Chu Yuyi patted Zishu on the shoulder and reached into his number 15 personal space. Handing over a Walther pistol, "Start with this gun. Once I deal with Mo Sun, I will upgrade your equipment." Holding the Walther, a large-caliber handgun, Zishu nodded silently and began to move. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he turned the doorknob and said, "I will go to the vicinity of the weakest patients." The door swung open, and Zishu stepped inside, while the door leading to another place slowly closed behind him. Witnessing this, Chu Yuyi chuckled and remarked, "He truly is timid as a mouse. Zishu lives up to his name. I am different," came a voice that a python swallowing an elephant. No, a strong dragon suppressing a local snake. Chu Yuyi simultaneously twisted the doorknob, subsequently employing the complete version of the number 1 empty door to enter a unique space. Within the empty door, Chu Yuyi stood upon the rippling surface of an ocean made of doors. Gazing at the boundless portals before him, and announced into the air, "I wish to journey to the realm of the 7-day demon king, Majuan." As his words fell, a door materialized from a distance, gradually drifting towards Chu Yuyi. This door, crafted from thick, billowing clouds, was marred by the continuous seepage of murky blood from both its interior and exterior, transforming its appearance from that of a heavenly gateway to a hellish entrance. Just as Chu Yuyi was about to twist the doorknob, the seemingly inconspicuous white ability, in 0.7 orderly, quietly activated once more. Amidst an overwhelming sense of blind confidence, it was only number 7 orderly that proved effective. Such an unassuming ability caused Chu Yuyi to halt his hand from opening the door. He paused, sensing an unsettling anomaly. This was not the usual Chu Yuyi. Something felt amiss. Was it possible that he was experiencing a peculiar sense of confidence? Shaking his head, Chu Yuyi relinquished his intention to turn the doorknob, and instead collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to slumber in the realm of the Round Table dream. Chu Yuyi's consciousness arrived here. Originally, due to number 7 orderly granting him perpetual rational thought, he aimed to maximize his resources before engaging in battle, thus intending to utilize his light manipulation ability. However, upon arriving in this space, he sensed an incongruity. 20. Chu Yuyi counted around, astonished to discover 20 ability spheres. Upon closer inspection, he noticed one sphere that was even paler than white, nearly transparent, Mingled among them, he extracted it and observed. Number 20 arrogance virus quality. Colorless plus description. You are a prodigy. An existence of pride. You will possess unparalleled confidence. When you believe immensely, you may even distort reality. Caution. Simultaneously, you're under the control of the virus's initiator, the 7-day demon king, Majuan. Looking at the string of codes representing the sequence. It was not an 0.20, but rather number 20, chaotic and disordered. Yet having entered the sequence meant it had already taken effect. The previously transmitted gluttony virus from Summer had yet to manifest, displaying as NO. But this ability was undeniably active. What? Had Majuan already targeted me? Chu Yuyi belatedly realized what had transpired. In no wonder he felt that overwhelming sense of invincibility and confidence. It was impossible for it to stem from his usual self. When did this begin? Reflecting, Chu Yuyi recalled that with number 5 photographic memory in play, his review was essentially instantaneous. Was it when I uttered the name Majuan? Simply mentioning his name resulted in being infected by the arrogance virus? Truly, he was a veritable deity. Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi promptly crushed the number 20 arrogance virus into powder, which shattered into several translucent orbs, littering the ground with fine debris and murky spheres. He then crushed the tainted spheres again, reducing them to mere powder. Now, Chu Yuyi had acquired, distortion of truth. Much like the gluttony virus, it disintegrated into 2 distinct properties, one auxiliary and one core. Unfaltering pride imbued the possessor with immense confidence, while distortion of truth allowed the possessor to alter reality with strong conviction. Unfaltering pride, akin to the characteristics of gluttony, was unnecessary to retain. Confidence can be beneficial, yet at times, it borders on blindness. Chu Yuyi said, promptly reducing it to powder, that he decided to retain distortion of truth, planning to later merge it with other suitable abilities. Currently, he had no appropriate abilities in mind. However, he contemplated the fusion of distortion of truth within 6 universal speech and the environment adaptive combat body Lu, which could potentially yield abilities like word spirit, believed to adapt, immortal body, or gaze and transform others into food. But ideally, merging it with other belief-related abilities would yield even better results. Next, Chu Yuyi surveyed the round table, acutely aware that his current manipulation could at most secure 2 purple ability spheres. IT might not suffice, but he had to give it a try, with no alternatives. He first aimed for elemental sovereignty. This ability appeared practical. With a swift stroke, he expended a significant amount of control power, successfully pocketing it. Chu Yuyi examined the information. Number 20 elemental sovereignty quality. Purple description. You will be able to wield and conjure 5 fundamental elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with your thoughts, and the ability can be strengthened based on usage. Notes, various elements can be combined, e.g., fire plus earth magma, water plus wind mist. Chu Yuyi was quite pleased with this ability, evoking a sense of from 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 comes all things. With sufficient proficiency, he could potentially evolve all elements solely through this one ability. The combinations resulting from this would be virtually limitless. With the remaining control power, Chu Yuyi understood that he might not be able to secure another purple ability sphere. Yet he felt compelled to give it a shot. His next target was NO. Absolute Blade, a favorite of his. Bang! With a stroke of his manipulation, the sphere advanced several steps before coming to a halt. Chu Yuyi executed another stroke, gradually nudging it forward. This was not standard billiards. There was no rule dictating a single stroke must conclude the turn for others. He could gently push a ball multiple times towards the pocket. Thus, he could employ minimal control to pocket this purple sphere. However, while the idea was sound, the outcome was less than satisfactory. The sphere, representing NO, Absolute Blade, reached the edge of the pocket but failed to proceed further, as if it were teetering on the brink, waiting for just a whisper of wind to push it into the hole. Damn, Chu Yuyi muttered under his breath. Being so close yet so far was maddening, with his control power nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to shift his focus elsewhere. Just then, a faint ripple resonated through the air, and a small surge of control power emerged. What is this? Chu Yuyi he felt a flicker of joy, even suspecting the round table had responded to his thoughts. Yet he quickly realized that previously, when he used knives or guns to eliminate patients, the round table accumulated control power. Now, using abilities to vanquish patients still contributed to the increase. This meant that the transformation of the mouse by number 19 Mind Apostle also counted as an extension of ability. Thus, the mouse's actions against patients would also enhance control power. With this realization, Chu Yuyi could not contain his excitement. Great! Excellent! With a smile, Chu Yuyi harnessed the control power to pocket the absolute blade. In the next instant, he pulled it beside him, and the information appeared. 21 absolute blade quality. Purple description. As long as you attack your intended target, it will inevitably inflict harm. Such a simple statement. Yet having reviewed all his abilities, Chu Yuyi understood a crucial point. Extraordinary abilities do not necessarily require lengthy descriptions. However, those with brief descriptions are invariably formidable. Though this skill was succinct, it laid out a clear rule governing its power. Evidently possessing minimal limitations, it could even be distilled into one phrase: attack. And harm is guaranteed. Although it may seem trivial, those who have engaged with numerical monster games will undoubtedly comprehend this principle. This is the concept of absolute damage, which disregards any form of defense or skill effects. Such a skill may seem ineffective against minor foes, as it cannot produce a situation where defenses are breached. However, what if Chu Yuyi were to confront a genuine deity? Imagine an attack that would typically be incapable of bypassing defenses, inflicting damage due to a mere purple ability. How astonishing would that be? As long as there is an attack, even a god can be harmed. This skill is truly extraordinary. Chu Yuyi praised it briefly before proceeding to merge the entirety of the Round Table Dream's powder with the 21 Absolute Blade. In the next moment, 3 bands of colorless primordial powder fused with number 21 Absolute Blade. Enhance. In less than the blink of an eye, the fusion was complete. Number 21 had evidently expanded significantly, and its information had undergone substantial transformation. Number 21 Absolute 1000 Wounds Quality. Purple plus description. As long as you attack your desired enemy, it will inevitably inflict a certain degree of absolute damage. Note: absolute damage cannot be repaired or healed. Caution: if the enemy is regarded as a friend, the negative status inflicted by this ability can be actively cancelled. Upon reading the additional notes and cautions, Chu Yuyi examined them closely. Yet, upon witnessing the effect of this ability, he couldn't help but smile. This meant that as long as one possessed this ability, even a god could be slain by him. Considering this, even if a deity were to be left battered and bruised by Chu Yuyi's 21 Absolute 1000 Wounds with injuries that are irreparable, it would surely lead to their downfall. After assessing the 21 abilities, Chu Yuyi exited the Round Table Dream, in the realm of the empty door. Liberated from the interference of the arrogance virus, Chu Yuyi found himself capable of rational thought. Should he confront the Demon Lord, it could indeed be worthwhile. Perhaps after defeating it, all the remaining billiard powers could be entirely cleared. There is risk involved, but with number 15's portable space in conjunction with number 1's empty door, he could probably escape, right? Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi resolved to take a look, if only for the sake of the blue star. If the Demon Lord were to unleash the virus again, he feared that the entire world's populace would succumb to the plague of the 7 deadly sins. At that point, it would truly be catastrophic. After all, even if the Demon Lord were slain, those afflicted would not revert to normalcy. The virus would still persist. Best to investigate first. If he couldn't manage, he could always retreat. With this in mind, Chu Yuyi approached the door of Blood Cloud and slowly turned the doorknob. In the realm of the 7 heavens. The first heaven. Lust. Suddenly, Chu Yuyi found himself in a dimly lit space, surrounded by several layers of exquisitely crafted buildings, which were quaint yet inviting, an indescribable fragrance, or perhaps some other scent, wafted into his nostrils. There was a hint of cheap rubber in the air. Somewhat intoxicating. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, not particularly pleasant, yet irresistibly intriguing. Perhaps it resembled the scent of gasoline or musk. Upon arriving here, Chu Yuyi surveyed his surroundings. The architecture resembled that of Western fantasy works. each unique, evoking a sense of otherworldly adventure. However, after catching a whiff of the air, Chu Yuyi inadvertently felt something within him swell. Indeed, it was the ambition to vanquish the demon lord. He glanced at the buildings around him, noticing inexplicable words and patterns adorning them that a striking young man, a middle-aged man, and a small boy were engaged in jovial conversation. So, after a long day of adventures, which pleasure house shall we visit? The striking young man exclaimed, patting the small boy's shoulder. I want to go to the dragon lady's place. It sounds exhilarating. The middle-aged man laughed. Then I suppose I'll choose the succubus dungeon. The small boy timidly chimed in. With number 6's universal tongue activated, Chu Yuyi recalled the location's significance. His knowledge of the basic information regarding this realm of the seven heavens had been gleaned from controlling the greedy patient leader, Zishu. Naturally, he was aware that this was the first heaven of the seven heavens, the realm of lust. The entire world operated on a circular principle, yet the boundaries interconnected. The inhabitants here embraced lust without any reservations regarding mating. In this world, mating is as commonplace as a handshake. One can greet another with a handshake, or even use it during decision-making meetings. However, it is noteworthy that pure love exists here as well. Considered a form of play, though not particularly popular, it is by no means niche. Moreover, various fantastical beings inhabit this realm. No matter how bizarre the preferences, there exists a corresponding species, its slime beasts, pregnancy dragons, or giant enthusiasts. They're magical creatures to match. Yet, the most crucial aspect is that once any mating act occurs here, one can never escape this layer of the world that I in certain texts. Lust is deemed the deepest sin, while arrogance is considered the lightest, in the demon lord's seven heavens. It seems quite the opposite. Chu Yuyi scanned his surroundings and noticed an angel with pristine white wings beckoning him, seemingly inviting him to sit. But do not be mistaken. This was not the type of angel characterized by purity, snow-white skin, and grand wings. Rather, it was a bizarre creature with a central blood-red eye and 3 pairs of wings at its back. Yet, it was indeed a genuine angel, and a high-ranking one at that. Chu Yuyi shuddered. Despite his peculiarities, he found no appreciation for such a grand angel. He would leave that to those who revel in the Song of Saya, or those who fancy the 12 demon artifacts. How does one access the second heaven? Why did the empty door bring me here? Is there truly only a gateway in the first heaven? Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuyi realized this posed a dilemma. He pondered momentarily before stopping a passerby. The passerby was a shark girl, possessing a human-like voluptuous body but adorned with a tail larger than her own body. There's something you need? The shark girl shyly replied, deliberately placing her tail behind her and tugging at her clothing to reveal a considerable portion of her chest. Upon her chest, there were patches of faint pink new skin. Observing this, Chu Yuyi's knowledge as a full-time writer involuntarily surfaced. Fun fact, male sharks bite the pectoral fins of female sharks during mating, and the more they tear, the more affection they demonstrate. Noticing the shark girl's actions, Chu Yuyi understood. She was indicating that she already had a partner and was in a loving relationship, embodying the essence of pure love. In other words, she was a married woman. That's not it. Could you inform me in a more straightforward manner? Chu Yuyi exclaimed, his eyes widening. He quickly averted his gaze, mentally reciting the heart-purifying technique 20 times to regain his composure. Madam, you might not wish to know. She interrupted. How does one access the second heaven? Chu Yuyi inquired directly, fearing he might genuinely become distracted. Upon hearing this question, the shark girl looked at him as if he had asked a childlike question, akin to asking what 1 + 1 equals, though she patiently replied, as long as you do not engage in lustful actions or mating and maintain self-discipline for over 24 hours, you can proceed to the second heaven, gluttony. Isn't that common knowledge? The shark girl tilted her head in inquiry. Listening to her lewd remarks, Chu Yuyi's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, goodness, do you all engage in such activities daily? Can your bodies handle it? Wait, what sort of common sense is this? Shaking his head vigorously, Chu Yuyi finally understood. Was it really that simple? No, it felt far from straightforward. The prevailing theme of the entire world was such that to defy it was to oppose the world itself. Yet, he thought, as long as he could endure for 24 hours, it should be manageable, right? After careful contemplation, Chu Yuyi resolved to find a secluded spot. There, he would erect a high wall and quietly await the conclusion of the 24 hours. With determination, Chu Yuyi wielded the power of elemental sovereignty number 20. With fire in his left hand and water in his right, he combined the two to summon a gust of wind beneath him. Whoosh! He shot into the sky like a firework, soaring upward. Utilizing elemental sovereignty number 20 for the first time, he deftly produced the combined element of wind, and to his relief, he encountered no mishaps or falls. Initially, it was challenging to control, but as he flew, he grew increasingly adept, akin to mastering a skateboard or bicycle. Some might struggle to learn, while others grasped the skill with ease. As he ascended, his figure diminished, the earth shrinking into a mere reflection below. Chu Yuyi glided past the hazy clouds above, arriving at a higher altitude, but he noted that the world lacked celestial bodies like the moon or sun. Rather, the periphery of this realm emanated a peculiar luminescence. What an extraordinary world this was. Perhaps the first tier could be more aptly termed a small world. Flying over residential areas, he observed the undulating mountains and flowing rivers, and he directed his flight toward that direction, believing it would be less populated. Gradually reducing his control over the airflow, Chu Yuyi descended. Virum. He landed softly, a gentle breeze stirring the surrounding soil. Fortunately, a layer of nanoskin protected him from the splattered mud, which quickly vanished, restoring his pristine appearance. After selecting a splendid site by the mountains and waters, he set about constructing a temporary dwelling. During his university years, he never paid attention in class, but had binge-watched numerous survival documentaries. Even without elemental sovereignty number 20, Chu Yuyi could craft a house with his bare hands, as the infrastructure genes of the Dragon Kingdom flowed through his veins, with mastery over the earth element. The foundations swiftly took shape, by controlling the wood element. He raised the pillars and beams. Fire combined with earth conjured layers of rock, completing the final piece of the structure, though only a temporary abode. The house measured around 60 square meters, not large, but sufficient for his needs. Although Chu Yuyi could reside in the spatial dimension of number 15, he feared it might hinder his entry into the second tier. Ah, the trials of fate! Is it truly so difficult to even catch a glimpse of you? He muttered, pulling a red apple from his spatial pocket to take a bite. This was merely the first tier. He was entirely unaware of what the subsequent 5 layers might entail. Yet, having come this far, he resolved to see it through. As he contemplated, a campfire blazed before him. He munched on his food while gazing at the distant landscape, intermittently practicing with elemental sovereignty number 20. After all, this ability could be enhanced through continual in other words. Chu Yuyi was honing his proficiency point 2.5 hours later. A diminutive succubus floated into view. Exquisitely crafted, surpassing even the finest sculpted statues, clad in revealing attire of black and purple, resembling band-aids. It caught Chu Yuyi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he spluttered, nearly choking on his drink. The sight of the little succubus was overwhelming. It possessed a striking duality. 2 sets of weapons. What was so shocking about that? It was perfectly normal for a succubus to have such features. By the way, could you spare me a drink? In exchange, I can. This part has been censored. Readers may imagine the rest themselves. Hearing those unapproved words left Chu Yuyi astounded. Could it truly be played this way? Suddenly, he slapped himself, narrowly avoiding being led astray by the enchanting figure before him. Concentrating, he summoned water, fire, and earth elements in his right hand and swung fiercely. Boom! Crack! A bolt of lightning erupted, startling the succubus, who stumbled back. Chu Yuyi coldly commanded, "Leave." Upon hearing the reprimand, the succubus immediately sulked, muttering under her breath, "If you want to share, then so be it. No need to scold me." Observing the lightning he had conjured, Chu Yuyi was taken aback. He had expected glass or something similar, yet it manifested as lightning. What connection existed between these 3 elements? Pondering, he gathered the water, fire, and earth elements once more and swung vigorously, unleashing a tempest of sand and dust that engulfed half the forest. Whoosh! With water in his left hand and fire in his right, he summoned a gale to clear the sky of debris. Although the elements were the same, they yielded different results. Due to the proportions, Chu Yuyi mused, realizing that the upper limit of elemental sovereignty no. 20 was remarkably high, distinct from other skills. Each of his abilities boasted a formidable baseline and an equally impressive upper limit. For instance, with number 3 blood manipulation, should he later acquire the capacity for infinite blood and toxic blood, it would become a formidable weapon. Number 7 orderliness had extricated him from perilous situations, allowing him to indirectly resist all forms of mental control. Number 10 gastronomy, while merely consuming food, ensured that anything ingested would vanish entirely. An undeniably extraordinary feat. Number 11 environmental adaptation, alongside the fighting saint body, welcomed and guided him as a spiritual envoy. So many abilities, each with daunting potential. The upper limits were terrifyingly high. Even the gastronomy fighting saint body alone could serve as a pathway to divinity. Ultimately, these abilities would render him godlike in strength, with astonishingly high ceilings. Yet, the upper limit of elemental sovereignty number 20 was high in a different manner. While other limits were elusive, elemental sovereignty number 20 allowed for gradual experimentation. Embodying a blend of magic and science, point 1 was shrouded in mystery, reliant on luck, while the other could be meticulously studied and recorded, enabling continuous enhancement through accumulation. Thus, Chu Yuyi focused his energies on elemental sovereignty no. 20, dedicating several hours to thorough exploration that it became evident. The issue lay in proportions. When the 3 elements were utilized together, a slight excess of water yielded lightning, while an abundance of earth produced sand. With diligent study, it seemed this ability could potentially generate all elements. Nodding to himself, he considered trying out his other abilities or perhaps, he mused, rubbing his head, feeling fatigued and slightly dizzy. He had not rested for an extended period. Even though his body transcended human limitations, he still required rest. He was not a perpetual motion machine. Despite his formidable physique, his spirit could still tire at perhaps a short respite is in order. Returning to his dwelling, Chu Yuyi retrieved bedding and pillows from his spatial pocket. As he lay on the bed, he unconsciously reflected, "Isn't it just about maintaining discipline for 24 hours? I thought it would be far more challenging." "Shadow," he called softly, and his shadow immediately appeared beside him. "If danger arises, awaken me at once." With a mere command from Chu Yuyi, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Approximately 7 hours later, he felt a gentle shake upon his body, stirring him from his already restless sleep. Something amiss. Chu Yuyi sprang into action. A series of knocks echoed at the door. This moment, he remained vigilant, promptly employing his number 4 eyes of the 6 directions, instantly transforming his perspective into that of a divine observer. Through this elevated vantage point, he discerned a pitiful rabbit maiden, her fluffy white fur dampened by the light drizzle outside. "May I seek refuge from the rain?" came a delicate voice. "Open the door." Chu Yuyi instructed his shadow. The shadow complied, moving to unlock the door, becoming even less discernible in the muted hues of the sensual realm. As the rabbit maiden stepped inside, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Well, her pink, soft rabbit lips parted slightly, then quickly closed again, as if caught in a moment of bashfulness. Observing this, Chu Yuyi urged, "Speak swiftly." Upon hearing his prompt, the rabbit maiden finally revealed, "I was bitten by a lust-circling snake." "And what of it?" he inquired. "If I do not engage within 5 hours, I shall perish," she replied, covering her face in apparent shame. It seemed she had intended to pursue a pure love narrative. Yet fate had entwined her with a lust-circling snake. Such bizarre creatures were not uncommon in this realm of desire. Slimes that dissolve clothing, towering figures that prey on children, all too familiar sights. Were a connoisseur of the fantastical to be present, they might have lost themselves in the allure. But how did Chu Yuyi respond? He raised his hand and twisted the doorknob, declaring, "First layer heaven. Male customs pavilion." With that, he ushered the rabbit maiden inside and closed the door, catching a fleeting glimpse that was somewhat disconcerting. Yet, should one have an affinity for men, the place would surely appeal to them. After dismissing an unsolicited visitor, Chu Yuyi reclined on his bed, pondering whether the reproductive conditions in this world were truly dire, or perhaps there existed some peculiar rule. Only through pure love can children be born. He dismissed the thought, knowing he would soon depart from this place. Rising, he resumed his practice of number 20 elemental mastery, significantly enhancing his proficiency, mastering the elements of wind, sand, and lightning. Before long, 24 hours had elapsed, during which Chu Yuyi maintained an admirable state of readiness. The moment the countdown concluded, a staircase emerged beneath his feet, semi-transparent and shoulder-width, that a single step began to materialize, and Chu Yuyi ascended, gradually rising until the surroundings shifted entirely. Second layer heaven, gluttony heaven, and no longer standing upon a staircase. He found himself on a somewhat viscous surface. Lifting his foot, he discovered his shoe soles ensnared in thick maple syrup. Glancing around to realize he was upon a small island constructed entirely of culinary delights. Beneath him lay a colossal crepe, ensconced in syrup, while chocolate stones, grass cakes, and candy coconuts adorned the landscape. Naturally, there were also delicacies he had never encountered before. Considering this, Chu Yuyi rifled through his memories, recalling no stipulation forbidding the consumption of food that would prevent him from ascending to the next layer. Nonetheless, he hesitated to indulge. He resolved to seek out another individual to inquire how to access greed heaven. In the next instant, the wind element materialized, propelling Chu Yuyi into the air. He soared above the gastronomic island, ultimately spotting a landmass beyond its borders. Strangely, this continent appeared equally delectable, crunching underfoot. Is this a layered chip rock? Not quite. Was this truly reasonable? He shrugged it off, acknowledging that Blue Star was already in ruins. His abilities had surpassed even the legalities of gender in the United States, rendering considerations of reason irrelevant. As he tread upon the chip-covered land, Chu Yuyi soon encountered an array of artificial constructs, a castle composed of countless cake layers. Entering without obstruction, he realized that the entirety of gluttony heaven seemed devoid of living beings. Rather than humans, he encountered animated gummy bears, adorably traversing the paths in a spectrum of colors. This is absurd, he thought. Yet, disregarding notions of reason, he mentally endeavored to accept this bizarre reality. After considering the situation, he reached out and seized a gummy bear, which was the size of a large dog, far from being half a person's height, yet appearing imposing nonetheless. This particular gummy bear was a milky white and dark brown, likely cola-flavored. I have a question. He began to, is there a way to ascend to the upper heavens? He posed the query to the gummy bear, struggling to maintain composure. His expression nearly broke into laughter. The gummy bear remained silent, but with his number 6 language of all spirits activated, Chu Yuyi felt an answer resonate within. You should consult the Rainbow Princess. She knows everything. Nodding, Chu Yuyi mused about the abstract nature of the Rainbow Princess. Despite the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, he continued, where can I find a Rainbow Princess? His expression reflected a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief, as he felt ensnared within a children's cartoon. This world proving to be utterly bizarre. In contrast to Night Star, Gluttony Heaven felt less surreal. Yet he pondered if that group of dessert enthusiasts from Night Star were to come here. Would they consume the entirety of Gluttony Heaven, gnawing on gummy bears? Shaking his head, he dispelled the image from his mind. The cola-flavored gummy bear continued. Look where I point. In the largest castle. The Rainbow Princess can often be found lounging in the nearby park. With this, the gummy bear raised a candy arm, gesturing into the distance. Following its direction, Chu Yuyi indeed spotted the scene described. Silently, he approached a park where a chocolate fountain gushed forth, and beside a candy bin trash sat a hard-shelled candy bench. To his astonishment, he found the so-called Rainbow Princess, a humanoid figure composed of pink, elongated sour candy, vaguely resembling a female silhouette, adorned with numerous rainbow-colored lollipops. Chu Yuyi, exuding exasperation, approached the Rainbow Princess and began his inquiry. Greetings, distant traveler. You must be from... Before she could finish, he interjected, please get to the point that I wish to know how to ascend to the upper heavens in this world. Interrupting another speech was undeniably rude. Yet the Rainbow Princess seemed unfazed, continuing, at the center of the culinary islands lies a cola whirlpool. Entering it will transport you to Greed Heaven. But remember, she elongated her tone, Greed Heaven possesses all that one desires. Should you take even a single coin, you will never be able to leave. as Chu Yuyi was about to depart. The Rainbow Princess had yet to finish her words. The realm of laziness possessed the most delightful ambience, while the realm of wrath was shrouded in a maddening haze of fury, and the realm of jealousy was adorned with a corridor of peaks. As these words resonated, Chu Yuyi's footsteps momentarily halted. "Isn't that so? You truly seem to know everything." Chu Yuyi turned back, attentively listening to her words. Suddenly, from the side of the candy waste bin, a corpulent monster burst forth. Swish. As if it had been plotting for ages. Its movements were swift as it clamped down on the Rainbow Princess's head, tearing away half of her body before gulping it down whole. Burp. The monster let out a sour belch right before Chu Yuyi. What the fuck? Boom. Chu Yuyi unleashed a bolt of thunder, causing the monster to explode violently, scattering flesh and blood everywhere. Observing the fallen rainbow candy sprawled on the bench, Chu Yuyi's expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed a bitter drink. What on earth is happening here? Is this some sort of law? Words left unfinished, only to be met with demise. Losing left of bow, where there's smoke, there's no harm. Saying I could do nothing must lead to an explosion. Running while weeping is sure to end in a collision. Speaking half a last word must end in death, right? Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuyi felt utterly vexed. He was on the verge of learning all there was to know about the seven heavens. Yet the very source of that information had perished before him. Where could he seek justice for this? However, the situation was not as Chu Yuyi had imagined. He witnessed the Rainbow Princess's form gradually revitalizing and restoring itself. Her gentle voice emerged. "Mr. Bond, your pranks have gone on far too long. I shall not be frightened by you." The Rainbow Princess turned to gaze at the body of the creature known as Bond, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You kill Bond?" He was merely joking. He knew we, the denizens of the realm of gluttony, could not die. You and Mr. Bond, both outsiders, ought to understand this. Yet, you have taken his life. The sour expression on the Rainbow Princess's face widened, her eyes as if bulging, that I shall not divulge anything further. Not a thing. Upon hearing her panic scream, the surrounding gummy bears drew closer, each bearing a serious demeanor. Dante asked how they discerned this. It was evident from the contours of their eyes. After hearing this, Chu Yuyi was left in a daze. In just a few seconds, what had transpired? Forget it. Since a civil conversation was futile, do not blame me for resorting to my customary methods. After a while, hundreds of gummy bears were set ablaze, their bodies melting away, the sugary liquid blending together. On the guillotine, dozens of gummy heads fell. This moment, the Rainbow Princess was tightly bound by red licorice. Witnessing the horrific scene unfold before her eyes. No, I will tell you the truth, everything. Tears of syrup streamed down the corners of the Rainbow Princess's eyes. Unable to bear the sight of the carnage, Chu Yuyi observed this scene with great satisfaction, quietly listening to the Rainbow Princess's final explanation before departing, having pressed her for the truth several times. Chu Yuyi was acutely aware that he was not a good person. Indeed, one might even label him as a villain. The distinction between the two lay in their motivations. One lives for others, while the other lives for oneself. After all inquiries had been made, Chu Yuyi summoned a tempest, propelling himself to the heart of the realm of gluttony, entering the cola vortex. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a pure white space. Before him lay a staircase of 7 tiers. It seemed this was the realm of greed. The third heaven, the realm of greed. Following the Rainbow Princess's instructions, Chu Yuyi ascended the steps without pausing on the first step. Countless delicacies materialized around him, far exceeding those in the realm of gluttony. Ignoring them, he continued onward on the second step. The entire space transformed into a series of villas, as if halting would grant him dominion over them. Chu Yuyi feigned ignorance and pressed on the third step. The surroundings shifted again, revealing an array of alluring beauties, surpassing even the temptresses of the realm of lust. More enticing still, Chu Yuyi took another step forward on the 5th step. A throne appeared at his left, with countless subjects below, power within arm's reach. To his right lay a mountain of gold coins, an abundance of rare treasures beyond count. Chu Yuyi kicked the throne aside and continued his ascent on the 6th step. Suddenly, a colossal monster, rotting and resembling a mountain, loomed into view, its shadow engulfing the entire space. It bent down, opening its gaping maw. One more step forward, and he would be swallowed whole. Chu Yuyi cast a glance, offering it little heed, and took another step. Swish! Chu Yuyi vanished from the realm of greed. The fourth heaven, the realm of laziness. That a fragrant aroma of grass permeated the air. Chu Yuyi surveyed the surroundings, spotting a tranquil lake nearby. Behind him stood a magnificent estate. Crops grew of their own accord. A dozen or so languid individuals reclined on wicker chairs, swaying gently, their expressions one of utter contentment. Upon seeing Chu Yuyi, one approached him, saying, "I am Jiangbu. I cannot recall who I am. The journey must have been arduous. Right? I once was like you, though not entirely the same. The Master God refers to us as reincarnators. Each time I reincarnate, I fight tooth and nail to survive. That I end this task, I could have returned to the Master God's domain. But I chose to forego it, for every task is a near brush with death. Those like me who have completed 9 cycles are considered veterans. This place is different. It even connects to the lower realm of greed. Everything desire can be obtained here. Each day we rise early, enjoying either a glass of fine wine or a cup of rich coffee, walking our dogs, reading the evening news. Every day feels like a dream. This place is simply marvelous, devoid of danger, free from toil. It is so wonderful. Come, stay here with us." The more he spoke, the more entranced he became, yet Chu Yuyi could discern that the man's eyes lacked clarity. Resembling someone just awakening from slumber, "Get lost." Chu Yuyi shoved the former reincarnator aside, summoning the number 20 elemental sovereign. The elements of gold and wood emerged. A newly forged home materialized in Chu Yuyi's hand. In mere minutes, he had thoroughly tilled the 2 acres of vegetable fields surrounding the estate. Finally, behind a solitary watermelon sprout in the corner, he discovered an entrance to a cellar. Chu Yuyi did not hesitate and jumped straight in. The entire space transformed once more. The 5th heaven, the realm of wrath. The entire environment was enveloped in a gray haze, far darker than even the realm of lust. Suddenly, a faint red mist enveloped Chu Yuyi. An illusion emerged. Chu Yuyi found himself as a weary office worker, finally managing to leave early at 8 o'clock. Just as he descended the stairs, he glimpsed his newly acquired car parked by the roadside. Purchased through a 20-installment loan, a mischievous child had scratched it with a key, leaving the entire vehicle marred with lines. Chu Yuyi's expression remained stoic. He slowly approached the child and delivered a kick that sent the little rascal soaring into the atmosphere. The illusion shifted again. Chu Yuyi was now an amateur athlete sprinting on the track, when suddenly a child dashed onto the field, aiming to collide with him. In an instant, Chu Yuyi accelerated, crashing into the child, turning him into a mist of blood. The illusion morphed once more. With a swift wave of his hand, a tempest erupted, causing the entire illusion to tremble, the child's figure flickering in and out of visibility as he questioned, "Why? Why are you not angry at all?" "Apologies, I harbor no anger towards the weak. Instead, I only feel pity." With a flick of his wrist, Chu Yuyi summoned a howling gale that dispersed the crimson mist. What a jest! Chu Yuyi possessed the orderly prowess of No.7 that although this was merely a white ability, it granted him tangible immunity against all forms of mental control. It was nothing short of conceptual. As the mist cleared, Chu Yuyi beheld a long corridor. He stepped forward from its far end. The 6th heaven, the heaven of jealousy. Scenes were encased in glass showcases, each one a repetitive tableau. Chu Yuyi entered, and on his left, a youthful lad rode a white steed, accompanied by a grand entourage, all brandishing a vivid red qualification certificate. The lad's smile radiated innocence, and those around him beamed with congratulatory cheer. Chu Yuyi cast a glance before turning away. The achievements of others held no sway over him. Excessive focus would only tarnish his own disposition and attitude. On his right, a grotesque figure resembling a pig, surrounded by a multitude of wives and concubines, came into view. Despite his utter lack of appeal, physical prowess, and dwindling wealth, he was pursued by countless admirers. Witnessing this sight, Chu Yuyi furrowed his brow. The phrase "why him?" caught in his throat. Shaking his head, he continued onward. Another scene unfolded before him. A half-naked man stood upon a stage, eliciting jeers from the audience below, who showered him with coins of silver upon his every insult. After observing for a moment, Chu Yuyi disregarded any further displays within this corridor. Yet as he progressed, the images seemed insistent upon invading his mind, perpetually reappearing. Resolutely, Chu Yuyi pressed on. Undeterred as he walked, a radiant vista emerged. The corridor fading into the past, vanishing from sight, the seventh heaven, the heaven of pride. Chu Yuyi surveyed his surroundings once more, a vast expanse of verdant grassland, with a solitary tree atop a hill, where a figure sat cross-legged. Aside from this, there was naught else. It resembled the realm of lust, a space where heaven and earth converged. There he is, Chu Yuyi observed, fixing his gaze on the figure seated at the tree's edge. This individual, half-clad, showcased well-defined muscles. Two pairs of arms sprouted from his back, his skin as clear as a mountain stream. Adorned in golden ornaments, he exuded an air of nobility. Yet his eyes were as dark as the night. He was none other than the seven-day demon king, Mo Sun. What astonished Chu Yuyi was that Mo Sun seemed utterly indifferent to his presence, ignoring him entirely, his eyes closed as if in meditation. True to the name of this realm, Mo Sun regarded Chu Yuyi with unparalleled arrogance. Since that is the case, Chu Yuyi thought, I shall not hold back. Unperturbed, he recognized he had located the source of the 7 deadly sins in the apocalypse of Blue Star. With no words exchanged, it was time to strike. With a left-handed summon, an 0.20 elemental sovereign materialized. Extending his right hand, he activated number 15 portable space. The black gold quake blade emerged. He silently chanted, in 0.21 absolute 1,000 wounds. Activate, even as an unexpected guest intruded upon the heaven of pride. Mo Sun, the deity, remained unperturbed. Previously, he had unleashed a virus of arrogance upon Chu Yuyi from across worlds, intending for him to seek him out and thus open a passage. Alas, Chu Yuyi had not complied with his wishes, sacrificing countless beings to forge the way, but instead employed an unconventional method. The multitude of viruses he had sown across the world barrier had already drained significant resources. He could not afflict the same individual again. However, it mattered not. Sun regarded Chu Yuyi, a mere mortal, with utter disdain. In his eyes, mortals were no different from ants. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Choosing to disregard him, mortals were exceedingly weak. Even without his intervention, they would perish in the blink of an eye. He was arrogant. He viewed Chu Yuyi with boundless contempt. Even as Chu Yuyi slowly approached from the edge of the heaven of pride, standing directly behind him, Mo Sun remained entirely indifferent. Witnessing this, Chu Yuyi had little to say and directly swung his blade downward. Swish! Mo Sun, facing away from Chu Yuyi, casually waved his arms behind him, executing the motion with grace. As though Chu Yuyi did not exist, he was far too arrogant, having never acknowledged a mere mortal like Chu Yuyi. In his eyes, Chu Yuyi could not possibly inflict harm upon him. After a century, Chu Yuyi would inevitably meet his demise. Since death was unavoidable, what difference did it make whether he acted? Yet in the next moment, an 0.21 absolute 1,000 wounds, activate. Even deities must feel pain when struck. Blood, shimmering like gold, began to seep from Mo Sun's surface, radiant and dazzling. In that instant, Mo Sun's eyes flew open. His dark pupils widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. What was this? Why was there a wound? Why was golden liquid oozing from his body? He was baffled, utterly confounded. This was a state he had never encountered, one that should never have manifested upon him, for the deities of death and injury were absent from this realm. Without these two divine entities, the concepts of injury and death could not exist within Mo Sun. Thus, such a condition was impossible. Injured, this was a sensation he had never experienced. Indeed, he should have been invulnerable. As a god and the embodiment of pride, Mo Sun was impervious to harm and death. Only if the deities of death and injury were to shatter their own authority could they forcibly bestow upon Mo Sun the concepts of injury, pain, and death. And this was his first encounter with the sensation of being wounded. Indeed, it was number 21 absolute 1,000 wounds that had granted Mo Sun the concept of being harmed. Mo Sun had never possessed divine blood, nor could he be injured. This body was merely a vessel imprisoning his divine essence. The concept of divine blood did not apply. However, after being struck by number 21 absolute 1,000 wounds, this god, henceforth, bore the concept of injury. From this moment, he would bleed divine blood. In the blink of an eye, Mo Sun turned to face Chu Yuyi, fixating his gaze upon him like tea that moment. Mo Sun finally regarded Chu Yuyi as a true adversary. It seemed Mo Sun had further means at his disposal, ready to unleash them. Yet he soon discovered that with all his myriad abilities, he could not heal this injury. It was in this instant that Mo Sun began to relinquish his arrogance. Finally acknowledging Chu Yuyi, suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the entire heaven of pride, the Four Kings' heaven. Chu Yuyi glanced around, finding no discernible source for the voice. It did not seem to emanate from Mo Sun. However, by all logical reasoning, it should have been Mo Sun intoning the name of his technique. Was this the voice of his own intent? Mo Sun, Chu Yuyi observed, noting the slight tremor in his pupils. It appeared so. Yet as the words left his lips, four arms sprouted from Mo Sun's back, instantaneously embedding themselves into the earth, transforming into humanoid forms in mere moments. They were clad in various attires, yet all bore half-naked bodies adorned with golden ornaments. The avatar on Mo Sun's right displayed a grievous wound on its abdomen, mirroring precisely the injury Chu Yuyi had inflicted earlier upon Mo Sun's arm. Chu Yuyi could distinctly sense that these four avatars possessed only 30% of Mo Sun's original combat prowess, yet that was still sufficient to contend with him, should he be struck even once. This mortal frame of Chu Yuyi could easily succumb, yet he felt no fear. Was this not exhilaratingly thrilling? Ordinarily, when a boss summoned avatars or minions, they would remain spectating from the sidelines, waiting for the protagonist to exhaust their strength before making their move. But Mo Sun was different. He, along with his four avatars, simultaneously charged at Chu Yuyi. As Chu Yuyi observed this, he immediately activated number 14 welcome and farewell. Swish! In a silent exchange of positions, Chu Yuyi and Mo Sun seamlessly swapped places. Upon witnessing the injured avatar, Chu Yuyi swiftly swung his blade, yet it was evaded with remarkable agility, leaving only a gaping wound in its chest. Raising his left hand, he invoked number 20 elemental sovereign. A high-velocity stone embodying the dual attributes of wind and rock materialized. This was gravel. The gravel was launched with great speed, creating a faint sonic boom. Upon impact, the avatar staggered, and what should have been a harmless attack resulted in a grievous wound. Golden blood flowed from the wound, manifesting the very concept of injury. Observing this, Chu Yuyi exchanged positions with the final gravel, delivering a fatal blow. Swish! The avatar's divine head fell to the ground, its entire form disintegrating into a viscous mass. Sinking into the earth of the realm of pride. At that moment, the surrounding avatars surged forward, and Mo Sun reacted as well. Shadow! Chu Yuyi called out. In 0.2 shadow clone activated. The shadow beneath him instantly solidified, blocking two of Mo Sun's avatars. Chu Yuyi unleashed a flurry of strikes, landing two consecutive blows. Swish! One of the avatars was cleaved into a pulpy mass, vanishing into the ground. Meanwhile, the shadow beside him was dispersed by the onslaught. Chu Yuyi summoned it once more to intercept the last two avatars of Mo Sun. Yet Mo Sun was not idle, gathering energy for a powerful attack. Another celestial resonance echoed. Daily heaven. In the next instant, the finite sky was filled with an infinite array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, polearms, whips, maces, hammers, and more. Countless iron spears and bladed rakes obscured the entire sky. The realm of pride was shrouded in darkness in an instant. Chu Yuyi gazed upward. Confronted by a vast expanse of black, the outlines of innumerable weapons barely visible. Each weapon was imbued with a unique power, capable of contaminating and killing anything that dared to touch them. Before Chu Yuyi could react, the multitude of weapons, numbering in the millions and filling the sky, surged toward him. Swish! Whoosh! Buzz! The sound of air being sliced was overwhelming, sending chills down Chu Yuyi's spine. However, he possessed a method to counter this predicament. Number 9 Windstorm. Chu Yuyi waved his hand, conjuring an invisible wall of wind before him. Though the wind wall was small, it enveloped him securely. Though each wall's duration was brief, Chu Yuyi continuously summoned them, creating an impenetrable defense. Weapons littered the ground, surrounding him with lethal iron blades, each radiating a menacing aura, promising dire consequences for even the slightest contact. With no safe footing, Chu Yuyi glanced to his side. Neither the shadow nor the two avatars remained. They had been obliterated by the torrential rain of weaponry. Very well, he remarked, addressing Mo Sun, who, despite his fierce gaze, offered no further response. Yet, it was evident. A mere mortal? If you seek death, then I shall grant it. Chu Yuyi was no deity. As a mere mortal, he was entitled to his own demise. Mo Sun understood clearly. Once a person was slain, death was inevitable. Suddenly, another celestial sound resonated. Yema heaven. Damn it! Chu Yuyi reacted instantly. He realized he had become blind. Not only was sight lost, but he could hear no sound, smell no scent, and even the sensation of gripping his black gold vibrating blade had vanished. This ability could seal all senses. Crap. With all 5 senses extinguished, even if he were killed, he would remain oblivious. This was hardly a fair fight. Chu Yuyi stared wide-eyed, desperate to scream. Yet, those senses had completely vanished. Even if he opened his mouth to shout, he could not hear himself. But in the blink of an eye, in 0.11 environmental adaptation, trigger conditions activate. In an instant, Chu Yuyi regained all his senses that he saw Mo Sun hovering several meters above. His hand transformed into a blade. Lunging toward him, it appeared he intended to pierce Chu Yuyi's heart, delivering a fatal blow. With the debris of steel surrounding him, Chu Yuyi found no place to evade. To hell with it! Windstorm! 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 Chu Yuyi chanted as numerous wind walls appeared, firmly blocking the advance. Mo Sun charged forward at high speed, yet felt as if he collided with an invisible barrier. Rendered immobile, as if ensnared in the air, gravel. Chu Yuyi raised his hand, summoning a high-velocity stone to exchange positions with the stone, and with a thought, invoked number 20 elemental sovereign. A gust of air lifted him steadily. This was Chu Yuyi's first attempt at multitasking while flying, yet he succeeded. Although he might not be as agile as when solely focused on flight, he leaned over and observed that within the entire realm of pride, the only place to land appeared to be beside the nameless treasure tree. Moreover, the ground was littered with debris, save for the area surrounding that great tree. To there, Chu Yuyi silently instructed himself, gradually steering toward it. Sensing Chu Yuyi's intent, Mo Sun accelerated fiercely, charging at him. Still pursuing, I don't have any syrup to spare. Chu Yuyi summoned a towering wall of wind, firmly blocking Mo Sun. The latter froze mid-air, seemingly caught once more, unable to move. Yet after 2.5 seconds, he broke free from the hold. Though this maneuver proved effective, releasing number 9 Windstorm in mid-air consumed significantly more stamina than on the ground. After conjuring that towering wall of wind, Chu Yuyi felt his energy wane considerably. Just as he was about to reach the tree and prepare to land, another celestial resonance rang out. Doomsday heaven. A layer of yellow substance began to waft across the ground, instantly enveloping the tree in a dome. This yellow dome bore sharp edges, resembling a grotesque smile, akin to a poorly made-up clown. Nevertheless, Chu Yuyi intended to enter, for Mo Sun's obstruction surely concealed something ominous. He possessed number 5 photographic memory, allowing him to vividly recall every fleeting moment. Upon entering the realm of pride, Mo Sun was seated beside the tree, having not ventured even a fraction closer. Logically, if resting, one would lean against the tree for comfort. Chu Yuyi began to speculate. Could it be, did Mo Sun have some constraint preventing him from approaching the tree too closely? With this theory in mind, Chu Yuyi accelerated once more, striving to reach the tree before Mo Sun could hinder him. Another celestial resonance echoed. Walishan. In that instant, Chu Yuyi distinctly sensed anger. Suddenly, a thought in his mind vanished. leaving him perplexed. Strange. What was I just thinking about? Chu Yuyi furrowed his brow. This was unlike a typical mental lapse. It was as if he had completely lost the previous notion. Though it seemed trivial, Chu Yuyi felt it was crucial. He pondered but could not recall. Abruptly, Mo Sun arrived. Finally, the celestial resonance began to intensify. Hahua Zizai Tian. As the resounding echo of the heavens and earth reverberated, dark luminescence began to emanate from various parts of Mo Sun's body, gradually spreading. Chu Yuyi turned around, intrigued. No, that's not black light. What distinguishes color as black? How can light possess blackness? That is, everything beside Mo Sun vanished, including the light. Within his line of sight, Mo Sun slowly raised his left hand, his elongated nails pointing towards Chu Yuyi's chest. Subsequently, the dark light gathered at his fingertips and, in an instant, shot forth. A silent attack materialized. A black beam the size of a thumb surged forth, reaching Chu Yuyi in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The sensation of his heart being pierced struck him. A wave of piercing pain engulfed him. In that critical moment, Chu Yuyi activated number 3 blood manipulation. Although the ability to control only one's own blood may seem trivial, it immediately minimized his injuries. Following that, Chu Yuyi's left hand darted out and retracted, continuing his flight. That a pound of marinated beef tumbled from his spatial storage into his mouth, which he swallowed whole. In 0.10 food is paramount. In 0.17 rapid recovery, both abilities were activated. His injuries healed instantaneously. Soon after, in 0.12 battle, Saint Body passively triggered. Chu Yuyi felt an overwhelming surge of power as he embraced a newfound limit. Again? Chu Yuyi smirked, inquiring. Witnessing this scene, Mo Sun appeared momentarily stunned, hesitating to strike immediately. Although Chu Yuyi feigned nonchalance, he meticulously observed the dark light emitted from Mo Sun's fingers. It was no ordinary skill. While it lacked grandeur, its speed and damage were unparalleled. In terms of velocity, Chu Yuyi pondered, it likely rivaled the speed of light. Bullets can travel hundreds of meters in a second, which is quite swift. Right? Chu Yuyi could evade. Even withstand a few strikes wouldn't be a problem. But light, it can travel nearly 300,000 kilometers in a second, and upon contact, any affected area would vanish. How could he evade? How could he endure? Betting his life. If struck in the head, he wondered if number 17 rapid recovery could save him. With these thoughts, Chu Yuyi soared towards Mo Sun, delivering a fierce slash. Mo Sun indifferently raised his right arm to block, while his left hand pointed once more at Chu Yuyi, this time aiming for his head. Not good. Chu Yuyi's heart raced, and he swiftly shifted elements with his left hand. Gravel. A sonic speed stone shot forth, and Chu Yuyi instantly exchanged positions with it. The silent black light streaked by, piercing through the air, but upon a second glance, the targeted spot was mysteriously vacant. Dust. Chu Yuyi had already teleported to Mo Sun's side, shouting as he transformed the elements in his hand. Whoosh! A torrent of terrifying yellow sand erupted, enveloping the entirety of the proud heaven, obscuring vision completely. Yet just 3 seconds later, thanks to number 11 environmental adaptation, Chu Yuyi could clearly see every detail, truly worthy of being my first yellow-level ability. Impressive! Chu Yuyi exclaimed. He could see clearly, and the targets included Mo Sun high above. Chu Yuyi manipulated the airflow, gradually lifting himself into the air, launching several gravel projectiles. Countless stones hurtled towards Mo Sun. Even though he was incredibly swift, he failed to dodge one. Bang! A stone lightly struck, leaving a scratch on Mo Sun's back. Golden blood seeping out slowly. Good, good, good. Even if you're a deity, how will you cope with my conceptual abilities? Chu Yuyi frowned, continuing to unleash another wave of dust to obstruct visibility. Subsequently, he maneuvered in the air, circling around Mo Sun's side. Activating the black gold shock blade's polymer cutting mode, he shouted, whoosh, slash, as he swung his blade. Mo Sun remarkably evaded in advance, dodging the fatal strike. The hasty slash merely grazed Mo Sun's back, inflicting minimal damage, a wound measuring several centimeters, shallow in depth. Yet it still managed to inflict injury. From Mo Sun's back, Golden blood trickled down slowly, suffused with divinity. Invisible black light swept through, and to Chu Yuyi's astonishment, he felt no pain until he looked down to find a perfectly formed hole in his right hand. Attempting to swing his blade again seemed increasingly difficult, drawing some meat from his spatial storage. He consumed it entirely. Meat buds emerged on his wrist, steadily filling the hole, while the surface of the wound began to heal. Bone and skin were on the verge of reappearing. But the next moment, the celestial sound echoed once more. Daily heaven. Hearing this, Chu Yuyi clicked his tongue. "Tisk, is this it? The old dog has no new tricks." As soon as the words left his mouth, countless weapons on the ground began to tremble, sweeping into the sky. Since visibility was hindered by the sandstorm, he decided on an indiscriminate attack. Whoosh! Zoom! Buzz! An array of blades and weapons danced through the air, never ceasing for an instant. This time, Imo Sun's attack proved effective. It could be said to be his most potent assault, even more useful than the black light. Amidst this chaos, Chu Yuyi, being airborne, found it required several times more energy to unleash a ground-level windstorm. Moreover, with a breach beneath him, the ground's weapons surged upwards in an instant in that moment, Chu Yuyi's wind wall defense faced a breakthrough. Buzz! A layer of faint blue light enveloped Chu Yuyi's body, nanoskin. However, upon the first strike from an iron axe, the next moment, weapons surged wildly. Although they appeared ordinary, Chu Yuyi knew they were anything but. These weapons were manifestations of Imo Sun's power, while the nanoskin could withstand a few attacks. Mere milliseconds later, even the encompassing nanoskin was swiftly breached. Chu Yuyi found himself battered, with no part of his body unscathed. His leg bones and cheeks were severely slashed, blood streaming profusely, his injuries grievous. Must he retreat? No, Chu Yuyi refused to concede. "I've come this far. At the very least, let me strike once more." Chu Yuyi glanced towards the sky, spotting Imo Sun's profile. The chaos of weapons disrupted his focus. Even though number 11 environmental adaptation was conceptual in nature, the myriad of flying weapons were not classified as part of the environment. Chu Yuyi's vision was limited and continually hindered, but a mere moment of opportunity was sufficient. Number 14, welcoming and sending off. In an instant, Chu Yuyi exchanged positions with a nearby iron rod, swiftly raising his hand for a strike. Slash! It seemed Imo Sun had not anticipated this turn of events. Or perhaps he was entirely focused on controlling the barrage of weapons, neglecting these nuances. The blade struck true, directly targeting Imo Sun's neck. Yet, to Chu Yuyi's bewilderment, the black gold shock blade, which had previously cut through anything effortlessly, now met with an unusual resistance, making even the slightest advance exceptionally challenging. This resistance was an unprecedented experience for Chu Yuyi wielding this blade. "What?" With a frown, Chu Yuyi observed as Imo Sun extended a finger, pointing it at the black gold resting against his neck. The flash of dark light emerged, spreading like a ravenous shadow that consumed the blade, eroding its entirety in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the darkness threatened to encroach upon his wrist. Witnessing this, Chu Yuyi relinquished his control over the black gold, the sense of attachment dissipating with it. A fleeting glance revealed a smile of relief on his face. For he beheld Imo Sun wounded, a gaping wound stark against his neck, with even bone visible through the gash. Yet the next scene caused Chu Yuyi's brows to furrow once more, for he saw Imo Sun attempting to heal his injuries, only to achieve no result. After failing to recover, Imo Sun astonishingly placed his left hand upon his own head. A shroud of black light enveloped him, and his entire head vanished into nothingness, halting only when it reached his neck. But a moment's time, Imo Sun's head reappeared, and the wound upon his neck seemed as if it had never existed. Chu Yuyi pondered. Indeed, this number 21 absolute 1,000 wounds is not without its flaws. If the injury cannot be restored, he mused, then why not simply discard the wounded part and reconstruct it? He was astounded. While it sounded deceptively simple, Imo Sun had just reformed his entire head. This surpassed mere regeneration of severed limbs. It was akin to being immortal. Truly, was he a god? Yet, it seemed that the concept of No. 21 absolute 1,000 wounds transcended even divinity. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Chu Yuyi's gaze as he met Imo Sun's eyes. realizing the situation was not as dire as it appeared. For within Sun's eyes burned a flicker of wrath. If he had not sustained genuine harm, what was the source of such anger? Was it merely an impulsive desire to rage? Impossible, if one were to empathize. If the opponent could not inflict harm, one would adopt a mindset akin to catching a mouse, merely toying with it. When would true anger arise? Only after being genuinely wounded by the mouse. Chu Yuyi contemplated. An 0.21 absolute thousand wounds was a conceptual force, inflicting absolute wounds. This meant that what he had struck earlier was likely not merely flesh. It encompassed things imperceptible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the flesh and blood upon Sun's neck began to shift, ultimately cascading down into a puddle of gore with a single breath. The remnants revealed a wound identical to the one Chu Yuyi had inflicted earlier. This is, he breathed in astonishment, absolute wounds. Chu Yuyi's eyes widened. Marveling at the potency of his conceptual ability, it appeared that even if Sun could instantaneously restore his physical form, some underlying essence sustaining that form had still suffered injury. Chu Yuyi was willing to name that essence, the soul. That strike, imbued with the power of number 21 absolute thousand wounds, had cleaved flesh and severed the soul. This meant that a portion of Sun's soul was now fragmented. Even if his body healed, it lacked the sufficient soul to support that part of his corporeal form. Terrifying. Chu Yuyi murmured, awestruck by the capabilities of his own conceptual power. He had indeed fortified the absolute blade correctly. Had it not been for number 21 absolute thousand wounds, and only the absolute blade, it was uncertain whether he could have simultaneously harmed the soul. Yet now, with his weapon lost, any intent to press the advantage and deal further damage to Sun seemed utterly impractical. His most formidable offensive capability at present was merely number 20 elemental sovereignty. However, it was evident that this ability fell short of being lethal, let alone capable of injuring Sun. Very well, I shall spare you this day. We shall reconvene another time. Chu Yuyi raised his hand, extending a thumb in a gesture of dismissal. Observing his demeanor, Sun remained impassive, though his eyes glinted with resentment as he delicately raised a finger. Gathering black light upon it, scram. A tempest surged forth, a welcoming and sending forth, spatial transference. Void gate. A series of rapid maneuvers executed as the black light in Sun's hand lingered in midair, while Chu Yuyi swiftly exchanged positions with a distant weapon. The portal opened, and he twisted the doorknob, stepping through the void gate, making a hasty exit. His movements were fluid and executed without the slightest hesitation. Yet all of this was merely an illusion crafted by Chu Yuyi. Having determined Sun as an adversary, how could he not exert his utmost effort to eliminate him? With arrogance, he stood upon the treetop's dome, having not truly departed. Failing to vanquish Sun this time would leave Chu Yuyi immensely unsatisfied. If one were to categorize their levels, Chu Yuyi was akin to a level 40 elite monster, while Sun was undoubtedly a level 100 ultimate boss. Moreover, considering Chu Yuyi himself, he had relied on a plethora of bug-level abilities to gain the upper hand against Sun. This alone was remarkable. Now, Chu Yuyi had formed a rough understanding of Sun. While Sun's physicality was formidable and his abilities astonishing, there existed a perfect counter to them. Furthermore, despite the considerable disparity in their raw strength, victory was not entirely out of reach. However, without his blade, even the damage inflicted by number 20 elemental sovereignty would not be substantial enough to pose a threat. Yet, even in the absence of the black gold, the ground was littered with Sun's weaponry. Yet Chu Yuyi could not claim them, for each weapon bore the taint of corruption, which would erode him to the bone upon contact in the next moment. Chu Yuyi executed number 14 welcome and send off, swapping positions with the airborne weapons. Whoosh! He found himself standing upon a different object, one of the domes constructed by Sun using duchuation. Sensing this unusual dome, Chu Yuyi's mind swirled with questions. What was it that required such encirclement? Was Sun deliberately concealing something? Intrigued, Chu Yuyi had initially intended to flee, yet a fleeting glimpse caught his attention here. His curiosity was piqued, and his resolve to act matched his inquisitiveness. Moreover, If he were to retreat now, he would undoubtedly be left feeling profoundly dissatisfied. As the saying goes, if you see a snake, do not strike it with a third of your strength. Otherwise, you may strike it with 7 parts if it does not die. Having come to slay Mo Sun, there was no rationale for retreating midway. If Mo Sun were to survive today, he might be prepared should Chu Yuyi return to hunt him again in the future. Thus Chu Yuyi, arrived at this location. Gently tapping the dome, he discovered its extraordinary sturdiness. Even the rain of flying blades could not mar its surface in the slightest. Yet, was this a wall? Chu Yuyi mused, activating number 13 wall-passing technique. In an instant, he vanished, merging into the dome. A moment later, Chu Yuyi found himself upon solid ground, his right hand halting the release of elemental energy, his gaze cast toward the distant landscape. Several dozen meters away, in a patch of grass, stood a tree of modest height. What is that? Chu Yuyi furrowed his brow, perplexed. However, he was already prepared. Should Mo Sun pursue him, he would indeed have to take his leave. Presently, he lacked offensive means, and defensively, he could not withstand Mo Sun's terrifying blacklight attacks. That force, upon contact, would truly cause one to vanish. Slowly, as Chu Yuyi approached the tree, he unconsciously settled down, crossing his legs. Suddenly, a sensation of heightened mental acuity enveloped him. Matters that had previously eluded his understanding became strikingly clear. With the enhancement of number 5's photographic memory, he even momentarily reviewed the entirety of his life, unraveling several perplexing issues in an instant. Strange, he murmured, lifting his gaze to the seemingly ordinary tree before him. At this moment, the pressing concern was to eliminate the demon Sun. Strangely, upon nearing the tree, Chu Yuyi's mind sharpened considerably. Since I lack a weapon, he pondered, why not forge one myself? He raised an eyebrow, realizing he had only just conceived such a straightforward solution. With a flick of his hands, an 0.20 elemental mastery activated, channeling the power of the gold element. Meanwhile, an 0.5's photographic memory remained in effect. Chu Yuyi recalled his high school chemistry lessons, where he had learned about some of the hardest metals in the history of Blue Star. After careful consideration, he compared tungsten iron alloy with silicon carbide. Although the latter was harder, it was also excessively brittle. Then I shall use tungsten iron alloy to craft a blade, he decided, hoping it would suffice. He was uncertain of the material composition of the black gold shock blade. But it surely was not one of the known materials of Blue Star. His tungsten iron alloy was likely inferior to the black gold shock blade. Yet he had no alternative. Returning to Night Star to purchase another weapon was not an option he entertained. Fortunately, he thought, the demon Sun might believe I have already departed. With that in mind, he began to forge the tungsten iron blade. However, the next moment, a large dome around the tree began to descend, and Chu Yuyi's surroundings were illuminated significantly. Not good, he squinted at the demon Sun hovering in the sky, only to realize that something seemed amiss. The demon's expression was exceedingly complex, leaving even Chu Yuyi, who had studied micro-expressions in his spare time, bewildered as to its thoughts. As the dome descended, a rain of weapons and iron fell outside. Yet within the tree's vicinity, it felt as though a barrier was in place. Those attacks could not even approach the tree by a hair's breadth. Chu Yuyi gazed into the distance, his eyes widening in disbelief. These attacks cannot approach the tree. This scene left him momentarily speechless. That it resembled a safety zone in a game, where monsters could not enter, nor could they unleash their attacks here. It was undeniably peculiar. Nevertheless, Chu Yuyi remained undeterred, focused on crafting a sharp blade to vanquish the demon Sun. Can I directly construct the atomic state of tungsten iron? He mused, experimenting with his hands. As number 20 elemental mastery was utilized, metal gradually emerged in his grasp, forming a rough outline. Just then, a resonant voice echoed. Come out. Unlike before, this voice bore no power, merely a simple command. Chu Yuyi glanced into the distance and noticed the demon Sun displaying some semblance of emotion. The creature's visage was tinged with fury, with pronounced creases at the corners of its mouth, and a dark line appeared atop its head. Clearly, the demon was exceedingly enraged, yet Chu Yuyi could not grasp the cause of its ire. He resumed constructing the new blade. Intriguingly, beneath the tree, it felt as though divine assistance was at play, making the task remarkably effortless, even more so than the act of breathing. If you do not emerge, the voice boomed, I shall rain meteors upon you. I will take your eyes, rendering you blind. Listening to the celestial proclamation, Chu Yuyi recognized that it was the demon Sun speaking. So, now it chooses to speak. If you have the ability, come and kill me directly. Spare me the empty threats, he thought, retorting internally while concentrating on his blade. The demon Sun, now visibly seething, no longer concealed its frustration, its emotions spilling forth. Crack. At that moment, any trace of divinity evaporated from the demon, revealing it as nothing more than a vexed being. The demon landed, extending its hand to summon a black spear. This is a demon weapon, it declared if thrust into the ground. No plant shall grow for 12 years. If cast into the sky, it shall not rain for 12 years. If embedded in a mountain, the peak will split in two. If you do not emerge, I shall hurl it at you. Chu Yuyi remained remarkably unfazed. Earlier, he had felt a pang of anxiety when the demon was silent. But now that it had begun to speak and was rambling incessantly, he felt a sense of calm. "Oh, you're in a hurry," he remarked nonchalantly, continuing to forge the blade, which had now taken on a faint gray hue. All that remained was a convenient hilt. Whoosh! The demon Sun hurled the black spear, and in that moment, Chu Yuyi felt a flicker of concern. However, as the spear approached the tree, its speed and force diminished. By the time it reached Chu Yuyi, it was as feeble as a dull blade. He merely shifted slightly to evade the demon-'s attack. "Sun," he taunted, "you'd better pull out some tricks, or my blade will be ready." Upon hearing this, the demon-'s expression turned icy, and it spoke gravely. "Think of your family. If you do not emerge, I shall slay every one of your kin." Chu Yuyi was rendered speechless, responding bluntly, "Dude, are you serious? Threatening an orphan with my family?" The moment he uttered this, the demon was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyi had completed forging the blade. Though its hardness and sharpness were still lacking, he wielded the gold element, compressing the alloy blade to achieve a density several times, even dozens of times greater than ordinary tungsten iron. Increasing its sharpness was a simpler task. Merely thinning the blade's edge would suffice. The conventional blade would undoubtedly fail to harm the demon. But what of a blade forged with extraordinary power? Chu Yuyi was confident that once this blade was unsheathed, it would surpass even the black gold shock blade in toughness. Bang! The demon Sun abruptly sat down, its eyes filled with desperation, as a celestial voice echoed. "It was my mistake. Come out, and I will refrain from unleashing the 7 deadly sins virus upon Blue Star. I am trapped in this realm of arrogance, unable to escape even an inch. I merely wish to see the world. What have I done wrong?" As the demon's increasingly absurd words reached his ears, Chu Yuyi found it impossible to believe even a fragment of its plea. "Oh, indeed," he replied mockingly, "you're innocent. But what about those ordinary people who perished due to your virus? They were at fault. Whereunto they? Yet I must thank you. Had you not killed the first gluttonous patient, perhaps I would still be an ordinary college student, burdened by the worries of life." As he spoke, the blade in his hands was finally completed. Suddenly, a leaf fell from the tree, landing perfectly atop the extraordinary alloy blade, transforming into a radiant golden glow. Chu Yuyi blinked in surprise, uncertain if he had imagined it. Yet, with number 5's photographic memory in effect, he clearly recognized that the golden light was indeed the result of the leaf's transformation. "Strange," he muttered. "Never mind. Sun, extend your head. This will soon come to an end." With a smile, Chu Yuyi remarked that his condition had fully recovered. Observing Chu Yuyi's demeanor, Sun realized that there was no room for negotiation. Thus, he fell silent, reverting to his usual aloof expression, suffused with divinity. However, Chu Yuyi could sense that Sun was no longer the arrogant figure he had once been. He was afraid. Gravel, with his right hand gripping the extraordinary blade, countless stones erupted from his left hand. Sun's body flew backward, not evading, but instead wary of Chu Yuyi's ability to swap positions. Yet in the next moment, something unexpected occurred. Chu Yuyi, astonishingly, employed a different technique. With his left hand in a grasping motion, he softly uttered, "Combine." In the blink of an eye, the multitude of pebbles that had soared behind Sun instantly converged, forming a wall of earth. Atop this earthen barrier, there was a protrusion resembling a doorknob that Sun furrowed his brow, puzzled by Chu Yuyi's intent. Spatial entrance. Open. Open the door, with a flick of his left hand. A spatial entryway adorned with a door swung open that he raised the extraordinary blade and thrust it fiercely. Swish! This strike pierced through the fabric of space, from the point where Chu Yuyi initiated his attack. Through the two doorways, it directly plunged into Sun's spine, an 0.21 absolute thousand wounds. Open for me! Chu Yuyi bellowed, exerting more force, his right hand firm, his left hand reversed, channeling all his strength. Whoosh! Accompanied by this strike. The entire blade penetrated Sun's back, slicing upward. Not merely a wound, but in the span of a breath, with Chu Yuyi's force, Sun's upper body was violently cleaved open. Swish! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sun darted forward, his right hand extending to touch the blade's tip, that a streak of dark light appeared, poised to spread across the blade. Chu Yuyi, however, was decisive. He swiftly retracted the blade, simultaneously closing the door, and immediately employed number 20 elemental mastery, displacing the tainted portion affected by the dark light. That moment, a small segment of the blade's tip had vanished, yet this was of little consequence. Now, as Chu Yuyi gazed at Sun, the latter's previously composed demeanor had completely dissipated. His torso gaped open, extending down to just below the neck, the area meticulously severed. Sun attempted to heal, but found himself unable to do so. Golden blood flowed forth like a stream, seeping into the earth. Due to the severe injury, Sun's body swayed unsteadily, his right hand transforming into a blade-like appendage. Swish! Sun's left arm was swiftly severed by his own right hand. Subsequently, he lifted his left hand, slowly inserting it into his chest cavity. The arm rapidly split open, morphing into countless flesh buds to support his body, preventing it from being cleaved in two in the next instant. Sun extended his right hand, dark light manifesting. Another attempt? This time, Chu Yuyi remained unfazed, initiating a gust of wind. Swish! The black beam, capable of obliterating anything it encountered, halted mid-air upon meeting the wall of wind, gradually dissipating as if it had lost its former power. Witnessing his strongest attack thwarted with such ease, Sun's expression shifted, disbelief etched across his features. The gods of the old era, your time to perish has come. Chu Yuyi swung his blade, swiftly closing in. Upon seeing a drop of golden blood, he acted without hesitation, exchanging positions. Swish! Chu Yuyi materialized before Sun, delivering a fierce strike. This blow was exceptionally sharp, particularly against Sun, seemingly imbued with an imperceptible yet profound power. This force was exclusively directed at Sun, granting the strike an extraordinary ferocity. Swish! This blow did not possess the sluggishness of the previous ones. Under the might of the black gold blade, the resistance encountered came from Sun's divine bone. That bone was remarkably sturdy, impervious to any mundane force. Yet now, the blade, forged by Chu Yuyi within 20 elemental mastery, harbored a mysterious golden energy within. As the blade swung forth, a brilliant golden light erupted. This strike was no mere trinket. With a single blow, Chu Yuyi felt an effortless fluidity, and in an instant, Sun's head was severed. As Sun's right hand reached out, attempting to reclaim his own head, Chu Yuyi was resolute. Raising his right hand, a terrifying wind blade manifested, inflicting damage upon Sun's head while simultaneously sending it hurtling dozens of meters away. Whoosh! As the head flew off, Sun's right arm pointed at Chu Yuyi, black light converging at his fingertips. Observing this, Chu Yuyi swiftly maneuvered to the side of Sun's body and then delivered a strike. Swish! As the blade swung, golden light once again appeared, albeit significantly dimmer than before. With Chu Yuyi's downward motion, Sun's right arm was severed in response. This moment, Sun's head had already flown far away. Both arms had been entirely lost, and his torso was in a precarious state. The outcome of this battle seemed devoid of any uncertainty. Just then, Sun appeared intent on making a last-ditch effort. The heavens resonating with the names Ti Luo Heaven, Yima Heaven, Doshui heaven, Walishan, and similar sounds. Yet, each was effortlessly countered by Chu Yuyi, be it the rain of blades, or the complete obstruction of senses, or the sudden appearance of yellow matter seeking to envelop him, or even the sudden disappearance of a thought. None could impede Chu Yuyi's onslaught. Swish, 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 with several more strikes. Mo Sun's body had been reduced to a disarray of fragments, barely holding together. Yet even in this state, the severed portions continued to stir, exhibiting a sense of autonomy. That moment, Mo Sun's head rolled back, his voice resonating through the cosmos. Futile, futile. Even if you slice me into a million pieces, my soul shall not be extinguished, though you can harm my corporeal form. What of it? I cannot be slain. I am a god. Hearing Mo Sun's desperate cries, Chu Yuyi felt a tinge of helplessness. He glanced down at the blade. The golden light upon it had already diminished significantly. To continue cutting would yield limited results, and it could not utterly obliterate Mo Sun was correct in this regard. Chu Yuyi contemplated briefly, likening it to a person wielding a knife to slice tofu. The knife is sharp enough to cleave the tofu into innumerable pieces, but so what? It is merely a knife, not a high-temperature burner or annihilation device, incapable of causing the tofu to vanish entirely. And now, that was Chu Yuyi's predicament. He could slice Mo Sun's body and soul into hundreds of fragments, inflicting irreparable wounds. Yet it was merely cutting, not complete annihilation. Even in disarray, what of it? Mo Sun's severed limbs and soul, though shattered, still existed. The celestial sounds reverberated once more. Give up! Give up! A mere mortal dares to slay a god? Mo Sun bellowed, his fury intertwined with a hint of elation. Initially, he genuinely believed Chu Yuyi could completely vanquish him, yet he never anticipated that Chu Yuyi could only sever him, but not truly kill him. In an instant, Mo Sun regained his confidence, his demeanor growing even more arrogant, his tone laden with condescension. Do not overestimate yourself. You have already lost. Who said I cannot be killed? Today, I shall commit the act of divine slaying. After a moment of calm contemplation, Chu Yuyi suddenly broke into a wide grin. This smile, even capable of instilling dread in the heart of the deity Majuan, sent a chill down his spine. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing the tremor of fear in Majuan's voice, Chu Yuyi realized that success was nearly within his grasp. In 0.16 Hu Shuilu Ro, the effect of this ability is to transform foes into delectable dishes. Yet it may only be employed against those who have been defeated. Furthermore, the adversary must genuinely believe they have lost for it to count as a defeat. And now, the moment to wield this power has arrived. Majuan, transform now. Chu Yuyi seized a chest cavity exuding golden blood, still connected to divine bones. Wait. What are you doing? Majuan's words became increasingly incoherent. In Chu Yuyi's hand, a rib rack enveloped in golden cheese sauce had inexplicably appeared. The golden cheese resembled his divine blood. The cooked meat mirrored his divine flesh. The elongated bones echoed his divine bones. Within it, Majuan could even sense fragments of his own corporeal form, intertwined with his divine soul. No, it's impossible. A mere mortal cannot consume a deity. Yet soon, Majuan fell silent. He realized that after Chu Yuyi devoured him, his corporeal form and soul had vanished entirely. Not merely severed, but completely obliterated. Through his remaining head, Majuan gazed on in horror. The sight felt like enduring a millennium of torment in an instant. A fleeting glance felt like an eternity. He was being consumed. Chu Yuyi wielded No. 10 Ishur Wei Tian, savoring the cheese rib as he chewed thoughtfully. In the next moment, with a heart as cold as steel, Chu Yuyi turned to Majuan and remarked, "Brother, you taste rather delightful." Witnessing the harrowing scene before him, Majuan's pupils trembled, his divine essence crumbling under the weight of despair, causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. "You see," Chu Yuyi lamented, "I go to the trouble of complimenting you, and you can't even take it." He pointed at Majuan, feeling a tinge of amusement evaporate. Subsequently, just as before, Chu Yuyi transformed Majuan's body into an entire banquet of culinary delights. He placed Majuan's divine head at the center of the feast. During this time, Majuan regained consciousness a few times, only to succumb again to the collapse of his divine essence. After consuming the entirety of the torso, Chu Yuyi turned his gaze toward Majuan's head, preparing to initiate the next transformation when Majuan awoke once more. "Stop! Cease this! How dare you!" Majuan could no longer articulate any threats. His voice trembled with sheer terror. This human, the very human before him. He had no idea what dark sorcery was being employed to rend him into fragments, and now he was being converted into food. And worse, it was all happening before his very eyes. "Well, you do have quite the audacity. Not seeking mercy, yet threatening me?" Chu Yuyi chuckled, extending his finger to touch Majuan's forehead in the next instant. In 0.16, Xiulu Ro activated seamlessly. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Majuan's divine head, still retaining a hint of divine essence, instantly transformed into a meticulously prepared braised lamb head. Upon seeing the lamb head, Chu Yuyi's interest peaked. "I'm familiar with this dish," he grinned, although he had never consumed a lamb head before. The method of preparation was etched in his mind. With a swift motion, he summoned a purple apple from his spatial storage and set it aside. Chu Yuyi deftly pulled apart the lamb's face, selected the tender meat, and relished the delicate brain in one fluid motion, munching on onions to cleanse his palate. In the end, he contemplated for a moment before dismantling the bones and swallowing every last morsel. It is worth noting that in 0.10 Shui Tian, though merely a white ability, granted him the capacity to fully absorb the nutrients of food to convert into strength. Now, Chu Yuyi felt invigorated, as if he could obliterate a small asteroid with a single punch, should he encounter the previously enraged leader now. Even without a weapon, he could easily overpower him with just a hair from his little finger. As he mused, Chu Yuyi picked up the extraordinary blade and swung it carelessly. Crack! The extraordinary blade shattered into countless fragments, golden light dissipating without a trace. What? It broke just like that? Chu Yuyi was taken aback. The blade had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, yet now it lay in ruins with a mere swing. Perhaps it had reached the limit of its capacity to endure the golden light. Or maybe it suffered from metal fatigue. Regardless, the blade had been utterly reduced to dust. Oh well. With my current physical prowess, even a mere wave of my hand stirs the wind. Whether I wield a blade or not is of little consequence. Chu Yuyi shook his head and opened a spatial gateway, stepping through its threshold. The immediate priority was to activate the round-tabled AT this moment. He was solely focused on discovering the extent of control he would gain after slaying Majuan. Almost instinctively, as soon as he reclined, he slipped into a deep slumber in the dream of the round table. The scene remained unchanged on the table. Only 6 billiard balls remained. 2 purple, 3 red, and 1 black. Without a second thought, Chu Yuyi immediately targeted the 2 purple abilities, his reserve of control astonishingly high. "I have truly become affluent," he mused, swiftly claiming the 2 purple abilities. As he extracted the abilities, he examined them closely. In 0.22 terrorist gaze quality. Purple description. If an individual perceives your gaze with fear, they will be afflicted with the effect of eternal terror. Note: once ensnared in eternal terror, that individual will comply with your every command and shall never harbor intentions of aggression towards you. In 0.23 piercing eye quality. Purple description. With sufficient focus, you can perceive any object and any information. Note: to delve deeper into hidden truths, a substantial amount of mental energy must be expended. Upon reviewing these 2 abilities, Chu Yuyi found himself somewhat bewildered. Initially, the description of number 22 terrorist gaze appeared somewhat trivial. However, upon deeper reflection, he recognized that this was an ability of conceptual magnitude. As long as one instills fear in the opponent, it can be triggered. Even if the adversary were a deity, a fleeting moment of fear would render them forever subservient to Chu Yuyi. Terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. Chu Yuyi felt a shiver run down his spine, even though this was his own ability. The next ability, in 0.23 piercing eye, also had an abstract description lacking in detail. Nevertheless, Chu Yuyi grasped its essence. This is a comprehensive compendium of conceptual nature. If one focuses intently, they can perceive anything. Chu Yuni's initial thoughts drifted to the martial prowess of others, followed by the invisible spectrums of infrared light. Then he contemplated concepts such as life and death. This ability is indeed remarkable. Truly, none of these abilities are to be underestimated. Chu Yuni marveled, feeling the overwhelming surge of control at his disposal. His gaze fixating on the remaining 4 balls. 3 red and 1 black. Today, can he seize them all? Excitement bubbled within him, for he was acutely aware of the terror that the black sphere could unleash. One gateway, countless possibilities that if he were to obtain that singular black ball, what delightful surprises would it bestow upon him? Yet first, he must confront the 3 red balls. Without claiming these 3 red billiard balls, he would be unable to reach the final black sphere of ability. Here we go, Chu Yuni exclaimed, invigorated, and immediately made his move. With a strike, the trajectory twisted and turned. He followed up with another strike, ultimately sinking the ball. However, this formidable surge of control diminished slightly, and he could distinctly sense his command beginning to wane. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As Chu Yuyi grasped his first crimson ability, he began to examine it. And no. 24 innate divine strength quality. Crimson description. You possess godlike strength from the moment of your birth, and this power grows increasingly formidable with your maturation. Gazing at this succinct line of text, Chu Yuyi momentarily fell into a daze. Is this it? Chu Yuyi blinked in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shouldn't crimson abilities all be of conceptual, causal, or rule-based nature? What on earth is this power system about? He felt an overwhelming urge to complain. His thoughts lodged like a fishbone in his throat, struggling to find expression that it was akin to opening a coveted crimson treasure chest with great anticipation, only to find a common crimson skin inside. Utterly exasperating. Never mind. On to the next one. Dismissing his disappointment, Chu Yuyi directed his focus toward another crimson sphere. Bang! Under the immense control he wielded, the crimson sphere, reluctant as it was, had no choice but to succumb. Successfully pocketed, Chu Yuyi picked up the crimson sphere and examined it. Number 25, creation and seizure quality. Crimson description. You can create anything and seize anything. Note, the operation of this ability is fueled by desire. Staring at the description, Chu Yuyi was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens. Another conceptual ability, albeit one that requires a price. Aside from this power, the only other ability he possessed that demanded a cost was number 9, calm amidst chaos, which required an equivalent expenditure of stamina. But this consuming desire, how peculiar. Yet the ability to create and seize seems impressive. Chu Yuyi marveled, then swung his cue again. Bang! A surge of his tremendous control was expended, resulting in yet another crimson-level ability being pocketed. As he slowly manipulated this ability, the information appeared. Upon his first glance, Chu Yuyi's heart raced with excitement. Yet another conceptual-level ability. Moreover, this ability was familiar. In 0.26, vector manipulation. Information regarding vector manipulation unfolded before him. In 0.26, vector manipulation quality. Crimson description. You gain control over the direction of force of everything that comes into contact with your skin. This ability, Chu Yuyi was exceedingly well acquainted with it. Any seasoned anime enthusiast would recognize the name of the railgun. Within that universe, another highly regarded figure was the strongest esper of Academy City. Accelerator. A similar ability. Upon skin contact, one could freely manipulate the direction of kinetic energy. Thermal energy, electrical energy, and more. It sounded intricate, yet it had been employed in numerous ingenious ways. The most straightforward manifestation was that upon encountering an enemy, they would meet their demise. Toss a pebble, and it could break the sound barrier. Even if one were attacked, the assault would be reflected back in scathe. This ability was fantastic. However, it seemed to necessitate considerable calculation. I wonder if I can keep up with the computations, thought Chu Yuyi. Feeling a slight headache as he pondered which of his 26 abilities to deploy, fearing his mind might explode, present, he shifted his focus to the grand finale. The black sphere, now, on the entire table. Only the final black sphere remained. As the saying goes, rarity signifies strength. What astonishing ability could lie within the sole black sphere of the entire round table? Exercising his control, this time Chu Yuyi resolved to be exceedingly cautious, ensuring not even a sliver of his control power would be wasted. This time, he would gently nudge it. After all, no one was vying for it, and utilizing minimal control to pocket it would surely be the most prudent approach. The next moment, bang! The black sphere merely shifted a few centimeters, appearing almost stationary on the table. Chu Yuyi exclaimed in astonishment. It was worth noting that the control expended just now could have easily pocketed a purple ability. Yet now it had only managed to nudge the black sphere slightly. Once more, Chu Yuyi, unwilling to concede, unleashed a crimson-level control directly with a swing. Bang! As he swung, this immense control fell upon the black sphere. Yet it only caused it to shift a slight bit more. It was still far from the pocketing point. Damn it! All in was a form of wisdom. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuyi unleashed all the control he had garnered from slaying the demon, pouring it into the shot. Bang! Control erupted forth, a terrifying force cascading onto the black sphere. Thud! The black sphere was struck, rolling a considerable distance, yet it still remained a fair distance from the pocket. Cursed thing, what on earth is this black sphere's ability? It refuses to be pocketed. The control expended thus far likely surpassed the total of all previous efforts combined. Of course, this did not include the initial black sphere, which was akin to a novice's starter pack. After slaying his first monster, Chu Yuyi had easily acquired IT. IT was nothing like the current struggle. Even though he had expended substantial control on the 2 purple spheres and 3 crimson ones, the control obtained from defeating the demon was still insufficient to pocket the black sphere. This was indeed regrettable. However, Chu Yuyi was not demoralized. It was merely one ability. He was not rendered powerless against the monsters in this apocalyptic world and would continue to gain control. With some more control, he was certain he could claim the black sphere. Next up, should he venture into a world populated by more monsters? No. First, he must eradicate the remnants of Blue Star. Otherwise, he would feel unsettled. Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi slowly departed the round table dream. Blue Star, within the borders of Dragon Country. Stepping through the portal, Chu Yuyi returned to his homeland. The feeling of reunion after a long absence washed over him. Chu Yuyi inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Yet he could not afford to rest long. He immediately approached the portal, stating, "Locate the 7 deadly sins patients, ranked from strongest to weakest." Upon finishing, Chu Yuyi opened the door, only to be confronted by an enraged patient. The furious patient was so large that he nearly filled the doorway of the ruins. As Chu Yuyi stepped in, his hand inadvertently landed on the patient. Puff! It felt as though he had grasped a mound of soft mud. The patient's thigh was instantly crushed. The enraged patient howled in pain, whipping around to glare at the bewildered Chu Yuyi. Chu Yuyi was equally perplexed. "I barely touched you, don't play the victim." Just as he finished speaking, Chu Yuyi realized. After consuming the demon and acquiring number 24 innate divine strength, he was essentially combining 2 divine powers. This kind of strength, when grasping an enemy, felt as effortless as grasping air, seemingly quite reasonable. The next moment, the enraged patient, lacking in intelligence, swung a massive fist toward him. Chu Yuyi, witnessing the fist larger than a door, neither dodged nor flinched. An 0.26 vector manipulation. Boom! The enraged patient's fist came crashing down, his forearm bone piercing out from behind his elbow in an instant. This punch not only failed to injure Chu Yuyi, but left the attacker himself disabled. Such was the power of vector manipulation. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yuyi redirected all the force of the incoming punch, including gravity, friction, tensile force, thrust, and applied force, into a unified direction, and that direction was aligned with the trajectory of the enraged patient's arm bone. In merely a fleeting moment, a mere blink, the furious patient unleashed a power surpassing his own, ultimately rendering himself disabled at this juncture, having already experimented with 2 of the newly acquired crimson abilities. Chu Yuyi contemplated the potential of NO.25, creation and absorption, which remained untested. He considered directly siphoning the life force from his opponent, But just as he was about to execute this plan, in 0.23, the piercing gaze activated, a faint, inexplicable hue emerged, and Chu Yuyi discerned that it was not a color he recognized. If he had to describe it, it would be a shade of blackish red, predominantly black with a hint of red. This was a vestige of a fractured life force. Captured by Chu Yuyi's keen eyes, the shattered life essence left the furious patient in a state of fright, causing him to freeze momentarily at the sight of Chu Yuyi's gaze. Subsequently, he knelt down, utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. This was the effect of 0.22, the gaze of terror. Nevertheless, Chu Yuyi extended his hand in a grasping motion, as if seizing something intangible, then yanked it forcefully. Boom! The furious patient collapsed heavily. His vitality extinguished in that moment. Chu Yuyi felt a slight surge of energy. That meager life force had now become his own. This was the essence of 0.25, creation and absorption. Relishing his newfound ability should have filled him with joy. Yet he felt a subtle lethargy. However, after merely a dozen breaths, he regained his composure. Was this a depletion of desire? It felt akin to the sage's time, a transient state that would soon restore itself. Such a price was, after all, acceptable. Chu Yuyi clenched his fist. His current power was terrifyingly high, yet one of the divine abilities was easily manageable. In 0.24, innate divine power. The description clearly stated possessing godlike strength from birth, and upon acquiring this ability, Chu Yuyi truly felt as though he wielded perfect control. The extent of his power was entirely at his discretion. However, the other divine ability was markedly different. It was a sudden influx of strength. This came from a power he obtained after devouring the demon's son, a force that required time to acclimatize. Otherwise, any slight contact with a fragile object would result in its obliteration. The process of adaptation would be accompanied by the apocalypse of the entire blue star. How fitting. Chu Yuyi twisted the doorknob and resolutely made his way toward the location of the next most formidable patient. In Longwa, Yinzhou, an arrogant patient floated above, casting a disdainful gaze upon the army below. Perceiving them as mere ants. Damn it, Captain, we are unable to inflict effective damage. I repeat, we cannot cause any significant harm. The elite police were at a loss, whether it was grenades or heavy weaponry. None could effectively slay this haughty patient. This arrogant individual was nearing the latter stages of transformation, his mindset capable of altering reality with the slightest thought. He denied the very possibility of being harmed. At that moment, Captain Su gazed at the arrogant patient hovering in the air, contemplating a strategic retreat. The organization had fought through countless patients, but they were utterly incapable of vanquishing this one. Perhaps, when sufficiently prepared, they could switch to harpoon-like weapons or capture nets to ensnare him. But for now, remaining here would only escalate casualties. Suddenly, Captain Su turned to see an unfamiliar figure emerge from the crowd. Dressed in non-elite police combat attire, he stood out conspicuously. In the next instant, the figure uttered softly, "Come down." And that figure, aside from Chu Yuyi, could be none other. In an instant, a violent pressure surged forth. At the same time, all force converged into a single point. Like the terrifying edge of a hurricane, it harnessed the entirety of the storm's might. Whoosh! Boom! The arrogant patient was forcefully yanked down from the air. Subsequently, Chu Yuyi delivered a powerful punch, smashing the haughty patient's skull into a pulpy mess. Furthermore, Chu Yuyi extended his palm, as if perceiving something invisible to ordinary eyes, that a thread of expectation and life force was drawn away. Leaving the arrogant patient vacant-eyed, quietly succumbing to death, in the past, Chu Yuyi would have considered the best approach for such an arrogant patient to be casting him into space or sinking him to the ocean's depths. But now, within 0.25, creation and absorption, he could simply take away their desire to live and then seize their life force, effectively eliminating them. You can distort reality. I beg your pardon. I can obliterate reality. Rising to his feet, Chu Yuyi shook off the blood and grime that had accumulated, grateful for the efficacy of his nanoskin, which provided protection in the early stages and cleanliness in the later. He opened a spatial portal and stepped through, observing the mysterious figure who left without a trace. The surrounding elite police were momentarily stunned. They had witnessed countless tempests, yet this was something entirely unprecedented. At that moment, one elite officer regained his composure and turned to Captain Su, asking, "Captain Su, who is he?" Captain Su, deep in thought, replied, "Indeed, he's donned in Longwa Jidu, Longwa Wudu, Longwa Jigusai, Longwa Yuzhou, Longwa Su Province, Longwa Jincheng." Countless territories were swiftly traversed by Chu Yuyi, each quickly resolving the strongest patients of the present day. Finally, upon opening a door, he encountered a jealousy patient who had just entered the mid-stage, which he found exceedingly dull. Before him was the current strongest patient. Yet to Chu Yuyi, this patient was pitifully weak. Raising his hand, a gust of wind surged forth, shattering half of the jealousy patient's body before they could utter a word. The rest, he mused, let humanity of the Blue Star handle it. The remaining minor nuisances were hardly worth his effort to eliminate. Chu Yuyi, feeling somewhat listless, remarked, "So boring. Time for a nap." He murmured those words and returned to the empty portal, sinking into pure slumber. Simultaneously, he recognized that even if he eradicated all the patients on the Blue Star, the control required would still not suffice to claim the Black Sphere. At the very least, he would need to eliminate entities akin to the 4 incarnations of Demon Sun multiple times to gather enough power. Certainly, if another Demon Sun were to present itself for Chu Yuyi to slay, that might also suffice. Presently, Chu Yuyi felt a profound disinterest, not even contemplating what the black billiard ball's abilities might entail. As he lay in bed and fell into an immediate sleep point 11 hours later, Chu Yuyi rolled over. Finding himself unable to sleep any longer, he rose and pushed open the door, returning to the house in Haidatown. Gazing at the shattered windows and bloodstains on the walls, he raised his hand, summoning creation and absorption. The bloodstains vanished as if they had never existed. A new layer of glass materialized, pristine and as good as new. "Shadow," Chu Yuyi called, and the shadow began to tidy up. Such minor tasks did not require the use of creation and absorption. After freshening up, Chu Yuyi contemplated the toilet, musing, "Speaking of, with the advent of No. 10, which prioritizes sustenance above all, I find myself devoid of the need to visit the lavatory. Every morsel that enters my mouth, be it liquid or solid, or even the corporeal form of deities, is wholly transformed into nourishment for my body, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, this renders the act of relieving oneself unnecessary. The mere presence of number 10 has deprived Chu Yuyi of the 3 basic human experiences: satiation, defecation, and urination. Such a reality is indeed terrifying." Reclining on the sofa, Chu Yuyi casually flicked through several television programs, indulging in trivial entertainment. At that moment, a dynamic animation from Longwa captured his attention. The protagonist, situated in a post-apocalyptic world, was reborn and capable of absorbing the crystalline cores within the brains of monsters to gain extraordinary abilities. Considering the prospect of slaying the monsters of the apocalypse, he pondered whether eliminating the zombies that harbored crystalline cores might be a more lucrative endeavor. As he contemplated this, a shadow swept up glass shards with a broom, prompting Chu Yuyi to lift his legs slightly. Observing the shadow, he mused once more, "Alas, my solitary efforts are rather sluggish. It seemed time to augment the Zodiac squad with additional members." In the Pacific, at a resort in Honolulu, Zishuan pushed open the door. Clutching an elephant hunting rifle in his left hand while grasping a fishing net in his right, behind him trailed elite squads from various nations, equally well equipped. Not far away lay a significant gathering of patients afflicted by the 7 deadly sins. Yet Zishuan dismissed them as mere trifles. Unworthy of his attention, he tossed aside his weapon and gestured with a wave. Instantly, all the teams surged forward, commencing a barrage of firepower. Ordinary firearms, armed with 7.62mm rounds, were considered high caliber, while 12-gauge shotguns were deemed formidable. However, the elephant hunting rifle was in a league of its own, utilizing a 70 caliber round. One might even venture to call it a hand cannon. Not only would it fell elephants and early-stage patients with ease, but even a Tyrannosaurus Rex would succumb to a single shot. Even Optimus Prime would be compelled to retreat, had it not been for Chu Yuyi's ignorance of such weaponry. The magical scourge would have required 2 shots to subdue, The 70-caliber elephant-hunting rifle and fishing apparatus were Zixuan's innovations in the wake of the apocalypse. Conventional firearms had become inadequate against these patients. Newly infected individuals could still be dealt with using standard tactics, but as they progressed to mid-stage, they began to resist conventional firearms, i.e. in the late stages. Even hydrogen bombs could prove ineffective. Fortunately, an unnamed Mr. Chu had eliminated a tier of patients, leaving only the early stages and those on the brink of mid-stage. Now, with the portal to Blue Star under his control, Zixuan had successfully negotiated access to the upper echelons of 5 major nations. With control over these 5 powers, the remaining 200 or so smaller nations had little choice but to comply. Under Zixuan's leadership, Blue Star swiftly embarked on a self-rescue mission, achieving notable success. It seemed that the only genuine threat was the highly contagious gluttony virus. The other patients could be eradicated with relative ease, and it would not be long before they faced extinction. Gazing into the distance, Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he glanced towards the sky. Sensing an invisible gaze upon him, he understood that a certain dignitary was observing his performance. He promptly saluted and declared, "My lord, have you witnessed my success? I have completed my tasks satisfactorily, and in due time, Blue Star shall emerge entirely from this apocalypse." As if in response to Zixuan's words, the gaze gradually faded, alleviating the pressure and sense of hierarchy. Huff! Zixuan exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. He harbored no desire to resist that esteemed figure. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the source of his own greed, the magical scourge, had truly perished. Yet, fortunately, his own capacity for greed remained. It was akin to the relationship between a riverbed and the water that flows through it. While the channel may dry up, the water that once flowed will not simply vanish into thin air. That esteemed figure, Zixuan murmured. Unable to fathom the implications, he returned his focus to dealing with the remaining patients afflicted by the 7 deadly sins. In the void gate, Chu Yuyi withdrew his gaze. Feeling somewhat astonished, it appeared that the number 23 clarity, I was not merely capable of perceiving the immediate surroundings. Its description, as long as one wishes to see, one can see, was not an exaggeration. Though it consumed a modicum of mental energy, Chu Yuyi deemed it a worthy investment. Wait a minute, he pondered. If number 23 clarity I could be combined with number 14 instant transport, would that not yield unlimited teleportation? Chu Yuyi raised an eyebrow as a sudden epiphany ignited in his mind. Indeed, number 14 instant transport required sight in order to swap positions. However, number 23 clarity, I allowed him to perceive all matter, including the dust in the air, or even particles from distant realms. Could these two abilities not synergize to create instantaneous movement without constraints? As he entertained this notion, a smile crept upon his lips. He scarcely dared to imagine the extraordinary effects that could arise from the combination of his current abilities with those yet to emerge. Although he presently wielded considerable divine power and an array of formidable abilities, he could still only be classified as extraordinary, not divine. True deities possess not only godlike strength, but also the genuine authority and status befitting a god. The former merely denotes an incredible physical prowess, while the latter constitutes the foundational attributes of true divinity. Never mind, he sighed, dismissing the overthinking that it was time to hunt some zombies. Perhaps it would yield unexpected surprises. Chu Yuyi shook his head, redirecting his thoughts towards the next world. He stood within the Void Gate and announced, "Void Gate, I wish to venture into a world teeming with zombies, particularly those capable of yielding extraordinary crystalline cores. Oh, and I require new subordinates. Individuals with excellent temperament and aptitude, ideally ones I can encounter immediately upon arrival." After articulating a lengthy list of requirements, Chu Yuyi awaited in silence. Soon, an unassuming wooden door materialized before him. It was a brown door adorned with a central cross-shaped wooden carving. As he gazed upon the door, memories flooded back. Was this not the very portal he had stumbled upon in his weaker days when his abilities were scant? He vividly recalled the first moment he had opened the door to confront a zombie, only to hastily close it, fearful of being bitten and infected by the zombie virus. Now, however, Chu Yuyi, was poised to enter this world willingly. How absurd it seemed. Chuckling softly, Chu Yuyi pushed the door open and stepped through. In the zombie apocalypse of Dejustar, atop a school rooftop, a young man shouted, "Luli, hurry!" As he extended his arm forcefully to his right, a metal frame came into view, a ladder dismantled from the dormitory. The muscular man named Luli sprinted over, hoisting the ladder and shouting, "Brother Lin, catch!" The two coordinated seamlessly, one propping up the ladder while the other steadfastly barred a zombie in the middle point. 1, 2, 3. They shouted in unison, forcefully shoving the zombie off the rooftop. Thud! The zombie plummeted from the 6th floor, landing on its back with a resounding crack as its spine shattered. Though the creature writhed, it could not rise again. Looking down, they could see that over 20 such zombies lay incapacitated, stripped of their ability to move. "Brother Lin, the entire dormitory corridor is nearly cleared. What shall we do next? Should we rescue those girls?" Luli, panting heavily, gazed towards the girls' dormitory several hundred meters away, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. The student referred to as Brother Lin, whose name was Lin Wuxiao, was also a fellow student. However, his perspective was starkly contrasting. What is the point of saving anyone? In this apocalyptic world, ensuring one's own survival was already commendable. When danger truly strikes, I wouldn't hesitate to kick you aside, understand? Lin Wuxiao bared his teeth, squatting on the ground, clearly exhausted. Upon hearing Lin Wuxiao's words, Luli felt a twinge of disappointment before the apocalypse. Lin Wuxiao had been a good person, the class monitor. Yet, everything had changed since the onset of the apocalypse. Following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, Lin Wuxiao seemed to shed all pretenses, instantly transforming into a self-serving individual. Focused solely on his own interests. Even his request to team up with Lu Li was merely a strategy to exploit Lu Li's physical strength. Nonetheless, from a personal standpoint, Lin Wuxiao was justified. After all, in this dire world, should one disregard their own safety, are they expected to play the role of a saint? "Brother Lin, if we don't save them, they will die," Lu Li murmured softly, seemingly aware that his reasoning was somewhat presumptuous. "Not my problem, but if you want to save them, go ahead. If not, help me gather supplies afterward. Then, we'll secure the hallway. Those looters from the supermarket might not come, but the zombies will definitely be drawn by the scent." Lin Wuxiao's gaze was fierce as he fixed his eyes on Lu Li, as if threatening to push him down should he disagree. Lu Li shrugged, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Wuxiao's stance. Subsequently, the two of them began to inventory the supplies in the boys' dormitory before preparing to secure the hallway to go get the fire axe from the 3rd floor. "ILL, take a look and call me when you're ready," Lin Wuxiao instructed, parting ways with Lu Li. When Lu Li returned, he was met with a shocking sight. He discovered Lin Wuxiao was actually hacking at the heads of the zombies. Ugh! Upon first sight, Lu Li couldn't help but vomit. It was hardly surprising. Lin Wuxiao's actions were undeniably grotesque, as the zombie skulls were brutally shattered, releasing various tissues and fluids. Ordinary blood might have been the most palatable sight in such a gruesome scenario. "Have you finished throwing up?" Lin Wuxiao asked coldly. "Once you're done, help me move 2 zombie corpses over here." Lu Li queried, "Brother Lin, have you lost your mind?" Lin Wuxiao, unfazed, pondered for a moment before explaining. "Isn't this how those novels depict it? Zombie brains, ability crystals that I'm not speaking without basis. You must have noticed that among the zombies we defeated, 2 possessed extraordinary strength and speed. They were all students. Why should they be stronger?" After Lin Wuxiao's analysis, Lu Li began to comprehend, simultaneously securing the hallway while retrieving the corpses from outside, that I have a decent memory that IT should be these 2. Lu Li pointed at the bodies of the zombies. Lin Wuxiao nodded in agreement. Exiting the hallway, he scanned the area outside, confirming that it was temporarily secured before raising the fire axe to commence his gruesome task. After witnessing it for the first time, Lu Li was somewhat desensitized. "Brother Lin, is this really?" Lu Li exclaimed in surprise, as he anticipated that Lin Wuxiao's words held truth. A translucent crystal was extracted, and Lin Wuxiao examined it closely. Subsequently, without further thought, he wiped the viscous substance off with his clothing and then swallowed it whole. With a gulp, the sound of swallowing echoed as Lin Wuxiao consumed the crystal. "Brother Lin," at that moment, Lin Wuxiao was oblivious to everything else. A wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by an intense warmth in his eyes. Hiss! Huh. Lin Wuxiao gasped, and after a few minutes, he felt somewhat better, removing his hands from his eyes as his condition improved significantly. Lu Li hurriedly approached, seemingly concerned. However, when Lin Wuxiao first laid eyes on him, he was genuinely startled. Lin Wuxiao looked at Lu Li with a hint of terror, but soon, the fear began to dissipate, as he seemed to come to terms with it. "What is wrong with you, Brother Lin?" Lu Li asked anxiously, eager to understand what was happening. "Just now, I saw you transform into a skeletal figure. Is this my ability? X-ray vision?" Lin Wuxiao murmured softly, seemingly fully accepting this newfound power. He noticed another crystal and urged Lu Li to consume it. After Lu Li ingested it, his entire body began to radiate heat, to the point where he shed all his clothes. Lu Li, now completely naked, leapt around the dormitory. Witnessing Lu Li's wild antics, Lin Wuxiao immediately shut his eyes. However, it was in vain. His X-ray vision, still unrefined, allowed him to catch glimpses through his eyelids, making everything painfully vivid. "Damn it, stop moving!" Lin Wuxiao shouted. Ironically, at the moment he uttered those words, Lu Li coincidentally completed his awakening of powers. Is there anything special about this? "I don't feel anything," Lu Li remarked, before rolling off the bed and inadvertently bending the iron ladder of the dormitory with a forceful step. Observing this transformation, Lin Wuxiao looked up and inquired, "You call this nothing? This is definitely your ability. Immense strength." The two pondered, beginning to discuss their resources. "The electric cooker is unusable, but the kettle barely works," Lin Wuxiao added. "And there is still plenty of alcohol. We have more than half a box of pink alcohol blocks. That should suffice. Well, we have 4 bags of snail noodles, 2.5 boxes of bottled water, 9 bags of purple rice bread, 20 packs of plain chicken breast, and 3 boxes of buckwheat pancakes. This should last us quite a while. Yet we must consider other factors. Next, let us head to the school cafeteria. It should be stocked with plenty of ingredients." Lin Wuxiao calmly analyzed, a glimmer of hope evident in his gaze. 4 days later, Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li were all set, armed with weapons and adorned with thick layers of textbooks and tape. To say they looked prepared for zombies would be an understatement. Given their attire, even a butcher's knife swung at them would struggle to breach their defenses. "But Brother Lin, don't we have plenty of food left?" Lu Li questioned, perplexed, as there was still an abundance of chicken breasts and buckwheat pancakes, wondering why they were ready to set off. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuxiao was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Do you lack taste buds? That buckwheat and chicken breast have no salt whatsoever. I'd rather eat shit. Forget it that I was just using that as a metaphor. I didn't actually mean I wanted to eat it. Don't misunderstand." Lin Wuxiao sighed, genuinely fearing Lu Li might take him seriously. The two walked on, with the school cafeteria on their right and the school supermarket and girls' dormitory on their left. Just as they intended to head toward the cafeteria, a sudden bang startled them. "Help! Help me!" Out of nowhere, a disheveled girl burst forth from the sealed school supermarket, her clothing in tatters. She bore bruises, as if she had been mistreated. Like a wild creature, she sprinted towards Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li, clinging to her last shred of hope. Yet behind her, a few men emerged, cursing loudly. "Damn it! We fed you and gave you water, and you dare to run. I was kind enough. When we catch you, I'll break your legs," the leading burly man shouted, sizing up Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li. "You two young lads, this is none of your business. Just walk away. Mind your own affairs," the burly man barked. Reaching for the female student, without hesitation, Lu Li sprang into action, his eyes resolute, stealing a glance at Lin Wuxiao. Observing this, Lin Wuxiao smirked and muttered, "Fine, just this once that I'm doing this for the supplies in the supermarket, not out of a desire to save her." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's spirits lifted considerably. Together, they launched their assault. The girl had just sprinted out, collapsing weakly to the ground, her body covered in dust. Her clothing was indecipherable as a school uniform, and her unkempt hair was adorned with a broken hairband. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Li was instantly consumed by a surge of fury, his heart set on vengeance. And without waiting for Lin Wuxiao, he sprang into action. "You think you can challenge me? You won't end up well." The burly man bellowed, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. despite Lu Li's robust physique. He was not skilled in combat. However, his daily dedication to fitness and the awakening of his extraordinary strength allowed him to deliver a few blows that left the opposing brute spitting blood. Typically, such injuries would indicate severe internal damage that in the pre-apocalyptic world, medical facilities were advanced enough for a swift rescue. But now, amidst a zombie crisis, the medical system had long since collapsed, and once internal organs were damaged, recovery was utterly hopeless. Good grief. The remaining few onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, immediately took flight. It was ludicrous to risk their lives for a mere meal. Seeing them retreat, Lu Li felt a sense of relief. He approached the girl, assisting her to her feet, receiving a simple thank you in return. Yet her eyes soon lost their luster, as if burdened by impending troubles. When one feels utterly helpless, they often make instinctive decisions. After some inquiry, Lu Li resolved to delve deeper into the school's supermarket. Lin Wuxiao smirked, casually remarking, "I wonder if you've ever heard that good people don't live long." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's gaze remained resolute, his deep eyes fixed on the horizon. "Brother Lin, I must go." All right, who can resist your beauty and kind heart?" Lin Wuxiao rolled his eyes dramatically. Lu Li was not conventionally handsome. One might even say he was unattractive. Sturdy and rugged, his only redeeming quality was a slightly proportionate face. It was evident that Lin Wuxiao's words were laced with sarcasm, a fact clear to anyone. Yet, Lu Li paid no heed. As long as he upheld his sense of justice and refused to turn a blind eye, that was sufficient. The two entered the supermarket first. However, the girl appeared frightened, lingering at the entrance without moving. Lu Li brandished a fire axe and forcefully hacked at the wooden barricade blocking the entrance. Crack! Clearly, the inhabitants of this supermarket had exerted effort to prevent zombies from entering. Yet, in the eyes of a student endowed with extraordinary strength, such barriers were but a trifling concern, with a few swift swings. The previously small opening, just wide enough for the girl to squeeze through, was widened to accommodate a full passage. "Let us go, Brother Lin," Lu Li called out, indifferent to whether he received a response. "I truly can't do anything with you," Lin Wuxiao sighed, not wishing to say much more. This was simply Lu Li's way. Once he set his mind to something, he was as unyielding as a bull. Impossible to steer back. Lin Wuxiao understood this well, for they had known each other since middle school, sharing 8 years of camaraderie by the time they reached their second year of university. Upon stepping into the supermarket, Lu Li advanced a few paces, his expression twisting in uncontrollable rage. "Damn it! These beasts!" Lu Li raised the fire axe, surveying the hellish scene before him, his anger reaching a boiling point. Behind him, Lin Wuxiao, who had just entered, was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "This is excessive." Before them, a group of burly male students had organized themselves, selecting a few attractive girls from the dormitory. They were coercing these girls into unspeakable acts. Scattered across the floor were cans from the supermarket, chocolate spread, strawberry jam, and condensed milk. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Li charged forward, swinging his fire axe. One swing knocked a man to the ground, and the others, witnessing this, lost their nerve, abandoning their intentions. Though some wished to fight, fear overwhelmed them at Lu Li's ferocity. They fled in all directions. However, as they reached the supermarket entrance, Lin Wuxiao kicked one back inside. Clearly displeased, he declared, "Damn it, I'm still a virgin. I can't bear to see anyone behave so recklessly. May you all perish." Lin Wuxiao exerted minimal effort, merely blocking a few, taking them down one by one. Ultimately, Lu Li fought his way through the supermarket, thoroughly purging the area of these villains. Afterward, Lu Li yearned to offer solace to the traumatized girls, but upon seeing him, they recoiled in fear, as if he were one of the undead. Even though he had saved them, they remained engulfed in terror, for his blood-soaked appearance was utterly horrifying. Observing this reaction, Lu Li's composure faltered. He was left bewildered, questioning whether he had erred in his actions. At that moment, Lin Wuxiao patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. Those zombies outside are drawn by the scent. Let us deal with them." Recalled to the present by Lin Wuxiao's voice, Lu Li joined him in confronting the zombies outside. Lu Li wielded the fire axe, while Lin Wuxiao brandished a spear he had fashioned from the iron framework of a dormitory ladder. The fire axe's ends had been angled to create a spear-like weapon, versatile for both offense and defense, proving even more effective than the axe itself. During their skirmish, Lin Wuxiao felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When he opened them again, he was met with a sight of skeletal remains. However, there was an exception. What is that? Lin Wuxiao observed a few crystal cores floating in mid-air. After a moment's thought, he pointed at them and said, "Let us take out those first." Lu Li, disregarding any rationale, immediately complied, dispatching the nearby zombies. Afterward, the two fought their way back into the supermarket, reinforcing the barricades to keep the zombies at bay. "What now, Brother Lin?" Lu Li inquired. Lin Wuxiao remained silent, seizing Lu Li's fire axe to decapitate a zombie, extracting its crystal core. Throughout this process, the girls continued to retreat, utterly at a loss. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wuxiao said nothing, wiping the crystal core before swallowing it whole, that he soon felt the effects. Lu Li intended to ask a question, but was cut off. After experiencing the surge of strength within him, Lin Wuxiao spoke. "Not enough. This core merely enhances my strength. That it seems I need to consume 2 more for a significant effect. That be by the way," he added. "What were you about to say earlier?" Lin Wuxiao looked at Lu Li, puzzled that at that moment, Lu Li wore a smile that was more painful than tears, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears, avoiding direct eye contact. He removed the book he had been using as a shield, revealing a wrist marked by scratches. A shallow wound marred his wrist, with dark red streaks already forming within. Lu Li's expression was indescribable as he numbly remarked, "Brother Lin, I think I've been infected, by the heavens." Lin Wuxiao furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. To be honest, he had never imagined what it would be like if his dear brother transformed into a zombie. "No, don't give up. Who knows, you might evolve into a zombie overlord, like in those zombie domination stories. Lu Li, become a zombie king, and let us conquer the world together." Lin Wuxiao was still trying to console Lu Li. But Lu Li had already resigned himself to death. He looked at Lin Wuxiao and, with an open heart, said, "Don't joke around, Brother Lin. Honestly, having a friend like you makes me very happy. Why grandfather and father went to the anti-Japanese war in Nigeria. Although they never returned, my mother often tells me stories about them. Back then, I felt that a person's contribution is not merely defined by their societal achievements." Before he could finish his thought, Lin Wuxiao abruptly interrupted. "Stop talking. Haven't you noticed? The more you speak, the further the black line of the zombie virus advances. What are we going to do? You can go out by yourself, or..." As Lin Wuxiao spoke, he too felt uncertain about what to do. It was one thing to kill, but to harm his own brother was something he found difficult to bear. "Stop joking, Brother Lin. While I still haven't turned into a zombie, just give me a quick end." Lu Li's gaze was resolute. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wuxiao found himself at a loss for words. He simply looked into Lu Li's eyes and said, "You're a real man. Then let me send you on your journey." Lin Wuxiao raised the fire axe, and Lu Li decisively knelt down, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, waiting quietly. Just then, one of the supermarket doors was forcefully pushed open, and a young man stepped out. As soon as he appeared, he exclaimed, "What is that smell? It's so foul." The person was none other than Chu Yuyi. Upon seeing Chu Yuyi, Lu Li's head jerked up, and Lin Wuxiao's fire axe came to a halt. Chu Yuyi looked around, and upon witnessing Lin Wuxiao attempting to behead Lu Li, he was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Without hesitation, Chu Yuyi waved his hand. With a whoosh, a gust of wind swept in, snatching the fire axe and sending it tumbling aside. "Can someone explain this to me?" Chu Yuyi inquired, glancing at a few scantily clad female students nearby. When he realized he wouldn't get an answer, he turned his attention to Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao. That moment, Lu Li was in a rather precarious state. The dark red lines on his body had already spread over most of him, and he was on the verge of transformation into a zombie. Seeing this, Chu Yuyi couldn't help but click his tongue that he wasn't sure if this robust student was the subordinate he was searching for, but he decided to intervene. Chu Yuyi extended his right hand and snapped his fingers decisively. The sharp sound echoed, and instantly, the creation and seizing of number 25 was activated. The moment Chu Yuyi detected the zombie virus, he seized it directly, absorbing it into his own body. Now, the zombie virus within Lu Li had completely vanished. Aside from a slight risk of infection from his wounds, he was no longer in danger. I'm fine now. Lu Li could hardly believe it. He had prepared himself for death. Yet unexpectedly, a mysterious individual appeared before him, and, with merely a snap of his fingers, eradicated all the zombie virus within him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Li knelt and bowed deeply to Chu Yuyi. However, Chu Yuyi would not allow him to do as he wished. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind lifted Lu Li off the ground. Looking at Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao, Chu Yuyi directly asked, "What are your names?" These two were the first individuals Chu Yuyi encountered upon entering the zombie-infested world. He had reason to suspect that one of them might be a subordinate chosen for him by the organization. Or perhaps both. I am Lu Li. Lin Wuxiao. Both introduced themselves, curiously scrutinizing Chu Yuyi, unable to comprehend why someone had suddenly emerged from nowhere. They had previously checked and found no one else in the vicinity. Even if there were, Lu Li should have dealt with them. Meanwhile, Chu Yuyi was equally assessing the two of them. Lu Li was robust and physically imposing, evidently possessing extraordinary strength. Lin Wuxiao, though somewhat lean, exuded an air of distinction. Particularly, his demeanor resembled that of a protagonist, imbued with a resolute spirit. Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi mused, "Lu Li is formidable." Lin Wuxiao. It appears that both of them are likely the individuals I seek. Having made this determination, Chu Yuyi spoke, "Are you both willing to become my subordinates?" The moment he finished speaking, both Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao were taken aback. The suddenness of the proposition left them utterly unprepared. This was far more shocking than the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. The apocalypse had at least been preceded by reports of nuclear waste leaks in the island nation and the first deer species in the United States being infected by an unknown virus before gradually escalating. But now this man had suddenly emerged, first eliminating Lu Li's zombie virus, and then asking if they were willing to become his subordinates, without even allowing them time to think. I am willing. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li decisively replied. He understood that his life had been saved by this individual, and repaying him was only right. This was also in line with Lu Li's own principles. Being a subordinate was not a burden to him at all. However, for Lin Wuxiao, accepting this was not so straightforward. What is this all about? Lin Wuxiao internally lamented, unsure of what to say to suppress his awkwardness. But then, the next scene ignited a spark of thought in him. Chu Yuyi nodded, approached Lu Li, and extended his right hand, placing a finger on Lu Li's forehead, saying, "Good. From now on, you will take on the mission of eradicating the apocalypse. I now bestow upon you the power to fulfill your duty. Remember, the organization you belong to is called Dawn. You are the second member of the Zodiac Squad, and your code name will be Chonyo, after this string of declarations." Chu Yuyi activated number 19 Mind Apostle. A selection appeared in Lu Li's mind. As if it were preordained. Chu Yuyi promptly made his choices. He selected several abilities. Number 3 Blood Manipulation, and 0.4 Perception of Surroundings. Number 5 Photographic Memory, and 0.6 Universal Communication, and 0.7 Organizational Skills, and 0.8 Effortless Mastery, and 0.9 Calm Amidst Chaos, and 0.10 Precision, and 0.11 Environmental Adaptation, and number 17 Rapid Recovery, consolidating them into a package and transmitting them. Furthermore, Chu Yuyi added a rare red-level ability, Innate Divine Strength. Chu Yuyi had carefully considered this decision. He pondered whether it was wise to grant his subordinates such formidable powers all at once. It wasn't out of fear of rebellion. Rather, he felt it might be unfair to bestow the fruits of his hard-earned abilities upon them so easily. However, he soon realized that he needed the Zodiac Squad to combat the apocalypse and gain control. Chu Yuyi's mindset was somewhat pathological. He desired the Zodiac Squad to fiercely confront the apocalypse while simultaneously wanting them to obtain only ordinary abilities from him. How could such a scenario exist? It was akin to wanting a horse to run while refusing to provide it with fodder. It was like expecting employees to work tirelessly without offering them any salary. Upon reflection, Chu Yuyi couldn't help but feel that he deserved to be hung from a lamppost. He realized that there was no need to be excessively harsh on his subordinates. He neither wished to bestow upon them formidable powers nor compel them to labor tirelessly against the apocalypse. Wasn't that unreasonable? Once this notion crystallized in his mind, Chu Yuyi resolved to embrace the philosophy of trust those who are employed and do not doubt them, but if he intended to forge a powerful team of followers, he must be willing to invest. Moreover, granting his subordinates abilities would not diminish his own even by a fraction. These bestowed powers could be reclaimed in an instant that IT was essentially at zero cost. What was there to fear? With this thought, Chu Yuyi unhesitatingly presented a grand gift of super abilities, followed by an inherent divine strength in crimson. It seemed that this ability would be particularly suitable for Chonyo. Lu Li, designated as Chonyo, instantly felt an overwhelming admiration for Chu Yuyi, as if he had become his lifelong creed. "Salutations, boss." Chonyo knelt to the ground, hastily bowing his head in reverence. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuyi found it somewhat intolerable. With a mere gesture, a gust of wind lifted Lu Li, now Chonyo, allowing him to relax. "Lingu, hurry and respond. I feel capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch." Chonyo exclaimed excitedly, swinging his fists in the air. Observing Lu Li's exuberance, Lin Wuxiao felt a surge of excitement as well. The subordinates bowed to the boss. Lin Wuxiao also bowed, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chu Yuyi. However, Chu Yuyi was not particularly pleased with Lin Wuxiao's demeanor. This was because the number 19 Mind Apostle had not been activated, indicating that Lin Wuxiao did not possess the potential to transform into an apostle. Lin Wuxiao, did not genuinely wish to submit. "What's the matter?" Chu Yuyi's tone was calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Hearing these words, Lin Wuxiao instinctively raised his gaze to meet Chu Yuyi's eyes. Immediately feeling a wave of trepidation, "I dare not. I am willing to offer my life." This time, Lin Wuxiao spoke from the heart. After such a fright, he had become considerably more obedient, suppressing many of his thoughts. Observing this change, Chu Yuyi activated the number 19 Mind Apostle again, and indeed, it could be initiated. Subsequently, Lin Wuxiao was also transformed into an apostle, utterly loyal to Chu Yuyi and endowed with abilities. Chu Yuyi was not particularly fond of this individual, as he was not as straightforward as Lu Li, hence he chose abilities rather randomly. Aside from a novice gift package, he granted Lin Wuxiao the number 10 power of sustenance, enabling rapid recovery from injuries, which suited the ferocity of a tiger that strikes like an arrow, swiftly devouring its prey. It was conceivable that, given some time, Lin Wuxiao, with the number 10 power of sustenance, could cultivate a strength akin to that of a deity. With the number 21 absolute resilience, he could easily inflict severe damage upon his foes, clearing obstacles for the future. "From now on, you shall be known as Inhu," Chu Yuyi proclaimed solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuxiao, now Inhu, clasped his fists and knelt on one knee, saying, "Thank you, boss." He seemed to sense the extraordinary power within him, and with his new name, Inhu, he was filled with excitement, his attitude towards Chu Yuyi becoming exceedingly respectful. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuyi dismissed his stern expression, saying, "Enough. Let me assess the situation here." "Never mind. I will investigate myself," Chu Yuyi thought, then activated the accompanying ability of the number 19 Mind Apostle to examine the general memories of Chonyo and Inhu. He then activated the number 23 Piercing Gaze to survey the overall situation of the Grand Matrix Star. Soon, the dire circumstances of the zombie apocalypse unfolded in Chu Yuyi's mind. It is. Chu Yuyi mused as he reviewed the information, expending a bit of mental energy. However, this expenditure was negligible and posed no significant detriment. In other words, he deduced, the zombies possess the ability to evolve, their brains housing cores, and humans can absorb these cores to manifest extraordinary powers. How intriguing. Chu Yuyi nodded, then bestowed upon Chonyo and Inhu the ability of the number 1 Void Gate, the Grand Matrix Star's truncated version, instructing them to hunt down zombies containing cores. The more, the better. Upon receiving the command, Chonyo immediately sprang into action, preparing to charge out of the supermarket. However, Inhu hesitated. He directly severed the head of a zombie within the supermarket, extracting a core, which he cleaned and presented to Chu Yuyi. After receiving a core, Chu Yuyi nodded approvingly, saying, "Well done. Now, go hunt zombies alongside Chonyo." Following this command, Inhu promptly rose, ready for action. Yet, Chonyo paused again. Chu Yuyi noticed his hesitation and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you have any thoughts?" Chonyo, emulating Inhu, knelt and reported, "Boss, these women." With a gesture, Chu Yuyi interjected, "With me here, they shall not perish. You too. Go and return swiftly." Upon hearing this reassurance, Chonyo swiftly set out, taking Inhu with him. Casting a glance at the disheveled women behind him, Chu Yuyi felt no particular inclination to speak. In times of peace, they possessed equal rights. Yet, in the apocalypse, might dictated authority. If they could resist, or even hunt zombies to acquire cores, they could ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, judging by the current state of these individuals, it seemed exceedingly difficult. "Shadow," Chu Yuyi called. Leaving the shadow behind, he had no intention of playing the flower protector and vanished from the spot with the core in hand. Chu Yuyi had departed in the void gate. The pillow that lingered in the space suddenly vanished, replaced by Chu Yuyi. Realizing the situation, Chu Yuyi thought, "Is unlimited teleportation not possible?" He had previously envisioned the void gate and used the No. 23 piercing gaze to perceive the existence within. Then he attempted to return using the number 14 arrival and departure, but failed. His number 14 arrival and departure had to be applied to individuals, with a subtle limitation that he had nearly forgotten. However, with the number 5 photographic memory, Chu Yuyi recalled, of course, the number 14 arrival and departure has a limitation. The size must differ by a factor of 400 that Chu Yuyi contemplated. Soon, he devised a solution that in the next moment. He utilized the number 20 elemental sovereign as the primary force, supplemented by the creative characteristics of the number 25 creation and seizure. Rapidly, within the void gate, Chu Yuyi conjured thousands of grains of sand, gathering them to form a sand table, which he placed within the void gate. A brand new and vast sand table materialized. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuyi once again employed the number 23 piercing gaze in conjunction with the No. 14 arrival and departure. The sand on the table quivered, and one grain of sand discreetly vanished. These grains of sand were quite substantial. To liken them to yellow pebbles would not be an exaggeration. Thus, it would facilitate his immediate utilization of the number 23 piercing gaze alongside the number 14 arrival and departure, allowing him to teleport back to the secure void gate from any world or under any conditions. The number 14 required a size difference within a factor of 400, and these grains of sand, each with a diameter of 5 mm, precisely met that requirement. Although Chu Yuyi had no idea how this 400-fold difference was calculated, whether by volume, mass, or surface area, he was unconcerned. However, it ultimately culminated in success. Initially, this was merely a concept, just a first experiment, yet it astonishingly yielded a splendid outcome. Now, Chu Yuyi settled down, retrieving the crystal core, holding it in his hand. He toyed with the translucent gem-like crystal core as he prepared to conduct a new experiment with his crystal core extracted from a zombie's head. Swallow it directly? With the number 10 principle of prioritizing sustenance. He feared not the prospect of indigestibility, but perhaps it was precisely for this reason that he should be wary. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yuyi, causing him to furrow his brow. It was imperative to consider. The effect of No.10, which transformed everything ingested into physical prowess. What if the extraordinary ability that was supposed to manifest was also digested? Damn, given the unpredictable nature of this conceptual ability, it might indeed happen. Chu Yuyi was uncertain, yet he chose to swallow the crystal core first. After all, such items were not rare. Even if something unexpected occurred, he could always acquire another a while later. Chu Yuyi squeezed his palm. Assessing himself, no sensations that seemed that any enhancement to his physical capabilities was merely a drop in the ocean, imperceptible to keen observation. As expected, Chu Yuyi felt somewhat speechless. Subsequently, he initiated the empty door and twisted the doorknob. In the world of zombies on the planet Daeju, he pushed the door open with one hand and gently waved. Bang! The zombie in front of the door had its head effortlessly obliterated. The crystal core emerged, subsequently whisked away by a gust of wind. Afterward, Chu Yuyi closed the door, now holding this new crystal core. This time, he refrained from thoughtlessly swallowing it. Instead, he activated the number 23 insightful eye to examine all that this crystal core entailed. Sure enough, a ray of light appeared, and Chu Yuyi recognized it as an awakening opportunity. Merely seeing it was insufficient, he directly employed number 25 creation and seizure to claim the awakening opportunity from the crystal core and transfer it to himself. Clang! The crystal core, stripped of its awakening opportunity, instantly crumbled into powder, vanishing completely. It was as if the core existed solely for the purpose of facilitating awakening. Beyond that, it amounted to nothing more than an empty shell. At that moment, having secured the awakening opportunity, Chu Yuyi felt a slight reaction within his body. Oh, I feel something. He sensed a warmth in his mind, akin to a slight fever. Since Chonyo and In, who had become his subordinates, he was privy to all their information. Thus, he was aware that the awakening abilities were generally tied to the areas of the body that experienced heat upon awakening. Chonyo had felt warmth throughout his body and awakened immense strength. In, who, on the other hand, had felt heat in his eyes and awakened the power of X-ray vision. As for Chu Yuyi himself, with his head heating up during awakening, what ability would he manifest? A super brain? Psychokinesis? Absolute wisdom? Chu Yuyi rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit of anticipation. However, upon awakening, he found himself somewhat dazed. There was hardly any sensation at all. Wait a moment. Chu Yuyi smacked his lips, experiencing a flavor reminiscent of green apples. Upon further contemplation, the taste instantly shifted to that of grapes. This was not an actual flavor, but rather a self-deception, allowing his body to perceive these stimuli. The principle resembled that of a dream, where one can alter their sensory experiences at will. Isn't it? What use is this? Chu Yuyi's expression hardened, grappling with an indescribable feeling that it was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket, anticipating a grand prize, only to win third place, which rewarded him with a free fly. What a letdown. To be honest, this ability could be possessed by many ordinary people. For instance, the concept of quenching thirst by visualizing plums leads to thoughts of sourness. Watching a food show incites cravings, but the degree of imagination varies among individuals. In contrast, this ability could not be labeled as merely useless. It was downright pathetic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Yuyi waved his hand, still in disbelief that he had awakened a meager ability, that he had never been inferior to others in his life. His fortune was not lacking. How could he have awakened such a pitiful ability? It was inconceivable. Something must have gone awry. Contemplating this, Chu Yuyi decided to sleep, preparing to delve into the round table dream to uncover the truth that in the round table dream, Chu Yuyi's consciousness arrived, and he immediately pushed against the black sphere. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He could move, but only slightly. He could not venture too far. The conclusion was still the same. The black sphere remained on the table. After abandoning the notion of placing the black sphere into his bag, Chu Yuyi focused his consciousness on his newly acquired ability, quickly discovering something peculiar. This was the 27th sphere, a small one, resembling a glass marble. In 0.27, unfounded reverie, quality, colorless description. Your imagination can influence your real sensations. Caution. This ability can be further enhanced by absorbing crystal cores in extreme situations of helplessness. One is likely to smile. Chu Yuyi, seeing this, couldn't help but smile helplessly. The annotations in this round table dream indicated what? It implied that this ability truly lacks substance. What use was it? To be a sycophant to a goddess, only to console oneself afterward with words of indifference? Or perhaps, when on the brink of death, to stubbornly claim, it doesn't hurt. I can take a few more steps, then die painlessly with dignity? This ability was excessively idealistic. The crux of the matter was that facts were immutable. They could not be altered merely through stubborn denial. Just as he finished his thought, Chu Yuyi froze. He suddenly recalled that he seemingly possessed an auxiliary characteristic. That idealistic type of auxiliary characteristic, it seemed to stem from a previous conversation with Zishu, where he mentioned Imo-sun, inadvertently planting the seed of arrogance within himself. Perhaps Imo-sun thought, let Chu Yuyi be a bit more arrogant, making it easier to dispose of him. Yet, little did he know, Chu Yuyi had shattered the arrogance virus while retaining its essential characteristics. Scanning his surroundings, Chu Yuyi produced another translucent, colorless ability sphere. Touching the truth. He merged touching the truth with number 27, unfounded reverie, allowing the two abilities to complement each other, gradually enlarging. Eventually, the two abilities successfully fused into a slightly larger ability sphere. 27, generalizing from the particular, quality, colorless plus description. When you comprehend 40 of the truth, you can slightly distort the outcome of that truth. Caution. This ability can be further enhanced by absorbing crystal cores. Remark. For instance, if you believe someone else's grapes are sour and insist they are sour, while they taste sweet, over time, they may shift to a sour flavor. It is advisable to continue strengthening this ability. Upon seeing number 27, generalizing from the particular, Chu Yuyi's lips curled in discontent. What is this? What on earth is this? Is it merely a transformation from altering the taste in my mouth to altering the taste in others' mouths? Although it can change reality, the process is rather subtle. Even a more significant alteration would likely remain ineffective. No, I need to add a potent remedy that I still have. Chu Yuyi glanced over his abilities, initially considering sacrificing a few less significant ones when he stumbled upon something distinct. Zombie virus quality, colorless description. Upon activating this ability, you can transform into a zombie. Biting others will spread the infection. Consuming flesh will enhance your strength, and you possess rudimentary undead traits. Note, the rudimentary undead trait allows survival from severe damage to the liver, heart, and other vital organs, and only upon the destruction of the brain will you lose mobility. This was previously obtained by Chu Yuyi from the creature known as Chu Yuyi. It was originally a manifestation of the number 25 ability creation and seizure, but ultimately became integrated into his own being. Perfect that it can be directly shattered and transformed into nourishment for number 27 generalization. Without hesitation, Chu Yuyi crushed the zombie virus. Bang! A heap of white powder scattered across the ground, alongside the initial undead infectious traits. The zombie traits retain the capacity for enhancement. Consuming flesh slightly increases physical attributes, which conflicts with Chu Yuyi's number 10 food is heaven, rendering it useless. Thus he crushed it without a second thought. The rudimentary undead trait, however, piqued his interest, prompting Chu Yuyi to fuse it with number 12 Battle Saint Body. Number 12, Battle Saint Body quality, yellow plus description. When you're gravely injured, death becomes elusive. Upon recovery, you will far surpass your pre-battle self. Chu Yuyi cast a satisfied glance at this fusion for the final infectious trait, biting others to share abilities. This conflicted with number 19 Mind Apostle and was thus crushed. Now, the initial powdered remnants of the zombie virus, along with the powdered traits of the zombie characteristics, were ready for synthesis. Number 27. Yellow reversal quality. Colorless plus number 27 distortion of reality quality. Colorless plus ultimately. This ability evolved into number 27 reversal of truth quality. Colorless plus description. You can invert truth and distort reality. But it requires a corresponding expenditure of mental energy. Precautions. Insufficient mental energy will result in failure to alter reality, and depletion to zero will induce a brief state of unconsciousness. Exercise caution when utilizing this ability. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuyi felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. Marvelous. What a relief. Chu Yuyi was elated. Through his relentless efforts, he had transformed a worthless ability into one of extraordinary potential. Only a power of such magnitude was worthy of entering his sequence. If the abilities within the round table could speak, they would surely exclaim, "What sort of ability is this?" A worthless capability. The sequence is comprised of conceptual levels, all characteristic types, even rule levels. Your ability is so inferior that it hardly qualifies for inclusion. Chu Yuyi shifted from despair to joy and subsequently exited the round table dream. The Jew star, creak. Luli, codenamed Chunyu, pulled out a snack and continued to chew. Meanwhile, Lin Wuxiao, embodying the Tiger of Yin, was vigilantly patrolling the surroundings, wary of any potential danger. Yet, it was evident that Chunyu was utterly unconcerned, believing he could demolish a mountain. Stop eating, Lin Wuxiao frowned, stating. Why? Is there a zombie? Luli retorted, "It's annoying." Lin Wuxiao replied, exasperated. Throughout their journey, Luli had been incessantly munching on snacks, which was beginning to irritate him. Lin Wuxiao scanned the area and, using his X-ray vision ability, spotted numerous zombies. This area was, after all, a campus relatively isolated. There weren't many residents nearby, considering transportation, grocery shopping, and other conveniences were lacking, resulting in a sparse population. However, because it was a school, students comprised a majority. Each year, approximately 7,000 new students enrolled, totaling around 20,000, and currently, it was vacation time. Some had returned home, while others remained in dormitories. Given the division of campuses, the two male and female dormitory buildings still housed a few thousand individuals. At this moment, Lin Wuxiao peered through the wall, observing the situation inside the female dormitory, and remarked with a grin, "Are you eager to go? There are about 1,000 zombies inside. Ample opportunity for you to showcase your abilities." With a smirk, Lin Wuxiao was equally curious about the female dormitory, having long been intrigued. Luli readily agreed, discarding his snack bag and following the tiger ravine. Suddenly, Lin Wuxiao's eyes widened, his expression twitching in disbelief as he asked, "Wait, what are you eating?" "Nori," Luli replied. Lin Wuxiao picked up the plastic seal bag and requested another nori from Luli. Upon inspection, he was 7 parts speechless and 3 parts astonished, exclaiming, "You call this nori? This is compressed seaweed." Realizing something was amiss, Lin Wuxiao quickly reached out to stop Lu Li's next move. However, Luli was quicker. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A bottle of regular-sized mineral water was down by Lu Li as if it were medicinal elixir. "What's wrong, Brother Lin?" Luli questioned, feeling parched after consuming the nori, which was hardly salty. Lin Wuxiao sighed, suddenly recalling that mysterious and powerful man. Contemplating, he thought, "I possess the ability of food as heaven. This lad Lu Li should be no different. There should be no issues with that." Lin Wuxiao felt somewhat helpless. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Li had received a diminished version of the size ability, as Chu Yuyi had considered a modicum of balance, while also wishing to observe how various abilities could be developed. Seeing Lu Li carefree, Lin Wuxiao could not help but inquire, "How did you get into university? Did you use connections?" Upon hearing this question, Lu Li scratched his head and replied seriously, "My admission to university was purely due to my acceptance of a reassignment. It has nothing to do with my Major General's second uncle." Lin Wuxiao's brows furrowed deeper as he retorted, "Your second uncle is a Major General?" Lu Li nodded and explained, "Yes, that my grandfather had 3 children. My father being the youngest, and the only one remaining is my second uncle. With so many military achievements, isn't it quite normal for him to hold a senior military position?" After hearing this, Lin Wuxiao slapped his forehead. "Smack. Why didn't you mention this earlier? If you had, we could have had your Major General uncle come in a tank to rescue us. Didn't you say your family owned a convenience store?" Lu Li pouted, "Compared to the 2 of us, there are likely more people in need of rescue. And I didn't lie. My mom runs a convenience store, but my second uncle doesn't live at home." Lin Wuxiao was utterly speechless, his mind a whirlwind. He struggled to comprehend Lu Li's thought process. This guy was somewhat single-minded. To call him clever would be an overstatement, and to label him foolish would be unkind. Pointing to a nearby dormitory, a few scattered zombies emerged from the roadside. Lin Wuxiao said, "Let us go deal with the zombies at the Jew Star. Tunwu University, building, female dormitory in front of the building." Ugh, a few zombies seemed to retain their habits from life. Leisurely strolling about, it was even noticeable that 2 zombies were holding hands. If it weren't for their severe zombification, with skin turning gray and decaying, it would have been quite a picturesque scene. Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li arrived at this spot. Lu Li immediately leaped into action. Whoosh! Like a bullet from a gun, he executed an elbow strike that shattered 2 zombies. "Hey, aren't you afraid of getting infected?" Lin Wuxiao cautioned, as if fearing Lu Li might turn into a zombie. Just imagine, a naturally powerful zombie. The thought was terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Li couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Lin, you might not be aware. The boss has bestowed upon me extraordinary powers." In the next moment, Lu Li leaped forth, gently grasping a zombie by its throat before releasing it beside him. The zombie, devoid of intelligence, did not hesitate to attack Lu Li again after being subdued and released. Lu Li, however, did not react excessively. He merely extended his right arm, which had shed all its makeshift armor back at the supermarket, revealing his somewhat sun-kissed skin. "You!" Lin Wuxiao exclaimed in shock, attempting to intervene. The zombie lunged forward, biting Lu Li's arm, and a sharp sound of crunch echoed as several fragments of white, hard objects fell away, pieces of the zombie's shattered teeth. Lu Li simply gazed up at the sky, seemingly saying nothing, yet conveying everything. Impressive. Lin Wuxiao found himself at a loss for words, silently giving a thumbs up. The innate strength of number 24 was not merely a matter of raw power. If a person possesses extraordinary strength yet has an unchanged physique, a punch could lead to broken bones, and a jump could result in dislocated joints. Thus, the innate power of number 24 is a holistic enhancement, rendering the body impervious to harm. Here, harm refers specifically to firearms. Now, Lu Li turned and delivered a powerful elbow strike that shattered the zombie's skull. Satisfied that the surroundings were somewhat secure, he bellowed, "Hey, is anyone there? I'm here to rescue you. Living souls, show yourselves." His voice rang out like a resounding bell. With that call, many tightly shut dormitory windows revealed a sliver and numerous heads bobbed into view. Even beyond Building A, the sound reached Building C next door and Buildings B and D behind it, with many curious faces peeking out. Each building consisted of 4 units, 6 stories high, with a long row of dormitories on each floor, accommodating around 12 rooms. Each dormitory housed 4 girls in shared quarters. Although many had departed, the brief holiday of only 3 days meant that those returning home were few, leaving a majority on campus. However, due to the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, only about 30% of the students remain alive, and the situation was far from optimistic. With a glance, Lu Li gauged how many were still among the living. "Hey, stay put. I need to deal with the zombies now," Lu Li shouted, steadying those who remained in the dormitory. This shout also served to lure the zombies, who were quite sensitive to sound and scent. As a result, the zombies in the corridors swarmed forth, resembling a tide of the undead. Ugh, ah, the cacophony of growls erupted, and within moments, nearly 100 zombies surged forth. Witnessing this scene, Lu Li felt a surge of exhilaration, brandishing a fire axe to engage in battle. Each swing resulted in the decapitation of a zombie. However, after just a few strikes, the axe handle shattered under his might. The weapon was too fragile to withstand Lu Li's strength. Devoid of a weapon, Lu Li resorted to hand-to-hand combat as the encroaching zombies surrounded him, trapping him in their midst. Observing this predicament, Lin Wuxiao gritted his teeth, feeling quite helpless, lacking martial skills and any innate strength. He knew that even if the zombies stood still for him to strike, he would still tire quickly. Lin Wuxiao's lips twitched as he considered Lu Li's invulnerability due to his innate power, and chose to withdraw to the rear. Occasionally, he launched surprise attacks with ranged weapons, thanks to his absolute precision. Even tossing a pebble could shatter a zombie's skull. Just then, Lu Li exclaimed, "Wow, look, Lin Ge." A bevy of beauties, all fluttering like flowers. Upon hearing Lu Li's words, Lin Wuxiao felt a sense of relief, realizing that the horde of zombies had not overwhelmed him after all. "You're even throwing in idioms. Do you understand what that means?" Lin Wuxiao quipped, his figure flickering as he employed a technique to evade. Lu Li retorted, "At least I'm the only college student in my family. I've got literary flair." Seeing Lu Li still spirited amidst the onslaught of zombies, Lin Wuxiao felt reassured. Yet upon reflection, it was clear, when comparing the zombies to Lu Li's current physical prowess, it was not merely a case of eggs against stones, but rather tofu against steel. It would be a wonder if they could manage to inflict any damage. Even if they attempted to overwhelm them with numbers, they would inevitably be pushed back. At that moment, Lu Li sprang up, executing a sweeping motion that turned several zombies into clouds of blood mist. However, the reach of his arms was limited, and before he could fully assess the ground, he was once again engulfed by a sea of the undead. "Lin Ge, clear a path for me," Lu Li shouted. Upon hearing this plea, Lin Wuxiao was left speechless. Damn it, there are more and more zombies now, numbering in the hundreds. How am I supposed to clear a path? After uttering that line, Lu seemed to realize the impracticality of his request. Suddenly, he leaped 3 meters high, surveying the terrain before plunging back into the throng of zombies. He bounced and leaped, attempting to break free, but to no avail. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even if they were merely hundreds of people, a stampede could easily lead to casualties during regular school days. The crowd seemed manageable as schedules were staggered and the flow of people was divided into batches. However, now, with 70% of the students transformed into zombies, the situation had escalated into a catastrophe. Moreover, the commotion attracted the attention of zombies from the distant male dormitory, leaving Lin Wuxiao momentarily stunned. The distant zombies, staggering in their movements, began to converge towards this direction. While their numbers were few, they formed an encircling threat. Lin Wuxiao clicked his tongue in surprise, rubbing his temples as a startling thought exploded in his mind. I've got it. Unsure if it would work, Lin Wuxiao's gaze shifted to the notice board downstairs. He understood well that Lu was not incapable of defeating the zombies. He merely lacked a suitable weapon. With a few swift motions, Lin Wuxiao dismantled the iron frame on either side of the notice board. He then hurled it into the air, shouting, "Catch the weapon." In response, Lu called back, "Got it." This exchange equipped Lu with a weapon. With a whoosh, a pair of 2-meter-long hollow iron frames were set into motion by Lu, creating a gust of wind as he swung the makeshift weapon. The surrounding zombies fell back. Yet, merely seconds later, the iron frames warped into odd shapes. One bent severely, while the other broke nearly in half. Too light, too light, Lu exclaimed as he swung. Lin Wuxiao clicked his tongue in disbelief. TSK, rising to search for something else, he soon discovered 2 shovels in the backyard, one heart-shaped and the other square. He replicated his earlier tactic, handing them to Lu. Once more, Lu began to swing them. Managing to hold out for a bit longer this time, in a flash, a wide area around him became a no-go zone for the zombies, their heads exploding in a spray of gore. However, more zombies continued to approach. Breathing heavily and feeling fatigued, Lu noticed that both shovels had warped, resembling wooden spikes rather than tools. Still too light. Lin go. Lu lifted his gaze and uttered a remark into the distance. At that moment, Lin Wuxiao was squatting on the awning of the school's supermarket, about 3 meters above the ground. The zombies could not ascend, which allowed him to observe the situation with ease. However, upon hearing Lu's words, Lin Wuxiao couldn't help but scoff. Do you think you're requesting weapons? As long as you have something usable, that's sufficient. Why don't you just pull down a couple of steel bars from a building? After all, those things are sturdy. Upon hearing this, Lu scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before suddenly leaping to the side. He jumped in front of the building and delivered a powerful punch. Bang. The outer foam insulation layer was punctured, along with the cement structure within. Lu casually yanked down 2 sections of rebar from inside. Even with Lu's strength, he had to exert some effort, utilizing the characteristic of metal fatigue to snap them off. Holding the 2 3-meter-long steel bars, Lu twirled them with flair, performing a dazzling display of martial artistry that stirred up dust all around. Perfect, Lu exclaimed, beaming with satisfaction. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wuxiao's lips twitched. Ajun, are you serious? He was just joking. Next, a horde of zombies surged forward. Yet Lu allowed these zombies to approach, skillfully wielding the rebar. Any that ventured within a certain range were swiftly dispatched with a blow to the head. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the students inside the dormitory buildings. Not only from the girls' dormitory, but even from a distance, students in the boys' dormitory craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Impressive, brother!" The girls nearby, despite their voices being softer, could be heard clearly. Some female students continuously praised him. "Wow, big brother, you're incredible. Do you exercise often? Your muscles are so solid. It feels so reassuring. Do you have a girlfriend?" Having never experienced such flattery before, Lu was overjoyed. He barely comprehended the details of their compliments. Only aware that they were praising him, he nodded and chuckled. "Ha! Indeed, indeed. Watch closely." Lu, in high spirits, tucked the 2 steel bars under his arms and began to spin. With each rotation, the surrounding zombies were flung away. Despite being encircled, they could not approach him. Ha! Feeling the adoration of onlookers, Lu Li was elated. In a moment of exuberance, he brandished his weapons against the zombies, eager to showcase not only his brute strength but also his eloquence. However, just then, a girl peered out and, upon witnessing the gruesome scene below, promptly vomited all over the place. Plop! It landed squarely on Lu Li's head. At that moment, Lu Li, caught up in the excitement, paid no mind to it. He began to recite a poem. A life like a steadfast ox, not idle at all. In leisure, I yearn to sleep with the mountains. Unyielding, I stand against the ferocious throng, my battle intent like a long rainbow, my spirit soaring to the heavens. With the strength of a rock in my heart, I shall spit the grass. Halfway through his recitation, as he spun and the vomit dripped onto his head, his stomach churned, and he reflexively expelled the contents. What emerged was a greenish, stringy mass. It was kelp? Ugh! Ugh! During this ordeal, the kelp, accompanied by yellowish-brown vomit, kept surging from Lu Li's stomach in waves, as if it were reproducing infinitely. Seeing this, Lin Wuxiao pinched his nose and frowned. Damn it, what an embarrassment. The compressed kelp he had consumed earlier was now reconstituted in Lu Li's stomach. With the added assistance from the student's vomit above, an overwhelming sense of nausea hit him. While Lin Wuxiao might have been able to endure it, given his cold-blooded nature even when faced with dismemberment, Lu Li was different. Since the first time he had performed a craniotomy to extract a crystal core, he had accumulated a modicum of psychological preparedness for such matters. However, this time, it was a dual assault on both his psyche and physiology. His stomach was already unsettled, and now drenched in vomit. Lu Li could no longer withstand it. Ugh! The green kelp was expelled in wave after wave, causing Lin Wuxiao to feel a bit queasy himself. Yet Lu Li did not forget to wield his weapon, fending off the approaching zombies. Ugh! Countless strands of kelp were vomited out, causing one zombie to slip and tumble to the ground. Lu Li swung the rebar again. But the sour taste in his mouth was unbearable. He decisively discarded one piece of rebar and used one hand to pull out the kelp from his mouth, feeling slightly relieved. Afterward, he picked up the rebar and glanced around, only to find the boys' dormitory occupants wearing expressions of disgust, while many girls were covering their mouths, some even unable to bear to look. Sizzle. Blood manipulation was unconsciously activated, causing Lu Li's entire body to flush red. In a competition with few rules, while certain stimulants were prohibited, many still utilized blood from individuals with the same blood type, injecting it into their bodies. Due to the heightened blood circulation, it could also serve as a stimulant. Now, through the instinctive manipulation of blood, Lu Li's body turned crimson, his eyes widened, exuding a frenzied demeanor. Damn it! Lu Li wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was utterly humiliating. Yet, with zombies continuously surging nearby, he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Countless shadows of his makeshift weapon swept through the air, and the surrounding zombies were swiftly dispatched in such moments. Human potential is boundless, Lu Li shouted loudly while clearing the incoming zombies, who were now sparse and scattered. Seeing Lu Li in a state of heightened fervor, Lin Wuxiao displayed a look of disdain and took a roundabout route. Activating his perspective, he noted dozens of crystal cores scattered around. However, he had no intention of collecting them. It was that he was disobeying Chu Yuyi's orders. Rather, there were simply too many to gather at once. Though some zombies had their heads smashed and the cores partially exposed, many more remained embedded deep within their brains, necessitating individual craniotomies. A cumbersome task. Lin Wuxiao traversed the hallway. He felt unperturbed, possessing ample skills to either fight or flee. After inspecting Building A, he called out from the corridor, "It's safe now. Descend in an orderly fashion. Those who are unharmed, come out and lend a hand. Food will be distributed shortly." Upon hearing this, many cautiously peered out, some timidly making their way outside. They had all witnessed the fierce battle Lu Li had waged below, with Lin Wuxiao's assurance of safety. They were convinced. Meanwhile, Lu Li had cleared the zombies, and seeing that the area was reasonably secure, he disregarded the blood and filth covering him, shouting loudly, "It's safe now. Come downstairs." Upon hearing his call, all those peering out from the windows wore expressions of joy. Many began to descend, Not just from the girls' dormitory, but numerous boys joined in as well, totaling around 200 scattered individuals, observing this disorganized throng. Lu Li was at a loss for how to manage them. Lin Wuxiao pointed at the group, calling for them to assist in clearing the crystal cores. As I mentioned earlier, the heads of those zombies need to be broken open. I don't care if you use stones or iron bars. Just get them out. Once everything was concluded, food was served. These crystal cores, some were embedded in the heads of zombies, while others have been violently extracted from shattered skulls. The task of clearing them out was indeed laborious. Some individuals, upon hearing this, hesitated to take action, not out of unwillingness, but rather because the scene before them was overwhelmingly shocking. The ground was strewn with corpses, drenched in pools of blood, and the acrid stench permeated the air, mingling with the dried blood that covered the ground. To withstand the urge to vomit upon witnessing such a sight at close range was a testament to one's fortitude. Additionally, there were heaps of kelps scattered about. Observing this spectacle, Lin Wuxiao thought these people were merely reluctant, and he reiterated, "Don't just sit there reaping the benefits. Come over and help gather the crystal cores, and you shall be rewarded with food. Otherwise, you'll all be starving." Lin Wuxiao gestured and frowned. Initially, the group remained motionless, appearing somewhat unwilling. "What is the matter? Do you disagree?" Lin Wuxiao expressed his displeasure. Whispers began to circulate, causing him to furrow his brow. For a moment, Lin Wuxiao imagined a scenario where someone would step forward and exclaim, "We never asked you to save us. Why should we do the work? We are free. You cannot command us." However, such a dramatic confrontation did not transpire. An unexpected event unfolded instead. Some individuals, unable to cope with the gruesome scene, reacted violently. One girl, upon seeing the bodies, could no longer bear it and, after taking a few steps, retched uncontrollably, spewing her stomach's contents onto the ground. Like a chain reaction, many who had managed to hold back now succumbed to their nausea. The mere sight of another vomiting proved too much to endure. Soon a second person was retching, followed by a third and a fourth. It was not just a girl. A considerable number of male students joined in the chorus of heaving, creating a cacophony of vomit that swept through the crowd. In an instant, the area was engulfed in a stench of bile, which even faintly masked the odors of decay and blood. "Damn it!" Lu Li observed this scene, feeling his stomach churn once more. He found a spot beneath a tree, hunched over, and unleashed his own bout of vomiting. Ugh! Ugh! Lin Wuxiao could only shake his head in disbelief, pinching his nose as he approached to pat Lu Li's back, muttering, "For goodness sake, from now on, refrain from eating compressed kelp. No, avoid all unmarked sealed food altogether." Glancing at the kelp scattered beneath the tree, Lin Wuxiao's face contorted into a series of grimaces. He was genuinely at a loss for words. He retrieved a bottle of water from the supermarket, intending to offer it to Lu Li to help him recover. However, for reasons unknown, Lu Li accepted the mineral water but hesitated to drink it. Appearing dubious, observing this, Lin Wuxiao inquired, "What's wrong? How many packets did you consume?" Lu Li, clutching his stomach, replied shakily, 8 packets. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuxiao slapped his forehead. Smack! "I can't believe it. Why on earth would you eat so much compressed kelp?" Lu Li pouted, grumbling, "I thought it was seaweed. It was in the food section of the supermarket." "Forget it. You should probably refrain from drinking water for now." Lin Wuxiao found himself at a loss for further words. Managing only a couple of awkward chuckles, amid the continuous waves of retching, the group gradually regained their composure. After a considerable interval, as Lin Wuxiao had anticipated, those who might have engaged in moral grandstanding did not materialize. This group of university students was fundamentally kind-hearted and orderly, their eyes reflecting a certain clarity. They were simply unprepared for the psychological toll of the situation, rather than being self-entitled individuals seeking to benefit without contribution. After regaining their composure, a few students stepped forward to assist in collecting the crystal cores. With some taking the lead, others soon followed suit, diligently shattering skulls to retrieve the cores. During this time, not only Lu Li but Lin Wuxiao also received a chorus of gratitude. "Thank you. We are genuinely grateful. If it weren't for your bravery, we would have been trapped in the dormitory for who knows how long. You two are true heroes. I have nothing to offer in return. Helping you both collect crystal cores is my duty. One fellow even inquired, "Do you still require lackeys? Wow, you guys are so impressive." Furthermore, several girls gathered around Lu Li, showering him with praise. "You're so amazing. Actually, I've been single for a while. Look, your muscles are so large." May I touch them? Listening to the sweet, flirtatious voices. Lu Li couldn't help but beam with delight. Laughing heartily, of course, feel free to touch." He completely forgot about the earlier embarrassment. Observing this scene, Lin Wuxiao approached and directed the girls, "Don't just stand there idly. Slacking off. That body over there, and that one too. All have crystal cores inside that go over and retrieve them. And don't use the excuse that you're girls. I firmly advocate for gender equality. Whether a man or a woman provokes me, I will treat them equally." Lin Wuxiao raised his fist, causing the girls to retreat, looking rather dejected. Lu Li contemplated trying to keep them around, but a single glance from Lin Wuxiao silenced him. "Have you forgotten the boss's orders? Gather the crystal cores, take tea this moment." Lin Wuxiao's mysterious persona as Chu Yuyi emerged, prompting Lu Li, who had been inclined to listen to Lin Wuxiao, to nod in silent agreement. A growling sound erupted from Lu Li's stomach. Just as I finished retching, he admitted sheepishly, clutching his belly. Lin Wuxiao frowned, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be beside Lu Li. He walked over to a corpse, snapped that a finger was broken off, and then the blood and flesh transformation commenced in the next instant. This severed finger transformed into a tantalizingly crispy and succulent tiger skin chicken claw. Damn, Lu Li's expression turned incredulous. He couldn't fathom what had just transpired. But soon after, Lin Wuxiao offered the tiger skin chicken claw to Lu Li, who quickly recoiled in refusal. No. I'd rather jump out of the building than take a single bite of that. Seeing Lu Li's reaction, Lin Wuxiao wasted no time in taking a bite himself. "Come on, I got a tough constitution that I can eat while watching a mermaid in the sewer." Besides, he had consumed nothing but chicken breast and buckwheat noodles for several days. Now, with hot, fresh food before him, how could he possibly disregard it simply because it originated from a severed finger? Crunch, crunch. Lin Wuxiao dug in, and in an instant, the flavors exploded in his mind, exclaiming, "Oh wow." It was savory and delectable, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Even the bones were chewable. Hearing Lin Wuxiao's continuous praises, Lu Li felt his appetite awaken, that he cautiously approached, squatting beside Lin Wuxiao. "Brother Lin, is it really that good?" "Absolutely delicious." "Well, perhaps I wouldn't mind trying." As Lu Li hesitated, Lin Wuxiao snapped off another piece of the finger, transforming it into a tiger skin chicken claw, and handed it to Lu Li. After some mental preparation, Lu Li took a bite. In an instant, an explosion of flavors erupted in his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn." The moment it touched my tongue, the aroma enveloped me. The texture was rich yet layered. Mom, I can taste my mother's cooking. My soul feels as if it has ascended. Wiping away his tears, Lu Li Meng chewed rapidly, unable to suppress his exclamation. How delightful. Before long, the group of students had gathered nearly 100 crystal cores, all of which were submitted to Lin Wuxiao. Though the quantity wasn't particularly large, it was certainly too much to be held with just 2 hands. Hence, Lin Wuxiao required a travel backpack to accommodate them all. Observing Lin Wuxiao and Lu Li, one transforming corpses into delicacies while the other relished the feast, the students were left in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Wuxiao pointed toward the nearby supermarket. "Go get something to eat from the supermarket. I have no intention of turning these into gourmet dishes for you. Help yourselves." Upon hearing this, most of the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought we were going to eat corpses. Yet there were a few exceptions. Wow, it looks so delicious. I want to taste. Really? Come on, let us go. Why eat corpses when they're bread? Isn't it truly delightful? Let us go. Several students nudged each other, some having gone an entire day without food, rushing towards the supermarket to indulge in a self-service feast. Just then, at the dormitory entrance, a door creaked open, revealing a man emerging from within. It was none other than Chu Yuyi. This moment, Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao were still savoring their meal. "Incredible. You must try this brother's ribs. They're smothered in sauce. taste this tendon meat. It's wonderfully aromatic. Chu Yuyi slowly approached from behind, and the two remained oblivious to his presence, clearly not attuned to their surroundings. Otherwise, they would have noticed Chu Yuyi's arrival. Observing his busy subordinates, Chu Yuyi cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Lu Li, with one hand showcasing the sauced elbow and the other waving dismissively, replied, "Let's talk later. I'm busy. If you want food, go to the supermarket and don't bother us at this moment." Lin Wuxiao sensed something was amiss. An instinctive feeling warned him that something was not quite right. He turned to look, and his chewing came to an abrupt halt as he quickly spat out the mouthful of food. "Pa! Lu Zi, stop eating!" Lin Wuxiao pivoted sharply, bowing solemnly as a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, he gave Lu Li a gentle shove. Yet, Lu Li, lost in the delectable flavors, was oblivious to it all. "Stop pushing. Let me finish eating before we discuss anything." Witnessing this scene, Chu Yuyi's expression subtly shifted, his lips twitching involuntarily. What kind of subordinates have I gathered? Raising his right hand, he lightly pinched his thumb and middle finger together, producing a crisp snap. Snap, with the sound, in 0.27's modified form activated quietly. In that instant, Lu Li's chewing ceased entirely, as the taste in his mouth transformed from delightful to utterly repugnant, akin to excrement. Dog excrement, to be precise. What the hell? Pa! Pa pa! Lu Li cursed loudly, expelling everything from his mouth as he sprang to his feet. Upon standing, he saw only Lin Wuxiao's shadow and no one else, which had been his intention for not rising earlier. Did he truly believe he was foolish from the shadow on the ground? He knew full well that it was merely him and Lin Wuxiao present. However, as he caught sight of Lin Wuxiao's reaction, a shiver ran down his spine, akin to taking a cold shower on a sweltering day. Lu Li turned abruptly and was met by the figure of the mysterious man. Chu Yuyi, subordinate. Lu Li attempted to articulate something, but found his words caught in his throat, momentarily at a loss for speech. Chu Yuyi waved his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. Before he could make another move, Lin Wuxiao lifted his travel backpack and opened it. Inside, a plethora of ability crystal cores lay revealed. It seemed that Lin Wuxiao, codenamed Yin, possessed a degree of cleverness. After a tacit approval, Chu Yuyi casually picked one up, examining it momentarily before siphoning several awakening opportunities from a few of the cores. However, the unfortunate consequence was that these awakening opportunities merely enhanced the strength of number 27's modified form, reducing the mental energy consumption ratio without granting him a new ability. It wasn't until Chu Yuyi absorbed 12 cores that this growth reached its limit. Marking the ceiling for further enhancement, it appeared that this type of core could only provide such a level of power. To continue strengthening, higher-tier cores might be required. Perhaps second-tier cores? Chu Yuyi placed the core down and inquired of Yin and Chonyo. "What are your plans moving forward?" Hearing this question, Lu Li hesitated, genuinely lacking a clear plan. He merely wished to rescue more people and eliminate more zombies. However, sharing the same ideology, Lin Wuxiao boldly stated, "My lord, I wish to construct a base. To recruit ability users, rescue ordinary people, and ultimately establish a force to combat the zombie apocalypse." Chu Yuyi was quite pleased with this response, as it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. He too believed that merely opposing the apocalypse with a singular Zodiac team was rather monotonous. After all, it seemed every world was undergoing some degree of apocalypse. Within this, there might be hidden circumstances. To truly combat the apocalypse, it would not suffice to oppose merely one world's catastrophe. It required confronting the apocalypses of myriad worlds. With this in mind, Chu Yuyi contemplated selecting the most elite individuals from each world to form specialized teams. When it came to individual combat prowess, the best choice would undoubtedly be from De Xing. After all, Blue Star was merely about fitness, and Yi Xing only involved physical enhancements. Yet De Xing was different. Its inhabitants were currently experiencing the apocalypse and had the opportunity to awaken their abilities, which was far superior to mere physicality or cybernetics. What Chu Yuyi needed was a substantial number of ability users. With this thought, Chu Yuyi waved his hand. Summoning number 25's creation and seizure, a sturdy iron roll appeared, etched with 108 code names. The most renowned among them were naturally the constellations from Water Margin. They were divided into 36 heavenly spirits and 72 earthly fiends. Chu Yuyi categorized the heavenly spirits into 6 groups, each consisting of 6 members, led by Tianke, Tiangu, Tianman, Tianwei. Tiansu and Tianbai. The earthly fiends were divided into 12 groups, also comprising 6 members each led by Di cui di Ji e di Yan, di Kuo di Bao, di Sui di Jin, di Su di Jiao, di Gu di Chou, and di E. Each ability user would undergo a selection process to become an earthly fiend member, from which they would then be chosen to become a heavenly spirit member. The heavenly spirit members would receive abilities bestowed by Chu Yuyi through No. 19 Mind Apostle. Chu Yuyi communicated these matters to Lu Li and Lin Wu Xiao through number 6 universal words, granting them full authority over the plan, although the language was different with the aid of No. 6 universal words. Lu Li and Lin Wu Xiao swiftly grasped the meanings and names of these codenames. Finally, considering the need to transport supplies, he provided them with number 15 portable space. In who obeys. Chonyo receives the order. Lu Li and Lin Wu Xiao knelt on one knee, as if they had received a momentous command. That moment, from the nearby supermarket, a figure clad entirely in black emerged, casting the shadow of Chu Yuyi. The shadow melded into the ground beneath Chu Yuyi's feet, transforming into an ordinary shadow. In that case, it's time for me to confront the source of this apocalypse. How exhilarating! With a smile, Chu Yuyi vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a small grain of yellow sand. Upon witnessing Chu Yuyi's disappearance, Lu Li and Lin Wuxiao both exhaled in relief. Phew, the boss's aura was overwhelming, akin to the suffocating constriction of a python. The two men gazed at the remaining travel backpack, which still contained at least 50 crystal nuclei. What shall we do with the leftovers? Lu Li inquired. Are you foolish? Lin Wuxiao retorted. The boss has endorsed our plan, which surely counts as capital for establishing our influence. Once I select the members and allow them to consume the crystal nuclei, we will have ready-made superhumans. His words left Lu Li in deep contemplation. Finding suitable candidates for their endeavor would not prove difficult. They had been granted a truncated version of the Void Gate, enabling them to traverse to designated locations on major matrix star, much like a door to anywhere. As they pushed open the door, they could not venture into the special spatial Void Gate. On the other side of the door lay their specified destination. However, this simplicity made it exceedingly easy for them to scout for suitable individuals. Thus, a colossal power was quietly gathering within the Void Gate. Chu Yuyi grasped the doorknob and declared, I wish to go to the vicinity of the mastermind behind the apocalypse on major matrix star. This statement was clear, directly pointing toward a singular target. Yet, if this calamity was not human in origin, Chu Yuyi might feel a tinge of disappointment. After all, the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse was not due to the 7 deadly sins virus, which emerged from the machinations of the deity Mo Sun. Though Mo Sun was indeed a god, he was woefully weak, having been vanquished by Chu Yuyi's conceptual abilities coupled with the power of the nameless treasure tree. Right in the face of his arrogance, what then had precipitated this zombie apocalypse? Was it a virus brought by a meteorite? A leak from a genetic experiment? Numerous conjectures flitted through Chu Yuyi's mind, yet none held more weight than the necessity to investigate the truth firsthand. In the next moment, the door swung open. The ability to articulate one's request and simultaneously turn the doorknob indicated that the request had been granted. Otherwise, the door would remain shut. This was knowledge that Chu Yuyi was well aware of. Within a lavish estate on major matrix star, surrounded by lush greenery, 3 villas were elegantly positioned within the grounds. The estate featured a swimming pool of considerable size, and the trees were sculpted into artistic shapes, making even a casual stroll necessitate a vehicle. Such a realm was one that could make a mere glance feel as though one's bank account had suddenly gained a multitude of zeros. At that very location, outside the largest villa of the estate, a man with long white hair reclined on a lounge chair. Tall and aesthetically pleasing, he donned simple attire, with his flowing white hair setting him apart. His eyes glimmered with red-black pupils, gazing at the setting sun with a mixture of righteousness and malevolence. With a gentle shake of his goblet, the viscous blood plasma clung to the sides. The man slowly spoke, the maid beside him listening intently, Has the entire world succumbed to the contagion? Upon hearing this, the maid promptly replied, "My lord, the zombie king, aside from the Arctic glaciers and certain special zones. The zombie virus has been unleashed everywhere." The maid possessed an alluring figure, yet her eyes were a haunting crimson, indicative of the fact that every being within this grand estate was a zombie, albeit ones that retained a remarkable degree of rationality, a veritable epitome of perfection in the undead. "Very well," the zombie king said with a faint smile, swirling his goblet as he continued to observe the sunset. Just then, an incongruous figure emerged, starkly contrasting with the ambience of the estate at, the source of the apocalypse. The voice was bright, exuding youthful exuberance, yet it carried an undertone of maturity. Such a moment. Who else could it be but Chu Yuyi? Who goes there? The zombie king's gaze flicked towards the individual who had stepped through the door. "Never mind, I'm uninterested. Eliminate him," the zombie king commanded with a slight motion of his hand, prompting the maid to spring into action. The maid bowed slightly. Yes, then the next instant, she extended her left hand, revealing elongated nails, and ruthlessly slashed her right wrist. With a swift motion, a cascade of dark red blood flowed forth. And under the influence of her blood manipulation ability, the liquid streamed down her arm in the blink of an eye. The blood congealed into a towering scythe. "Wait," Chu Yuyi furrowed his brow, astonished and perplexed. "Are you not worried about excessive blood loss? Dear sister, we possess the same abilities, yet how is it that you exhibit such flair?" Observing that the zombie king remained passive, Chu Yuyi opted not to lose his composure first. He strolled forward, positioning himself opposite the zombie king. With a subtle gesture, he summoned the combined powers of number 25 creation and number 20 elemental dominance, materializing a chair of exceptionally sturdy composition as Chu Yuyi settled into it. He was met with perfect timing. But that was not the end. "Shadow," Chu Yuyi murmured. As his words fell, the elongated shadow cast by the setting sun suddenly tore free, transforming into a tangible form. The zombie maid, poised to strike, hesitated, astonished by the unexpected display of prowess from the individual before her. Yet before she could ponder further, swish! A colossal fist from the shadow hurtled toward her. The maid sidestepped, but still felt the blow graze her shoulder. In the next moment, boom! The force exerted by the shadow sent her entire arm flying as if it were nothing but mud. It was crucial to note that the physical prowess of the shadow was equivalent to half that of Chu Yuyi, who currently possessed the strength of 2 demigods. Taking a step back, the shadow was no less than a being of divine power. The sheer magnitude of this strike created a fierce gust of wind. "What?" the maid gasped, panic rising within her. "I will." Clearly flustered, she discarded the scythe in her right hand, which was seized firmly by the shadow. However, this was merely a feint. Her blood manipulation ability was not limited to her own blood. She could control any blood in her vicinity. With a mere thought, she could cause her enemies to bleed to death. This was a requisite skill for serving the zombie king, possessing formidable strength. "Die!" she screeched, circumventing the shadow to launch her blood manipulation attack directly at the mastermind, Chu Yuyi. But in the next instant, she froze, for the man not far away was engulfed in a sea of blood. Utterly unperturbed, before she could finish, the shadow swung the blood scythe downwards. Swish! With a single strike, the overwhelming force cleaved the zombie maid in two, and the shadow followed up with several additional blows, turning her head into a mere pulp. With that, the shadow returned to Chu Yuyi's side, while the confrontation between Chu Yuyi and the zombie king was only just beginning, after the maid's demise. The zombie king did not even glance in her direction, as though her fall were merely the loss of a useless pawn, failing to stir even the slightest ripple within him. "Now, speak. Who are you?" the zombie king inquired, taking a sip from his goblet of blood plasma. Yet Chu Yuyi was not inclined to indulge his rudeness, retorting sharply, before inquiring about others. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Is this not a basic courtesy?" Chu Yuyi exhibited a pair of lifeless eyes, languidly inquiring that in the span of a few minutes, he had invoked the abilities of number 25, creation and seizing, multiple times, first to absorb the crystal nucleus, and now to craft an exceptionally sturdy chair, which dulled his desires somewhat. This moment, Chu Yuyi found himself lacking the motivation to engage in idle chatter with the Corpse King. However, within just a few breaths, he regained his composure. After all, what humanity possesses in abundance is desire. Upon hearing Chu Yuyi's audacious remarks, the Corpse King appeared intrigued. This sudden arrival of a man had genuinely piqued his interest, reclining comfortably in his chair. The Corpse King spoke in a cold, measured tone. I am called by Chia. I am 27 years old. My previous profession was that of a reincarnator. Upon hearing the Corpse King by Chia's declaration, Chu Yuyi's lifeless eyes widened in shock. This was not the first time he had encountered such a concept. The last instance was during a period of lethargy when a group of reincarnators, amidst their tasks, gradually morphed into NPCs. The term was familiar to Chu Yuyi. As a professional writer, he was well versed in the basic tropes of such narratives. Reincarnators are the unfortunate souls resurrected by the main god, who, through numerous world adventures, expend their efforts and strength to survive. Concurrently, they must fulfill the tasks assigned by the main god in exchange for points to redeem various items. Ultimately, in the endless cycle of world adventures, task completion, point expenditure, and further world escapades, they descend into despair. This is the life of a reincarnator. However, as far as Chu Yuyi knew, all reincarnators occupied a perilous profession, unless one possessed the extraordinary fortune akin to a protagonist. Surviving beyond a few instances was nearly impossible. After all, to the main god, reincarnators were merely disposable pawns, used and discarded, easily replaced. Yet here was the Corpse King by Chia, claiming to be a reincarnator. This revelation astonished Chu Yuyi. It is worth noting that perhaps becoming a mindless NPC might be the best fate for a reincarnator. Nevertheless, the Corpse King by Chia had indeed managed to extricate himself from the grasp of the main god. This subtle shift in Chu Yuyi's expression did not escape by Chia's keen observation. The mere fact that he had escaped the clutches of the main god attested to his immense capability. Bai Chia raised an eyebrow slightly, his icy voice resonating once more. Could it be that you are also, amidst countless mountains, not a bird flies? He continued. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuyi felt utterly perplexed, completely unaware of what Bai Chia was alluding to. Noticing Chu Yuyi's lack of response, Bai Chia expressed his disappointment, but pressed on. A large hammer weighs 80. What of the small hammer? Chu Yuyi was baffled, unable to comprehend what such a highbrow figure as Bai Chia was rambling about. Observing Chu Yuyi's bewilderment, Bai Chia lamented, "What a pity! You are not my fellow townsman. My hometown is a beautiful blue planet known as Earth." The Corpse King's eyes glazed over with nostalgia, seemingly lost in memories of the past. However, Chu Yuyi had no patience for his nonsensical musings and interjected. "Have you finished your pointless chatter? You are the one who instigated the zombie apocalypse, right? That knowledge suffices." Lacking the inclination for further idle conversation, Chu Yuyi interrupted decisively, rising slowly to his feet, channeling his abilities to their utmost potential.